The gem lost by the Empire was embedded in the heart of the Qilin. This tale became a cherished legend long after the events unfolded. General Jiang Ling met his demise on the battlefield, betrayed by his subordinates, only to find himself reborn as a frail Omega, subsequently carried home by the Qilin. He pushed the being away, exclaiming, "I am not your wife." To which Pei Siyi, in despair, replied, "But you are my wife." Having awaited 24 years for his destined partner, Pei Siyi felt heartbroken and aggrieved as he clung to Jiang Ling, showering him with affection. Jiang Ling wiped away the saliva from his face, perplexed. "Isn't this the esteemed Pei Siyi?" Chapter 1. Transmigration. General, I never wished to betray you. On the bridge of the starship Udao, the lieutenant of the Empire knelt despondently, tears streaming down his weathered face as he gazed at the silver mech outside the viewport. "However, that group of space pirates has taken my wife. You are aware that the war has cost him a leg and half of his life. He cannot endure even the slightest torment. I am truly sorry. I did not want to betray you." Before him, the silver mech was ensnared in a deadly embrace, targeted by dozens of weapons. After enduring intense combat, it was damaged to the extent of 95, teetering on the brink of destruction. Thus, the young general opened the cockpit and raised the hatch. His frost-colored hair broke free, cascading like a waterfall of stars in the dark cosmos. General Jiang Ling, through the crimson laser beams, gazed with ice-blue eyes reminiscent of the abyss of the universe, his lips pressed firmly together, his face pale from exhaustion after the battle. "I have seen your wife." Jiang Ling's voice was calm and steady. "He is a valiant and kind soldier who revealed no secrets during his captivity. Your commanding officer, the colonel, has already rescued him, but alas." Jiang Ling raised his gaze, a hint of pity in his eyes. "Before he could notify you, he received news of your betrayal to the Empire. We were besieged by the space pirates. Your wife took his own life with the dagger you gifted him." The lieutenant's face turned ashen. The wreckage he had deliberately ignored behind Jiang Ling suddenly became strikingly vivid. Those were the comrades and officers he had betrayed. They floated in the abyss there, gazes resembling that of his wife, filled with sorrow and disappointment. In an instant of utter despair, he wept and laughed, driven to madness. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I understand my mistakes." He lifted his right hand to his heart, pressing his forehead to the ground, attempting to seek redemption with the Empire's most humble gesture. "Please save me, General. I beg of you." Yet Jiang Ling remained silent. The space pirates' mechs and small warships had him surrounded. He was already trapped in a dead end. How could he save another? The pirates were confident of their victory, reveling in the impending spectacle, laughing with wild arrogance. However, in the next moment, Jiang Ling's ethereal voice echoed, one last time. "What?" The pirates were taken aback, watching as Jiang Ling recalled his mech, plummeting at a terrifying speed into the depths of space. Their initial reaction was to assume he intended to end his life, followed by a surge of unease. "Quick, prepare for battle!" Someone shouted, and all the mechs and warships unleashed a torrent of fire toward Jiang Ling's descent. Yet amidst this chaotic barrage, Jiang Ling maneuvered a blue mech to break through, akin to an arrow shot from the depths of the cosmos, crashing into the energy core of an enemy ship with unstoppable force. Boom! The explosion of the aircraft and the brilliant light of the starship intertwined in the vacuum, creating a golden mandala. As the young body was torn apart by the energy vortex, the cosmic abyss that consumed light and heat suddenly ignited with a bluish phosphorescence reminiscent of stars being born eons ago. Darkness receded. Jiang Ling opened his eyes. Before him was not the black void of space. He was firmly seated in a cafe. "Marry me? You're not worthy." Jiang Ling raised his gaze toward the man seated directly across from him, his ice-blue pupils reflecting a hint of confusion. The man's exquisite features were delicate and fair, moonlit hair cascading over his slender neck, a white suit accentuating his perfect form. Bathed in golden sunlight, he emanated a tranquil yet dazzling aura. Many patrons in the cafe cast admiring glances, while the man across felt a rush of shivers, his heart racing. The Jiang family holds little status, and your essence is merely that of an ice peacock, lacking any real strength. You are but a defective Omega, incapable of sensing pheromones. While you may possess some beauty as a wife, you simply are inadequate. As the man finished speaking, the gazes around them shifted to expressions of sympathy. Some even sighed aloud. To think he is a defective Omega, such a pity. This reaction pleased the man. He lifted his coffee cup, taking a sip, a smile spreading across his face. But I may still have a lover. Clink. The bottom of the cup struck the porcelain saucer, as if a wicked thought broke free from its constraints. I took a sip, and this coffee is quite delightful. The man smirked, slowly pushing his cup toward Jiang Ling with a glimmer of greed and ambiguity in his eyes. Drink it, and I shall claim you. Each word resonated, sending ripples through the coffee, the reflections of those present appearing more and more indistinct, yet those ice-blue eyes seemed to grow clearer. Jiang Ling could not comprehend the implications of omega and pheromones, but that did not hinder his understanding of the man's intentions. He despised Jiang Ling's family's weak influence, coveted his appearance, sought to maintain him, yet publicly humiliated him to assert his own power and status, a despicable individual of low character. Jiang Ling had little patience for such filth. Get lost. What? The man looked up in astonishment, meeting Jiang Ling's deep blue gaze, akin to an unfathomable abyss, silent and serene, grand and terrifying, looking down upon all who dared challenge it. Jiang Ling calmly repeated, I said, please vacate my sight, sir. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Even in reprimanding, the young general exuded an air of cultivated elegance. He appeared noble and aloof, his gaze towards the man devoid of emotion. A mere clown was hardly worthy of rousing his anger. He had merely disturbed his newfound sense of tranquility. Indeed, he was alive once more. Jiang Ling was no stranger to transmigration. The Empire's research base had long concluded that such occurrences were exceedingly rare, random events. He had not anticipated encountering it himself. He felt somewhat fortunate. Yet his initial impression of this unfamiliar world was far from favorable. This was largely due to the presence of that wretched man before him. Jiang Ling, the wretched man, questioned angrily. Have you considered this carefully? Besides me, Zhou Jiming, who else could you possibly aspire to? Which family would desire a defective omega like you? My interest in you is a blessing for the Jiang family. At the mention of Zhou Jiming, the crowd stirred momentarily. Jiang Ling paid little mind to the man, instead straining to listen, gleaning valuable information. He discerned that he was in a place known as Jingdu, home to the three foremost families, Pei, Luo, and Lin. Excluding these three, the Zhou family ranked 5th, while the Jiang family was 28th. Including those three, the Zhou family would be 8th, and the Jiang family 31st. 31st. The general had never held such a low rank. Thus, the reason the original body sat here with this wretch was to barter his own self for resources for the Jiang family? Jiang Ling's gaze darkened. Was this truly the original's intention, or that of the Jiang family? Jiang Ling pondered, completely disregarding the man across from him. Master Zhou had always been the center of attention. He was unaccustomed to such neglect. Bang! He slammed his hands on the table, leaning closer to Jiang Ling, staring intently at him. Jiang Ling, are you intent on rejecting a toast and instead inviting punishment? This narrative features dual male protagonists. Those who have wandered into the wrong place should flee. There is still time. The aloof and proud beauty of a general meets the domineering and unyielding nature of a reckless young master. Jiang Ling, love is the most useless thing, only hindering my speed and drawing my blade. Pei Siyi, competing and seizing is my style. If I desire something, I shall take it back to my nest. Author, Yeetsi, keep going. Bite him, lick him, sleep. Ahem, never mind. Chapter 2, Get Lost. He is mine. The commotion caused by Zhou Jiming was quite loud. Rather than a mere push, it resembled a violent slap, causing the 2 cups of coffee on the table to topple over. The satin-like liquid spread across the surface, threatening to drip onto Jiang Ling's pristine white suit. Just then, a slender hand swiftly reached out, bracing against the edge of the table and lifting it abruptly, causing the surface to tilt at a precarious angle of 45 degrees. Zhou Jiming's hand slipped as he supported himself on the table, leaving him without any leverage, and he stumbled forward, crashing the table back down with a resounding thud. Bang! Ugh! The collision of the table legs against the floor produced a deafening sound, shattering the porcelain cup against his chest and embedding shards into his flesh, eliciting sharp pain. Zhou Jiming lay sprawled on the table, his face contorted in agony, while the liquid that flowed back spilled onto him, creating a scene both messy and repulsive. Hiss! Gasps of disbelief echoed around as the crowd could scarcely believe that Jiang Ling would show such mercilessness toward the Zhou family. Their astonishment was tinged with a mix of admiration and regret. This frail omega would likely face lasting resentment. Only the server appeared incredulous. How could a table weighing over 100 pounds be upended by a disabled Omega with a single hand? Jiang Ling, Zhou Jiming, humiliated and enraged, unleashed the overwhelming pressure of his Nile crocodile lineage toward Jiang Ling. He gripped the edge of the table, seemingly preparing to flip it over. The inherent dominance of his bloodline was laden with an oppressive force. The combative Nile crocodile was already inclined to bully the gentle peacock, especially against a disabled Omega. If that heavy table were to fall upon the frail Omega, it could result in serious injury or even death. The spectators stood aghast, with the server hastily dialing the police. Master Zhou exerted force with both hands, and the table began to rise from the ground. Stop! Someone's going to get killed. Quick, get out! Chaos erupted as some screamed and fled. Others attempted to intervene, while some recorded videos. Just as the fragile Omega seemed destined to be crushed by the table, that long, pale hand emerged once more, pressing firmly onto the table's surface. Then, as if rewinding a film, the flipped table returned to its original position, and Zhou Jiming's hands, raised in exertion, fell back down, the crowd's panicked expressions transforming into astonishment. Bang! A resounding noise silenced the chaos, leaving only the trembling windows emitting a piercing hum. In that instant, time and air seemed to freeze as everyone gazed at the unbelievable scene, feeling as if their breath had been momentarily stolen. The delicate, pale hand of the disabled Omega remained steady against the table, which had returned to its place, while the raised hands of the Nile crocodile were pressed back. Down. What is happening? Zhou Jiming's expression was blank, revealing the confusion and unease that followed the shattering of his pride. Jiang Ling remained seated, composed and elegant, his gaze meeting Zhou Jiming's with a calm, icy indifference, devoid of any anger or joy. In public, one should not raise their voice. Did your parents fail to teach you this simple principle? His voice was still as cold as ever, like a breeze passing over leftover snow, lingering and slowly unraveling the prideful facade of the Alpha. Bending over, Zhou Jiming maintained his grip on the table, his posture resembling a bow, an apology, a humble servant listening to the teachings of his master. He appeared a fool, while the disabled Omega sat composed amidst the gentle breeze, as pure as a sapphire of icy blue. The stark contrast was difficult for him to bear. Who do you think you are? Anger, coupled with stubbornness, engulfed his reason. Zhou Jiming's veins bulged as he raised his hand toward Jiang Ling. Who are you to instruct me? Slap. The blow never landed, as a firm grip seized Zhou Jiming's wrist from behind. Everyone was taken aback. Who was this brave soul daring to confront the Zhou family? All eyes turned in unison. Jiang Ling followed suit, only to meet a pair of deep, dark red eyes. The newcomer was tall, towering over Zhou Jiming, whose height of over 6 feet appeared diminutive in comparison. Striking red hair was neatly styled, revealing a smooth, full forehead. Dressed in a white shirt that accentuated a lean and muscular physique, he tilted his head, showcasing the defined contours of his neck. Jiang Ling thought, rather incongruously, that this man seemed well suited for the battlefield. Zhou Jiming turned in fury. Damn, who the hell dares to stop me? His tirade abruptly ceased, as he trembled upon seeing the newcomer, his voice suddenly diminished. Third Master. The mere utterance of this title sent a shiver through the crowd, causing everyone to instinctively step back. The reason was clear. In Kyoto, the title of Third Master was reserved solely for the sole heir of the Lord Pei family, the Alpha Pei Siyi. This individual rarely appeared in the media, making him a stranger to many, yet his reputation was renowned. At merely 15 years of age, he had gone on a rampage, challenging the young heirs of Kyoto's elite, leading to a period where social media was flooded with headlines like Pei Siyi assaults Triple X and Triple X cries for daddy after being beaten by Pei Siyi. For a long time, his name became taboo within certain circles. Anyone daring to mention it would face a severe beating. Later, in his 18th year, young heirs united under the banner of revenge, only to be soundly defeated by Pei Siyi once again, leading to a singular trending topic: Pei Siyi's childhood trauma. Now, 5 years later, the shadow of that incident had only grown. After all, what once were mere punches exchanged in youth had transformed into far more dangerous confrontations among adults. Thus, upon sighting Pei Siyi, Zhou Jiming's legs began to tremble. Causing a ruckus in my establishment, Pei Siyi tightened his grip on Zhou Jiming's wrist, whose complexion turned pale from both pain and fear. Third Master, I didn't know this was your establishment. I'll leave immediately. I'll pay for all damages tenfold. No, 20-fold. Please don't be angry. And please don't hit me. Pei Siyi, perceiving Zhou Jiming's terror, released his grip, while an assistant promptly offered a handkerchief. Zhou Jiming, drenched in coffee, resembled a slippery loach, sticky and repulsive. His boss would surely find him unclean. True to form, Pei Siyi took the handkerchief and meticulously wiped each finger. Zhou Jiming stood frozen, his face a mix of green and white. Pei Siyi remained silent, leaving him hesitant to depart. The onlookers mirrored his stillness, paralyzed by the fear that this master might unleash his wrath upon them as well. While others might not react so dramatically, Pei Siyi was a different matter. Thus, the atmosphere once more descended into an eerie silence. Only Jiang Ling observed, as if a spectator, openly appraising Pei Siyi. In truth, he had noticed the man the moment he entered, feeling an inexplicable pull that compelled him to look over. It wasn't until the figure drew closer that he sensed a hint of familiarity. Yet he had never encountered this man before. How peculiar. Pei Siyi finished cleaning his hands and finally spoke. Get lost. Zhou Jiming felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, turning to hastily bark at Jiang Ling. Why aren't you following? Bang! Pei Siyi tossed the handkerchief into the trash with considerable force. His tone suddenly turned icy. Leave on your own. He is mine. Zhou Jiming. Jiang Ling. Zhou Jiming's pupils trembled as he pointed at Jiang Ling. Third master. I meant him. Pei Siyi simply replied with an and reiterated with solemnity. Mine. Zhou Jiming. Jiang Ling. The crowd. Oh. Chapter 3. Come home with me. Zhou Jiming departed, his steps unsteady. Along with him left a throng of spectators eager to witness the unfolding drama. No one dared to linger here. After all, Pei Siyi's performance was hardly captivating. Even the waitstaff had retreated to the back room. In the vast cafe, only Jiang Ling, Pei Siyi, and the assistant Xiao Nan remained. Jiang Ling remained silent, devoid of the original owner's memories, unaware of the nature of the relationship between the original self and this third master. The phrase "he is mine" was far too ambiguous. Jiang Ling pondered if it could imply a romantic relationship, only to swiftly dismiss the notion that if they were lovers, the original self would not have been sent out for an arranged meeting. Yet if they were not lovers, such a statement seemed to overstep boundaries. Come home with me. Pei Siyi extended his hand towards Jiang Ling. I will treat you well. Jiang Ling was taken aback. This was a statement devoid of substantial information, further steeped in ambiguity. Should he acquiesce or refuse? His gaze fell slightly, inadvertently landing on the man's slightly flushed knuckles, remnants of some recent exertion. In this unfamiliar world, with an unfamiliar identity and an unfamiliar man, Jiang Ling instinctively began to simulate various outcomes in his mind, akin to a tactical exercise. The first scenario, refusing and returning to the Jiang family, where unknown and potentially malevolent parents awaited him. The ensuing trajectory would be unpredictable, and he might be offered to the third master by his parents, leading to a life fraught with control and interference, his identity vulnerable to scrutiny and exposure, though he could mask it with amnesia as an excuse. The second scenario, refusing and choosing to live independently in this strange world, but he would inevitably be found by the Jiang family. The outcome would be similar to the first choice, though if he managed to establish himself quickly, it could yield different results. The third scenario, acquiescing to the familiar yet enigmatic third master, but his identity would undoubtedly be questioned, necessitating the use of amnesia as a pretext with unpredictable consequences. The Jiang family's control over him would weaken, yet the third master's influence would intensify. In both the first and third scenarios, the agency he possessed was alarmingly limited. Should these strangers prove to be unkind, it would feel akin to wearing heavy shackles, and he currently had scant resources for resistance. Should events unfold contrary to his desires, resolution would be arduous. Thus, Jiang Ling leaned towards the second option. He needed an opportunity to develop independently and establish a firm footing. However, as he lifted his gaze to Pei Siyi, he found the man towering, broad-shouldered and long-legged, blocking a substantial amount of light. His crimson hair and eyes were strikingly bold, complemented by his chiseled features and tightly pressed lips, revealing the formidable dominance he possessed. It appeared he had no alternative. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling inquired, I allowed to refuse? He was testing the waters, hoping to gauge their dynamic based on the man's reaction, to discern whether he held the right to decline and to assert his autonomy in the situation. After all, the man's tone exuded an air of entitlement, and the power wielded by the Zhou family's young master was formidable. Perhaps this esteemed man had never faced rejection. Jiang Ling's hypothesis proved correct. Pei Siyi had indeed never encountered refusal. For an instant, a blank expression crossed Pei Siyi's face upon hearing Jiang Ling's response. As an alpha, Pei Siyi had known from a young age that he possessed a destined partner, albeit one that was exceedingly difficult to locate. Many spent their entire lives without finding theirs. However, his circumstances were different. Born into the Qiling clan, due to their lineage, members of his clan possessed the ability to sense their destined partners after reaching maturity. This ability manifested unpredictably, varying in scope and duration based on individual strength. Pei Siyi was among the most powerful of his generation, yet his sensing ability lasted only 14 hours, with a range of 30, considerably broad, yet akin to searching for a needle in a haystack on a global scale. When the sensing ability arose, he tirelessly traversed multiple cities and countries, searching for 14 hours without success, nearing the point of giving up. After all, he was not desperate. He simply preferred strong omegas, although most were delicate. Occasionally, he encountered a few formidable ones, yet their appearances often left much to be desired. He was indeed quite discerning. A distinguished alpha sought only the finest, especially in a partner. They must be strong, beautiful, and fragrant. Thus, he reasoned that if he was so powerful, his destined partner must equally possess strength, not to mention his own handsome visage. Therefore, when he sensed Jiang Ling near his home, he promptly made his way to the cafe, yet refrained from entering. He was not so reckless. Jiang Ling was evidently engaged in an arranged meeting, and it would be discourteous to intrude on someone else's courting, regardless of the fact that the individual was his destined partner. Should the meeting prove successful, Pei Siyi would turn and leave without hesitation. If it failed, he would likely request contact details to initiate a gradual acquaintance. Thus, he stood by the roadside, observing Jiang Ling through the glass. In that brief moment, Pei Siyi found himself silently wishing for Jiang Ling's meeting to fail. The Omega exuded an aura of elegance and rarity. Every glance seemed to thaw the ice of a serene lake, sitting composed and adorned with glimmers of golden light. His moonlit hair cascaded gently, occasionally stirred by the wind, creating an ethereal scene that could ensnare one's heart. Suddenly, Pei Siyi felt a twinge of regret. He should have entered directly. He was the destined one, more qualified than anyone else to pursue him. Just as he prepared to step forward, he witnessed the unpleasant alpha push his consumed coffee towards Jiang Ling. Pei Siyi halted, frowning as he observed the unfolding scene. At that moment, Xiao Nan conveniently uncovered all the pertinent information about the two. Boss, that alpha is Zhou Jiming, the young master of the Zhou family, a Nile crocodile, 24 years old, currently selecting a marriage partner. Pei Siyi was indifferent to the identity of the alpha and interrupted. What about the Omega? He is Jiang Ling, the youngest son of the Jiang family, a peacock Omega, age 23, and he is a damaged Omega. Xiao Nan concluded with exasperation. With such appearance, physique, and demeanor, Jiang Ling was precisely the type of Omega his boss idealized. If only the other party were not so fragile, his boss might have already found a partner. But he was a damaged Omega, an ice peacock at that. It was as if he had been imbued with every attribute of fragility. Moreover, Xiao Nan continued, the heir of the Jiang family is the eldest, Jiang Yi, and all resources are directed towards him. The second son, Jiang Ling, has long been raised as a marriage tool due to his remarkable appearance and damaged Omega constitution. Trained since childhood in how to serve a husband, today he's been arranged by his family for a meeting with Zhou Jiming. Yet reliable sources indicate that neither family intends for Jiang Ling to become Zhou Jiming's formal partner. But if he was not a formal partner, then he would be a lover. In moments of silence, one might indeed laugh. Pei Siyi had long awaited his destined partner, only to find this. Pei Siyi scoffed coldly and turned to leave. However, as they took only a few steps, a loud crash erupted from the cafe behind them. Turning back, they saw Zhou Jiming, who had previously been brimming with bravado, now sprawled across the table, while Jiang Ling remained composed in his seat. Unaware of the events that had transpired, they were perplexed until they noticed Zhou Jiming releasing his pressure, preparing to overturn the table, looking as if he intended to harm Jiang Ling. All the establishments along this street belonged to the Pei family. Zhou Jiming was causing a ruckus on Pei territory. If the table were to crash onto the damaged Omega, it would surely make headlines that day. Pei Siyi furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene, Yet he witnessed that damaged Omega effortlessly press the heavy table back down. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated, shocking both Pei Siyi and Xiaonan. Pei Siyi stood motionless for a moment, then turned to Xiaonan, his tone laden with skepticism. Is this the damaged Omega you mentioned, who is only trained to serve a husband? Xiaonan could only stare in disbelief at Jiang Ling, questioning his intelligence network for the first time in his life. Heaven help him, which family's damaged Omega was stronger than an alpha? Many individuals have inquired about the term can Omega. Here, I shall provide a unified response. Jiang Ling is referred to as a can Omega due to insufficient glandular development. The inability to perceive pheromones is merely one manifestation of this deficiency, alongside notably diminished immunity and various bodily functions when compared to a normal Omega. Nevertheless, Jiang Ling exists in a realm where he can wield mental powers. However, his current physical form is incapable of accommodating such strength, resulting in considerable diminishment. Yet, he remains formidable, albeit slightly fragile. Furthermore, he will eventually revert to his original body. Chapter 4. A Rejection. Pei Siyi is convinced that his destined partner is indeed the most suitable counterpart for him in this world. The translucent, shimmering ice-blue eyes, the silvery hair cascading like moonlight, the slender waist, and the impressive strength that could easily surpass 100 pounds. All of these elements resonate perfectly with Pei Siyi's aesthetic sensibilities, that he realizes that he desires more than merely a contact number. His racing heart proclaims its deep admiration for this individual. He must swiftly bring this person home. Thus, he strides forward with purpose. Upon entering the cafe, he instantly perceives Jiang Ling's pheromones. They are somewhat potent, likely emanating involuntarily under the pressure of the Nile crocodile. Jiang Ling's pheromones mirror his essence, cold and crisp, akin to a winter lake reflecting snow, yet they burn like fire against Pei Siyi's glands and reason. His typically well-contained pheromones surge forth uncontrollably. Beside him, Xiaonan gazes at his employer in shock. He is well aware of Pei Siyi's self-control, which is such that unless he desires it, not a trace of his pheromones should escape. Yet now, merely being in proximity has rendered him unable to contain them. Xiaonan recalls the descriptions of destined partners in literature. Such partners possess pheromones that are highly compatible, and this profound synergy can trigger involuntary arousal, instinctive reliance, and even glandular resonance. Xiaonan is concerned not for his employer, but rather for Jiang Ling, this Kin Omega, who may be lured into a state of arousal. After all, Kin Omegas are prone to unusual reactions during their heat cycle, leading to more frequent or intense responses that may result in a loss of rationality. Pei Siyi evidently shares this concern. Veins bulge on his arms as he strives to rein in the surging pheromones. This is their first encounter. Pei Siyi hopes for both parties to remain rational, rather than engaging in a forced relationship against their will. Such an arrangement would be cruel to the other, and Pei Siyi finds it distasteful. The partner he seeks must genuinely cherish him, both physically and emotionally. However, before he can fully regain control, he witnesses Zhou Jiming raising his hand towards Jiang Ling. He knows Jiang Ling is not one to be bullied, but the Zhou family wields far greater influence than the Jiang family, so he intervenes. Leave. He drives Zhou Jiming away, but due to his proximity to Jiang Ling, the pheromones he had nearly contained threaten to overflow once more that he struggles to maintain a polite demeanor while suppressing the urge to fiercely claim Jiang Ling for himself. He restrains himself from asking, "Come home with me. I will treat you well," only to receive Jiang Ling's polite refusal. Am I allowed to decline? With his dark red eyes narrowed and his jaw clenched, Pei Siyi gazes intently at Jiang Ling. Why the rejection? His presence here indicates that he was previously single, and now, despite an unsuccessful matchmaking endeavor, he is spurned by his destined partner. Even for the sake of wealth and power, Jiang Ling should recognize that he could offer far more than Zhou Jiming. Yet he has rejected both Zhou Jiming and his destined partner. Pei Siyi can only surmise that Jiang Ling must already have someone he favors. The two lock eyes, each harboring their own thoughts, unable to decipher one another's intentions. The heat and excitement from the glands continue to rise, prompting Pei Siyi to bite his tongue, striving to suppress the restless pheromones that he states. I apologize for my abruptness. Jiang Ling raises an eyebrow. Taken aback by this unexpected response, he had not anticipated that following the ambiguous declaration of "he is mine," the man would resort to such a formal term as abrupt. He contemplates the perplexing nature of their relationship. Fortunately, their interaction seems to have progressed somewhat. The man does not appear as domineering as he initially seemed, retaining his autonomy. Jiang Ling exhales softly in relief, but the next moment, the man begins to introduce himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Pei Siyi, heir to the Qilin Pei family, a chaotic Qilin alpha, age 24. Pei Siyi considers that Jiang Ling may not even recognize him since they have never met before. In truth, Jiang Ling is unaware of Pei Siyi's identity and has misconstrued the nature of their relationship from the outset. This introduction dismantles any prior assumptions Jiang Ling held regarding their connection. They are neither lovers nor acquaintances, for such relationships do not necessitate introductions. Thus, they are merely two individuals meeting for the first time. Jiang Ling pauses for a moment before rising to greet him. Hello, Mr. P. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Jiang Ling. Pei Siyi nods. Hello, I was indeed the one who overstepped. He does not deny that this is their first meeting. Jiang Ling's elongated eyes narrow slightly, his tone calm and measured as he continues to probe. Not at all. I understand that, Mr. Pei spoke those words to assist me, and I owe you my gratitude. Normally, for someone to utter such ambiguous words upon their first encounter, it would only be to provide assistance. Yet Pei Siyi counters, not entirely. Jiang Ling. He finds it challenging to grasp his meaning. He tilts his head slightly, his clear, bright eyes narrowing in suspicion, his delicate brow creasing in confusion, his fair visage suffused with uncertainty. Observing Jiang Ling in such a state, Pei Siyi feels his form beneath the white shirt grow taut, his fingertips trembling as the glands at the nape of his neck threaten to sear. Through his skin, he yearns to kiss him, to throw him onto the bed. Pei Siyi grits his teeth, struggling against his desires, and diverts his gaze. He poses the question, Mr. Jiang, do you have someone you cherish? Jiang Ling responds. Before Jiang Ling can reply, Pei Siyi adds, would you consider me? After all, we're the most suitable partners for one another in this world. You need not worry about your family. In terms of both wealth and power, the Zhou family cannot compare to mine. Your parents desire power so intensely. They will undoubtedly agree to our union. On my end, there is no cause for concern. My parents advocate for free love and will only support my decisions. I can assure you that with me, no one can bully you, not even myself. At this point, he suddenly falls silent, finally looking directly at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, we are destined for each other. Please consider me seriously, if you would. The dark red depths of his eyes burn with fervor, while Jiang Ling's icy gaze flickers, immediately avoiding Pei Siyi's stare. The fervent declaration sends shivers down his spine, as turbulent waves of emotion surge within his previously tranquil heart. The young general has never lacked admirers. Yet the people of the empire are exceedingly particular about etiquette. Their pursuits typically commence with the giving of flowers, gradually integrating into the other's life, inviting them to dinner, or taking leisurely strolls in the garden. If the other does not resist, it implies tacit approval of the pursuit, allowing one to reach out, awaiting the other to place their hand within theirs. How unlike Pei Siyi, he boldly asserts their compatibility, proclaiming them to be destined for one another. The implicit planning of their future is audacious. The general has never encountered such a bold suitor. Is this how people in this world behave? Such overt declarations of affection, unafraid of rejection? Or does he simply possess such confidence that he believes rejection is inconceivable? A gentle breeze stirs the gauzy curtains, floating through the empty cafe, enveloped in a serene silence that seems to soothe some inner turmoil. I apologize, Mr. Pei. Jiang Ling's voice rings clear and cold. At present, I have no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship. Once again, he has been rejected. Pei Siyi clenches his fingers, having faced 2 refusals from Jiang Ling in such a brief span of time. Yet, my father was indeed correct. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Without the repeated failures that my father pursued, where would his mother have come from? Pei Siyi also clenched his fists and declared, then I shall return to inquire of you in due time. Jiang Ling responded with confusion. Pei Siyi embraced his wife, saying, my dear, may I have a kiss? Jiang Ling raised her cold gaze slightly and retorted, get lost. Pei Siyi left only to return once more, asking, wife, may I kiss you now? Jiang Ling, a cold and ruthless peacock versus a relentless and tenacious Qilin. Chapter 5. A dash with a bite. Jiang Ling was taken aback by the fact that despite his rejection, this individual continued to pursue him with an unperturbed demeanor. Was his denial not sufficiently clear? Jiang Ling hesitated, contemplating whether he should refuse once more. After all, having just arrived in this unfamiliar world, he needed to adapt swiftly to his new identity, leaving him little energy to ponder matters of the heart. However, Pei Siyi did not grant him the opportunity to express himself again. The pheromones in the air grew increasingly potent, and Pei Siyi found it unbearable to remain any longer. He could not afford to linger. His sensitive period was approaching prematurely. The pheromones of his destined partner were overwhelmingly intoxicating, making Pei Siyi feel uncomfortably heated, a state he had never imagined himself to be in. He placed a business card on the table. "Mr. Jiang, here's my card. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out. If that Zhou dares to bully you again, I will assist you." He swallowed the more crude phrase, deeming it too vulgar. A poised and elegant Omega like Jiang Ling would hardly appreciate such a violent solution. Facing his fated partner with such calmness illustrated just how indifferent Jiang Ling was toward him, and Pei Siyi did not wish to further alienate him. Thus, he rephrased, "If anyone dares to trouble you, remember to call me. As long as we are within 1,000 kilometers, I shall appear by your side instantly." The tall man spoke earnestly, his tone gentle yet resolute, akin to a husband pledging vows to his wife. Viewed from behind, one might assume his expression was laden with deep affection. Yet, the reality was that the tenderness in his words contrasted starkly with the predatory gaze he cast upon Jiang Ling. The intent to devour was alarmingly evident in his crimson eyes, clear to any onlooker. Xiao Nan was rendered speechless, pondering how anyone could dare to call upon his boss in such a state. With a single phone call, who could predict whether Pei Siyi would resolve the issue or confront Jiang Ling? He closed his eyes, foreseeing a future where his boss faced a harsh rejection. However, Jiang Ling unexpectedly broke from his earlier aloofness, suddenly lifting his gaze to Pei Siyi. "How do you manage to do that?" Jiang Ling's voice rose slightly, taking a half step forward. "A swift appearance within 1,000 kilometers. What is the secret behind it? No human could possess such speed." In Jiang Ling's understanding, the only entity capable of transporting one in peril to another side in an instant was a spatial transfer device. If such technology existed here, did it imply that he had not traversed to another world but remained within that vast star domain, merely relocated to a remote asteroid? After all, the Empire's dominion over the stellar territories was expansive, and the general was tasked solely with frontline combat, possessing little knowledge of newly developed asteroids. Pei Siyi was astonished that his words could evoke such fervor in Jiang Ling. The sudden closeness, coupled with Jiang Ling's excited pheromones, caught Pei Siyi off guard. "You," he managed to utter before words failed him entirely. The fragile threads of his sanity snapped in an instant, and the heated glands released the pent-up pheromones with a vengeance. This was dire. Xiao Nan, without a moment to spare, lunged forward and pushed Jiang Ling away. Caught off guard, Jiang Ling stumbled back several steps. Just as he regained his footing, a flash of crimson caught his eye. Without any tools or a transfer device, Pei Siyi materialized before him. Jiang Ling's pupils widened in shock, his icy blue gaze reflecting disbelief. Before he could inquire how Pei Siyi accomplished such a feat, he sensed something amiss. The tall man bent down, and his formerly vibrant red eyes darkened ominously, revealing crimson scales along his long neck. Was this still human? Jiang Ling, overwhelmed by the spectacle, reacted swiftly, evading Pei Siyi's outstretched hand. His instinct for danger was sharp, and Pei Siyi now exuded an aura of terrifying peril. "Mr. Jiang," Xiao Nan dashed forward, swiftly restraining Pei Siyi's hands behind his back. At this moment, Pei Siyi had undoubtedly entered his sensitive period, yet he was still on the brink of losing control. Otherwise, a beta like Xiao Nan could not possibly contain him. He shouted to Jiang Ling, "Quick, retract your pheromones." If Jiang Ling could suppress his pheromones and cease provoking Pei Siyi, there was a chance to bring the still reasonable Pei Siyi back to the Pei residence. But pheromones? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. "What are those?" Xiao Nan was taken aback by this retort, nearly speechless. If Jiang Ling's expression of confusion had not seemed so genuine, he might have doubted his sincerity. How had the Jiang family raised their son? At 23, he was unaware of what pheromones were. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. As the scales on Pei Siyi's neck became increasingly pronounced, it was clear that once he revealed his true form, control would be impossible. Teaching Jiang Ling to manage his pheromones now seemed impractical, especially since Pei Siyi was already in heat. He had no choice but to say to Jiang Ling, Mr. Jiang, there is a suppressor in my briefcase. Please retrieve it. There was no alternative. Although suppressors had side effects, failing to use one would result in chaos. Xiao Nin spoke rapidly, and the urgency of the situation left little room for Jiang Ling to hesitate. He picked up the fallen briefcase, opened it, and dumped its contents onto the floor. Seeing several syringes of various colors, Jiang Ling inquired, "Which one?" "The blue one." Xiao Nin gritted his teeth, straining to hold Pei Siyu's hands tightly behind him. Signaling to Jiang Ling, injected into his arm. Jiang Ling picked up the syringe, despite his lack of knowledge about the suppressor. He felt compelled to follow Xiao Nan's instructions. He lifted his hand, aiming to inject Pei Siyu's arm. Clink! The sound of metal striking metal rang out, and the syringe broke in two. The dark red glow of the scales became fully visible. Both Jiang Ling and Xiao Nin froze in shock. It's over. A surge of intense danger gripped Jiang Ling's heart, and without hesitation, he swiftly retreated. His retreat was remarkably swift. As an imperial general, Pei Siyi possessed absolute strength, and quick reflexes coupled with agile movements were second nature to him. The distance between the three widened in the blink of an eye. Xiao Nin watched as the seemingly frail Omega executed a backflip, effortlessly propelling himself 10 meters away, feeling utterly deceived. This lightness, this graceful arc, clearly. Jiang Ling was not only strong, but also possessed astonishing reflexes. Who had the audacity to label him a delicate, indecisive, tearful Omega? Was this an attempt to tarnish his reputation as a top assistant? Before Xiao Nin could unravel the identity of the schemer, he was sent flying by his own boss's palm. Just as Jiang Ling's toes grazed the ground, a piercing scream echoed behind him. He turned to look, only to feel a powerful wind rush toward him, followed by a large hand encircling his waist. Crash! The sound of shattering glass erupted, causing pedestrians to gasp as they turned to the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows. A crimson Qilin burst through the glass, soaring into the air before its form expanded dramatically. Though it had no wings, it ran upon fiery red flames, sprinting through the sky. However, after only a few strides, it seemed to cross an invisible threshold and vanished into thin air. Chapter 6. The Pei family manor onlookers stood in stunned silence. Is that a Qilin? Why does it look so familiar? Obviously. The crimson scales and the vermilion horns. It's the childhood nightmare. Pei Siyi. What? It's him? Surely he does not intend to fight again. Highly likely. I just saw him carrying someone in his mouth. I saw that too. I thought I was seeing things. It has come to an end, and one cannot discern which young master it was that was brazenly taken back for a beating. One might say he has ventured into the gates of the underworld. The passers-by murmured among themselves, yet a sudden commotion arose from behind. Bang! What was that sound? The crowd turned to glance at the coffee shop, where they beheld a gentleman in a suit wearing silver-framed glasses, appearing quite refined as he stood up after pushing aside an overturned table. Fragments of glass cascaded to the floor, creating a cacophony of noise. The gentleman seemed somewhat flustered, yet the words he spoke left the audience in awe. Xiao Nin raised his phone, his tone grave. Quickly locate Pei Siyi, report his whereabouts in real time, mobilize all beta subordinates, bring the suppressants, and intercept Pei Siyi. Even if we cannot stop him, we must seize the individuals in his possession. What? Who are you trying to intercept? Who do you intend to seize? The attendees were left dumbfounded, their gazes towards Xiao Nin filled with admiration. Who would have thought that you are indeed a valiant warrior? We are in your debt. But then, the crowd suddenly realized. Wait a moment. You're intercepting someone, but what else with the suppressants? An answer loomed in their hearts as they saw Xiao Nin dial another number. This time, however, his voice was no longer solemn. As he adjusted his glasses, a glimmer passed, and a tear rolled down his cheek. His voice was exceedingly feeble. Chairman, it's bad. Siyi's sensitive period has come early. He injured me and fled. Cough, cough, but rest assured, I've already sent personnel to locate and intercept him. The coordinates have been sent to your phone. It's no trouble. It's my duty. Cough, cough. Thank you for your remuneration. After hanging up, Xiao Nin wiped his hand with his sleeve, the tear gone. Noticing everyone staring at him, he frowned and spoke coolly. What are you looking at? We're all just workers. Who is more noble? Having said that, he adjusted his glasses and turned to leave. The crowd remained utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, your boss is in a sensitive period, but you are merely putting on a performance. At the Pei family estate, It had already been 14 hours. Had they found him yet? Why was there no news? The old man, Pei Siyi, narrowed his eyes. His glasses perched on his nose, raising his phone from a distance. Finding a daughter-in-law is such a tedious affair in my grandfather's day. Even if I hadn't found my destined partner, I still had a wife. Pei Yi observed his father descending the stairs, frantically signaling to his old man. Dad, don't say that. You might want to turn around. I don't believe you're empty-handed. However, his father furrowed his brow, looking quite displeased. What is wrong with you? Are you having a fit? Pei Yi wore a look of exasperation. Forget it. Life and death are fated, and wealth is in the heavens. Since his father chooses his own demise, he cannot be stopped. He stood up, smiling at seeing Nuo, who was coming down the stairs. Calling out, Dad. Hearing this, Pei Siyi jolted, his glasses sliding askew on his nose. A cold scoff echoed from above. Pei Siyi turned to see his wife standing behind the sofa, looking down at him. Nuo's golden eyes bore a chilling gaze as she looked at Pei Siyi. She slightly curled her lips, her voice soft yet terrifying. So, you're regretting not finding your destined partner? Pei Siyi tossed aside his phone and embraced Nuo's waist. My dear, you must not slander me. By heaven's conscience. I met you halfway through my search for my destined partner, and at that moment, I could not move forward, deciding I would forsake my destined partner for you. Nuo nodded. Oh, so you mean to say I have hindered your search for your destined partner? Pei Siyi gasped. That is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? What I mean is, I only want you. I want none other. What destined partner before you? They're all nothing. Ah, sweet words. Pei Yi looked at his father collapsed on the sofa, grinning broadly. Dad, now that you've struck the old man, you can't hit me. Nuo gazed at his face, which bore a striking resemblance to Pei Siyi, and smiled gently. The next moment, Pei Yi done for. Observing the two collapsed on the sofa, Nuo elegantly waved her hand and turned to leave. But in the next second, Pei Yi's phone rang. Nuo's lashes fluttered as she examined the screen, displaying her son's assistant Xiao Nan's name. Picking up the phone to answer. Before she could speak, an exceedingly weak voice came through. Chairman, it's bad. San Yi's sensitive period has come early. He injured me and fled. Upon hearing this, his brow furrowed slightly. His grandson's sensitive period has arrived early? What is happening? There was no time for further inquiries. They must find him first and ensure no harm came to other Omegas. However, given that Pei Siyi had that boy's capabilities, capturing him would indeed be challenging. They must act swiftly before he fully loses his sanity and take control of him. With this in mind, he replied, Understood. Thank you for your efforts. Continue the pursuit and notify Pei Yi at the first opportunity. After finishing, he used Pei Yi's phone to transfer a token of appreciation to the young assistant. After hanging up, Nuo glanced at the two feigning unconsciousness, her brow slightly furrowing, preparing to give each a kick to wake them when she suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation behind her. Be careful. The father and son, who were pretending to be dead, sprang up instantly. Pei Yi transformed in his golden Qilin form, while Pei Siyi shielded Nuo behind him. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the hall shattered with a loud bang, countless shards of glass flying, accompanied by the sounds of vases shattering and debris slicing through the air. Pei Yi's true form was sizable. Standing before his parents, he could block all the fragments. The glass collided with his golden scales, leaving only the crisp sound of shattering, without a trace left behind. Pei Siyi held Nuo tightly, checking frantically. Darling, are you all right? Did you get hurt? I'm fine. Nuo brushed aside his hand, her gaze fixed on the sky above the courtyard. This young man seems to still possess some rationality. From the moment the energy appeared, they knew who was coming. It was his grandson, Pei Siyi, who had entered his sensitive period. Knowing that only his father and grandfather could control him, he headed straight for the old estate. By the looks of it, he hadn't harmed any other Omegas yet. Nuo nodded with satisfaction. Just as she was about to call for Pei Siyi and his son to subdue him, Pei Siyi turned back in fury, his glasses nearly flying off his nose. He pointed at Pei Siyi and shouted, You ungrateful wretch! How dare you harm your grandfather? Nuo. Pei Siyi was both amused and exasperated, her golden eyes narrowing. Old man, who are you cursing? Chapter 7. The Education of Love, cursing Pei Siyi as an ungrateful wretch. What does that make them, the elders? Pei Yi looked at his father, his big eyes filled with exasperation. Hey, Dad, if you want to curse your grandson, go ahead, but why drag the whole family into it? Pei Qin. Pei Qin caught a glimpse of his wife's terrifying gaze from the corner of his eye and swallowed hard. Darling, I didn't mean to curse you. Si Nuo, tired of this nonsensical old man, maintained her composure and gazed toward the source of the energy fluctuation. Outside the courtyard, the energy surge intensified, its color shifting from golden to crimson, eventually coalescing into a crimson door in midair. This was the chaotic door formed by Pei Siyi's primal power, representing bloodline and strength, possessed by only a select few. Piye, Roy, what madness is this boy up to now? Si Nuo said nothing further. They would understand once they saw him. It was as if someone was pushing open the door from within, and the crimson entrance slowly swung open. As the door opened, the first thing to diffuse was Pei Siyi's potent pheromones. Although it was already evening, and the dusk should bring a breeze fragrant with lychee, it was banished in an instant by the rich scent of wood that accompanied Pei Siyi's emergence. The crisp, dry aroma of cedar swept through, while the lingering scent of vetiver effectively soothed the emotions. The contradictory yet harmonious blend of both aggressive and calming pheromones seemed capable of easily swaying one's emotions. As soon as this pheromone emerged, Pei Qin and his son were acutely aware of Pei Siyi's erratic behavior. It seemed he had not found a partner and had instead succumbed to his own sensitivity. The alpha's pheromone during the sensitivity period was akin to poison for an omega. Si Nuo furrowed his brow, instinctively raising his hand to shield his nose. Just as he was about to retreat, he was enveloped by Pei Qin's calming pheromone. Ah no. Pei Qin once again steadied him, his expression finally turning serious. Come, I shall escort you away. Si Nuo did not refuse. Although he was a powerful nine-tailed fox, he could not withstand the overwhelming pheromone of the chaotic Qilin Alpha, especially the enticing pheromone that accompanied the sensitivity period. Pei Yi, transformed into a golden Qilin, took a few steps forward, clearly protective. Roar. Father, take Dad back to the room first. I will handle this brat. Pei Qin prioritized his partner, supporting Si Nuo as they departed, but not before reminding him, go fight on the mountain behind. Keep the noise down. If you disturb your father's rest, I will deal with you. Pei Yi felt frustrated. Why should he be punished for his son's mistakes? Roar. Suddenly, the crimson door swung wide open, emanating an aura of fiery intensity, revealing a massive dark red Qilin. Hearing the thunderous roar, Pei Yi's anger flared. He wanted to shout, but feared disturbing his father's rest, so he could only growl softly. Roar. Little brat, unable to find a partner, you resort to tormenting your father. Truly, your lack of education has hindered your respect for the elders. While your father is away today, I shall teach you a lesson. Pei Siyi was in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the words around him. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to return home and nest with his partner. However, this was not the place he wished to nest. He seemed to have taken a wrong turn. After Pei Yi's roar, Pei Siyi turned and opened the crimson door once more, intending to leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Yi kicked the door shut. Bang! The crimson door slammed shut, blocking Pei Siyi's path home. It was absurd. Allowing Pei Siyi to leave at this moment would mean welcoming an unfamiliar daughter-in-law the next day. Unlike ordinary alphas who could use suppressants, perhaps due to the Qilin clan's formidable strength, suppressants were ineffective for them. Thus, when the sensitivity period approached, without the soothing pheromones of an omega, they were left to endure it and would completely lose their rationality. If not closely monitored, they could inadvertently harm others and could easily fall victim to schemes. Such instances were not unheard of. Therefore, the Pei family had long concealed the fact that suppressants were ineffective for their alphas. Before the onset of the sensitivity period, they would voluntarily enter specially designed isolation rooms to endure it alone. Yet, without the comfort of an omega, each sensitivity period would become more severe than the last. Perhaps this was why the Qilin clan had the opportunity to seek their destined partner upon reaching maturity. After all, the higher the compatibility, the easier it became for both parties to attain solace. However, it appeared that his son had not found his destined partner. Pei Yi felt a tinge of regret, but was more inclined to acknowledge the truth. They indeed had a chance to find their destined partner. But whether they could succeed was another matter entirely. For 3 generations preceding him, no one had encountered that perfect match. Pei Yi gazed at his son and growled, roar. Without a partner, return to your isolation room. Are you wandering about to flaunt your single prowess? Perhaps due to proximity. Pei Siyi finally heard a few words clearly. Without a partner, isolation room. Pei Siyi frowned, expressing his displeasure with a roar. Roar. Get lost. I will not go to the isolation room. I already have a partner. Why must I go to that cold isolation room? It is far more comforting to hold my fragrant and soft partner. With these thoughts, Pei Siyi's urgency to return home intensified. He glared at the golden Qilin blocking his way and threateningly stepped forward, his dark red pupils narrowing, the scales shimmering, and the surrounding air thickening with tension. He raised his head, releasing the imposing aura of the chaotic Qilin. What a little brat. You have indeed grown up, even wanted to fight your old man. Pei Siyi ground his teeth, also unleashing his own pressure. As for what his father suggested, go to the back mountain to fight, it was likely too late. He was certain that the moment he turned away, this brat would dash for the door. Given this situation, it was the perfect opportunity to test his son's strength. With golden eyes gleaming, his massive form tensed. Roar! With a furious roar, the two figures, one golden and one red, collided. Bang! The sound of a tremendous metallic clash sent flowers and trees toppling throughout the courtyard. Inside the room, Pei Qingtian, who was guarding his partner, sensed something was amiss upon hearing the commotion. What was happening? Hadn't they just entered the sensitivity period? How could they lose control so quickly? The two exchanged glances, and seeing Nua urged, "You must help him." If Pei Siyi truly lost control and became violent, Pei Yi would likely be unable to withstand it. Pei Qingtian understood this as well, and, having filled the room with his pheromones, hurried downstairs. Before reaching the courtyard, he was met with a whirlwind caused by the two combatants. Chapter 8. Fragile Remnants of Omega. Bang bang bang. Roar. Pei Siyi's impatience was palpable. In his fury, he sought to swiftly eliminate the obstacle before him. The crimson horns atop his head began to charge with energy, his dark red pupils filled with murderous intent. Pei Yi had just taken a hit from his son and was gasping for breath, clutching his chest, when he saw Pei Siyi charging toward him once more. Was he attempting to gore him to death? Pei Yi sidestepped to evade, but was still struck on the right shoulder by the horn. Roar! Damn, that hurts. Pei Yi rolled on the ground several times before rising, only to see Pei Siyi charging at him again. Coming back for more, Pei Yi gritted his teeth, placing a hand on the ground, preparing to summon his primal power. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck Pei Siyi directly. Roar! Pei Siyi cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. He attempted to struggle, but the electric currents coursing through him felt like chains binding him tightly. The more he struggled, the tighter they became, the shocks becoming more intense. Watching Pei Siyi writhe in agony, Pei Yi turned around to see his father transformed into a thunder Qilin. Pei Qingtian glared at him. What are you staring at? Hurry and get him to the isolation room. Oh. Pei Yi retracted his primal power and rushed forward, preparing to drag Pei Siyi away when he felt something approaching. Looking up, he saw a small white bundle tumble down from the slightly ajar crimson door. They were so large that Jiang Ling's figure appeared no bigger than a fingertip in their eyes. Pei Qingtian, what is this? Before they could comprehend, Pei Siyi began to struggle desperately. Roar! The electricity crackled with each movement, the smell of singed fur permeating the air, mingled with a hint of blood. Pei Qingtian and Pei Yi were taken aback. Pei Qingtian quickly eased his grip on the restraints, but astonishingly, Pei Siyi seized the moment to lunge forward, capturing the fallen white bundle in his mouth before gently placing it on the ground. Jiang Ling, with his pale skin and disheveled moon-white hair, looked ethereal. As he closed his eyes, he lost the last trace of his icy blue hue, becoming as pale as a wisp of smoke, ready to dissipate at the slightest touch. Pei Siyi's chaotic mind received a jolt, miraculously regaining a fragment of clarity. Why had he fainted? Pei Siyi shook his head, the murky thoughts clouding his mind, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. He gazed anxiously at Jiang Ling, whose eyes were tightly shut, feeling utterly lost. Bound by restraints, he found himself powerless to act. Driven by instinct, he lowered his head and gently rubbed his face against Jiang Ling, whispering his name softly. Jiang Ling, Jiang Ling. Pei Qin and his father were left utterly dumbfounded. That white bundle was indeed a person, and an Omega at that. The two exchanged glances, momentarily unsure whether this Omega was the other half that Pei Siyi had chosen, or if he had been forcibly taken in his delirium. Pei Qin exclaimed, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must separate these two. I will take this boy to the isolation room, and you must take the Omega to the hospital." Pei Yi nodded, turning to shrink his form and dart back into the room. Unfortunately, while everyone in this world could control their physical size, no one could manipulate the size of their garments, and his clothes had long since torn apart upon revealing his true form. Once back in his room, he swiftly transformed back into human form and changed his attire before returning to the courtyard. Seeing that he was ready, Pei Qin advanced directly to take Pei Siyi away. Pei Siyi, upon seeing him approach, roared in fury, "Get away! Do not come near him!" Pei Qin clicked his tongue and tightened the restraints a little more. The body enveloped in crackling electricity trembled uncontrollably. Yet Pei Siyi gritted his teeth and refused to leave Jiang Ling's side. But Pei Qin paid no heed to his reluctance and dragged him away. With Pei Siyi no longer obstructing him, Pei Yi rushed forward and scooped up the Omega, fleeing. Witnessing this scene, Pei Siyi's rage skyrocketed. Alphas possess a natural instinct of possessiveness over their Omega, and Pei Siyi's was particularly extreme. The sight of his chosen Omega being held by another Alpha consumed the fragile remnants of his sanity with fury. "Release him." As he struggled, arcs of electricity surged throughout his body, intensifying. His crimson eyes glowed even more brilliantly, and the scent of scorched flesh filled the air. Pei Qin turned in astonishment, the bindings of electricity failing to constrain Pei Siyi as he broke free. In that split second of liberation, Pei Siyi struck out, kicking Pei Qin away, and propelled himself towards Pei Yi. Pei Yi had barely taken 2 steps when he heard a furious roar from behind. In a moment of crisis, he instinctively tossed the Omega aside. Pei Siyi, upon seeing this, altered his trajectory and caught the Omega once more. Pei Yi rolled on the ground twice before looking up to see Pei Siyi scorched and bleeding beneath his crimson scales, seemingly oblivious to his own injuries. Solely focused on protecting the Omega, Pei Yi gasped in disbelief, his shoulder aching from the impact of Pei Siyi's earlier charge. Pei Qin, having been genuinely kicked, grimaced in pain. "On my old back." Pei Yi turned at the sound, only to find his father lying on the ground, lamenting. Pei Yi thought, "Has Pei Siyi broken free from my father's thunderous grip? This boy has grown to such an extent." A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Shock, joy, pride, and confusion. He should have been pleased by his son's formidable strength, yet the current situation left him unable to smile. He gazed fretfully at the injured Pei Siyi. This boy was truly willing to fight for that Omega. What to do? Allow them to leave? No, having recently come into close contact with that white bundle, he realized that it was not merely an Omega, but a frail and damaged one. How could such a fragile Omega withstand the tumultuous presence of Pei Siyi, especially when unconscious and unable to offer reassuring pheromones? Handing such a fragile Omega over to Pei Siyi would be akin to sentencing him to death. They must be separated, and Pei Siyi must also be placed in isolation. How could this be accomplished? In a courtyard, remnants of flowers swirled chaotically as the chaotic portal opened once more, this time directly before Pei Siyi. He seized the damaged Omega and flew straight into the portal. Pei Yi, in a state of desperation, shouted, "Father, bind him once more." Pei Qin wasted no time and struck out again, summoning lightning once more. Pei Siyi immediately dodged, but Pei Qin had anticipated his movement. In the instant Pei Siyi evaded, Pei Qin appeared silently behind him, delivering a swift kick to his back. With a thud, Pei Siyi was sent flying, crashing to the ground where he was ensnared by waiting lightning, while the Omega fell directly into Pei Ye's grasp. "Ah, my obedient grandson, the old fox still has his tricks. When I was fighting, your father wasn't even born yet." Pei Qin laughed heartily, relishing his revenge. However, the next moment, the singular chaotic portal suddenly multiplied into numerous portals, filling the sky and ground alike. Pei Qin's smile gradually faded. Chapter 9. But he calls you his wife. Jiang Ling was awakened by the sounds of a fierce battle. As he opened his eyes, he witnessed a gigantic dark red creature burst forth from one portal, colliding with a golden beast that had been in its blind spot. The golden creature let out a pained roar, sliding across the ground for quite a distance before coming to a halt. Then, a deep blue creature emerged from the other side, appearing injured and moving slowly and unsteadily. Yet it still directed a roar at the dark red monster. Jiang Ling, now closer, could distinctly feel the intense gale produced by that roar. Fragments of stone and broken branches flew past him like sharp blades. Dust mingling with remnants of flowers obscured the battlefield, and thunder cracked ominously. There were no dark clouds, no torrential rain. It was as if lightning descended from a clear sky, striking directly at the dark red creature, as if guided by an unseen force. Jiang Ling had never witnessed such bizarre lightning before. Amidst the swirling debris, he closed his eyes and raised his hand to shield himself, only to discover that these elements seemed incapable of touching him. It felt as if he were enclosed within a transparent glass dome, isolated from everything except the wind and sound. His silvery hair was tousled by the fierce winds as he sat amidst a scatter of petals, rendered speechless. He recognized that dark red creature. It was Pei Siyi. He had not forgotten that after he had rejected his advances, that stubborn and domineering man had transformed into a monster, carrying him away and thrusting him into a dim, chaotic space where he had inevitably succumbed to sleep. So, what was happening now? Why could humans transform into monsters? If Pei Siyi was dark red, did that mean the other two were also once human? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the golden creature, now on its feet, angrily exclaim, "You little brat, if I don't knock you down today, I'm not your father." Jiang Ling stared at the gold creature that spoke human words, his mind momentarily malfunctioning, filled only with absurdity. This was madness. What kind of bizarre world had he stumbled into? The Kirin clan possessed exceptional hearing, and even as Jiang Ling muttered softly, all three Kirin present heard him clearly. The once chaotic battle between the three creatures abruptly ceased, and they turned their gazes toward Jiang Ling. The roars and howls vanished, and the airborne debris settled to the ground. The atmosphere grew eerily still. Jiang Ling, under the scrutiny of three colossal creatures, felt an unsettling chill. Even the calmest among them would have been unnerved. His breath slowed and became heavy, fingers digging into his palm as he instinctively raised his hand to touch his left wrist, where his mech had once resided. Now, however, it was empty. His slender fingers trembled, lips pressed tightly together, and the muted emotions reflected in his downcast eyes were inscrutable, like an utterly tranquil sea. Yet beneath the surface lay countless undercurrents ready to engulf him. After a brief moment, he rose, his ice-blue gaze fixed upon them, particularly the dark red Kirin. Pei Yi and Pei Qin exchanged astonished glances. Under the potent pheromones emitted by Pei Siyi, this damaged Omega surprisingly did not succumb to the call of heat, and appeared to maintain a semblance of rationality. Upon contemplating the identity of the impaired Omega, both individuals arrived at a shared hypothesis. Could it be that this damaged Omega was incapable of perceiving pheromones? If that were the case, it would certainly elucidate the situation. Just as Pei Siyi was about to advance, Pei Yi hurriedly intervened, addressing Jiang Ling. "Omega, this fellow is currently in his sensitive period. Please proceed indoors. We shall escort you to the hospital once we have subdued him." Pei Qin also positioned himself before Pei Siyi, adding, "Moreover, you ought to temper your pheromones. An excess will only further cloud his judgment." Jiang Ling's fingertips trembled. What did this imply? Was his pheromones the catalyst for Pei Siyi's current state? His brows knitted together in concern. "I apologize. It was unintentional. Could you please explain what pheromones are?" "I will attempt to retract them." Pei Qin tilted his head in disbelief. "You are unaware of what pheromones are? Where on earth did this damaged Omega emerge from to lack such fundamental knowledge? Even if he cannot perceive them, surely he must have studied it in biology class." Yet Jiang Ling continued to shake his head. "I do not know." The Pei father-son duo fell into silence, and at that moment, Pei Siyi opened a door behind him and retreated inside. Realizing this, Pei Qin swiftly turned around, but he was a moment too late, forced to watch Pei Siyi vanish from sight. His teeth clenched in frustration as he charged towards Jiang Ling. Pei Yi also rushed towards Jiang Ling, shouting as he ran, "Run! Get away from there!" The two enormous Qilin charged forward, shaking the very ground beneath them with their formidable presence, evoking the image of two warships racing towards Jiang Ling. His heart raced, and just as he intended to retreat indoors, he unexpectedly turned to find himself staring into a pair of dark red, massive eyes. Jiang Ling's pupils constricted, and his steps faltered. The chilling pheromones enveloped his senses as Pei Siyi bowed his head, overwhelmed by heat. The cool omega resembled a delectable ice cream, tantalizingly sweet, inciting an irrational desire to taste. Pei Siyi had never been one to deny himself. If the thought arose, he would act upon it. As he leaned closer to Jiang Ling, the latter instinctively stepped back, unwilling to be taken again. He raised his hand to press against the approaching large head, firmly stating, "Pei Siyi, do not bite." This was merely an instinctual rejection. He had not anticipated that Pei Siyi would relent. Nor had even Pei Qin and his son considered such a possibility. They clearly recognized the madness of Pei Siyi during his sensitive period, devoid of phenomenal reassurance. He transformed into a relentless predator, recklessly pursuing Jiang Ling without regard for consequences. The injuries adorning his body bore testament to this. Despite being battered and bruised, he refused to allow anyone to approach Jiang Ling and would go to great lengths to take him away. His obsession with obtaining this damaged omega was so fervent that it could not possibly be halted by mere words. Everyone believed it to be impossible. Yet, impossibility became reality. Pei Siyi lowered his head, the enormous cranium gently nudging against Jiang Ling's delicate palm, his heated breath coming in quick bursts. Jiang Ling could even feel the subtle tremors beneath his hand. Yet Pei Siyi nuzzled with a surprising gentleness, akin to a large pet seeking to please. Pei Siyi murmured softly against his palm. However, Jiang Ling could not comprehend the language of the Qilin. Observing the docile giant before him, his expression stiffened, and even his breath seemed to stutter. What was happening? The Pei father-son duo was equally taken aback. Jiang Ling did not grasp Pei Siyi's words, but they understood. Pei's expression grew peculiar as he turned to Jiang Ling. "You are the one he seeks. Why did you not mention it sooner? Had I known, I wouldn't have stopped him." Jiang Ling shook his head. "I am not." Pei Qin stepped forward, "But he calls you his wife." Jiang Ling. His palm felt as though it had been scalded, and he swiftly withdrew it, concealing it behind his back. His fingertips digging into his palm as a hint of indignation surfaced on his otherwise serene face. The young general found himself unexpectedly embroiled in a romantic entanglement. He had clearly refused at the first opportunity. Yet this individual seemed incapable of understanding, transforming into a beast and whisking him away to his lair, thus tarnishing his reputation. If only he had his mech. Jiang Ling pressed his lips together, his elegant brows knitting in irritation. He mused, had he possessed his mech, he would never have been reduced to such a passive role. The self-important young master, the beast oblivious to rejection. This bizarre world was becoming increasingly intolerable. The icy palm that had rested upon his face withdrew, and Pei Siyi, troubled and frowning, yearned to draw closer to Jiang Ling, only to be met with a pair of disdainful, icy eyes. He sensed the overwhelming aversion within the cool pheromones. The once delightful ice cream transforming into a piercing icicle that struck at his core. His muddled thoughts fell into an abyss of emptiness, leaving Pei Siyi frozen in place. Even Pei Qin and his son could perceive the discontent emanating from this damaged omega. I've already rebuffed his advances. I'm not his wife. He has forcibly brought me here without my consent. I do not require your escort to the hospital. I merely wish to leave at this moment. Chapter 10. The feeling of heartbeat the sunset had unknowingly crept up to the tips of the moonlit hair. A faint, artificial blush appearing on Jiang Ling's pallid face. Dust from the ground clung to the white sleeves of his attire, starkly visible against the creases. He cast a brief glance downward before raising his hand to brush away the incongruous colors. He appeared indifferent, his demeanor casual yet exuding an undeniable authority that demanded respect. I apologize for disturbing your esteemed residence. It is getting late, and I shall take my leave. Jiang Ling's etiquette was instinctual. Even though his visit was not of his own volition, he still felt compelled to express his apologies to the hosts. He regarded the three massive creatures, uncertain of how to address them, before nodding slightly and turning to depart. It was not until Jiang Ling had walked a good 10 meters that the three Qilin remained momentarily stunned. It was the second-floor resident, Si Nuo, who called out to him, "Stay." Si Nuo observed the cool silhouette and remarked, "The city center is 60 kilometers away. You cannot catch a ride. If you walk, it will take you until tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's footsteps faltered, his pupils subtly quivering. 60 kilometers? Yet the sun had only just begun to blush in the sky, indicating that his unconsciousness had lasted no more than an hour. Recalling Pei Siyi's parting words, that as long as the distance did not exceed 1,000 kilometers, he could instantly arrive at his side. Was it through that door? His thoughts raced as Jiang Ling turned back. His gaze swept across Pei Siyi, pausing for a moment before glancing at Pei Yi and Pei Qin, ultimately settling on the lone human figure on the second-floor balcony. The distance, coupled with the backlighting, obscured the person's features, but he could discern the elegant figure, silver hair, and a hint of nobility and grace. Jiang Ling inquired, "May I ask how to address you?" "I am Si Nua, the grandfather of that rascal Pei Siyi." The elongated golden eyes regarded Jiang Ling, a gentle smile gracing Si Nua's lips. "Please allow me to apologize on behalf of that young man. May I invite you to dinner? I assure you, he shall not accompany us." Undeniably, Si Nua exuded an aura of gentleness, his voice reminiscent of a meandering stream, easing away fatigue and irritation with every word. In this unfamiliar world, Jiang Ling finally encountered a somewhat normal human being. After all, with Pei Siyi as his grandson, it was inconceivable that he was genuinely human. Jiang Ling recalled Pei Siyi's self-introduction, the chaotic Qilin Alpha, and the description given by Zhou Jiming. The ice peacock damaged Omega. With Qilins and peacocks, it seemed that in this world, every individual could transform into an animal. This world, strange and bewildering, was challenging to accept. He cast his gaze downward, deliberately avoiding the hopeful eyes of Pei Siyi, merely lowering his head slightly and placing his hand upon his abdomen, murmuring, "I apologize for the disturbance." Observing Jiang Ling's polite demeanor, Si Nua recalled the information that Xiaonan had recently sent regarding Jiang Ling, the destined one of Pei Siyi, a fragile and broken Omega, the ice peacock of the Jiang family, reduced to a mere tool for a failed marriage. A faint smile graced Si Nua's lips, affirming Xiaonan's final remark. "Everything is a facade." A delicate whimper drew the attention of everyone present. Jiang Ling turned to see the once massive dark red Qilin had diminished to a mere height of a single person. Perhaps Jiang Ling's earlier words had provoked it, as it now stared at him, hesitating and reluctant to approach. It resembled a forsaken puppy, and had it not possessed such a fierce appearance, it might have evoked sympathy. However, Jiang Ling had witnessed its ferocity when it captured prey and its brutality during fights, rendering him unable to gaze upon Pei Siyi in this vulnerable state. Yet, he found himself obliged to stay in the home of his host, and to show indifference toward their son would be exceedingly impolite. He resolved to greet him, hoping Pei Siyi would not spiral into madness once more. As he approached, before he could utter a word, Si Nua directed the other two Qilin, "First, confine him to the isolation room. Do not disturb my guest." Pei Qin and his son snapped back to reality, perplexed as to how the daughter-in-law their grandson had brought back had suddenly transformed into Si Nua's guest. However, they dared not question further and took Pei Siyi away. They had anticipated some resistance from him, yet to their surprise, he complied remarkably well, his crimson gaze fixated on Jiang Ling until he was out of sight, at which point he lowered his head. Pei Siyi was cast into the isolation room. The sound of the heavy door locking echoed, severing Jiang Ling's presence entirely, replacing it with an oppressive darkness and silence devoid of sunlight. He would endure a week or perhaps longer in solitary confinement. On the third-floor terrace, Jiang Ling beheld the full grandeur of the Pei family's ancestral estate. Perched on the mountainside, the vast mansion stretched out before him, surrounded by endless mountain ranges, with not a soul in sight. Si Nua's earlier comment had been understated. Should he choose to leave now, he might find himself lost by the next day or encounter the lurking dangers of wolves and leopards. Jiang Ling turned to Si Nua, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. Why do you thank me when it is I who should be apologizing?" Si Nua, seated comfortably, poured a cup of tea for Jiang Ling, gesturing for him to sit. "After all, it was my grandson who brought you here. For his sake, I must extend proper hospitality." Upon hearing the term brought, Jiang Ling's expression momentarily stiffened. Were Pei Siyi an enemy, he would have likely been reduced to mere remnants of food by now. This loss of control was difficult for him to accept. Instinctively, he grasped his left wrist. Pheromones are chemical signals released by human glands, present in both alphas and omegas. Si Nua's unexpected interjection startled Jiang Ling, who soon realized he was addressing his confusion regarding pheromones. Sinua continued, if I am not mistaken, your pheromones belong to the frost and snow category, and you cannot perceive them, can you? The pheromones of destined partners influence one another. If Jiang Ling could sense them, Pei Siyi would not have lost his sanity, and Jiang Ling would not remain so composed. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling nodded, I cannot detect the scent of frost and snow. Indeed, Sinua sighed with a rueful smile. In several generations of the Pei family, only Pei Siyi had found his destined partner, yet the latter could not perceive his pheromones. Should one deem that fortunate or unfortunate? Noticing Sinua's sigh, Jiang Ling inquired, what purpose do pheromones serve? Why does Pei Siyi lose control due to them? It is not the pheromones that cause him to lose control. Rather, it is solely your pheromones that induce such a response, Sinua explained, lifting his teacup. Others do not yield such exaggerated effects. Jiang Ling grew increasingly perplexed. Why? Is he allergic to my pheromones? Sinua burst into laughter, genuinely amused. Do you truly not understand why? When you first encountered him, did you not feel even the slightest flutter of emotion? Jiang Ling recalled their first meeting in the coffee shop. Unlike his own subdued demeanor, the man was a vivid masterpiece, with striking red hair, deep crimson eyes, pronounced features, and an imposing presence, all accentuated by his tall and muscular physique that irresistibly drew attention. He could not deny the man's flawless appearance. Yet to claim he felt a stirring of the heart would be untrue. Chapter 11. The useless pursuit of a wife. Jiang Ling refrained from answering the final question, instead asking, can pheromones evoke feelings of affection? Pheromones do not typically instigate sudden feelings of affection, yet they possess an alluring quality, Sinua patiently elucidated. It is a signal released by glands. Alphas can use it to suppress other alphas and attract marked omegas. Conversely, an omega's pheromones can attract alphas, intensifying during their mating season. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, marked, mating season? What do these terms signify? Sinua rubbed his temples, child. I suspect the Jiang family has mistreated you. How can you lack such fundamental knowledge? Jiang Ling shook his head. I do not know. What do you mean you do not know? Have you not lived in the Jiang household? I am unclear. Jiang Ling replied softly. I do not remember anything. His tone was calm, yet Sinua nearly dropped his teacup in shock. His golden eyes widened as he searched for a hint of jest, but found none. The person before him, while composed, spoke with utmost seriousness. This was no jest. Sinua's smile gradually faded. It was a well-known fact that the bodies of broken omegas were frail. He began to suspect that Pei Siyi had lost his mind and inadvertently harmed this fragile omega, causing him to lose his memory. If that were the case, it was indeed a disastrous beginning to a courtship. To be rejected upon meeting was one thing, but to inadvertently injure someone to the point of amnesia was a calamitous start. Far from feeling affection, any ordinary person would prefer to distance themselves. Sinua hastily retrieved his phone, calling for a doctor. After all, it concerned his grandson's future happiness, and he felt compelled to intervene. An elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner arrived, having worked with the Pei family for decades. After a brief examination, he concluded, you exhibit signs of qi deficiency and fatigue, likely due to underdeveloped glands leading to a weakened immune system. You have a slight fever. A prescription will suffice. Not satisfied, Sinua inquired further. Are there no other issues? Oh, plenty, the doctor responded, eyeing Jiang Ling. I understand that many young people enjoy dieting, but you are a broken omega. Your bodily functions are already inferior. Moreover, you have a stomach ailment. Why are you not eating? Sinua was taken aback. You haven't eaten? Jiang Ling looked bewildered. I do not know. Sinua pressed. Aren't you hungry? Jiang Ling replied, I do not feel anything. The doctor scoffed. It's not that you don't feel anything. You're simply too far gone with hunger. You haven't eaten for at least 2 days. Jiang Ling fell into deep thought. Surely, the original owner of this body could not have starved to death. Sinua promptly ordered someone to prepare congee and continue to question the doctor, Uncle Xiao. This child claims he remembers nothing. I am concerned he may have sustained a head injury. Please examine him for any external trauma, and I will take him to the hospital for further evaluation tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xiao paused, resuming his examination of Jiang Ling's head. He gently parted Jiang Ling's long hair, asking, does anything hurt? Jiang Ling allowed him to inspect without resistance, simply responding obediently, no. Xiao Shu carefully examined the child and remarked, there are no external injuries, but this child is severely malnourished and has low blood sugar, which likely leads to frequent fainting episodes. As for the amnesia, Feeling the chaotic pheromones and pulse of Jiang Ling, Xiao Shu added, "It is highly probable that the cause is excessive stimulation. However, to ascertain the specifics, we should take him to the hospital for imaging." Jiang Ling was left speechless. His frail body felt like it was exposed to the elements from all sides. He thought of his own healthy physique, capable of enduring intense mecha combat without issue. Alas, his body had likely turned to ashes in that explosion. Once Xiao Shu departed, Si Nuo turned his attention back to Jiang Ling. The autumn sunset was exceptionally resplendent, casting a vibrant glow on Jiang Ling's face. "Thank you," Jiang Ling expressed his gratitude once more, this time for the concern regarding his health. From the conversations with Zhou Jiming, the other patrons of the cafe, and Xiao Shu's words, it became apparent that the residual Omega's body bore significant flaws. Falling short of the norm, Jiang Ling pondered that this could be another way of describing a disabled person. A disabled individual who had rejected the heir of a prestigious family. One could imagine that not only would the parents judge him, but even bystanders might deem him ungrateful. Yet, Si Nuo, as Pei Siyi's grandfather, did not impose any hardships upon him. Rather, he showed genuine concern. This somewhat alleviated Jiang Ling's dissatisfaction with the world. Si Nuo gazed at the residual Omega, whom his grandson had claimed, feeling a sense of worry. The child's health was exceedingly poor, and he feared that Pei Siyi, in his recklessness, might inadvertently harm him before he could pursue him. Si Nuo thought it prudent to keep a watchful eye, especially with Pei Siyi's father absent. "Tomorrow, I will take you to the hospital for an examination," Si Nuo stated. "For now, you should rest well. I have arranged for a guest room. You may freshen up. As for a change of clothes, you'll have to make do with my grandsons, but rest assured, they are unworn." Si Nuo's arrangements were meticulous, leaving Jiang Ling with no reason to refuse. After all, his current suit was crumpled and covered in dust and dirt, rendering him quite disheveled. "Thank you, but I can manage the hospital visit on my own," Jiang Ling replied. Si Nuo did not insist. He could investigate Jiang Ling's situation at any time. "Very well. Then I shall have someone escort you back to the city tomorrow." Si Nuo led Jiang Ling to a guest room on the second floor. Time was of the essence, and he instructed, "If you find anything missing, just inform the servant. I have prepared some porridge. Once you finish washing up, it should be ready for you to eat." Jiang Ling bit his lip, able only to utter a simple, "Thank you." After ensuring Jiang Ling was settled, Si Nuo descended to the living room on the first floor. The mess had been cleaned up, and aside from the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, everything else had returned to its original state. Upon seeing Si Nuo, Pei Qian and his son quickly approached. They had already learned everything from Xiao Nan. This residual Omega was the destined partner Pei Siyi had found, and moreover, he was recognized as Pei Siyi's other half. The men of the Pei family seldom fell in love, and when they did, it was a lifelong commitment. Thus, both father and son were quite concerned. "Dear," Pei Qian said, leaning closer to Si Nuo, "how is the child? Has he agreed to be my granddaughter-in-law?" Pei Yi also leaned inattentively. Si Nuo shot a cold glance at Pei Qian, his anger simmering. It seems the Pei family not only passes on their bloodline, but also their ineptitude in courting. "You are like this, your son is like this. And now your grandson follows suit. While others pursue love and grow fonder, you all seem to grow more resentful." Pei Qian, Pei Yi. Could it be that Pei Siyi has also become the target of hatred from his partner? Chapter 12. The frail body, soft, long hair clung to a delicate waist, and moist eyelids drooped slightly. Standing amidst the misty steam, he appeared even more ethereal, like a wisp of fog that could dissipate at any moment. As the warm water cascaded down his shoulders, the tension that had gripped Jiang Ling finally began to ease. With his emotions relaxed, all the fatigue and weakness surged forth. Thud! Jiang Ling, feeling utterly drained, leaned against the wall, the cold tiles making him shiver. Yet he lacked the strength to stand. It was then that Jiang Ling first comprehended how frail this body truly was. Although this body resembled his own, the physical resilience was worlds apart. He longed to return, to be back in his own body. He disliked this place. The people here were all so peculiar. As both his emotions and body began to tire, negative feelings quietly took root, entwining around his heart, persistently threatening to invade it. Yet, such negativity heavily influenced one's thoughts. Thus, Jiang Ling closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Upon reopening his eyes, he returned to a state of calmness. Emerging from the bathroom clad in Pei Siyi's attire, the satin shirt flowed smoothly, with the rolled-up sleeves easily falling down to cover his fingertips. The pant legs, slightly too long, slipped down to obscure his toes with every few steps, as if they wished to envelop him entirely. Jiang Ling helplessly flicked the long sleeves and glanced down at the trailing pants, resignedly lifting the hems as he hastily approached the bedside. Just as his fingers brushed the fabric, a pronounced tremor resonated from the floor. Bang! A loud thud echoed from deep below, causing Jiang Ling's fingers to momentarily pause as he hurried to the balcony. His gaze fell upon the yard, now shrouded in darkness, and he stared at the ground. What was that? An earthquake? With such a commotion, surely others must have heard it, yet there was no sign of disturbance. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked upon, and a servant's voice called from outside, "Mr. Jiang, the meal is ready. You may dine now." Jiang Ling responded and suppressed his curiosity as he turned to descend the stairs. Pei Qian and his son were discussing how to assist their son in winning over his bride when they saw Jiang Ling descending, his pheromones now completely restrained. The two quickly fell silent, sitting upright and presenting Jiang Ling with bright smiles. Jiang Ling hesitated at their cheerful expressions. Remembering the two Qilins that had tussled with Pei Siyi earlier, a suspicion formed in his mind. What are you dawdling for? Pei Qian, thinking Jiang Ling was merely shy, encouraged. Make yourself at home. We are all family now. Pei Qian winced as pain shot through his foot, immediately biting his tongue and shooting a look of innocence at Xinua. Xinua, unfazed, calmly retracted his leg and gestured for Jiang Ling to sit. After Jiang Ling took a seat, Xinua introduced, "Allow me to present these two individuals. My partner, Pei Qian, the grandfather of Pei Siyi, and my son, Pei Yi, the father of Pei Siyi." Jiang Ling felt a momentary pause in his movements, glancing over the three of them, and finally seeming to understand. He nodded at them. "Hello, Grandpa Pei, Uncle Pei, I am Jiang Ling." Pei Qian and Pei Yi smiled, eager to engage in conversation, but Xinua cut them off. "Let us eat first. We can talk afterwards." He remembered how Jiang Ling had gone 2 days without food. If he didn't eat soon, he might collapse from hunger. Before Jiang Ling lay a bowl of corn and rib porridge. The sight of food, previously unremarkable, ignited a wave of hunger within him. As he picked up the spoon to eat, the table fell into a tranquil silence. Fortunately, Jiang Ling had always dined alone, accustomed to eating in silence, which made him feel somewhat at ease. However, just after he began to eat, another tremor struck. Bang! The spoon clattered into the bowl, and Jiang Ling looked up to see the three individuals before him appearing completely unfazed. "No need to worry," Xinua reassured. "This noise is just from Pei Siyi. It's common during the sensitive period. It will subside in a few days." Jiang Ling was taken aback by the nonchalant tone, but that sound seemed to come from below the ground. Pei Yi nodded, affirming that Pei Siyi was indeed confined in the underground isolation chamber. The sudden, thunderous sounds reverberated, nearly toppling the water cup on the table. Quick as a flash, Pei Qian steadied the cup, frowning as he remarked, "However, the commotion this time is indeed rather excessive. I shall bind him shortly. If he continues to ram against the walls like this, he might as well forego sleep tonight." Jiang Ling, observing the two, pondered for a moment before speaking. "Why has Pei Siyi been locked away? Is it due to my pheromones?" The trio turned their gazes towards him. For Pei Qian and Pei Yi were now aware of Jiang Ling's current state, amnesiac and utterly oblivious. With a shift of his deep blue eyes, Pei Qian cleared his throat and explained, "It is because you and Xiao each share a fated bond. Your pheromones exert a fatal attraction towards each other. However, you are unable to perceive or control your pheromones, which has resulted in Xiao entering his sensitive period prematurely, while you remain unaffected." From his earlier conversation with Xinua, he had deduced this, and now it was confirmed. Yet, what precisely does sensitive period mean? Is it akin to a heat cycle? This was something Xinua had not elucidated, leaving him bewildered. Was it this sensitive period that caused Pei Siyi to lose his reason? Why did he lose control? What exactly is this phenomenon? Jiang Ling could not fathom it, and thus posed the question. Yet, this inquiry plunged the three into silence. How could they possibly explain this? Especially at the dining table? Xinua interjected, "Let us eat first. After the meal, I will explain." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Ling refrained from further questioning. Once they had finished dining, Siyi Nuo led him to the rooftop on the third floor. During this interval, the disturbances caused by Pei Siyi grew increasingly violent. Jiang Ling, observing the precariously swaying vase on the table, reached out to steady it. Is he not going to get hurt by crashing like this? Despite being underground, the noise is tremendous, indicating just how fiercely Pei Siyi is colliding. It was impossible to ignore. Siyi Nuo set the vase on the ground, propping it with a chair, and remarked, Kirin undergo their sensitive periods in this manner. Even if they are battered and bruised, they must endure. For he lacks the soothing presence of an omega. What exactly is a sensitive period? Why does it cause him such torment? Siyi Nuo looked at Jiang Ling and said, If I provide you with an explanation, could you assist me with a small favor? Jiang Ling hesitated. What favor? A coat was presented before him, and Siyi Nuo stated, I need you to saturate this garment with your pheromones. Jiang Ling surmised Siyi Nuo's intentions. You wish to use my pheromones to soothe him? Precisely. All you need to do is wear it while we converse. Would that be acceptable? Certainly. This was indeed a minor favor, and Jiang Ling had no grounds to refuse. Chapter 13. The innate underdog. The night breeze carried a refreshing chill, the myriad stars twinkling with a cold luminescence, casting a sense of desolate solitude upon Jiang Ling. Siyi Nuo had departed, taking with him the coat imbued with his pheromone scent. Jiang Ling remained seated on the rooftop, relishing the coolness of the night air that invigorated him. Siyi Nuo's words echoed in his mind, leaving him feeling absurd and ludicrous. What sensitive period and heat cycle essentially mean is the obliteration of human rationality, transforming one into a puppet governed by primal instincts. Therefore, Pei Siyi's desire to carry him away stemmed from a longing for intimacy, devoid of reason, driven solely by instinct. His affection for Jiang Ling during the sensitive period consumed him entirely. Insanity, indeed. This world was utterly mad. Just a moment ago, he had been pursuing him, and in the next, due to pheromones, he had lost his sanity and entered a sensitive period. If he could perceive pheromones, he might have already succumbed to a heat cycle himself. Furthermore, an omega in heat cannot resist an alpha, feeling like a naturally disadvantaged being. Jiang Ling suddenly realized that his transmigration was not as fortunate as he had once believed. He tilted his head back, his pale skin gradually yielding to the encroaching darkness, the chilly wind pricking at his shoulders, while above, the stars flickered like fragile snowflakes on the verge of dissolution. Siyi Nuo entered the courtyard and, upon raising his gaze, spotted Jiang Ling sitting alone, lost in thought while gazing at the starry sky. The amnesiac Omega seemed consumed by his own musings, shrouded in an aura of coldness, as though he had erected an invisible ice wall, perceivable yet untouchable, making everything appear unrelated to him, like a snowflake destined to vanish. Siyi Nuo contemplated the situation. His grandson, who had always enjoyed a smooth-sailing life, seemed on the verge of a downfall. Another thunderous crash echoed, accompanied by the distant sound of Pei Siyi's frenzied roars, tinged with urgency and chaos. Siyi Nuo's thoughts returned to the present as he approached the underground door with the coat in hand. The dimly lit corridor of the basement was illuminated by a few soft lights, casting a faint glow through the small window into the isolation chamber, which was intended for observation and meal delivery, but now revealed Pei Siyi's frenzied state, perhaps due to the excessive force of his collisions against the walls. A portion of his forehead was already swollen and bruised, yet he seemed oblivious to fatigue, using his body to absorb the impact. Previously sustained injuries from battles were now exacerbated by his reckless behavior, leaving him bloodied. The resounding roars were muffled within the isolation chamber, yet still managed to seep through the small window. Pei Yi observed the deranged Pei Siyi, perplexed. Has this boy gone mad? Is it really necessary to react so violently just because his partner expressed a moment of disdain? It's not as if she's abandoned him. Pei Qin adjusted his glasses, attempting to peer through the window to discern the extent of his grandson's injuries. However, the dim light and Pei Siyi's dark red skin, nearly indistinguishable from blood, made it nearly impossible for him to see the specifics of the wounds. Hearing Pei Ye's remark, he interjected, "Isn't he just running away out of madness? Who could blame him when he meets such an intense reaction from frail Omega? Now look, he has frightened his partner away." Before he could finish speaking, Pei Siyi abruptly changed direction, opening his mouth wide and unleashing a deafening roar aimed directly at the window. Pei Siyi staggered backward, the lenses of his glasses cracking with a sharp sound, which quickly spread until they shattered into fragments, leaving only the crooked frame resting on his nose. Pei Siyi and Pei Yi recoiled in unison. Pei Siyi glared at Pei Siyi, his eyes brimming with warning and fury. "Old man, dare to curse me for scaring my partner away, and I will make you pay." Unfortunately, in the dim light, Pei Siyi, with his presbyopia and without his glasses, failed to see the threat in his gaze. Meanwhile, Pei Yi received a message from Si Nuo, prompting him to head to the door to retrieve Jiang Ling's worn coat. The garment was saturated with Pei Siyi's pheromones, so strong that both Pei Yi and Pei Siyi found it nearly unbearable to breathe, making Si Nuo's presence even more unwelcome. After delivering the coat to the isolation chamber, Pei Siyi indeed quieted down, ceasing his attempts to escape. The two men let out a sigh of relief. Currently, Pei Siyi's injuries were merely superficial, and for a resilient Kirin, these wounds would heal within a day. However, had he continued to crash against the walls, the outcome would have been uncertain. Should that occur, Pei Siyi would have no choice but to bind him once more. Fortunately, Jiang Ling's pheromones were sufficient to temporarily soothe Pei Siyi. As Pei Siyi and Pei Yi departed, the small window was closed, extinguishing the last remnants of light. But Pei Siyi remained unfazed. The pitch-black isolation chamber contained only basic furnishings, such as a bed. The dark red Kirin lay upon the bed, shrouded in thick shadows, rendering his form indistinct, though one could faintly observe him carefully concealing an object within his embrace, cradling it tenderly. His heavy breaths came in rapid succession, the scorching heat of his exhalations mingling with the cool scent of the coat, offering a semblance of solace. As if the contact between lava and snowflakes birthed a fleeting clarity amidst the chaos of his mind. The fabric grazed his chest lightly, inciting a subtle itch within him. Pei Siyi held on, yet felt an insurmountable emptiness in his embrace, akin to the void in his heart. He curled up, yearning to press the coat against his soul, to fill that hollow space. However, it was futile, just as it was during the day when Jiang Ling stood before him, and he dared not reach out, overwhelmed by fear, anxiety, and sorrow that rendered him speechless. In the darkness, his crimson eyes lifted slightly as he gathered the coat and gently placed it against his lips. His voice was hoarse, whispering just 3 words, "I'm sorry." The following day, the pristine white suit from yesterday had been cleaned, and Jiang Ling donned it, ready to leave. The vehicle that was to take Jiang Ling away halted at the entrance of the old residence. Jiang Ling stood beside the car, nodding in gratitude to Si Nuo. "Thank you for your hospitality." Si Nuo, with a gentle smile in his golden eyes, replied, "You are aware of my intentions. I am merely assisting my grandson in cultivating goodwill, as he currently lacks the means to apologize." The refined and courteous demeanor of Si Nuo made it difficult for anyone to respond with harsh words. Jiang Ling's cold pheromones intensified, yet his tone softened. "No need to apologize," he stated. "I share some responsibility in this matter. Let's consider it even." The slight curve at the corners of his eyes prompted Si Nuo to softly inquire, "Is that acceptable?" The warmth of the elder's palm resting on his hand was disarmingly difficult to refuse. Thus, Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. He turned aboard the car. Yet an inexplicable memory surfaced in his mind. The gaze of the small crimson Qilin as it was taken away, filled with unending grievance and guilt. Jiang Ling paused momentarily, then raised his hand to remove the coat. The immaculate white suit was meticulously tailored, but it exuded an overwhelming scent of pheromones. Pressing his lips together, he extended it toward Si Nuo. "Please, kindly pass this to him." Jiang Ling thought of it as a token of gratitude from the Pei family for his hospitality. Many have inquired about age. Here is a unified response. In the ABO world, lifespans vary based on the individual. For the Qilin clan, Pei Siyi and Pei Yi live around 800 years, while Pei Siyi is likely around 1,000. Note, a Qilin's partner receives the same lifespan upon marking. Pei Siyi and Si Nuo are currently over 200 years old, while Pei Yi and He Qing are initially over 100. In Jiang Ling's previous life, the average lifespan in the interstellar empire was around 300 years, with some reaching 400. Both worlds retain youthful appearances. ABO relies on inherent capabilities, while the interstellar empire depends on technology. Chapter 14. Is Mr. Jiang in distress? The vehicle traveled for several hours until the silhouette of the city came into view. Lush greenery faded into the serene embrace of nature, giving way to the clamor and bustling activity of urban life. Jiang Ling's thoughts shifted from the Pei family to his own. During breakfast, Siyi had hinted at news regarding the Jiang family. I heard your parents visited the Zhou family early today, bringing numerous gifts, looking quite pleased, likely believing you had succeeded in your matchmaking. However, they were ultimately turned away by the Zhou family, leaving with rather grim expressions. At this point, Siyi paused for a moment. Glancing at Jiang Ling, it was Xiao Yi who interrupted your matchmaking yesterday. If anyone takes their anger out on you, you may direct them to the Pei family. The wind outside stirred, causing moonlit strands of hair to dance in the breeze, and Jiang Ling's mind cleared in the refreshing air. He had not wronged the Jiang family. They were indeed leveraging him for resources with the Zhou family. They likely assumed his matchmaking had succeeded when he vanished for an entire night, rushing to forge connections the next morning. Unfortunately, no connections were made, only an increase in enemies. Returning to the Jiang family was not an option. He might be compelled to apologize and could be sold off again. As the vehicle entered the city, the accompanying steward interrupted Jiang Ling's thoughts. Mr. Jiang, arrangements have been made at the hospital. You may go at any time. Would you prefer to head there now? Return to the Jiang family. Or do you have other plans? Jiang Ling replied softly, please take me to the identity registration office. I lost my identification card and need a replacement. Last night, he had searched his entire body and only found a wallet containing nothing but a few bills. In this place, unlike the war-torn Federation, there were no mechas or battleships at his disposal. Without an ID, he would not only be unable to move, but also face significant limitations in daily life. The steward nodded and led Jiang Ling to the registration office for his ID replacement. Once he obtained his new identification card, Jiang Ling chose not to return to the Pei family's vehicle. Thank you for your assistance, but you need not escort me further. I will not be going to the hospital. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. C. With that, he stood at the intersection, his gaze lingering for a few seconds before he turned away and departed. He walked at a steady pace, sunlight filtering through the treetops in fragmented beams. His long, slender legs moved gracefully, his fair skin appearing almost translucent as the dappled light accentuated his delicate waist. Coupled with his status as a residual omega, he exuded an aura of fragility. Yet, it was this very person who pushed open the door to the combat gym. The steward was taken aback by Jiang Ling's destination, appearing quite shaken. After a moment of stunned silence, he uttered, "Where is he going?" The driver finally registered what was happening, staring blankly at the gym sign and asking the soul-searching question, "Is Mr. Jiang in distress?" The steward was uncertain of Jiang Ling's state of mind, but he himself felt a sense of urgency. Siyi had assigned him to accompany Jiang Ling to ensure his safety, yet now Jiang Ling had entered a combat gym, and if he were to be harmed, the steward's position would become untenable. With a slam, the car door shut. The steward dashed towards the gym, relieved that he was not yet too old, his legs carrying him swiftly. Jiang Ling had entered the combat gym merely because he had seen a recruitment notice outside. To establish himself, he needed to take gradual steps, and being utterly destitute, securing a basic income was essential. After contemplating various professions, he concluded that becoming a combat coach was the most suitable for him. Although his physical form was frail, his strong mental prowess allowed him to utilize the combat techniques he had learned in his previous life to some extent. While engaging in direct combat was challenging, serving as a coach was certainly feasible. Upon hearing the door open, the female alpha at the front desk looked up, momentarily stunned by Jiang Ling's appearance before quickly recovering. She smiled warmly. "Hello, welcome to Shangyi Combat. How may I assist you?" The gym was spacious, predominantly in black and white, with a ring at its center surrounded by punching bags. At that moment, the ring was unoccupied, while a dozen individuals practiced on the bags, some receiving guidance from trainers. Most of the movements were focused on boxing, differing from the lethal techniques he was accustomed to. Jiang Ling swiftly assessed the scene and approached the front desk. "Hello. I would like to learn about the combat techniques offered here." The female alpha promptly produced a combat curriculum booklet, expertly handing it to Jiang Ling. The pages contained basic illustrations, which he examined attentively before quickly closing the book. While the techniques bore some resemblance to those he was familiar with, they were fundamentally different, skewing more towards self-defense rather than lethal strikes. Noticing his reaction, The female alpha assumed he found the material daunting. As most omegas attended combat gyms, merely to learn a few self-defense moves, often struggling to follow the instructional format. Thus, she promptly retrieved a second book, an Omega self-defense guide specifically designed for their kind. It resembled free combat, requiring minimal physical prowess and focusing on a variety of unexpected techniques. Designed for life-saving situations. Jiang Ling's eyes brightened. Techniques for life-saving moments? This was akin to what he already knew, although his techniques are aimed at vanquishing foes. The act of killing an enemy bears no distinction from self-preservation. As long as one survives, is that not sufficient? Slaying enemies and saving oneself, there is no fault in that. Jiang Ling turned to the female alpha, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Are you still recruiting? I am proficient in free combat. The female alpha was momentarily taken aback. A question mark slowly forming above her head. Huh? Chapter 15. Departure. When the steward rushed in, panting, his first instinct was to glance at the arena. Seeing it empty, he searched around and finally spotted Jiang Ling at the front desk to the right. Relieved to find him safe and sound, the steward approached briskly. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Ling turned, his tone filled with curiosity. Steward Pei, is there something else? Indeed, the steward replied, catching his breath. Since the head of the family has instructed me to ensure your safety, may I inquire what brings you here? I simply wish to find a job, Jiang Ling stated. Rest assured, I would never jeopardize my own safety. Do you not intend to return home? Correct. The steward inhaled sharply, realizing that the head of the family had indeed guessed correctly. Jiang Ling truly intended to sever ties with the Jiang family. If you are willing, I can arrange a position for you within the conglomerate. Thank you for your kindness, Jiang Ling interrupted, but I would prefer to forge my own path moving forward. The steward was taken aback once more, realizing the head of the family had been right again. Then, please allow me to confirm your safety, so I can return with an account. Jiang Ling did not impose upon him. I'm just about to attend an interview. You may accompany me. Their gazes turned simultaneously toward the female alpha, who had been a silent observer of their exchange, her expression one of incredulity. The aura of cool elegance and dignity surrounding Jiang Ling was impossible to overlook. She sensed his extraordinary nature, yet never imagined this Omega possessed such prominence. She did not recognize Steward Pei, but certainly a household capable of employing a steward could not be of humble origins. Moreover, the steward had mentioned the head of the family. Such a title was reserved for noble families, so which young master had ventured out to experience life. May I inquire how I am to proceed with the interview? Jiang Ling asked. The female alpha's face froze momentarily, glancing at the steward. Well, our assessments can be quite hazardous. Are you certain you wish to participate? The steward frowned. The injuries sustained by a frail Omega differ significantly from those of alphas and betas. It could lead to hospitalization. He turned to Jiang Ling, suggesting, Mr. Jiang, perhaps you might consider a different type of job? The dangers of combat are exceedingly high. Jiang Ling declined with a calm demeanor. Thank you for your concern, but I still wish to pursue this opportunity. The steward fell silent. He could offer suggestions, but would not interfere with his master's decision. The female alpha nodded. Very well, follow me. They proceeded to the second floor. Upon entering, both were momentarily stunned. The arena before them was markedly different from below, apart from the coaches. It was filled solely with Omegas, most of whom appeared to be young students. The female alpha gestured to Jiang Ling. You need to select a coach as your opponent. Without revealing your true form, he will exert his utmost effort to subdue you, and your task is to escape or even defeat him. I will assess your performance to determine if you pass the interview. Jiang Ling nodded. Understood, Director. The female alpha regarded him with a smile, noting his cleverness. I am Su Yinqing, the director of Shangyi. Greetings, Director Su. I am Jiang Ling, he replied, maintaining his cool demeanor. Su Junqin Nadif. Now, please select your opponent. The distinction between coach and student was readily apparent. The coaches donned black attire with white logos adorning their chests. Jiang Ling chose without hesitation, pointing to one. Steward Pei glanced over and immediately spotted a brawny alpha coach, whose physique was double that of Jiang Ling. Steward Pei contemplated advising Jiang Ling to select another opponent. But upon surveying the area, he realized that while a few muscular individuals did not appear as imposing, a single punch from them would leave a significant impact. He promptly decided to remain silent. He finally understood what Su Yinqing meant by the interview being prone to injuries. Su Yunqing approached the muscular coach. Coach Chun, there is an interview taking place shortly. Please prepare to compete. The coach, named Chun Yang, though his essence was that of a leopard, resembled a cheerful, sunny young man. He turned his gaze. You chose me? I won't go easy. If the interview doesn't go well, don't be disheartened, Su Jia. Failure to succeed merely indicates a lack of skill. Why should I be upset? Chun Yang wiped his brow, chuckling. Su Jia, you remain as stern as ever. But do take care this time. Chapter 16. Forgetting one's roots, the well-meaning Chun Yang lounged at the edge of the arena, tugging at his hair in distress. Since his differentiation, his mother had warned him that omegas were unlike alphas. They were fragile and must not be struck, which is why he had become a coach on the second floor. Yet now, Su Jia wanted him to duel an omega. Suya, perhaps we could consider a different coach? I truly cannot bring myself to do it. Su Yunqing patetin yang es solder reassuringly. Fear not. The standards for an omega coach will naturally be lower. You only need to restrain him so he cannot move. That alone will eliminate 90% of the omegas. Considering Jiang Ling's slender frame, I doubt he could even break free from one of your hands. Upon hearing this suggestion, Chun Yang finally agreed to the match. Very well, but who will be my opponent? Su Yunqing was about to mention that the other party was changing when Jiang Ling's voice emerged from behind. I am here. The striking omega emerged from behind the sandbags, clad in black coaching attire. His short sleeves and shorts revealed delicate, fair limbs, while his long hair was elegantly tied back. Beneath refined brows lay a petite, high nose. His appearance was that of exquisite softness, yet his icy gaze exuded a chilling detachment. The fusion of these traits produced an almost lethal allure. As he walked toward the arena, it was difficult for anyone to overlook him. Coupled with his coaching attire and purposeful stride toward the arena, onlookers quickly surmised he was a newcomer auditioning for a position. The surrounding students and coaches were filled with astonishment. No way, he can't be here to interview for a coaching position. Can he? He is so striking. If only he were my coach. What are you thinking? He looks frail. He is not even as healthy as I am. He dares to interview for a coaching role. How presumptuous. Do not be dismissive. What if he possesses true skill? Besides, he is so handsome. He does not strike me as someone who would play pranks. Can you stop just looking at his face? Can you not see his slender arms and legs? I see them. They're so straight and delicate, and truly, he is stunning all over. You're hopeless. As the chatter around them grew louder. Soon the entire second floor was captivated by the scene. Several coaches exchanged glances, then moved closer to Chun Yang and Jiang Ling. As the coaches approached, the students could not help but gather around. The coaches beamed with delight. Such a beautiful omega. Su Jia, where did you find him? Is he here for an interview? And you picked Xiao Yang? Why does this little fellow get all the good fortune? Could this be the yellow hair effect? Suya, considering me boldness. Could you not just hire him directly without an interview? I find this idea quite agreeable. I too am quite bold. Su Yunjing guritit hertit. You ungrateful lot. Do not dare to claim you are from Shanghai. The coaches laughed, realizing they could not sway Su Yunqing, and turned their attention to Chun Yang. As a coach for Omega self-defense, how could you forget your roots and lay a hand on Omega? Step aside. Let me handle this. I am unafraid of forgetting my roots. Get lost. The interview cannot involve substituting individuals. You, who have forgotten your roots for fleeting allure, must understand that Xiao Yang is a paragon of virtue, certain to simply recline upon stage, incapable of engaging in conflict, correct, Xiao Yang? Chen Yang, Su Yunqing, unable to bear it any longer, struck several coaches aside with a swift motion, then delivered a kick that propelled Chun Yang onto the stage. Perform well for me. As Chun Yang ascended, Jiang Ling also prepared to follow, overhearing Pei Guanjia caution, Mr. Jiang, please prioritize your own safety. Jiang Ling continued without hesitation, softly assuring, do not worry. As the solid ground beneath his feet transformed into the softer surface of the ring, Jiang Ling stood upon the platform. In that moment, an air of suffocating tension enveloped everyone present. The disparity between the two combatants was stark, and merely in terms of physique. The onlookers couldn't help but worry for the Omega. Su Yunqing addressed the two on stage, requesting them to step forward. Jiang Ling and Chun Yang complied. Chun Yang extended his hand, stating, I will try to temper my strength. If it becomes unbearable, just call for a halt. No need, Jiang Ling replied, his icy gaze narrowing, his voice cool. Please give it your all. Chun Yang was taken aback. Su Yunqing announced, "The interview challenge begins now." With her words, the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable intensity. It was not the fight itself that instilled anxiety, but rather the worry over whether the Omega would sustain injury. Among all present, not a single soul anticipated victory for Jiang Ling, including Qinyang. "I will strike now. You ought to be cautious." With that, he swiftly stepped forward, his left jab darting towards Jiang Ling's brow like a striking serpent. Qinyang's muscular physique was not without merit, and his strikes were typically characterized by speed, precision, and ferocity. Even when holding back, his movements were swift enough to catch others off guard. As his fist approached, Jiang Ling exhibited no reaction, and the Omega trainees in the audience turned pale. The fist loomed larger, the rush of air grazing Jiang Ling's cheek, and he sighed internally. The spectators held their breath, teetering on the edge of despair, but suddenly, the anticipated wail never came. Jiang Ling remained still, the fist merely a finger's breadth from his face. Qinyang's brow furrowed. "Why do you not evade?" Jiang Ling gazed at him, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he could see through everything. "I have requested you to exert yourself fully. After all, I am not one to show mercy." Upon hearing this, the hearts of the onlookers, previously filled with trepidation for him, froze. "How dare you issue such a bold statement when you cannot even evade a mere half-hearted blow?" The general, upon hearing the critique for the first time during battle, couldn't suppress his curiosity and glanced at the source, nodding in agreement. "You are correct. This is not his original body, and the adversary is unlike any he has faced before. He should not be careless." The observer was taken aback by Jiang Ling's acknowledgement, momentarily rendered speechless. Is he truly so self-aware? In the next instant, the spectators were startled as Jiang Ling vanished from their view, swiftly reappearing at Qinyang's side. As the sound of wind slicing through the air reached him, Qinyang's golden pupils contracted, instinctively crouching and rolling aside, but before he could escape, a sweeping kick connected with his abdomen. Bang! Ugh! In the blink of an eye, the audience heard the sound of ribs colliding alongside a muffled groan, followed by Qinyang's massive form sliding toward the edge of the ring. It was as if time had paused, freezing all expressions in disbelief. Only Qinyang lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen and retching uncontrollably. Jiang Ling stood at the center of the stage, slowly retracting his slender ankles. He regarded Qinyang with a hint of remorse in his icy gaze. "I apologize. I should have indeed restrained myself." Silence enveloped the crowd. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie stillness. Finally, it was Pei Guanjia who first recovered, stepping forward to address Su Yunqing. "Director Su, perhaps we should have someone take Mr. Chen to the hospital." Upon hearing his words, Su Yunqing's mind, which had been in a daze, seemed to finally awaken. She hastily called for 2 coaches to assist Qinyang, only to be stopped by one of them. "We cannot move him. He has broken ribs and should not be disturbed." Su Yunqing, Jiang Ling, the crowd, Pei Guanjia inhaled deeply, retrieving his phone. "I will call for an ambulance." Ultimately, Jiang Ling did not make it to the hospital, but Qinyang was taken. Fortunately, he sustained no grave injuries. 2 broken ribs were hardly significant for an alpha with a leopard's physique. Besides, this line of work was inherently perilous. It was merely a matter of skill disparity, and he did not hold anyone else accountable. Yet, Jiang Ling still expressed his apologies. In truth, he typically tempered his sparring encounters. But after witnessing the combat prowess of 3 Qilin the previous night, he instinctively assumed that everyone here was comparable to Pei Siyi, never anticipating that he would injure someone to the point of hospitalization. Jiang Ling felt a twinge of guilt. Standing before Qinyang's hospital bed, he offered a fruit basket to the alpha, who was busy gnawing on braised ribs. "Wishing you a swift recovery." Qinyang's expression was one of incredulity as he set the ribs aside. "Are you truly an Omega?" He remained somewhat incredulous that a seemingly frail Omega could have sent him to the hospital with a single kick. Jiang Ling shook his head. "I'm a broken Omega." Qinyang's expression shifted further. Su Yunqing was barely able to contain her laughter. Yet upon learning that Jiang Ling was a broken Omega, her expression was hardly less astonished than Qinyang's. After confirming that Qinyang was indeed fine, Jiang Ling expressed his intention to depart, as he needed to return to the venue for work. Today marked his first day on the job. However, due to the numerous spectators who had witnessed the interview challenge the day prior, and the videos circulating among the trainees, He had already received requests from several students to teach, even before officially starting. Jiang Ling recalled his conversation with Su Yunqing from yesterday. Is the entire second floor filled with omegas? They appear rather youthful. Indeed, as there are no omega fight clubs in the market, I initiated the omega self-defense courses as an innovative venture. To my surprise, it has been quite successful, with many parents eager to enroll their children. Su Yunqing spoke with pride, but in the next breath, her expression turned somewhat troubled. However, there is a lamentable scarcity of omega instructors. Consequently, I must rely on alpha instructors to teach, but the unavoidable physical contact between instructors and trainees has caused discomfort for many parents and students, resulting in stagnant enrollment on the second floor. Yet now that you are here, this dilemma has been resolved. You are now the sole omega instructor on the second floor. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Jiang Ling certainly understood. It meant that he would become the most sought-after instructor on the second floor, and he would also attract more omega trainees to the club. I have always desired an omega instructor. Even more would be ideal. I aspire to establish a fight club exclusively for omegas. Su Yunqing's eyes sparkled with fervor for her career, and Jiang Ling could sense her passion and ambition. An omega fight club? Jiang Ling contemplated that perhaps he had found a way to solidify his footing. In the dim and oppressive isolation room, a conspicuous white hue stood out. The cool pheromones offered a soothing presence, lingering subtly at the tip of the nose, while heavy breaths intertwined with warmth. Pei Siyi, unable to endure, buried himself in the white suit, seeking to absorb more of the calming pheromones. Yet, as days passed, the pheromones on the jacket had nearly dissipated, leaving only the last trace of Jiang Ling's cool essence. It was now the 8th day, and this sensitivity period had extended yet again. Pei Yi gazed at Pei Siyi in the isolation room, turning to his father. Shall we ask Jiang Ling for help and have him bring another garment? Pei Qin, Arno has stated that the children must resolve their own matters. It would be inappropriate for us as elders to intervene, and one act of assistance suffices. Too much would be overstepping. Recalling Jiang Ling's distant demeanor, Pei Yi fell silent. It is not that your father is unwilling to assist you. Rather, the omega you have set your sights on is exceedingly sensitive, and we dare not approach too closely. That child clearly seems accustomed to solitude and exhibits a strong aversion to intimate relationships and emotional bonds, whether one calls it aloofness or excessive self-protection. The fact remains that he is not easily pursued, and the more one attempts to chase, the further he may retreat. It would be prudent to wait until your sensitive phase concludes before you make your move. However, he has not returned to the Jiang family, and they are currently searching for him everywhere. It is likely that he will be found within a couple of days, so you must act swiftly, otherwise, he may fall victim to bullying. The window was slightly ajar, and after calling out, Pei Yi intended to close it, only to be halted by Pei Siyi's voice. Following the sound, he turned to see the tall, dark red figure gradually shifting from its Qilin form back to human shape. The dim yellow light filtered through the small window, casting shadows on the floor as Pei Siyi rose from the bed and sat at its edge. With no clothes to wear, he casually draped a blanket around his waist. His upper body, exposed, revealed well-defined muscle lines, and his disheveled hair fell across his forehead. As he raised a hand to brush it away, his deep red eyes glimmered ominously. His chest heaved heavily, betraying a state of unrest. A deep, hoarse voice broke the silence. "Where is he?" Pei Yi did not respond, stating instead, "Your sensitive phase is not yet over. Are you not afraid of frightening him if you go looking for him now?" Pei Siyi remained silent, the atmosphere in the room thickening with an urgency that turned to anxiety. Pei Qin interjected at the right moment, saying, "Do not worry. That fragile omega only appears weak, but his combat prowess rivals that of an alpha." He produced a video, tossing his phone through the window. "Look at this. It is a video of him at the fighting gym during his interview." Pei Siyi caught the phone, his fingertips brushing the screen as the voice of an alpha echoed from the video. "I am about to make my move. You must be careful." In an instant, Pei Siyi's gaze turned icy, filled with unmasked fury and a murderous intent as he fixed his eyes on the alpha attacking the omega in the video. His fingers tightening suddenly. With a crack, the screen shattered, halting the alpha's fist just before it could make contact with Jiang Ling's brow. Veins bulged on Pei Siyi's arms. "Who is he?" he demanded. "The interviewing coach, Jiang Ling's current colleague. His name is Chunyang." Seeing the murderous expression on Pei Siyi's face, Pei could not help but remind him, Jiang Ling has already sent him to the hospital once, and besides, he currently has a good relationship with Jiang Ling. Upon hearing that Jiang Ling had put someone in the hospital, Pei Siyi's expression softened somewhat. As for the colleague part, Pei Siyi chose to overlook it. No matter how good colleagues may be, they remain just colleagues. One day, he will become Jiang Ling's husband. Such petty jealousy would tarnish his dignity. He clicked on the video and continued to watch. As he witnessed Jiang Ling's rapid movements and the terrifying power behind his kicks, Pei Siyi felt as if his heart had been struck. He saw the most exquisite ice flower, delicate yet dazzling, mesmerizing in its beauty. His dark red pupils constricted, and his tightly pressed lips curled into a smile, as anger was momentarily overshadowed by an overwhelming affection. Well, another lovesick fool, Pei Yi remarked. Father, your genes are remarkably potent. Pei Qin coldly retorted. Your contributions are not insignificant either. Pei Siyi watched the video repeatedly, and just as Pei Yi and Pei Qin were about to leave, unable to bear any more, he called them back to inquire about Jiang Ling's situation. You mentioned this is an interview video. Is he currently working at the fighting gym? Yes. Pei Yi recalled the butler's report and continued. He wishes to distance himself from the Jiang family, but currently lacks funds, not even enough for basic sustenance. Thus, upon arriving in the city, he sought employment and became a coach at Shang-Yi Fighting Gym, ensuring his basic living needs are met. Fighting gym? Pei Siyi remembered that such places were predominantly filled with alphas. And Jiang Ling had become a coach? Wouldn't that mean he would be in close proximity to many alphas? If he encountered particularly foolish students, wouldn't he have to instruct them hands-on? With his striking appearance and strength, surely no alpha could resist him, especially with such close contact. Pei Siyi felt the emergence of numerous potential rivals. Moreover, with Jiang Ling's enticing pheromones, if these alphas caught a whiff and his sensitive phase kicked in, who would protect him? What if he got hurt? It simply would not do. The more Pei Siyi contemplated, the more anxious he became. He hastily wrapped the thin blanket around his waist and grabbed his white suit. I must go out, Pei Siyi declared, approaching the window. I need to find him, but you're not in a suitable condition to seek him out. He is in danger. You are the greatest danger to him. I must protect him. Staying here is your way of protecting him. The two exchanged words, neither willing to relent. In the standoff, Pei Qin interjected, do not worry. He is not in danger. Stay put, and when your sensitive phase concludes, no one will stand in your way. Pei Siyi was about to argue further, but was interrupted. I understand your concerns. The fighting gym is different. Alpha and Omega students are separated by floors. He is on the second floor and only teaches Omegas. In an instant, all of Pei Siyi's worries dissipated. He paused for a few seconds, then returned to the bed, clutching the suit. If he was only teaching Omegas, then he was indeed the greatest danger. No. If he were Jiang Ling's boyfriend or partner, then it would not be danger at all. Pei Siyi swallowed hard, inhaling deeply while holding the suit. The cool pheromones soothed his restless heart. He draped the suit over his head and buried himself beneath the covers. One day, he would embrace Jiang Ling in the blankets during his sensitive phase. Chapter 19. A disruption. A new coach arrived on the second floor of Shang-Yi, a fragile Omega, so strikingly beautiful that one could hardly look away. Most importantly, he could kick an alpha's ribs cleanly in two, just differentiated as an Omega. Xiaolan sought to enroll in classes with Jiang Ling through a friend's introduction. No way, but her mother sternly refused. How could a fragile Omega possibly kick an alpha's ribs in two? Who is your friend? What a liar. That's not true, Mom. It really happened. I've seen the video. Coach Jiang is incredibly skilled. Are you sure you didn't misjudge? Was it an alpha who kicked a fragile Omega's ribs? Oh, Mom. Xiaolan was frantic, tugging at her mother's arm as they approached the entrance of Shang-Yi. Right now, enrolling with teacher Jiang is at an 8% discount, but later it will be full price. Plus, teacher Jiang's exclusive courses only have 20 spots. If we don't sign up now, we might miss out. Her mother frowned, convinced her daughter had been deceived and brainwashed. All right, fine, I will go with you to check it out, but I must see his abilities first. If he's not up to par, I will absolutely not sign you up. Xiaolan nodded vigorously, fearing her mother would change her mind. Okay, Mom, let us head upstairs and secure our spot first. We can pay in advance. Upon hearing that advance payment was an option, her mother became even more skeptical. She grabbed her bag from the car, following her daughter upstairs with determination. All the while, She contemplated how to expose this potential scam and teach her naive daughter a lesson. However, as they reached the first floor and saw several muscular alpha coaches, her heart sank. Something was off. These coaches looked formidable, and if she exposed the scam and they became enraged, both she and her daughter, being omegas, would be unable to escape. This would not do. For safety's sake, she decided to gather evidence and report it instead. With this thought, she immediately pulled out her phone and opened the camera. As they approached the second floor, her anxiety grew, and she even began to regret her decision. Now that she knew it was a scam, why had she brought her daughter along? Xiao Lan. As we were about to leave, before the last words could escape my lips, Xiao Lan had already rushed forward, eagerly pushing open the large glass door on the left of the second floor. Her mother lagged a few steps behind, unable to see the situation on the second floor, but the moment the glass door swung open, she heard the heated argument among the parents. This can't be right, Director Su. You know my little Hong has previously suffered from bullying by alphas at school. He is quite resistant to them. Only teacher Jiang can teach him. I understand, Hong's mother, but the last spot has already been prepaid by Lu Ji's father. How about I arrange for Coach Jiang's open class for you at a 50 discount? An open class cannot compare to a private lesson. Director Su. I don't want an 80 discount. Can't I just purchase it at the original price? I can pay double. Director Su, please grant me this opportunity. My Indian really needs it too. That spot has already been prepaid. How can you still try to snatch it? We're not trying to snatch it. You only prepaid and did not secure the purchase. Since this is a transaction, the highest bidder gets it. You are completely twisting the facts. Calm down, everyone. Please calm down. Su Yinxing looked at the arguing parents, feeling overwhelmed. So this is the feeling of happiness mixed with pain? Initially, she was worried that the parents would hesitate to enroll their children due to the presence of a disabled Omega, so she decided on the prepaid system, thinking that once they witnessed Jiang Ling's prowess, they would naturally make the purchase. Little did she expect that after merely attending half a lesson, these parents would go wild. They had never encountered such a formidable disabled Omega. If their own children could be like Jiang Ling, they would no longer need to worry about being bullied outside. Even if they could only learn a fraction, Omega training was far more convenient than Alpha training and better understood the physical condition. Besides, he only accepted 20 students. The others could only attend the open class. Thus, the parents were understandably frantic. At that moment, Jiang Ling had just finished a class and was preparing to change in the dressing room when he noticed Su Yinxing being besieged. Recently discharged from the hospital, Chen Yang approached him, feigning to raise a microphone in front of Jiang Ling, and asked this disabled Omega coach who kicked 2 ribs out of an Alpha, "How do you feel seeing so many people scrambling to buy your classes?" Jiang Ling's expression remained unchanged. "Had I known, I would have used lethal force." "Chen Yang, what do you mean?" He gritted his teeth, humbly inquiring, "What would happen if you had used lethal force?" "Nothing would happen." Jiang Ling raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, his demeanor casual, his tone equally nonchalant. "Just wouldn't he end up in a hospital? You'd end up in a funeral home." Chen Yang choked. "Are you joking?" Jiang Ling walked towards the Omega dressing room. "No, although I have weakened considerably. Taking down Chen Yang is still manageable." Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, skeptical. He turned to leave, but suddenly, with a loud bang, the glass door was forcefully swung open. The arguing crowd fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned towards the entrance. For burly men cleared the way, the glass door pulled aside. Standing at the threshold with an air of confrontation, Su Yinxing, who was busy mediating the dispute, immediately darkened her expression upon witnessing this scene. She glanced at Chen Yang and then turned to face the group of parents. "Dear parents, I apologize, but someone has come to disrupt the event. We will discuss the spots later. Please follow Coach Chun to the observation platform." Upon seeing this, Xiao Lan's mother brightened. This disruption was perfectly timed. It would give her a chance to see Coach Jiang's capabilities. The disruption here was not the usual kind of chaos, but rather an actual combat competition. A true clash of strength. It was one of the common competitive tactics among Venus. This not only served as a spectacle, but also a means to vie for resources. It was all about showcasing their coaches' strength to snatch clients, resources, and coaches. They often came uninvited, but once they arrived, they had to respond, or else they would be looked down upon within the industry. Xiao Lan's mother pulled Xiao Lan along. "Let us go. We'll watch from the audience. I want to see just how formidable Coach Jiang really is. You all are quite fast." Su Yinxing remarked sarcastically to the newcomers. "What? Are you intimidated by my family's Coach Jiang's skills? How powerful can a disabled Omega be? I dare not even listen to your boast. Lu Chang entered from the stairs, hands tucked into his pockets, standing casually, a cigarette hanging from his lips. His eyes, like those of a rat in a gutter, surveyed the scene. So Junkin, I can tolerate you running this Omega fighting gym as if it were a child's play, but I cannot stand by while you exploit a disabled Omega for profit, exaggerating his abilities. He gestured to the 6 men accompanying him. Here, I have brought my single coach along. They simply wish to engage in a friendly exchange with your so-called disabled Omega coach. Chapter 20. Jiang Ling against 7. Chen Yang, who had been leading the parents away, abruptly halted. For the first time, he realized that there were indeed people in this world whose very words could invoke disgust. The parents turned and glared at him in anger. Their children were all Omegas, yet this man spoke with nothing but disdain and insult towards them. No parent could tolerate such behavior. Normal individuals could not either. Coaches and students from the first and second floors, upon receiving the news, rushed over only to hear Lu Chang's remarks. I wondered why it stank so much. Turns out there is a lot of garbage at the door. Coach Zhang Feng strolled over with his students, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Chang and his group, quickly turning away as if they had seen something filthy, rolling his eyes in disgust. What did new batch come in? I hope the last group ISNT still lying in the hospital. Do you want me to bring some trash bags to pay them a visit? Upon seeing Zhang Feng, Lu Chang's previously cheerful expression immediately soured. He sneered. The coach I brought last time was young, and naturally fell prey to the old fox. This time, I'm here to skin you alive. As he spoke, dozens of individuals followed Lu Chang upstairs. They were all coaches and students from Chang'e Club. The students from Shang-Yi gathered together upon seeing this. And in an instant, the entire second floor was packed. Just as the two sides were exchanging threats, Jiang Ling emerged from the changing room, positioned between the two groups. Jiang Ling became the focal point the moment he stepped out. All gazes converged upon him. The scene resembled a horde of zombies turning their heads. Jiang Ling stood still, feeling as if he had stumbled into a scene of gang violence. What was happening? One of the coaches beside Lu Chang spoke up. Chang'e, this is the disabled Omega coach. Jiang Ling's icy gaze swept over him, confirming that this group was indeed looking for him. It appeared they were not here for a friendly visit. Jiang Ling, Su Yinqing reminded him, they are here to challenge you. They? To challenge me? The moment Jiang Ling's indifferent voice emerged, his ice blue eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of confusion gracing his frosty features, as if he could not comprehend why this group of trash would recklessly seek out punishment. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. That expression was reminiscent of someone who, after being kicked out during an interview, wore a puzzled look, wondering why the other party was so weak. The disdain from a disabled Omega stunned everyone present. Xiaolon clutched her rapidly beating heart, her mind flooded with Jiang Ling's imperious gaze. Coach Jiang is so incredibly handsome. The students from Shang-Yi gazed at him with starry eyes, while those from Chang'e wore expressions as dark as coal. Lu Chang stepped forward. You are the one who kicked 2 ribs out of an alpha, the disabled Omega, right? Jiang Ling. Chen Yang clutched his heart, silently shouting, Coach Jiang, I have sacrificed so much for your fame. Yet Jiang Ling remained unfazed, even wrinkling his brow in distaste. Who was responsible for promoting him in such a manner? Okay. Su Yinqing rubbed her nose and grinned with satisfaction. Knowing this, who would still dare to come? Speak up. Who among you wishes to be on the receiving end of Coach Jiang's kick that could shatter 2 ribs? Step forward swiftly. Do not waste Coach Jiang's precious time. He is quite busy. Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling glanced at Su Yinqing. It seemed he had discerned the identity of his promoter, none other than the unscrupulous and heartless boss, Su Yinqing. Bearing a grudge against the boss would hinder his profits. So Jiang Ling unhesitatingly directed his ire towards Lu Chang. He inquired, how many have you brought? I have 6 on my side. Lu Chang pointed at him. You need to bring out 5 more to face us. The coach from Shang-Yi was preparing to step forward when Jiang Ling spoke again. There are 13 minutes left before my class begins. Jiang Ling's gaze shifted from the clock back to Lu Chang, his tone calm. All of you, come at once. It was as if a thunderclap had erupted in the room. No one could react in time. Lu Chang, incredulous, asked, what did you say? Yet Jiang Ling ignored him and strode directly toward the arena. Lu Chang was furious. How dare such an arrogant person a mere residual omega, behave in this manner. He gestured to one of the coaches nearby. Zhou Yuhong, you go and teach him a lesson. Let him know that a residual omega should stay in bed, taking medicine and receiving treatment, rather than attempting to provoke a tiger. Otherwise, he won't even know how he met his demise. Jiang Ling paused momentarily. He was acutely aware of the frailty of his current body, a reality he despised. However, while he could escape the Jiang family and alter his life, this body was the one thing he could neither discard nor change. Without his mech or a healthy physique, his current strength was unimaginably weak. He had been quite troubled. Lu Chang's words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Jiang Ling. He turned back, his gaze as cold as ice, capable of piercing through anyone. Su Yinqing had initially intended to advise him against being reckless, suggesting that one-on-one was preferable, as facing 6 opponents could lead to injury. However, upon witnessing Jiang Ling's expression, she realized her words would be futile. Indeed, Jiang Ling raised a finger, pointing at Lu Chang, and declared, "You should join as well." A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. They believed this residual omega had lost his mind. Xiaolan's mother murmured, "Even if he could kick 2 ribs out of an alpha, he is still a residual omega." Even the alpha coaches would not dare to act so recklessly. To take on 7 opponents is sheer folly. Xiaolan wanted to defend Jiang Ling, but was silenced by the imposing presence and muscular physiques of the alpha coaches he was about to face. Jiang Ling stood in the arena. Qinyang and Zhang Feng exchanged glances, both frowning in concern. Qinyang remarked, "Do you think he can win?" Zhang Feng replied, "If it were me against 3, I might dare to charge in, but against 6, no 7, I would rather go home and rest." Qinyang fell silent. Knowing Zhang Feng's strength surpassed his own, he could manage at most a 1-on-2. "Haven't you sparred with him? Do you think he can win?" "We never actually sparred. He only kicked me once." Qinyang, frustrated, wiped his face. "No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly take on 7. Do you think he pays San?" "Indeed, what can we do?" Lu Chang's group is shamelessly stepping up with all 7. Qinyang gritted his teeth. "I cannot bear to watch a residual omega be beaten. I must join in. I'll go with you." Just as they prepared to ascend the platform, a stranger intercepted them. They looked up to meet a pair of deep, dark red eyes. Chapter 21. A reunion. The wild, profound red gaze flickered with allure. Beneath a black shirt, the figure boasted broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The rolled-up sleeves revealed powerful forearms. As he raised his hand to stop them, the distance between the 3 was minimal, allowing an easy perception of the potent, sensual hormones emanating from him. Pei Siyi regarded the 2, his tone brooking no dissent. "Let him fight." Qinyang was baffled. "Who are you? Can't you see Jiang Ling is in danger? Move aside." Pei Siyi remained unmoved, assessing Qinyang with a piercing gaze. He was not taller, not more handsome, his legs not longer. His muscular physique, while impressive, was merely a facade. Unlike him, slim in clothes, muscular when undraped. Most importantly, this man could not defeat him. Those who could not match him were not worthy rivals, merely a distraction. His demeanor softened slightly, and with a hint of arrogance, Pei Siyi withdrew his hand. "I am Pei Siyi of the Pei family, a chaotic Qilin alpha, Jiang Ling's suitor, and his destined companion. You mentioned there are many vying for his affection? Who are they?" Qinyang and Zhang Feng were momentarily stupefied by the barrage of information. They recognized the name Pei Siyi, yet the connection was daunting. Anyone pursuing strength had heard tales of Pei Siyi's exploits, taking on over 20 opponents, first with sheer brute strength, and then with their true forms revealed. It was terrifying, yet it incited envy and admiration among all alphas. Qinyang had once aimed to emulate Pei Siyi. Now that the man stood before him, he would have eagerly sought an autograph, but now, what a dramatic turn of events to have a top-tier powerhouse belittled by me, who orchestrated such a cliché, face-slapping narrative. Zhang Feng turned to him. "Are you still talking, brother?" Qinyang was at a loss for words. In the presence of this individual, what was there to say? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not a word. As the silence lingered, Pei Siyi's patience waned. "Fine. I shall return to seek you out later." With that, he strode toward the arena. Lu Chang, a man most concerned with his reputation, was provoked by Jiang Ling and climbed onto the stage, eager to fight. However, he also understood that winning 7 against 1 would lack honor. After some deliberation, he concluded that though he could not match the coach, as an alpha, he would surely prevail against a residual omega. Once he knocked his opponent down, not only would he score a point, but he could also mock Jiang Ling, then let Shangyi send someone else to engage his coach in a one-on-one match. This way, no one could accuse him of bullying. With a grand gesture, he announced, "You all watch closely. Today, Brother Chang will lead the charge." Several coaches cheered for him, not forgetting to taunt as well. "Go, Brother Chang. Just be careful not to win too easily, lest he starts crying and accuses you of bullying him. In the event that you cling to me again, it would be quite difficult to explain to your sister-in-law," laughed the members of Changgu Club heartily. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling stood on stage, attentively listening to Su Yunqing as she elucidated the rules. The regulations for this contest were straightforward. He would bring a few individuals, and we would send a few to confront them. Winning a match would earn 1 point, and the side of the higher score at the end would be declared victorious. How does one achieve victory in a match? If one is on the ground and cannot rise within 5 seconds, it counts as a loss. It doesn't matter if one is pinned down or injured. As long as they lie there for 5 seconds without the ability to resist, they are deemed defeated. It is quite similar to a ring match. Su Yunqing believed Jiang Ling comprehended the rules, and indeed, he nodded in understanding. However, Jiang Ling had never set foot in a fighting gym before. He had only been on the battlefield. Thus, he cast a glance at Lu Chang and his companions, who were laughing boisterously. As long as he could strike them down to the ground, that would suffice. Simple enough. If a leg were broken, they surely wouldn't be able to rise again. A chill brushed against the back of his neck, causing Lu Chang, who was laughing uproariously, to instinctively turn around. His ice blue eyes mirrored the primordial depths of the universe, and the porcelain white light above him dispelled some of the obscurity, adding a touch of coldness. He did not appear to be the type to beg for mercy. He resembled a judge who would not flinch even when wielding a knife to his own throat. "Have you finished laughing?" A voice, cool and indifferent, pierced the air as Jiang Ling regarded him. "Once you're done, let us begin. Please do not disturb my class. I wish to finish on time." Lu Chang repressed his laughter. "You're putting on quite the act of superiority. If it hurts later, don't beg for mercy." "I certainly won't show any leniency." Jiang Ling's brow furrowed slightly. "What is this? Are you scared already? If you're afraid now, just admit defeat and roll away." "Enough with the nonsense," Jiang Ling interrupted, his tone laced with impatience. "Can you be quiet? You are exceedingly loud." A suppressed chuckle erupted from the audience, unrestrained and clear. Lu Chang bellowed, "Who the hell laughed at me? Come out." A man sauntered lazily from the crowd, the light reflecting sharply off his black shirt, revealing his striking red hair and eyes. He did not seem like someone easy to provoke, nor did he appear to be the type to endure insults without retort. "What kind of rabid dog is barking here? Don't you know this is a restricted breed?" Pei Siyi regarded Lu Chang. "How about I contribute some funds for you to voluntarily seek euthanasia?" Everyone present was aware that Lu Chang's true form was that of a wolf dog, a type of canine. The audience at Shangyi struggled to suppress their laughter, their lips pursed high enough to hang a drip of water. "What brings you here?" Jiang Ling asked, his lips pressed together, his previously pristine countenance momentarily distracted. He was not naive enough to think that Pei Siyi, once his sensitive phase ended, would come to his gym simply for training. Pei Siyi replied earnestly, "I came to train." Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, his expression returning to its aloof and proud demeanor as he regarded Pei Siyi. The clumsy lie was effortlessly dismantled. "You came to train in the Omega classroom?" "Of course not." Pei Siyi stepped forward, placing his hand on the ropes of the ring, slightly bowing, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone, a smile on his lips that radiated an unmistakable aggression, as if he were about to lean in and bite. Unfazed by the daunting odds, Jiang Ling nonetheless retreated a half step. "I was on the first floor, happened upon the commotion, and came up to take a look. I hadn't anticipated encountering you." Jiang Ling cast a fleeting glance at him, his cool lips pursing slightly. He was taken aback that Pei Siyi had chosen not to be straightforward, but instead adopted a roundabout approach. The words exchanged found no opportunity for connection, ultimately devolving into mere perfunctory dialogue. "All right." Pei Siyi's gaze deepened. He understood that Jiang Ling's response was simply a rejection. No matter. Just as Jiang Ling's pheromones remained tightly controlled, Pei Siyi would not permit him an opportunity to refuse. "Damn it. Are we fighting or not? You were just rushing me. And now you're chit-chatting." Lu Chang, witnessing the two exchange glances as if oblivious to the world around them, nearly laughed out of frustration. That alpha seemed as though he would wag his tail to the heavens, if he had one. He scoffed, "Why don't you two kiss before fighting?" Pei Siyi's disappointment was devoured by the metaphorical dog. Can you even speak human language? Pei Siyi raised his eyes, sharp and formidable, letting out a cold scoff before turning to Jiang Ling. This is a mutated breed. Hit him harder. If he doesn't die, I'll deliver the finishing blow. The audience reacted with amusement. The small mouth was as sweet as honey, utterly delightful. The members of Shang Yi were quaking with suppressed laughter, while the folks from Changgu Club resembled grasshoppers intruding upon a bomb zone, each one leaping high, wishing to kick him with all their might. Su Yanqing appeared just in time. Although she did not know Pei Siyi, it was evident that he was an ally. Jiang Ling's presence was also an ally. She raised her hand to subdue the cacophony of insults. Silence. The match is about to commence. Both parties, please step to the center of the ring. The venue fell quiet. Although the members of Changgu were displeased, they could only restrain themselves and wait for the match to begin. The instigator had fixated his gaze solely on Jiang Ling, offering not even a glance in their direction. The noble man finally stood tall, withdrawing his foot from the edge of the ring. Lu Chang, brimming with suppressed rage, charged directly at Jiang Ling as soon as Su Yanqing called for the start. He intended to kick this fragile Omega off the stage, ideally landing him right at the feet of that loquacious alpha. He relished the thought of causing Jiang Ling pain and mocking him. He turned sideways, lifting his foot with all his might to strike at the Omega's head. The faces of everyone on Shang Yi's side changed instantly. All the coaches sprang to their feet, rushing towards the ring. Stop! Lu Chang, how dare you? Striking the head is a common tactic in combat sports, but the fragile body of the Omega was exceedingly vulnerable. While Jiang Ling might possess formidable offensive capabilities, his defense was alarmingly weak. Everyone was well aware of this. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Lu Chang chose to strike first and aim for a vital point. The sidekick created a gust of wind that swept past Jiang Ling's long, moon-white hair. Jiang Ling stood calmly in place, watching Lu Chang's outrageously slow attack with disdainful furrowed brows, then took half a step back. Lu Chang's short legs swept past Jiang Ling, failing to achieve the anticipated outcome. Unable to regain his balance, he was instead propelled off his unstable footing by the force of his own kick, resulting in him soaring through the air and landing on the ground after a 180-degree spin. A resounding thud echoed through the arena, plunging it into silence. Chun Yang and the others rushed closer, their legs frozen as they stepped onto the ring. 7 or 8 coaches extended their limbs, resembling monkeys clinging to the edge of the ring, utterly motionless. Pei Siyi found amusement in the spectacle. You conduct matches here, and it includes a performance as well? The coaches were left speechless. Chun Yang realized that aside from possessing impressive offensive power, the third master had a remarkable tongue, capable of blurring the lines between friend and foe. Lu Chang's scream brought everyone's attention back. Chun Yang turned to see Lu Chang sliding across the floor in a painfully familiar manner, eventually stopping at the feet of several people, clutching his stomach and gagging. Chun Yang thought, this is maddeningly familiar. Jiang Yi. The members of Changgu Club stared in disbelief at Lu Chang's defeat, while Su Yanqing began counting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jiang Ling wins. The faces of Lu Chang's comrades paled, and Coach Zhou Yuhong, his expression dark, prepared to remove his own club leader, only to be halted by Jiang Ling. Let him lie there. Zhou Yuhong's temples throbbed with fury. The humiliation of having the fragile Omega kick their leader off the stage was already immense. To leave him up there longer felt like an insult to the students filming the event. He had lost and shouldn't remain on stage. Jiang Ling disregarded his furious protests, nodding and stepping aside. You may lift him if you wish, but his demise is of no concern to me. Zhou Yuhong's hand froze. What do you mean? Su Dunkin, exasperated, assisted in clarifying. Did I not just inquire who among you wished to have Coach Jiang from my family kick 2 of your ribs? I had not anticipated your director would be so eager. Zhang Feng interjected, eager to disgrace ourselves. Chen Yang applaudit, truly impressive. The crowd murmured, indeed. It is no wonder that the people of Shangyi are united. They are all masters of verbal prowess. 3 minutes remain. Jiang Ling cast a frosty, haughty gaze at Zhou Yuhong, the chill in her eyes intensifying. Wasting my time, all of you shall face me. Without regard for their consent, Jiang Ling surged forward like a gust of icy wind. In the moment of their stunned reaction, instinct prompted them to guard and evade. Jiang Ling sought that fleeting opportunity. Since these individuals deemed him a frail Omega capable of breaking the ribs of an alpha with a mere kick, he would allow them to experience it firsthand. Thus, the onlookers bore witness to a scene that would forever be etched in their memories. 6 burly alpha combat instructors were utterly overpowered by a slender and frail Omega. Unable to retaliate, the last individual was sent flying with a kick, joining their director on the ground, retching. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Jiang Ling retrieved a broken hair tie from the ground, her gaze sweeping over the 7 fallen figures with indifference, before she expressionlessly stepped past them and descended from the stage. Chapter 23. The protective charm amidst the wails of despair, the delicate figure gradually receded. No one dared to intervene. At that moment, the identity of the frail Omega became an unfathomable chasm for the onlookers. If he were not a frail Omega, but merely a normal Omega, how formidable would he be? Truly remarkable. The audience was left in awe, while those from Shangyi were fervently ecstatic. Coach Jiang is incredible. Is Coach Jiang truly a frail Omega? His martial prowess is astonishing. Lu Chang aside, the other 6 are all senior instructors, especially Zhou Yuang, who was recruited at a high price by Lu Chang. Yet he could not withstand even 2 moves from Coach Jiang. My heavens, this is no frail Omega. This is my idol. Ah, so impressive. Xiaolan's mother gulped, then suddenly rose. Xiaolan was taken aback. Mom, what are you doing? Her mother, eyes sparkling with determination, declared, I shall secure a spot for you. While Lu Chang's club busied itself calling for an ambulance, Shangyi had already plunged into a fierce competition for classes. The 2 factions were distinctly divided like the Chu and Han rivers, yet simultaneously chaotic and noisy, resembling 2 bustling markets. Jiang Ling, undistracted, made her way through the crowd toward the changing room. Having fought 7 individuals, and with her physical condition in disarray, Jiang Ling was drenched in sweat, sticky and uncomfortable, her breath and heartbeat quickening. She sensed her body protesting. Such combat prowess was difficult for it to endure. Thus, discomfort began to spread. A general must not reveal any sign of weakness, as any vulnerability serves as a weapon for foes to exploit. Even though this was not the Empire, the principle remained applicable. Moreover, half of those present were adversaries. Jiang Ling pushed open the door to the changing room, seeking a sufficiently private space to conceal her wounds and engage in self-healing. Wait, the door to the changing room was halted by a large hand. Even without turning, Jiang Ling knew who had followed her. Her long, snow-white eyelashes fell slightly, casting sharp shadows in her icy gaze, intensified by a chilling demeanor. She closed her eyes. This is the Omega changing room. If Pei Siyi has something to say, please wait until I have changed and we can discuss it after class. Her delicate, pale visage was nearly translucent. Her ice-blue eyes dulled slightly. Pei Siyi observed her from behind, his expression tightening as his gaze fell upon her colorless profile. He stepped back slightly, retrieving a small box from his pocket. I accidentally damaged your suit jacket. This is my apology. The tall man handed the box to her. Jiang Ling intended to decline, but Pei Siyi had already distanced himself. It is not something of great importance, merely a protective charm. As if fearing Jiang Ling might refuse, Pei Siyi spoke while retreating, ultimately waving at her from about 3 meters away. Go ahead. Jiang Ling found herself lacking the energy to dispute further. The strength in her legs seemed to have been siphoned away, making it difficult for her to remain standing. Her fingers tightened around the door handle. She could scarcely hold herself upright. Just a protective charm. There was no need for contention. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered. She endeavored to appear composed. Thank you. Pei Siyi's tense back finally relaxed, understanding that Jiang Ling had accepted it. No need to thank me. I included some herbs for calming and revitalization within. They smell quite pleasant. You can use it as a sachet. Jiang Ling nodded and swiftly shut the door of the changing room. At the very instant the door closed, Pei Siyi's smile vanished. The suppressed rage and ferocity within him erupted instantaneously, sending a palpable pressure cascading over the chaotic crowd, who felt the weight of a chaotic Qilin's dominance. The air seemed to thicken, and everyone struggled to breathe. The previously noisy second floor fell into a profound silence. All eyes once again converged upon one individual, but this time it was not the elegant Jiang Ling, but the striking Pei Siyi. He strode toward the 7 individuals on the stage. The 7 on the stage remained motionless, while the surrounding students instinctively shuddered and recoiled under the mounting pressure. What do you intend to do? The match is over. To strike now would be a violation of the rules. Pei Siyi chuckled softly, his crimson lips curling slightly. His dark red eyes filled with disdain. Rules? Who established these rules? The students from Lu Chan's club were both furious and indignant. You from Shangyi are going too far. Pei Siyi halted, and Su Yinqing interjected. Sir, I understand your anger regarding their trouble with Coach Jiang, but they have already learned their lesson, and Coach Jiang is unharmed. Please, remain calm. Unharmed? Pei Siyi found it laughable. His face was paler than paper. Even standing was a challenge, and his once clear ice-blue eyes began to lose focus. Could he still be considered unharmed? I am not a part of your combat circle. I am not required to adhere to your rules. Pei Siyi vaipes zu Junkin, advancing toward Lu Chang with intent to seize him. Sanyi. Qinyang rushed forward, grasping Pei Siyi's wrist. Sanyi, if you strike again, he will be gravely injured. Pei Siyi disregarded him, continuing his advance. Qinyang stumbled alongside him. Alarmed, he reached out with his other hand, only to discover that even with both hands, he could not budge Pei Siyi's single hand, let alone move him. Qinyang finally experienced firsthand the terror of Pei Sanyi. It was an overwhelming force that extinguished any thought of resistance. Absolute dominance, filled with despair. Qinyang's veins bulged in his arms, gritting his teeth as his neck flushed red, yet he could not dislodge that hand. The onlookers were left reeling from the impact of this scene, their minds spinning. Had he gone mad? Unable to budge with both hands? What immense strength must he possess? Su Yinqing had known he was powerful, but not to this extent. Coupled with Chun Yang's title, she almost instantaneously deduced his identity. At that moment, Pei Sanyi had already seized Lu Chang by his collar. Su Yinqing's heart raced. Lu Chang had already sustained several broken ribs. Should he fall into Pei Sanyi's hands, he would surely end up in the ICU. Though Su Yinqing detested Lu Chang, rules must not be broken, especially not under her watch. Sanyi, in a moment of desperation, she shouted, "Your actions will make it very difficult for Coach Jiang. I understand that you may not belong to this circle, so the rules may not concern you, but Coach Jiang cannot afford to break them. If he does, he will be scorned and ostracized by the entire industry." Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Siyi, who had lifted Lu Chang, set him down again, casually smoothing the wrinkled hem of his shirt. Su Junkin exclaimed, "Kill." Pei Siyi, feigning innocence, responded, "Kill what? I was merely concerned he might catch a chill lying on the ground, so I move him a bit." The onlookers exchanged skeptical glances, questioning whether they should believe him. Pei Siyi, unfazed by their doubt, straightened up and turned to Qinyang, asking, "Why are you holding on to me?" Qinyang retorted, "What do you think? I'm worried you might actually kill him." He then smiled broadly. "No, I just admire you so much that I want to shake your hand." Pei Siyi clicked his tongue. "In the future, just say it outright. Don't come up and touch me. I'm not gay." Qinyang was taken aback. Chapter 24. Truly adorable due to the loud sounds of martial arts practice. The walls had been specially treated. Once the dressing room door was closed, all external noise dissipated. As Jiang Ling settled into a chair, his entire body trembled. He clutched his shirt at the chest, revealing bulging veins beneath his pale skin. His hunched back formed a fragile arc, and his long neck glistened with beads of cold sweat. His breath quivered, entwined with a chilly fragrance that enveloped him, and a pained expression finally surfaced. He had never imagined that one day he would be bound by his own body. The pride he once held had shattered, leaving him at a loss for how to mend it. Memories surged amidst his erratic heartbeat, and the blinding white light before him transformed into doves flying towards the highest lighthouse of the empire. The elderly director pushed open the door to the simulation training room. The agile mechas navigated effortlessly through the chaos of battle, executing stealthy strikes like doves nibbling at a colossal beast, methodically eliminating it. Time and again, he created miracles by overcoming the odds, achieving the improbable. Regardless of how many times, the director remained in awe of this child, though he often felt a pang of frustration. "Jiang Ling, you should not be here. Your presence is needed at tonight's gala." A burst of white lightning descended as the cockpit's protective shield lifted. Light refracted, casting sparkling stars that illuminated the icy blue depths of his eyes. The youth within the cockpit exuded a cold, aloof demeanor. Even in relaxed posture, he seemed distant and unapproachable. "I will only appear on the battlefield," Jiang Ling replied. "I do not wish to drink. Such occasions only make me uncomfortable. But you are the one causing discomfort for me." The director attempted to persuade him. However, you have trained all day, and this is too taxing for both your body and spirit. No, Jiang Ling interrupted. I do not feel fatigued at all, director. Have you forgotten my physical examination results? The results were the best in a century, boasting absolute superiority. This was indeed a compelling reason for refusal. The director found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Ling arched an eyebrow, an air of frostiness surrounding him, yet it seemed to warm slightly. A crisp sound echoed as a wooden box met the ground. Jiang Ling glanced down to see Pei Siyi's gift. A light blue pouch had fallen out, adorned with a white tassel. It resembled an ancient sachet rather than a talisman. His fair fingers brushed against the tassel, and he held the small pouch in his palm. As he drew closer, a refreshing, dry woody scent wafted forth, subtly sweet, reminiscent of a snow-covered cedar thriving in a frigid environment, possessing a unique calming effect. His tumultuous heartbeat and breath appeared to be soothed by the fragrance, filling the void left by exhaustion and dispelling the sorrow of recollections. A miraculous talisman indeed. Jiang Ling closed his eyes momentarily. Once his body steadied, he attempted to open the blue pouch. Unfortunately, the opening was sewn shut with silver thread in a haphazard manner, seemingly to prevent the fragrance from escaping, with several stitches visible. It was evident who crafted it. The crude stitching style mirrored that person's character. Finding it difficult to open, Jiang Ling rubbed the pouch and discovered a thin, hard object inside. It must be the talisman. The paper could not withstand the rubbing, so he released the pouch, letting it rest in his embrace. In truth, Jiang Ling struggled to comprehend Pei Siyi. From the moment they met, he professed his affection. Upon speaking, he spoke of a lifetime. Even after rejection, he remained undeterred. Despite Jiang Ling's evident disinterest, Pei Siyi pretended not to notice, personally crafting the small blue pouch for him. Jiang Ling questioned his own clarity of refusal, yet the effects were minimal, almost negligible. If no one spoke to him, he might not utter a word all day. He was both sullen and proud, lacking warmth, more flavorless than plain water. What could this distinguished, rebellious young master possibly find appealing about him? Why did he persist so stubbornly, unable to be driven away? Others had easily given up before. Turning his gaze to the clock on the wall, Jiang Ling's eyelashes fluttered slightly. It was time for class. He was already 10 minutes late. The events outside should have concluded, and Pei Siyi should have departed. Jiang Ling closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, then rose to change his attire. Observing his trembling fingertips, he hesitated briefly before donning a thin black jacket. He slipped his fingers into his pocket, holding the small blue pouch. As Lu Chong and the others were lifted onto the ambulance, the members of Chong Club left one by one, heads bowed. The disruption caused by Chong, he had been executed flawlessly, perhaps the most perfect disruption to date. Excitement surged among everyone, students, coaches, and parents alike, leaving them buzzing with exhilaration. After seizing Jiang Ling's class spot, they gathered in small groups, repeatedly watching Jiang Ling's fighting techniques on their phones. They had never seen such moves. They were not typical combat techniques. It must be free fighting. Coach Jiang mentioned it before, right? He does not follow traditional combat techniques. He learns everything. That kick from Coach Jiang? I have only seen it in anime. They all agreed he truly had mastered a variety of skills. Chen Yang, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "If you keep talking like this, Jiang Ling will become a two-dimensional character." He stepped forward to shoo them away. "Class is in session. Hurry and warm up. We are waiting for Coach Jiang to change." Several students stood tall, clearly proud to declare, "We are students of Coach Jiang." Before the sourness could permeate the air, the dressing room door swung open. A slender figure emerged, his pale pink lips pressed together tightly, and his cold white complexion grew increasingly aloof. Everyone instinctively halted their movements, falling silent. Jiang Ling's gaze swept over the crowd. "I will make up for the 15 minutes I am late. Students attending my public class, head to warm up. Parents may observe, but must remain quiet. Those who cannot refrain from giving advice should seek Director Su for a refund." His voice, as icy as winter frost, sent shivers down spines, evoking both fear and reverence. How incredibly detached. How arrogant. Truly, one who could send 7 alphas to the ambulance with a single kick. So impressive. Jiang Ling glanced around, and no one dared to oppose him as he commenced the class. Turning away, he walked off, with students hastily following suit while parents raised their phones. Capturing his retreating figure, The proud peacock strode ahead, trailed by a long line of eager followers. Pei Siyi, his tongue resting lightly against his cheek, could not help but laugh. So adorably mischievous. Jiang Ling, brandishing his whip, glared frostily. If you cannot comply, then leave. Pei Siyi licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. All right, my dear, you are truly delightful. Chapter 25. I want to accompany my beloved. Su Yunqing's position at the front desk was taken. Pei Siyi sat there, perusing Jiang Ling's class schedule. He indeed wished to witness Jiang Ling's class, but it was likely that Jiang Ling did not wish to see him, especially since alphas were forbidden from entering, save for the coach. Su Yunqing stood nearby, observing the imposing figure of Pei Siyi, and found it rather overwhelming. The reception area was meant for welcoming guests, not for deterring them. As Pei Siyi settled down, no one dared to approach him. She could not help but remind him. Third Master, are you not busy? I heard you have taken over the PR group. Pei Siyi closed the schedule with a snap. I'm finished with my tasks. What are the people of the company busy with? Su Yunqing replied. That is quite a valid point. I cannot refute it. Boss, the Zhou family has sent someone to apologize. Just as Pei Siyi opened his phone, he saw a message from Qiao Nan. Was it because Jiang Ling belonged to him that they feared his retribution? He sneered as he replied, the ones who should apologize are not me. Should I have them seek out Mr. Jiang? Is Zhou Jiang worthy of that? Qiao Nan was left speechless. Well, perhaps you can inquire of Mr. Jiang. What if he is willing to meet? Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Siyi dismissed the notion impossible. Jiang Ling would not want to see me, let alone Zhou Jiang. Qiao Nan, unsurprisingly, asked, all right, shall I have them sent away? Send them away. After sending off his last message, Pei Siyi leaned back, intending to rest his eyes. Su Yunqing asked, Third Master, are you feeling tired? Shall I book a hotel nearby for you? No need. I am waiting for Jiang Ling. I have some matters to discuss. Coach Zhang's class is still quite far off. If you have urgent matters, it would be more convenient to inquire via phone. So, please do leave. Pei Siyi turned to her. You are correct. Su Yunqing felt a glimmer of joy. What is Coach Zhang's phone number? Her smile vanished. You do not have Coach Zhang's contact information? Aren't you his admirer? I thought you were quite capable. How is it that you lack even his phone number? Su Yunqing met his crimson gaze, her heart tightening, and she honestly divulged Jiang Ling's number. After obtaining the number, Pei Siyi finally took his leave, while Su Yunqing approached Jiang Ling with a tinge of guilt. During the break, she voiced her most perplexing question. Coach Jiang, what is the current situation between you and the Third Master? Jiang Ling, who was drinking water, sensed something amiss. What is it? Is he still here? He was supposed to wait for you. Su Yunqing's tone softened, but he is rather intimidating, as you know. The second floor is filled with omegas, most of whom are young students. His presence frightens everyone into silence. Intimidating? The word seemed to trigger something within Jiang Ling's mind, and he recalled the first time they met, when Pei Siyi had playfully nudged against his palm like a mythical creature. His palm inexplicably tingled, and he tightened his grip on the water bottle. He lifted his head for another sip. Where is he? I will send him back. Su Yunqing chuckled awkwardly. He said he had something to discuss with you, but I thought it would be better for him to contact you via phone since he did not have your number. Jiang Ling nodded. Then I shall find him. Su Yunqing was taken aback by Jiang Ling's initiative to seek out Pei Siyi. She was aware of Pei Siyi's pursuit of Jiang Ling and understood his status. But she also knew that if Jiang Ling were indifferent, not even an emperor would compel him to glance their way. Su Yunqing called out to him, no need. I have already given him your contact information, and he has left. Left? Did he say anything? No. Su Yunqing looked at Jiang Ling with curiosity. Throughout the days they had interacted, she had never witnessed Jiang Ling show such concern for anyone. She had seen him reject flowers on 2 occasions, and each time he had done so with an unyielding demeanor, devoid of any softness. Not to mention, he had never taken the initiative to seek someone out or inquire if they had left any messages. Gossip is human nature, especially when it comes to the romantic intrigues of a cold beauty. Su Yunqing leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Coach Jiang, what is your relationship with the Third Master? Why do you care so much about him? Care? Jiang Ling was puzzled. I merely have matters to discuss with him. You both have matters to discuss with each other. How fortuitous. Su Yunqing smiled, her heart fluttering. So what is your relationship? Jiang Ling remained indifferent for a moment. He is pursuing me. And then? I rejected him. And now? He is still pursuing me. Su Yunqing burst into laughter, covering her mouth, her expression one of sheer delight. As expected of the Third Master, She held a deep admiration, fully aware of the impact of Jiang Ling's rejections, which were not merely verbal but accompanied by a steadfast display of resolve. That resolve was encapsulated in one phrase: get lost. Do not associate with me. With such an attitude and feeling, anyone who could still stand after such a double blow truly deserved the title of iron-headed. Clearly, Pei Siyi was that iron-headed individual. Jiang Ling could not comprehend Su Yunqing's euphoric expression. Sensing that his director seemed somewhat unhinged, he quietly distanced himself and picked up his phone from the ground beside him. There were no messages or missed calls. The newly acquired phone, along with its number, had not even received a single spam message. Jiang Ling was not lying. He indeed had matters to discuss with Pei Siyi. The little blue pouch in his pocket continuously released a delightful fragrance, soothing the exhaustion that left him feeling weak and drained. Although he still lacked energy, his body felt significantly lighter. It was unlike any ordinary fragrance. He wished to understand it better and create more for future needs. Initially, he had not considered this, but once his mind had quieted, he realized how miraculous the little blue pouch was. The comforting scent lingered at the tip of his nose, and a hint of hesitation flickered in his ice-blue eyes. He had thought it was merely an ordinary talisman, yet it proved to be immensely helpful in alleviating his predicament. It seemed he had no choice but to establish contact with Pei Siyi. Brother Pei, what have you been up to lately? Why haven't you come out to play? On the other end of the line, the sound of clinking glasses and pulsating music faded from loud to soft, finally quieting with the sound of a door closing. Luo Lingxi, with phone in hand and slightly tipsy, sauntered toward the restroom. You don't answer my calls or respond to my messages. I thought you had been bagged for being too punchable. Pei Siyi stood at the entrance of the flower shop, bringing a vibrant rose close to his nose. His profile exquisitely sensual, yet his tone was heavy and oppressive. I do not know if others will bag me, but you certainly will. Luo Lingxi let out a sour burp, suddenly reminded of childhood traumas associated with Pei Siyi's fists. He shuddered, sobering up, and was about to plead for mercy when Pei Siyi's deep, magnetic voice reached his ears once more. Also, do not invite me for drinks in the future. I wish to accompany my beloved. Luo Lingxi. Chapter 26. Do you like him? Luo Lingxi rubbed his ears, suspecting he was suffering from auditory hallucinations due to intoxication. Oh no, I think I might have drunk myself into a problem. He patted his head, his tone filled with dread. Did I just hear you say you want to accompany your beloved? How can you possibly have a beloved with your taste? What kind of Barbie would be your ideal partner? After all, Pei Siyi's ideal type was utterly unfathomable, being the sole heir of a prestigious family. Pei Siyi had been under scrutiny since adulthood. A stream of delicate, sweet, innocent, and alluring omegas had approached him, yet he had not even given them a glance. Luo Lingxi thought he had come to a sudden realization, feeling that his sins were too grave and deciding to turn to Buddhism. Thus, he eagerly organized a gathering, claiming it was to send Pei Siyi off. However, Pei Siyi, in a drunken confession, declared, the omega I like should be as strong as me and beautiful. Luo Lingxi was left dumbfounded. Strong as Pei Siyi? Fiercer than a knife? Single-handedly taking on dozens of people? What manner of omega could this possibly be? Luo Lingxi instinctively brought Pei Siyi's body close to that of the omega beside him, only to behold a dazzling golden Barbie. Startled, he spent the entire night thereafter engulfed in nightmares. Shaking his head to dispel the terrifying memory, he admonished himself, brother, do not dwell on such absurdities. This world could never harbor a golden Barbie. No sooner had he spoken than an eerie silence fell on the other end of the phone. Moments later, Pei Siyi's cold laughter echoed back, golden Barbie. Luo Lingxi inwardly lamented his folly, realizing he had inadvertently uttered those very words. As Pei Siyi meticulously handed his chosen roses to the attendant for packaging, a chilling intent laced his voice. Luo Lingxi, you better not run. Luo Lingxi's eyelids snapped wide open, the effects of the alcohol evaporating in an instant as fear gripped him. Just as he contemplated begging for mercy, he heard the line disconnect. The fragrance of 99 roses wafted in the passenger seat as the limited edition, elegant, dark sports car cut through the flow of traffic, finally halting at the entrance of Shangyi just as the workday concluded. Students began to stream out. Pei Siyi, clutching the bouquet of roses, moved against the tide of people towards the second floor. With his crimson hair, red eyes, and vibrant roses, he drew the attention of many. Su Yanqing was at the front desk bidding farewell to several coaches, Chen Yang and Zhang Feng among them. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned to see Pei Siyi holding a large bouquet of roses. With the black cuffs rolled up, the bouquet cradled in his sturdy arms. The dark red petals were enticingly close to his slightly open collar. Su Yanqing gasped, internally marveling at how audaciously charming this man was. Yet undeniably handsome. "Where's Jiang Ling?" Su Yanqing pointed towards the changing room, saying, "Coach Jiang is changing." Pei Siyi nodded and leaned against the front desk in quiet anticipation. Chen Yang and Zhang Feng could no longer contain their curiosity. "Third master, these flowers are for Jiang Ling." Pei Siyi's eyes sparkled with mischief as he turned. "Are they beautiful?" "Every single one was his selection, totaling 99. Chen Yang replied, "They're indeed beautiful, but Coach Jiang does not care for flowers." He recalled Jiang Ling mentioning that he disliked them after receiving bouquets previously. The previously exuberant demeanor of Pei Siyi briefly faltered, then gradually straightened. Pei Siyi glanced at the roses in his arms, and without hesitation, he made his way toward the trash bin. Chen Yang and the others were taken aback. Was he really going to throw them away? Pei Siyi's hand extended, and the bouquet began to slip from his grasp. "Pei Siyi," Jiang Ling's voice called out to him. "What are you doing?" The action of discarding the flowers halted, and Pei Siyi felt a pang of regret for the delay. Tightening his grip on the bouquet, he turned with sincerity in his tone. "I apologize. I did not know you dislike flowers. Next time, I will be sure to give you something you prefer." He chided himself for not having inquired properly, and for assuming the gesture would be well received. Jiang Ling's gaze was filled with dark crimson roses as he looked at Pei Siyi standing beside the trash bin. His eyes met Pei Siyi's red orbs, and an inexplicable sense of grievance welled up within him. Jiang Ling rubbed his forehead. How could the esteemed Pei Siyi appear so vulnerable? Noticing his furrowed brow, Pei Siyi seemed to grasp an uncomfortable burden and was about to discard the flowers. "Give them to me," Jiang Ling spoke softly. Pei Siyi hesitated as he looked at Jiang Ling's outstretched, delicate palm. It was unnecessary to force himself. Had he not heard Jiang Ling say he disliked flowers? "I am not forcing you," Jiang Ling assured as he took the bouquet. "My dormitory lacks greenery, and I've not had the chance to purchase any. How long can these flowers last?" Pei Siyi, feeling awkward, released his hold, watching as Jiang Ling accepted the bouquet, nearly babbling incoherently. If submerged in water, they might last 3 to 4 days. No worries. If they wilt, I will buy you new ones. I have ample money. I can buy as many as you wish." Jiang Ling, whose pockets were cleaner than his face, glanced at Pei Siyi and suddenly felt less inclined to forge a connection with him. "Aren't you looking for me?" Pei Siyi replied, "Ah, yes. I wanted to invite you to dinner." Sensing that his tone had come off too forceful, he added, "Would that be agreeable?" Jiang Ling accepted the flowers, which he did not particularly like. Pei Siyi was joyously elated, akin to a favored concubine who had received unexpected attention. Seizing the opportunity to inch closer, carefully yet ambitiously, Jiang Ling had initially thought Pei Siyi sought him for a serious matter, only to realize it was merely for dinner. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Ling would have unhesitatingly declined. Accepting a dinner invitation from a suitor equated to tacitly acknowledging their pursuit, much like the flowers in his hands. Why, then, had he accepted them? If it was inconvenient, that was acceptable. Pei Siyi lightly tapped the petals in Jiang Ling's embrace, his hopeful gaze softening with satisfaction. "I'm already quite delighted that you accepted these flowers." He leaned in, his joy evident as he gazed directly into Jiang Ling's eyes, his smile radiant as he emphasized, "I'm truly happy." Perhaps the fragrance of the roses was overpowering, causing Jiang Ling to momentarily falter in his breath. He took a step back, his tone icy and stiff. "Let's postpone this for a few days. I shall treat you to dinner as a token of gratitude for the protective charm you gave me." He intended to inquire about the spices within the charm. Pei Siyi had not anticipated such pleasant surprises. His dark crimson eyes sparkled with eagerness as he asked, "Do you like it?" "What?" "The protective charm." Jiang Ling paused, then nodded affirmatively. The scent was delightful, soothing his anxious spirit and alleviating his fatigue. It was indeed of great assistance to him. "What spices did you use?" Jiang Ling inquired. "I wish to buy some more from you." "No need to purchase," Pei Siyi replied, his dark crimson gaze deep and obscure, a smile lingering on his lips, his voice almost floating. "It is all yours." Chapter 27. I am sorry, Jiang Ling. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Ling's recent bath. But Pei Siyi had only now begun to catch the faint scent of the elegant shower gel mingled with a familiar coolness and woody aroma. The two intertwined, enticingly secretive. Pei Siyi swallowed hard, straightening his posture, the hidden joy urging him to speak. When the scent fades, I will refill it for you. But just as the peacock had begun to extend its neck, it suddenly recoiled. Forget it, that will not be necessary. Jiang Ling could not comfortably accept Pei Siyi's offerings. Any act of giving was inherently laden with expectations of reciprocation, and Pei Siyi's desired response was clear to Jiang Ling, yet he could not provide it. The inability to reciprocate would only leave him feeling indebted. This would not sit well with him, nor with Pei Siyi. Thus, he resolved, let it be. One is sufficient. Generally, hospitals should be able to detect common spices. He could simply procure them there without burdening Pei Siyi. Pei Siyi's tall figure paused slightly, his smile fading as he lowered his gaze to Jiang Ling. The black coaching attire was replaced by a simple white t-shirt, the vivid roses resting against his partially exposed collarbone, accentuating his fair skin as if it were glowing. Refreshing yet alluring. His icy eyes once again filled with an air of coldness, as if isolating himself from the world, creating a realm of his own. The previously tangled atmosphere dissipated entirely in an instant. Pei Siyi remained silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. The shadows cast by his brows and the dark shirt deepened his appearance, his lips, red as blood, curling into an incredulous smile. His imposing presence loomed closer. Jiang Ling stepped back, clutching the flowers, his stance visibly defensive, as if his proximity posed a grave threat. Pei Siyi was not one to be trifled with. Coach Jiang. Pei Siyi cornered him between the wall and the flowers, his broad chest exuding an aura of aggression and wild charm. Where are you hiding from? Are you afraid I might devour you? Clutching the bouquet tighter, Jiang Ling was compelled to confront the vividly intense man before him. Pei Siyi, move aside. The voice remained crisp and composed, exuding an authoritative tone that commanded respect without the need for anger. Despite being cornered, he audaciously attempted to issue orders to Pei Siyi, a display of arrogance beyond measure. What made him believe that he would comply? Pei Siyi clenched his teeth. 2 seconds later, the man before him stepped aside. Jiang Ling no longer cast a glance in his direction and turned to leave. Guanzhang, Coach Jiang, I shall take my leave. The trio, momentarily stunned, could hardly fathom that the formidable Pei Siyi was rendered incapable of retaliation against Jiang Ling. Even as he sulked, Jiang Ling's displeasure seemed to dissolve his defiance, as he complied with the directive to step aside. The contrast was striking beyond imagination. It was only when Jiang Ling bid them farewell that they snapped back to reality, responding with a collective, take care on your way. Yet, scarcely had they uttered these words when Pei Siyi surged forward once more. Jiang Ling, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. The trio exchanged bemused glances, questioning, who is this person trailing Jiang Ling and tugging at his clothing for forgiveness? Are we witnessing a false Pei Siyi? The hem of his white t-shirt was tugged, causing the collar to skew and reveal his fair, smooth shoulder. Jiang Ling halted, and Pei Siyi hastily released his grip, carefully adjusting the collar. In the midst of this, he felt compelled to defend himself. It wasn't he intentional. You were the one who was cold to me first. When you're cold, I can't bear it. I always feel as if you're plotting to rid yourself of me. That inexplicable sense of grievance swept over him once more. Yet this time, Jiang Ling's gaze was frigid as he evaded Pei Siyi's hand that sought to tidy his collar. There is no relationship between us. There is no such thing as being cast aside. If you can't endure it, then leave. I'm not forcing you to engage with me. The ice cream, once softened, turned rigid again under the pressure of his words, and Pei Siyi nearly chipped a tooth. Even the trio of observers felt the chill emanating from Jiang Ling was palpable. Su Yunqing shook her head, asserting, I told you, no one can withstand Jiang Ling's icy demeanor. Even the most ardent affection would turn numb after experiencing his chill once or twice. Yet, Pei Siyi had always been somewhat reckless. For what he cherished, he would fight tooth and nail, sparing no effort to possess it. With his crimson eyes reflecting a blend of disappointment and tenacity, he stood beside Jiang Ling. I can accept this. You're still holding the flowers I gave you and promised me a meal. How can it suddenly be nothing? The bouquet of roses filled Jiang Ling's arms as he placed the flowers into Pei Siyi's embrace. Here, take them. No, you've already accepted them. Pei Siyi pushed the flowers back and took a step back. Jiang Ling closed his eyes, declaring, "Then let us consider that meal as compensation for the roses." No, that meal was a token of gratitude for the protective talisman. Then let us add another meal. You're clearly plotting ways to rid yourself of me. Jiang Ling appeared to lose all strength, wishing only to walk away, clutching the bouquet as he descended the stairs. His moon-white hair, illuminated by the stark lights, resembled wisps of mist, casting an ethereal chill around him, while the vibrant red roses added a splash of color to his otherwise muted presence. Pei Siyi trailed him until they reached the entrance of the venue, where Jiang Ling turned back, his tone laced with exasperation. "What exactly do you wish to achieve?" Jiang Ling had never encountered a pursuer like this, one who professed affection yet simultaneously incited his ire, unable to be dismissed. "Pei Siyi, I want to escort you home." As Jiang Ling was the only Omega coach, and a compromised one at that, with a latent potential to become a lucrative asset, Su Yunqing had generously lent him an apartment for residence, a gesture to support the compromised Omega coach. The apartment boasted commendable security and, most importantly, was a mere 10-minute walk from Shanghai. Thus, before Pei Siyi could initiate his topic, they arrived at the apartment's entrance. Pei Siyi resigned, parked the car, and switched off the engine. With long strides, he circled the vehicle and opened Jiang Ling's door for him. It must be said at times, Pei Siyi exhibited gentlemanly behavior. As Jiang Ling alighted, clutching the roses, Pei Siyi promptly closed the door and leaned in closer. "Jiang Jiaoyan, surely walking a dog doesn't take this long?" Yet, the truth remained that Pei Siyi's behavior was indeed erratic. Jiang Ling ignored his words. "Thank you. I've arrived home." Pei Siyi lifted his gaze to the apartment building. "May I come up for a moment? Perhaps to have some water?" Jiang Ling remained silent, the evening glow casting its warmth upon his profile, delineating his cool demeanor, an unspoken refusal. Pei Siyi gazed at the frosty figure clutching the roses, feeling a blend of helplessness and amusement. "Jiang Jiaoyan, why do you treat me as if I were a thief?" Jiang Ling wished to avoid further entanglement, turning to leave, only to hear the man's tone shift to one of earnest clarity. "Last time, it was my fault. I inadvertently hurt you." E.M. Trudisore, Jiang Ling. Chapter 28. Visitors from the Jiang family. The apartment was decorated in a minimalist Italian style, featuring a black, white, and gray palette across its 75-square-meter expanse. While not large, it was perfectly adequate for a solitary occupant. The kitchen lights illuminated the space as Jiang Ling dropped noodles into boiling water. In no time, a bowl of plain noodles was prepared, devoid of any accompaniments, merely seasoned with a few simple condiments, appearing rather bland. Nevertheless, Jiang Ling consumed them without a change in expression. When he departed from a Jiang family, he left with nothing. He had borrowed 4,000 kuai from Su Yunqing, and after purchasing some essentials and clothing, particularly a new phone, he found himself with only 1,600 kuai remaining. He needed to stretch this sum until his next paycheck, which should have sufficed. However, he had committed to 2 meals with Pei Siyi. What should one expect when dining with Pei Sanya? Jiang Ling was uncertain, but he could surmise it would be beyond his means. After drying and putting away the clean dishes, he settled back onto the sofa, glancing at his phone balance, which induced a headache. He hoped Pei Siyi's demands would not be too extravagant. Otherwise, after 2 meals, he might find himself in dire straits. Night had fallen, and the wind swept through the balcony, carrying the fragrance of roses mingled with a hint of pleasant woodiness. On the table before him lay 99 roses and a small blue bag. Jiang Ling reached out, pulling the tassel of the bag closer to his eyes, inhaling deeply, feeling his troubled thoughts gradually ease. "Perhaps I should visit the hospital after work tomorrow," he pondered. If there is nothing to be found, then so be it. If Pei Siyi were an ordinary person, he might consider a transactional relationship. However, Pei Siyi's feelings were anything but ordinary. Moreover, without a mech, he could not contend with Pei Siyi. Should Pei Siyi experience another period of heightened sensitivity, he wished to avoid the helplessness that came with it. Thus, Pei Siyi's words rang true. He indeed feared being consumed by him and remained cautious. Ding dong. The notification tone of his phone rang out repeatedly as Jiang Ling picked it up. It was a message from Pei Siyi. "Why, Jiang Jiaoyan, are you asleep?" "Why, I've safely arrived home. No need to worry." Jiang Ling thought that sometimes people could be quite shameless. He typed back, "Not yet." "Why? I heard there is a steak place in the northern district that is quite good." You don't have class the day after tomorrow. Shall I come and pick you up then? Another message popped up, causing Jiang Ling to hesitate mid-typing. Stake in the Northern District? Is it expensive? He contemplated for a moment before deciding to give it a try. If it proved too costly, he would have to decline. However, before he could check, another message from Pei Siyi arrived. Why? If you don't respond, I'll take it as your agreement. Why? Oh, you agreed. Why? Good night, Jiang Ling. Sweet dreams. Jiang Ling, who hadn't managed to send a single word, felt the small blue bag in his grasp deform under his grip, his soft pink lips pressed into a straight line as he ground his teeth in frustration. Determined, he vowed never to accept anything from him again. The following morning, in a state of drowsiness, Jiang Ling received a call from the delivery person, who informed him that breakfast had arrived downstairs. Due to the absence of a specific room number, he needed to retrieve it himself. After confirming his phone number twice, he accepted the package. Inside were shangjian bao, shrimp dumplings, a sandwich, millet porridge, and a bottle of heated milk. The note read, "Take what you like, and the rest to share with colleagues." Observing the commanding tone of the message, Jiang Ling almost instantly deduced who had sent the order. Jiang Ling. Image. Jiang Ling. Did you buy this? Jis. Jiang Ling. Why? Is there anything you like? Jiang Ling. The resolute individual who had sworn not to accept anything from Pei Siyi felt a headache creeping in. Jiang Ling, I don't want it. I'll take it to Shangyi. Come over to eat yourself. After saying this, he disregarded any response and tidied up before heading to Shangyi. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted several luxury cars parked outside, accompanied by 2 bodyguards stationed at the door. The scene did not suggest a mere visit, but rather hinted at trouble brewing. Without pausing, Jiang Ling approached, only to overhear Su Yunqing's voice. Coach Jiang has taken the day off. Since you are his family, you should seek him out, not me. I am merely his employer. My employees' personal lives are not my concern. A haughty female voice interjected. If we could find him, will we be here looking for you? He has quarreled with his family and left home. We cannot reach him now. All you need to do is tell me where he resides. Jiang Ling hesitated for a moment, realizing the identity of the visitors. Initially, he had considered stepping into care for the original owner's family. But after a series of revelations, he discovered that this family had never treated the original owner well, viewing him merely as a tool for climbing the social ladder. The original owner had perished, and Jiang Ling was yet to ascertain the circumstances of his demise, but it was undoubtedly linked to this family. As the original owner's benefactor in this rebirth, he had yet to solidify his footing to exact revenge, yet this family was already impatiently seeking trouble. With his line of sight obstructed, Jiang Ling could only catch a glimpse of the visitors' figures. There was no need for visual confirmation. Just the sound alone made his body tense up instinctively, his slender shoulders trembling slightly, and a sharp pain surged through his stomach, akin to a dagger twisting within. This was a visceral reaction born from a mixture of fear and aversion, coupled with an involuntary conditioned response of absolute submission to that person. Jiang Ling frowned, instinctively pressing a hand to his stomach. The feelings of nausea and pain crashed over him, making him acutely aware of the breakfast he held. Starving, hurting, nauseated. The veins in his hand bulged as he pressed against his abdomen, his delicate features turning pale as though sculpted from lifeless porcelain. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, Su Yunqing's expression shifted slightly, and then, seemingly impatient with Jiang's mother, she picked up her phone. Then I'll send him a message, urging him to contact you. The phone vibrated, and Jiang Ling read Su Yunqing's message. Director, I mentioned you were taking a day off. They do not know your whereabouts. If you wish to meet, do so. If not, return. I know how to handle this. Director, Su Yunqing's final reassuring expression somehow alleviated the cramping pain in Jiang Ling's stomach by fraction. However, he cannot leave. Quietly counting the bodyguards the Jiang family had brought, he noted 10, 3 more than yesterday. Although this body's reflexes trembled and weakened, it was not incapable of a fight. After Su Yunqing sent her message, she kept an eye on Jiang Ling outside, observing him place the items he carried on the ground and then move his wrist slightly. This gesture felt familiar. Jiang Ling had performed this action during his 2 bouts in the ring. The next moment, as Su Yunqing locked eyes with Jiang Ling, an intense chill shot up her spine, and the cold, lethal gaze he bore made her feel as though death itself had marked her, rendering her powerless to resist. The others seemed to sense something amiss as well. Jiang's mother and the bodyguards turned their attention to the entrance. There stood Jiang Ling under the feeble sunlight, his voice icy and piercing. Indeed, I should have extinguished the Jiang family at the first opportunity. Chapter 29. That is domestic violence. Liu Yun did not anticipate Jiang Ling would dare to flee from the blind date, not only ruining the collaboration with the Zhou family, but also incurring their wrath. Mrs. Zhou's sarcastic remarks echoed in her ears. Which member of your family would we dare to aspire to? Or do you think your feeble Omega son can suppress the Zhou family? We may not be superior, but we certainly surpass your Jiang family. Truly a case of a crow wanting to be a phoenix, utterly delusional. Selling off one's son. How foolish. Liu Yun's facade of submission shattered under Mrs. Zhou's relentless words. And her husband Jiang Chengtao faced humiliation from Mr. Zhou. The two were unaware of the reasons behind the debacle, but they were certain that Jiang Ling had ruined the blind date. They had intended to interrogate Jiang Ling upon his return, but were taken aback to discover that this waste of space had the audacity to run away from home. The sunlight gradually brightened, streaming through the treetops like beams of light upon Jiang Ling, his pale skin seemingly glowing, and his long, elegant eyelashes casting distinct shadows beneath his eyes, still presenting an appearance so fragile it seemed it could scatter with a mere breeze. This sight incited unwarranted frustration. The sound of high heels striking the ground echoed sharply as a frosty-haired woman with brown locks and green eyes approached. Jiang Ling could discern no emotion beyond anger on her face, yet his body trembled uncontrollably with increasing weakness as she drew closer. Even with the original owner's consciousness faded, this body retained the pain and fear associated with her presence, along with an instinctive submission to this woman. This kind of torment, akin to being mentally manipulated, was something Jiang Ling had not experienced in a long while, so long that he had nearly forgotten what it felt like prior to being taken in by the emperor. The intensity of this emotion surged unexpectedly, causing memories he had deliberately buried to resurface. His deep, murky blue eyes were unfathomable, and Jiang Ling's breath became shallow. This demeanor was in stark contrast to his usual self, and anyone who had interacted with him even briefly could sense that something was amiss. Su Yunqing felt a surge of panic and hastily grabbed her phone to call for assistance. Yet, Liu Yun remained oblivious. Perhaps it was a habit cultivated over more than 2 decades, causing her to overlook Jiang Ling's changes, or perhaps she noticed but simply did not care. For in her eyes, this person would never dare defy her commands. Her countenance darkened, watching Jiang Ling with the gaze of an adversary rather than a mother. Why did you run away? Why did you not behave during the blind date? Why did you offend young Master Zhou? Why can't you even maintain a relationship? Her simmering rage birthed a plethora of accusations, all culminating in a raised hand aimed at his face. In an instant, her icy gaze coalesced with a hint of murderous intent. Jiang Ling attempted to raise his foot to retaliate, but this body felt as though it had been immobilized, rendering him incapable of response. The fear accumulated over 20 years rendered this body incapable of exhibiting any form of defiance before Liu Yun. The sharp sound rang out, a resounding slap that echoed painfully. Jiang Ling was sent staggering to one side, his fair and delicate face quickly swelling with a distinct imprint of fingers. Su Yunqing was startled by the suddenness of the slap. What are you doing? She rushed forward without waiting for the other coaches, but was intercepted by the 2 bodyguards at the door. Although she had some knowledge of combat, her techniques were no match for the professional bodyguards, leaving her without an opportunity to defend Jiang Ling. With her hands restrained behind her, Su Yunqing cried out for help. Help! I'm being kidnapped. Where are Qinyang and Zhangfeng? Someone come quickly. Su Yunqing shouted loudly at the building, but it was still too early, and the venue was devoid of students. Even the coaches only consisted of these 2 individuals. Liu Yun, irritated by her shouting, retorted, What are you yelling for? I am educating my son. Su Yunqing, that's domestic violence. Liu Yun dismissed her completely. Even calling the police would be futile. Parents educating their runaway children was beyond the police's jurisdiction. Her gaze swept over Jiang Ling, filled with disdain and a hint of menace. Do you think hiding in the boxing gym will grant you freedom? For the Jiang family, it is futile to hide anywhere. The left side of Jiang Ling's cheek burned with pain. Liu Yun hit with considerable strength. Tasting blood, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes, tinted with crimson. You are right. He straightened up, meeting Liu Yun's cold gaze, astonished at the profound influence the Jiang family had on this body. Repeating what he thought he had misheard, Jiang Ling declared, Thus, I shall annihilate the Jiang family. Liu Yun was taken aback. She had never expected the typically submissive Jiang Ling to dare speak back, let alone utter such absurd words. After 2 days of revelry outside, he was clearly not in a sound state of mind. With brown eyes narrowing at Jiang Ling, she refrained from saying much, merely observing his dark and unyielding expression. "I will educate you properly when we return." She turned and signaled her bodyguards to take him away. The urgency was to bring him back first. The company had lost several major projects in recent days, evidently orchestrated by the Zhou family. Yet, they remained oblivious to what had transpired that day. The Zhou family had not made their intentions clear, and investigations had yielded no results. The only way to clarify matters was to question Jiang Ling. Only after understanding could a solution be devised. If all else failed, they would hand Jiang Ling, the culprit, over to Zhou. Bang! A bodyguard's robust form collapsed at her feet, interrupting Lu Yun's thoughts. She halted, her gaze dropping to the fallen bodyguard. He was one she had hired at great expense from a professional security firm, precisely to avoid any interference from the boxing gym personnel in taking Jiang Ling. To ensure everything went smoothly, she had specifically chosen a time when the place was empty, rising early to arrive. Yet now, one of her bodyguards lay unconscious at her feet without warning. Who was aiding Jiang Ling? She turned back but saw no one beside Jiang Ling. Only a group of bodyguards frozen in shock. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, "Who did this?" The bodyguards all pointed toward Jiang Ling. Lu Yun's face displayed incredulity. "Don't tell me it was Jiang Ling who struck him." She was well aware of Jiang Ling's frail constitution. A single blow could take half his life. Someone who could faint from 2 days of hunger could never possess such power. Yet the bodyguards nodded in unison, indicating Jiang Ling, who was shaking off his hands. "Boss." It really was him. Jiang Ling shrugged. "Though Lu Yun could not strike me, that does not mean the bodyguards are incapable." Despite his body being stiff and his reaction sluggish, he checked his phone, confirming that Pei Siyi was on his way, and he should be arriving soon. Thus, he shut off his phone and coldly stated, "The time is nearly upon us." Chun Yang and Zhang Feng had just descended the stairs, still grasping the situation, when they heard a familiar phrase. "You all, attack together." The arrogant and languid voice sounded as if it had been heard just yesterday. The next moment, Su Yinqing turned and shouted, "What are you two dawdling for? Go help." The cacophony of chaotic fighting erupted as Chun Yang and Zhang Feng snapped to attention and rushed into the fray. Chapter 30. What does it hurt? Brother Pei, I was wrong. I kneel to apologize. Luo Lingxi exclaimed on the phone, kneeling. "I was drunk yesterday and spoke recklessly, offending sister-in-law. To express my regret, I will host dinner tonight at Wang Jiangge, inviting you and sister-in-law to dine and apologize to her." The voice from the phone brimmed with profound guilt. Those unaware might think he was willing to sacrifice himself in atonement. However, Pei Siyi was well aware of him. The pretense of inviting to apologize was likely a ruse. He was truly eager to see the beauty of his wife. With his long fingers resting on the steering wheel, Pei Siyi glanced at the red light ahead and decided to switch the voice message to video. Luo Lingxi, flustered, accidentally accepted instead of declining. His brother's flamboyant and sharp features suddenly filled the screen, almost causing him to drop his phone. His insincere expression of apology was naturally captured by Pei Siyi's screen. Huh. Pei Siyi's red eyes scanned the ostentatious decor behind Luo Lingxi, landing on an oversized, gaudy pink photo. It was a selfie taken on Luo Lingxi's 18th birthday, printed and hung at the foot of his bed, a sight he saw every morning upon waking. Pei Siyi scrutinized him. "So, you kneel to apologize on your bed?" Luo Lingxi, with a messy hairdo, sheepishly removed the pillow he had been kneeling on. He chuckled awkwardly. "I was just thinking of apologizing to sister-in-law as soon as I woke up, so I didn't have time to move. As the saying goes, sincerity surpasses formality. Sister-in-law will surely not hold it against me." He repeatedly referred to sister-in-law with delight. He decided not to dwell on it further. The green light appeared. Pei Siyi placed his phone in the holder, and the car sped away. Luo Lingxi observed Pei Siyi's expression, eagerly asking, "Brother Pei, about dinner tonight?" "Not going." Pei Siyi flatly refused. Jiang Ling was already exhausted from classes, and today's schedule was particularly late. Luo Lingxi loved to play and could easily extend dinner to 2 hours, followed by singing and dancing. Jiang Ling could not endure such a schedule. Furthermore, since he had yet to succeed in his pursuit, it was premature to introduce Jiang Ling to friends, given Jiang Ling's easily startled nature. A slight misstep could frighten him away. Pei Siyi did not wish to squander the hard-earned progress. "All right then, brother, where are you now? I'll come find you," Luo Lingxi inquired. With his striking red hair, sharp and deep brow bones slightly raised, and lips curving into an attractive arc, Pei Siyi glanced at him. "My wife is treating me to breakfast. You're not invited," Luo Lingxi exclaimed. "Ah, the stench of love is suffocating," as Luo Lingxi lashed out in frustration. The deep blue sports car swiftly rounded the final bend. As the distance closed, Pei Siyi beheld the chaotic crowd gathered at the entrance of Shangyi, along with a frail figure ensconced in the center. From afar, that delicate silhouette appeared adorned in striking red, radiating from behind the ear to the shoulder. Pei Siyi's fingers tightened, his pupils constricting in the rearview mirror. Jiang Ling. With a dry throat, he managed to call out the name, his temples throbbing with rising veins. With a firm press, he floored the accelerator, the engine growling like a beast, screeching to a halt at the entrance of Shangyi. The tires screeched against the asphalt, tearing through the sunlight as Pei Siyi swerved the steering wheel, leaving a blackened arc on the road. At that moment, amidst the sharp sound of brakes, Jiang Ling was seized by a man from behind and forcefully thrown to the ground. Bang! The small blue pouch in his pocket fell in response, silver tassels scattering across the ground. Pei Siyi's mind went momentarily blank. His red eyes widened as he flung open the car door, stepping out and vanishing from sight. Ugh! Jiang Ling's slender frame crashed against the ground, bouncing back as he hunched over, clutching his mouth while coughing violently. His pale face momentarily tinged with an unusual shade of red. "Coach Jiang!" Chen Yang swung a punch to fend off the bodyguard before rushing to assist him, only to be kicked in the knee and fall to the ground. With no time to spare, Chen Yang had to turn back to defend himself again. The tactics of this group of bodyguards were exceedingly sinister, characterized by exceptional coordination. They maneuvered stealthily, launching ambushes and shifting positions, wearing Jiang Ling down through sheer persistence. Despite their relentless assault, Jiang Ling managed to take down 6 of them, while Zhang Feng and his companion subdued one, leaving 3 bodyguards remaining. Chen Yang and Zhang Feng faced off against one each, while the last one advanced towards Jiang Ling. The brutal impact had taken its toll. Jiang Ling's frail body struggled to endure the strain, and his vision was shrouded in darkness. Lu Yun's expression fluctuated as she observed Jiang Ling, realizing that such terrifying combat prowess had gone unnoticed by her until now. Taking a deep breath, she signaled to the bodyguard, instructing him to take Jiang Ling away. Time was of the essence. They could not linger any longer, for the arrival of other instructors would complicate their escape. Just as the bodyguard's hand was about to make contact with Jiang Ling, a crimson door suddenly materialized behind him. A powerful hand shot out, seizing the bodyguard's throat, and in an instant, a suffocating sensation enveloped him as he was lifted and violently slammed to the ground. In that moment, blood trickled from his temple, obscuring his vision, and he lost consciousness on the floor. The turn of events unfolded too swiftly for anyone to react before Jiang Ling found himself cradled in Pei Siyi's arms. He knelt amidst the scattered silver tassels, his arm brushing against Jiang Ling's neck, encountering a warm, sticky sensation. The moonlight tousled Jiang Ling's long hair, the blood staining his collar causing Pei Siyi's pupils to constrict. "Jiang Ling, where does it hurt? What do you feel pain?" The familiar voice resonated in his ears. Jiang Ling's vision remained hazy. He could not discern the figure, but knew who it was. In a faint, raspy voice, he called out, "Pei Siyi, it's me. I will take you to the hospital." "We're going to the hospital." Pei Siyi lifted him, turning to enter the chaotic door, but suddenly recalled how Jiang Ling had fallen unconscious the last time he had entered. Thus, he decisively chose to leave by car. In the pitch-black world, Jiang Ling was held closely by the man, and at that moment, he could not articulate his feelings. He simply felt that Pei Siyi's embrace was too rigid, causing him discomfort. Chapter 31. You should repent for your mistakes. Pei Siyi's sudden call of Jiang Ling startled Luo Lingxi, causing him to drop the pillow from his mouth. He watched as his brother's previously jovial expression abruptly froze, the carefree demeanor vanishing in an instant. The tension and concern he displayed were unlike anything Luo Lingxi had ever witnessed. In his haste, Pei Siyi left the video call connected, and Luo Lingxi, taken aback, did not end the call. Soon, He heard his brother's trembling voice filled with urgency. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. We'll be at the hospital soon. I'm driving fast. We'll find the best doctor. He will surely be able to heal you." Pei Siyi's strong embrace was steady and firm, as if he feared Jiang Ling might vanish, trapping him tightly within his arms. Jiang Ling raised his hand to push against the man's chest, but upon sensing a subtle tremor, he abruptly halted. In the enveloping darkness, Jiang Ling could see nothing, only the chaotic rhythm of their breaths and heartbeats, frantic and disordered. Suddenly, he felt drained of strength. Never mind. If I must be held, then so be it. In his current blindness, he recognized that Pei Siyi's guidance would allow them to move more swiftly. The person in his arms felt light and fragile, and Pei Siyi hesitated to embrace him too tightly, yet he felt an unsettling emptiness. When he had transformed into a Qilin carrying Jiang Ling, he had not fully grasped the extent of Jiang Ling's frailty. Now, holding him, he realized just how slender the young man was through the fabric of his shirt. He could distinctly feel the protruding butterfly bones. Despite being such a radiant and proud individual, his body was so vulnerable. A pang of sorrow welled up within Pei Siyi. "I haven't had breakfast yet, Jiang Ling. Please, tell me where you left it. Once you feel better, I'll go get it. Don't go silent on me. Jiang Ling, look at me." Jiang Ling, increasingly pained by the noise, furrowed his brow. "Pei Siyi, you're too loud." The man's voice abruptly fell silent. It was only after placing Jiang Ling in the passenger seat that Pei Siyi spoke again. "Don't sleep." This statement was brief yet heavy, causing his voice to grow hoarse. Jiang Ling longed to rise and declare that he would survive, but he lacked the strength, every part of him throbbing with pain. Thus, he merely let out a soft groan in response. Relieved by the reply, Pei Siyi settled into the driver's seat and sped away. Luo Lingxi, on the other end of the video call, was left in a daze. Due to the phone's angle, he could not see the passenger's face, but the voice sounded quite pleasing, albeit somewhat cold. Nevertheless, that was not the focus of his attention. The real revelation was that his brother indeed had someone special in his life. Moreover, he did not seem angered by the complaint of being too noisy. He had never seen Pei Siyi so cautious and anxious before, observing the tense set of Pei Siyi's jaw on the video. Luo Ling, she finally grasped the reality. His brother was truly on the verge of having a sister-in-law. Jiang Ling slept heavily. In his dreams, he seemed to return to a place devoid of doves and blue skies. With a crunch, weathered bones shattered beneath his feet. A frenzied, sickly crowd trampled the bones, their dry ankles descending with no hesitation. The bone-paved path was evidently easier to traverse than the damp, blood-soaked ground. A boy was bound to a cross, his pallet, emaciated wrists gashed by a blunt instrument, the gruesome wounds bleeding bright crimson, dripping onto the bones like vivid flowers blooming. His moonlit hair was tousled by the cold wind, and as he gazed ahead, he appeared to witness the ruins of a shattered empire. "You must repent for your sins." Someone trampled the flowers, casting a resentful glare at him. The boy lowered his gaze, his icy eyes betraying no emotion. A rusted dagger pressed against his chest, the dull blade still clinging to dried flesh. A sea of dark figures knelt, their voices rising in a fervent plea for forgiveness. "We offer the last bloodline of the old empire as a sacrifice. May the suffering of the old empire come to an end here." The dagger was raised high. He saw the hopeful gazes of the people below, resembling a monstrous maw eager to feast upon his blood and flesh in exchange for the hope of survival. The dagger plunged into his chest, and jubilant cheers erupted as his frail body was cast into the pile of bones. Darkness surged toward him. Jiang Ling's ice-blue eyes snapped open to a world shrouded in black. The veins on his pale hands surged, and the sharp pain in his wrist and chest ignited a tumult of thoughts. He startled upright, attempting to turn, but a firm hand pressed down on his shoulder, forcing him back onto the bed. "Get away!" Jiang Ling bent his knee and kicked sideways. Pei Siyi grasped his ankle and pinned him down with his leg. "Jiang Ling, it's me." The tension in Jiang Ling's body suddenly ceased its resistance. He gasped for breath several times before his eyelids fluttered and relaxed. Was a nightmare? The hand on his shoulder shifted from restraint to comfort as Pei Siyi cupped Jiang Ling's face, his voice laced with concern. Jiang Ling did not respond. He took a few moments to steady himself, then turned his head to avoid Pei Siyi's gentle touch. "I'm fine, you can go now." The effort Pei Siyi had made to restrain him, ensuring he did not get hurt, had left him nearly sprawled over Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling could even feel the warm breath against his neck, making it hard to ignore. With his lips pressed tightly together, Jiang Ling felt immensely uncomfortable. Neither spoke. Pei Siyi simply observed Jiang Ling's pale, weakened appearance, silently marking this moment in his mind. "It's good that you are all right." He withdrew his hand and was about to rise from Jiang Ling's side when the door to the hospital room swung open. Su Yunqing stood at the entrance with a breakfast bag, and upon catching sight of the two, her face flushed bright red. "Oh heavens! What are you two doing in broad daylight?" She hastily set down the items, exclaiming, "This is Coach Zhang's breakfast and phone. I left them here. You too." Continue. Su Yunqing spoke as she retreated, ultimately closing the door with a soft click. The hospital room fell into a momentary silence. Jiang Ling, though unable to see, sensed that Su Yunqing had misunderstood something. Heat gradually spread across Jiang Ling's face, as if ice and fire were intertwining, the rising mist obscuring his icy gaze, while a faint blush crept up to his earlobes, akin to delicate pink flowers blooming upon a glacier, rare and precious. Pei Siyi, captivated by the sight, felt his throat tighten, his breath becoming increasingly labored. Jiang Ling could distinctly feel this, and suddenly his fur bristled. Pei Siyi snapped back to reality, hastily releasing him and flipping over to sit upright. Jiang Ling clutched the blanket, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger. How could someone react so quickly? Jiang Ling abruptly turned his head, forcing himself to forget the sensation, his voice muffled with indignation. "Get out. I do not wish to see you." Pei Siyi thought, "It's over. I've upset him again." With a broad back curved in defeat, Pei Siyi rested his forehead against the bed's edge, raising a hand to tug at Jiang Ling's garment, his tone innocent and wronged. "I was never like this before. Please believe me." Jiang Ling yanked his shirt back, refusing to let him pull it. "No dashing. This is a rogue," Pei Siyi remarked. In Chapter 32, the most unbelieving of emotions, the doctor stated that Jiang Ling's temporary blindness was due to a blow to the head, and he would recover in a few days. Pei Siyi picked up a breakfast bag and placed his phone beside Jiang Ling's pillow. "You haven't eaten all day. I want to get you something. Do you have any cravings?" Jiang Ling ignored him, refusing to converse with the rogue. Pei Siyi laughed despite his irritation. "Why do you disdain me so? My current state is all you're doing." Jiang Ling's eyelashes fluttered, feeling this individual was turning the tables. Why does he always portray himself as the victim? Pei Siyi leaned closer, his eyes sparkling like red gemstones, slightly closed, aggressively fixating on him. However, Jiang Ling could not see. He only heard the man's deep voice resonate near his ear. "Coach Jiang, I was never like this before, but since meeting you, everything has become abnormal." The icy clarity of his gaze seemed to dissipate like mist, leaving only a clear and bright essence. His pale skin was as delicate as frost, the lingering redness at his earlobes resembling rouge and water, creating a stunning hue. Pei Siyi's gaze drifted down to Jiang Ling's lips. "At night, I eagerly await the day to find you. I wish for the night to linger, as I long to accompany you. When you are joyful, your heart races. When you are hurt, it pains me deeply, as if my very life is in your hands. We are clearly destined for each other. Why is it only I who feels so out of control?" His almost confessional words were direct and fervent, making it hard to resist. Jiang Ling's thick eyelashes trembled slightly. His breath momentarily halted. He felt the man inching closer once more. His instinct to retreat was thwarted as a soft head pressed against his shoulder. The warm breath brushed against his neck as he heard Pei Siyi's almost whisper-like words. "Coach Jiang, this is unfair." The man's nose brushed against Jiang Ling's slender and pale neck, rendering him utterly still. In the pitch-black world, devoid of sight, his other senses heightened. He could feel the man's emotions clearly. The fervent love was tinged with grievances, a painful yet tender care, and the man, yearning for a response, sounded almost pleading. "Why do you not like me? I am handsome, wealthy, devoted, and considerate. It would not be a loss to like me." The man's advances surged like a flood, catching Jiang Ling off guard, leaving him slightly unsteady. His already chaotic heartbeat stilled upon hearing such self-praising words, leaving him astonished by this person's narcissism. The corners of his lips curved slightly, and Jiang Ling could not help but smile. "Pei Siyi, how brazen you are. Hearing the laughter, Pei Siyu's eyes brightened, his hand tightening around Jiang Ling's waist as he buried his head lower, his lips nearly brushing against the delicate collarbone. If I were not brazen, how could I pursue you? Coach Jiang, you are cold and unapproachable, rejecting everyone, especially me. If I were not bold, would we be here today? Jiang Ling found himself speechless. Pei Siyi was indeed unlike others. He was powerful, unabashedly passionate, and his status was unparalleled. These were the qualities that made him shine. Many would yearn for even a glance from Pei Siyi. Yet, Jiang Ling was different. To him, strength equated to danger, recklessness to unpredictability, and fervor to an uncontainable brilliance. Most importantly, upon first seeing Pei Siyi, he did not appear as tranquil as he seemed. All of this unsettled him. Love is the sharpest blade. No matter how powerful one may be, one cannot evade the wounds of betrayal. Much like those who bound him to the cross, or the lieutenant who betrayed his wife. He had already faced death twice. That sensation was unbearably painful and terrifying. Jiang Ling did not wish to experience it again. Thus, for him, love was the most fearsome thing. Raising his slender wrist, Jiang Ling pushed Pei Siyi away from his chest. Pei Siyi questioned, "What?" Jiang Ling gazed at him, his icy eyes filled with longing. "Do you wish for me to like you?" "Yes," Pei Siyi replied without hesitation, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Jiang Ling. "I want you to like me, to fall in love with me, to marry me." Jiang Ling's icy demeanor softened, his pale lips curving into a gentle smile. "That would be quite difficult." The cool pheromones seeped out with volatile emotions, enticingly wafting through the air. The muscles beneath Jiang Ling's palm tensed. He could feel Pei Siyu's breath intensifying. The delicate fingers tightened around Pei Siyu's collar as he drew closer, until only a fist distance remained, allowing him to see Jiang Ling's slightly trembling eyelashes. Pei Siyu's strong hand around Jiang Ling's waist tightened, his crimson eyes darkening, hinting at a burgeoning intensity. "Coach Jiang, what does this mean?" The fervent warmth brushed against Jiang Ling's temple, and he noticed the closeness. His jaw tensing, but not retreating as he spoke for the first time to someone. "I am the least trusting of love. Pei Siyi, show me. Make me like you. Fall in love with you. Marry you." After Su Yinxing exited the hospital room, she still felt her face ablaze. Fanning herself, she made her way to the rooms of Chunyang and Zhang Feng. She had inquired about Jiang Ling with the doctor. There was nothing serious. It was merely a temporary blindness caused by a blow to the head. The fall had been rather severe, leaving extensive bruises and swelling on his back, with his wrist dislocated from being grasped. Fortunately, Luyan only intended to bring Jiang Ling back, not to harm him lethally, so the bodyguards had acted with restraint. Otherwise, Jiang Ling might not have withstood that blow. Chunyang and Zhang Feng had also sustained some injuries, but fortunately, Pei Siyi arrived in time. Luyan was stunned upon seeing him, and after Pei Siyi left, she swiftly took her people away. Chunyang sat on the edge of the bed, observing the abrasions on his arm, and scoffed. Did she think she could bully Jiang Ling in front of Third Master and escape? Zhang Feng was injured in the leg and could not move. Third Master Pei would undoubtedly show no mercy, primarily depending on Coach Jiang's stance. Jiang Ling would not show any leniency either. Su Yinxing recalled Jiang Ling's words. After all, he had stated he would annihilate the Jiang family. Chunyang and the others were astonished and still processing the information. Just as they reached the door, Pei Siyi spoke first, leaning against the door frame, his eyes sparkling mischievously, exuding an aura of regal dominance. "Oh, did my darling say so?" In Chapter 33, "Then let us annihilate the Jiang family." The bright lights of the corridor reflected off his hair, turning it into liquid amber, as Pei Siyi stood at the entrance, his fierce eyes gleaming with unrestrained triumph. "What else did my darling say?" The thick and elegantly curled eyelashes of Pei Siyi fluttered slightly, prompting a raised eyebrow from him. Su Yinxing felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth as she silently cursed in her heart. One might mistake Pei Siyi for a peacock with such a proud demeanor. What difference was there between a smug expression and a peacock displaying its feathers? Indeed, once one tasted success, everything seemed to evolve. Even the way they addressed each other transformed into darling. Although she believed the two were quite suited for one another, she couldn't help but wonder how Pei Siyi managed to emerge so swiftly. Glancing at the time instinctively, Su Yinxing furrowed her brow. This shouldn't be the case. Pei Siyi appeared robust and strong. yet his combat prowess seemed disappointingly feeble. The notion of endurance was even less commendable, leaving Su Yunqing to question her own perception. Truly, one cannot judge a warrior by their appearance, nor can one rely solely on looks. How superficial. Was Coach Jiang satiated? Did he find any flavor in his meal? Surely he hadn't succumbed to despair? The scrutinizing gazes laden with ambiguous meaning fell upon Pei Siyi, both intimate and questioning. Pei Siyi, upon catching her expression, discerned her thoughts clearly. The smile on his face faded, replaced by a penetrating gaze that was chillingly intense. "Shall I call a doctor for you as well?" he inquired. Su Yunqing was bemused. "What?" Pei Siyi smirked coldly. "I ought to have a doctor dissect your mind. Perhaps it would cleanse your thoughts." The implication was clear. Her mind was tainted. Unable to retaliate against his scorn, Su Yunqing coughed nervously and hastily shifted the topic. Coach Jiang had indeed declared his intention to obliterate the Jiang family, repeating it twice, which hardly seemed like a jest. Qin Yang and the others had not witnessed the full scope of the incident, and time had slipped away without an opportunity to clarify the details. Pei Siyi tapped on the doorframe, gesturing for Su Yunqing to recount the sequence of events. When he arrived, the battle was nearing its conclusion, and several individuals lay sprawled on the ground. He didn't inspect closely, but noticed Jiang Ling had been ambushed and was now incapacitated on the floor. At that moment, Pei Siyi was solely focused on hastening Jiang Ling to the hospital, with little time to inquire about the scene. Only after confirming Jiang Ling was out of danger and awaiting his awakening did Pei Siyi finally exhale in relief, allowing him the leisure to address the situation. Su Yunqing, having gathered her composure, recounted the events in detail. She explained that Coach Jiang had run away from home to bring him back, but upon seeing her, his expression had shifted drastically. He remarked that he should have eradicated the Jiang family long ago, and the look on his face resembled that of a foe rather than a mother-s. Although they were mother and son, their mutual gazes were filled with a palpable animosity, as if each would gladly see the other perish. "Did you slap Jiang Ling?" Pei Siyi asked, his tone questioning yet assured. He recalled the shocking imprint of a palm on Jiang Ling's face, a swollen, red mark stretching from his left cheek to his jawline. The outline of 5 fingers indented into his pale skin, tinged with purple, akin to a grotesque flower seared upon his visage. The force behind it was evident. Pei Siyi had applied ice packs for half a day and administered medication, managing to reduce the swelling to a less horrifying state. As expected, Su Yunqing nodded, affirming it was indeed her doing. "Very well." Pei Siyi's voice sounded as though it had been drawn from icy waters, each word sharp as shards of ice. "Let the Jiang family be destroyed. It is time for me to make my mark." At that moment, the Jiang family was in utter disarray. "Mother, are you certain that person was Pei Siyi, not someone else? Are you sure you didn't miss?" The agitated voice, laced with disbelief, came from Jiang Yi, who scrutinized the flustered Lu Yun with skepticism. As a frail Omega, he had not stepped outside for years, making it implausible for him to recognize Pei Siyi. Jiang Yi, for years older than Jiang Ling, had begun to take over company affairs. He had encountered Pei Siyi a few times and exchanged pleasantries, but he could hardly claim familiarity. What right did Jiang Ling, a sheltered and ineffectual Omega, have to know Pei Siyi? With a snap, Jiang Yi closed his laptop, rubbing his temples in fatigue and irritation. Since Jiang Ling offended the Zhou family, numerous companies had severed ties with them, and some even sought to exploit their misfortune to curry favor with the Zhou family. Had he known Jiang Ling would prove so inept, incapable even of maintaining a lover, it would have been better to confine him for life. The plan had been to retrieve Jiang Ling and offer an apology. Even if it did not restore resources or collaboration, it might quell the Zhou family's wrath. Yet, they had not only failed to retrieve him, but returned with news of Pei Siyi intervening on Jiang Ling's behalf. With a sigh, Jiang Yi declared, "Mother, you must be mistaken. How could Pei Siyi possibly assist him? He is hardly a paragon of altruism." Jiang Chengtao frowned. "Are you truly not mistaken?" Seeing the disbelief on both her husband's and son's faces, Lu Yun's complexion darkened. "What benefit would I gain from lying? At such close proximity, how could I possibly have misidentified him? Furthermore, he even wielded the primordial power of the Qilin. No one, not even the blindest among us, could mistake him." Upon hearing of the Qilin's primordial power, both Jiang Chengtao and Jiang Yi's expression shifted. They recalled Pei Siyi's anxious demeanor towards Jiang Ling. Lu Yun's face turned ashen as she continued. Moreover, Pei Sanye's concern for Jiang Ling is extraordinary. That boy has likely caught Pei Sanye's eye. Caught Pei Siyi's eye? Jiang Yi's light brown eyes gleamed with shrewd calculation, but he quickly suppressed it, forcing a calm demeanor. He placed his tablet beside the sofa and began to inquire about the details of the incident. Mother, the person you found didn't harm Jiang Ling, did they? Lu Yun, sensing her son's intentions, felt a surge of anxiety. Don't think about it. That little brat has grown bold since associating with Pei Siyi, boldly claiming he will annihilate the Jiang family. Initially, she found the notion laughable, yet now it sent chills down her spine. Jiang Ling, a frail omega, could never bring about the downfall of the Jiang family, but if Pei Siyi had taken a liking to him, he could easily accomplish it with a mere word. The Jiang family and the Pei family were akin to an egg colliding with a stone. Jiang Yi and Jiang Cheng Tao exchanged glances, both reflecting the same panic and dread. If offending the 8th-ranked Zhou family was difficult, what would they do if they incurred the wrath of the top-ranked Pei family? The atmosphere in the living room grew stifling and tense. Lu Yun's fingers dug deeply into her palm, the swirling emotions of resentment and fear reddening her eyes. She hurled her handbag to the ground, glaring at the silent Jiang Cheng Tao, her fingers trembling in fury. I have long said he is a calamity, yet you insisted on keeping him. Now, after nurturing him for over 20 years, we have raised a white-eyed wolf. He stirs trouble with the Zhou family and the Pei family after just one outing. Tell me, what are we to do next? Chapter 34. Do you like it? The sharpness of the voice pierced the ears painfully, and Jiang Cheng Tao's expression darkened considerably. He turned to Lu Yun and Jiang. If it weren't for your incessant beatings and humiliation, how could he have sought revenge against the Jiang family? If you wish to retain your identity as a wealthy matron, you must find a way to reach out to Jiang Ling. You must seek his forgiveness, or else the Jiang family will inevitably face ruin. Lu Yun stared at him, her eyes wide in disbelief. Jiang Cheng Tao, you expect me to plead for that little bastard as forgiveness? You may choose not to. Jiang Cheng Tao's gaze darkened like ink, the warmth on his face evaporating, leaving only a cold, fierce demeanor. His vengeance against the Jiang family is inexorably linked to your actions. You must either forgive the Jiang family, or you must leave. The choice is yours. After delivering his ultimatum, Jiang Cheng Tao turned and left. Lu Yun stood frozen, taken aback by his ruthless stance. Instinctively, she looked to her son for support. Shaoyi. Mother. Jiang Yi rose to embrace her, his broad shoulders providing a comforting refuge. Yet the words that reached Lu Yun's ears chilled her to the bone. Do not blame father. He acts for the sake of his family. Surely, you wouldn't want to see us on the streets, would you? Seek Jiang Ling. This is presently the most prudent course of action. Having uttered those words, the sensitive Jiang Ling could not endure Pei Siyi's persistent entanglement. Consequently, he dispatched him to the adjacent ward to visit Xinyang and Zhang Feng, who had rendered him considerable assistance and incurred injuries in the process. He felt immense gratitude towards the two. Upon learning that he would be visiting Jiang Ling's friends, Pei Siyi readily acquiesced. After all, Jiang Ling's request indicated his trust in him, which could be interpreted as a sign of affection from Jiang Ling. Thus, Pei Siyi departed in high spirits while Jiang Ling closed his eyes in preparation for slumber. However, as the effects of the medication waned, a myriad of aches surged forth. His back, wrist, cheeks, and the nape of his neck were all beset with discomfort. Though the pain was not overwhelming, it was certainly unpleasant, preventing him from falling asleep even after lying there for 10 minutes. Before long, discomfort in his stomach began to manifest. He had not eaten the breakfast Pei Siyi had procured that morning and had intended to buy some buns nearby, only to be interrupted by Lu Yun's arrival. Thus, to this moment, he had yet to consume a meal. The unease in his stomach intensified, subtly escalating towards a cramping sensation. He needed to eat something. Unable to see, he had no means to order takeout, but he recalled that Su Yunqing had brought breakfast earlier, likely placed on the table. Jiang Ling raised his hand to cover his abdomen, bracing himself against the headboard to rise, but upon exerting force, a sharp pain shot through his right wrist, the one dislocated by the bodyguard. Though the bone had been set, the lingering bruises and swelling remained painful. As he faltered, he fell back into the white quilt. The hospital bed was not soft, and the impact of his fall deepened the pain from the bruises. Jiang Ling let out a muffled groan. The nurse, summoned by Pei Siyi to check on Jiang Ling, heard this sound as she pushed the door open. She lifted her gaze to the ward, where the fluorescent light cast a gentle halo from the ceiling, enveloping the bed in a tranquil cocoon. The delicate and fragile Omega lay beneath the white sheets, his painterly brows furrowed, and his slender, cool jaw quivered slightly. He appeared both lovely and fragile, stirring a sense of heartache in those who beheld him. "What's wrong?" She hurriedly approached. "Are you all right? Did your wound reopen?" Jiang Ling shook his head and closed his eyes again. He had not anticipated that this body would be so exquisitely sensitive to pain, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. No wonder he could not rise after a fall. This was yet another disheartening revelation. Gritting his teeth, he waited until the intense pain subsided before replying, "No, I merely wish to retrieve the breakfast from the table. I'm a bit hungry. Could you assist me?" "Certainly. I shall fetch it for you." The nurse scanned the room and, upon spotting the breakfast bag on the table, brought it over. The contents of the bag were cold, and the nurse frowned. "This is already cooled. Perhaps you should wait? Your boyfriend has gone to buy you something warm." Jiang Ling's outstretched hand faltered. He had no boyfriend. The nurse must have been referring to Pei Siyi. With the prospect of warm food, Jiang Ling was disinclined to eat something cold. His hand withdrew, lowering his gaze. He replied, "Thank you, then I shall wait." Pei Siyi had not been gone long. Upon his return, he carried the meal he had ordered for Jiang Ling. Uncertain of Jiang Ling's culinary preferences, he had chosen a selection from the doctor's menu, comprising a light and nutritious diet suitable for patients. As the door creaked open, the soft rustle of the bag brushed against the doorframe, followed by the steady footsteps of the man. Jiang Ling opened his eyes and tentatively called out, "Pei Siyi?" Noticing Jiang Ling was awake, Pei Siyi quickened his pace. "Did I wake you?" He placed the meal on the table and turned to help Jiang Ling sit up. "No," Jiang Ling replied, leaning back against the upright pillow, shaking his head. "I am not sleepy, just hungry." Pei Siyi nodded. "Perfect, you haven't eaten all day. I bought a variety of food. Please see what you like." Jiang Ling slowly blinked, facing the darkness before him. "I cannot see. I am not picky. Just choose what you like." Due to his blindness, Jiang Ling's head remained still as he spoke, with only his long eyelashes casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyes, fluttering occasionally like the wings of a startled butterfly. Pei Siyi found himself enchanted by these delicate wings, reaching out to touch the corner of Jiang Ling's eye. The sudden warmth against his skin caused Jiang Ling's lashes to flutter. He turned his head away, warning Pei Siyi. Pei Siyi feigned nonchalance, retracting his hand. "It matters not if you cannot see. I have my methods." "What methods?" Jiang Ling wondered. "You will make me taste every dish, will you?" Jiang Ling intended to convey that such an effort was unnecessary, as he truly was not particular about food, but he heard Pei Siyi begin to enumerate the dishes. The first dish, fish maw and pigeon soup. Ingredients include fish maw, pigeon, astragalus, ginger, goji berries, sand ginseng, bamboo fungus, scallions, and dried shiitake mushrooms. After listing one dish, Pei Siyi asked, "Do you like it?" Jiang Ling was taken aback by Pei Siyi's meticulous attention to the ingredients. Seeing Jiang Ling's silence, Pei Siyi continued to list more dishes, making Jiang Ling increasingly hungry and uncomfortable. "Pei Siyi," he interrupted the man's incessant listing. "Just the last 3 dishes, quickly. I am starving." Pei Siyi nodded. "All right, for the final dish, Pei Siyi." Ingredients include handsome appearance, 8-pack abs, and a height of 191 centimeters. "Do you like it?" Jiang Ling. Chapter 35, The Unbearable Pork Ribs. Ultimately, Pei Siyi complied, leaving just the last 3 dishes and sending the rest next door. The table at the foot of the bed was raised before Jiang Ling, neatly arranged with 3 dishes, yet there was only a bowl of rice. As Jiang Ling, unable to see, stretched out his hand to find the chopsticks, the man snatched them away. Famished, Jiang Ling was perplexed by the man's actions. He had clearly stated his intention to procure food for himself, and now that the meal was presented, why was he prevented from eating? His stomach churned with hunger and pain, draining the color from his porcelain-white face as his fingers curled inward. He was unclear about the man's intentions. But since these were his purchases, he felt he had no right to partake. Perhaps he should express his gratitude. Yet, as the man now withheld his food, Jiang Ling lost the desire to utter those words of thanks. Suddenly, his tightly pressed lips were met with a warm, moist sensation, startling him into turning his head sharply away. A flush spread from his collarbone, rapidly reaching his eyes and brow. Jiang Ling raised his hand to cover his lips, feeling both shy and indignant. Pei Siyi, what are you doing? He had indeed permitted Pei Siyi's pursuit. Perhaps it was due to their unusual first encounter. Or perhaps he was simply captivated by the warmth of the man's embrace when he acted affectionately. In any case, he had agreed to give him the opportunity to express himself. However, that did not imply that he could kiss him while he was blind. The hand holding the pork rib froze midair as Pei Siyi, who had been preparing to feed his beloved, appeared utterly bewildered. What did I do? He glanced at Jiang Ling's flushed face, then at the rib in his hand, and suddenly his brow relaxed. Realization dawned upon him. He had inadvertently turned into a rib that had flustered Jiang Ling. His gaze fell upon the delicate, pink, and moist corners of Jiang Ling's lips. In Pei Siyi, he found himself thinking that becoming a rib might not be such a bad fate after all. His throat fell dry, and he cleared it, ultimately deciding to clarify his intentions. Ahem, I merely wish to feed you a piece of rib. Jiang Ling's eyelashes trembled. Rib? I would indeed like to kiss you. Pei Siyi added, but you would be upset, so I will hold back until the day you are no longer angry. Pei Siyi's gaze bore into Jiang Ling, his deep red eyes obscured with an enigmatic intensity. Jiang Ling seemed to sense that burning gaze, traversing from his brows along the bridge of his nose, and ultimately lingering at the corner of his lips, reluctant to depart. His slender fingers sank into the thin blanket, and his colorless, vacant light blue eyes gradually widened. Pei Siyi also curled his lips, taking advantage of Jiang Ling's unawareness to indulge in mischief before him. He once again picked up a rib and held it to Jiang Ling's lips, enticingly suggesting, "This rib is exquisitely stewed. Come, take a bite." The man presented the rib to Jiang Ling's mouth, gesturing as if coaxing a child to open wide. Realizing a misunderstanding, Jiang Ling could hardly swallow the rib. His lips tightened in unspoken words, yet he ultimately couldn't resist, replying, "Not this one. Choose another." Pei Siyi chuckled softly. Hearing his laughter, Jiang Ling's ears flushed crimson. How could Coach Jiang deceive me? Didn't you say you weren't picky? You truly won't eat? Very well, then I shall partake. His slightly opened eyes quivered as Jiang Ling recalled the rib brushing against his lips. The rib was tossed into Pei Siyi's mouth, who savored it with delight. Jiang Ling thought to himself that he might never be able to look at ribs the same way again. Pei Siyi switched to another pair of chopsticks and prepared a new dish for Jiang Ling, saying, "All right, do not be upset. Eat something quickly. Your stomach cannot bear this." Jiang Ling had almost forgotten about his aching stomach due to Pei Siyi's previous distraction. Without further hesitation, he opened his mouth to bite into the beef beside him. Pei Siyi had never cared for anyone else, let alone fed them. However, raised in the Pei household, he had been subtly influenced since childhood, making him surprisingly adept at this task. He fed Jiang Ling with great enthusiasm, alternating between rice and dishes. Jiang Ling attempted to eat on his own, but the man refused to allow it. "Pei Siyi, I can eat by myself. You cannot see, and your hand is injured. How can you eat alone? Help me by placing the food in the bowl." "Fine, if you give me a kiss, I will assist you." Jiang Ling fell silent, while Pei Siyi continued to feed him with a mixture of regret and satisfaction. From the moment he could remember, Jiang Ling had never been cared for in such a manner, leaving him momentarily dazed. After finishing the meal, a nurse arrived to change the dressing on Jiang Ling's head wound. As the gauze was removed, a 2-centimeter-long, winding gash became visible, nestled above Jiang Ling's left ear. Hidden within his long hair illuminated by the moonlight, Pei Siyi's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a countenance filled with coldness and ferocity. Su Yanqing had mentioned that this injury was sustained when Jiang Ling had been entangled with that group, falling into a flower bed and being pierced by branches. Pei Siyi vividly remembered the blood covering his hands when he held Jiang Ling, initially believing that Jiang Ling had merely bumped his head on the ground, leaving him in a panicked state. Fortunately, he had not sustained any serious injury. Otherwise, the Jiang family's predicament would have been far more severe than mere bankruptcy. After all, it was well known that Pei Siyi was not a man to be trifled with. Those who dared provoke him must be prepared for his relentless retribution. As the atmosphere around Pei Siyi grew increasingly oppressive, the nurse dared not even breathe as she continued her work. It was only when a phone call summoned Pei Siyi out of the room that the nurse finally exhaled in relief. The dressing change did not cease. The nurse merely shifted her focus to applying medication on Jiang Ling's face. Perhaps frightened by Pei Siyi, she could not resist the urge to find someone to converse with. Your boyfriend treats you exceptionally well. When you were brought in, you looked terrifying. Your neck was covered in blood, and your face was severely swollen. It was heart-wrenching to witness. His eyes were red with concern. Jiang Ling, confused, thought, if he recalled correctly, Pei Siyi's eyes were already red, weren't they? The nurse seemed to realize this too and awkwardly corrected herself. Not the same kind of red as now, more like he was about to cry. Jiang Ling paused slightly. Busy crying. Before he could ponder further, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open. Who was crying? Pei Siyi strode in, holding his phone, his brow furrowing deeper at the sight of the nurse. His tone was laden with threat. Say that again. Who is crying? The nurse fell silent, hastily placing the medications on a bedside. The purple ointment was for his back and wrist, and the transparent one was for his face. I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, she hurriedly exited, clearly frightened. Pei Siyi approached with a stern expression, taking the medications to continue applying them to Jiang Ling while explaining, do not listen to her nonsense. I did not cry. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, surprised at Pei Siyi's apparent concern for his reputation. He hummed in agreement, intending to give him some dignity. However, the next moment, Pei Siyi added, if I had cried, would you comfort me? Jiang Ling thought he was mistaken. This man had no shame whatsoever. Chapter 36. A delightful listening experience. Jiang Ling pushed him away, his tone resolute. No, I cannot think of anything that could make Pei Siyi shed tears. The formidable and willful Pei Siyi, who commands both wind and rain. What could possibly bring him to despair? Pei Siyi grasped Jiang Ling's hand, pressing it down, his voice laced with a hint of exasperation. Coach Jiang, you truly are heartless. The wound on Jiang Ling's back remained tended to by the nurse. After all, asking Jiang Ling to undress before Pei Siyi was akin to inviting a predator to prey upon its quarry. Jiang Ling harbored deep doubts about Pei Siyi's self-control. Thus, during the dressing change, Pei Siyi did not even manage to enter the room. Standing outside, Pei Siyi raked his fingers through his hair, wearing a gloomy expression as he gazed at the room, eventually leaning against the wall in compliance. The nurse cast a respectful glance at the door before turning her gaze back to Jiang Ling with admiration. The cool medicinal liquid was applied slowly on Jiang Ling's back, and the nurse's musings reached Jiang Ling's ears. Your boyfriend appears rather fierce. I did not expect him to be so obedient to you. Why don't you let him apply the medication for you? He seems quite attentive. Jiang Ling, his chin nestled into the pillow, replied languidly, because he is not my boyfriend. The nurse, taken aback, exclaimed, what? Recalling Pei Siyi's endearing terms for Jiang Ling, she hesitated, but he calls you baby. Jiang Ling, with acute hearing, retorted, Pei Siyi. Pei Siyi was left speechless, his frustration bubbling up as he pulled out his phone and began typing furiously in the hospital feedback section. Feedback from Pei Siyi. Feedback identity. Family member of the patient. Feedback issue. The nurse talks too much. I suggest she keep quiet. The feedback was submitted successfully, just as his assistant Xiaonan called. Boss, the tax bureau has received the evidence and is dispatching personnel to investigate the Jiang family. The Tang, Wei, and Wu families have all agreed to withdraw their investments from the Jiang family. Now, the largest collaborations with the Jiang family have all been canceled. The incident 6 months ago, where substandard work on the Lingxi project resulted in 1 death and 4 injuries, has been exposed, and we are contacting the victims' families. Pei Siyi gripped his phone, his demeanor a mix of languor and ruthlessness. Not enough. His dark red eyes lowered, his voice cold and haunting. Continue the investigation. Expose whatever you find. Also, look into Jiang Ling's circumstances over the years at the Jiang family. He paused before adding, but do not expose Jiang Ling's matters. Xiaonan nodded, understood, boss. After the call ended, Pei Siyi retrieved the breakfast he had brought along. He had not forgotten that Jiang Ling had invited him for breakfast that morning. Just as he was about to greet Jiang Ling, Su Yinxing emerged, spotting Pei Siyi standing at the door of Jiang Ling's room, chewing on the now-cold breakfast. Su Junqin looked perplexed. Third master, didn't you eat? Pei Siyi, seeing her, softened his demeanor slightly and replied, I have eaten. Jiang Ling had not consumed much, leaving the remainder for him to finish. However, he gestured with the breakfast in his hand, a smile returning to his face This was brought to me by Jiang Ling. Su Yinqing harbored suspicions that Pei Siyi might indeed be infatuated, reminding him, but it is already afternoon, and the breakfast is cold. The smile on Pei Siyi's lips faded. The icy breakfast in his hand served as a stark reminder of his tardiness. He tossed the last Shangjian bao into his mouth, the chill sliding down his throat and settling in his heart, bittersweet. He pondered that it was not the breakfast that had gone cold, but rather his arrival that had been too late. Had he arrived just a minute earlier, Jiang Ling would not have sustained such severe injuries. It wasn't tea until the nurse emerged after changing the dressing that Pei Siyi entered again, prompted by Jiang Ling's call. Unbelievably obedient. The three onlookers in the next room expressed their astonishment. Zhang Feng remarked on Jiang's prowess as a coach, while Chen Yang, munching on seeds, scoffed, questioning what it meant to encounter a destined individual like Coach Jiang, claiming he would be more obedient than San Yi. Indeed, Su Yinqing ultimately decided to wait a while longer, feeling a twinge of anxiety at Pei Siyi's demeanor. She believed Jiang Ling would need some comfort, and she did not wish to intrude. Watching Pei Siyi disappear through the door, she leaned back in her chair, reflecting on how fortunate she was to have allied herself with someone so remarkable. Jiang Ling alone had already brought her immense excitement, and she was astonished to discover that he was accompanied by the formidable Pei Siyi. Although Pei Siyi was not a coach from Shangyi, he was still associated with Jiang Ling, thus becoming half a member of Shangyi. With Jiang Ling and Pei Siyi together, who would dare challenge Shangyi? Her long-awaited dream of an Omega fighting gym seemed within reach. Jiang Ling truly was her little fortune star. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Jiang Ling was unable to teach, which meant his students would have to seek other instructors. Chen Yang and Zhang Feng exchanged glances, both instantly feigning death. It was laughable to think about substituting for Jiang Ling. Those students would surely despise them. Chen Yang pointed to his already swollen knee, looking feeble as he stated he would need at least 5 or 6 days of rest. At the same moment, Zhang Feng, with a broken leg, chimed in, estimating 3 days of recovery. The two halted, both staring at each other's injuries, their lips twitching in disbelief. Chen Yang incredulously questioned, "Brother, you're saying you'll be out for 3 days with a broken leg?" Zhang Feng, feeling numb, retorted, "Brother, you're claiming 6 days for a mere scrape?" They exchanged incredulous glares, both thinking the other was absurd. A strange silence enveloped the hospital room. Su Junqin chuckled softly. Upon returning to the ward, Pei Siyi collapsed onto Jiang Ling's leg, remaining still, consumed by melancholy. Jiang Ling blinked, bewildered by this behavior. Pei Siyi, Jiang Ling stirred his leg, but Pei Siyi restrained him, saying, "Don't move, I'm feeling down." Jiang Ling questioned, "Are you upset because you can't have your dressing changed?" He found Pei Siyi's fragile emotional state perplexing. Furthermore, undressing in front of someone was typically an act reserved for those in an intimate relationship, and since they had not agreed to be together, such behavior was inappropriate. "Pei Siyi, sit up," Jiang Ling insisted. He attempted to push him away, but Pei Siyi held his wrist, tilting his head to examine Jiang Ling's delicate, slender wrist. It appeared so fragile that it seemed it could shatter with the slightest pressure. Pei Siyi's warm palm brushed against Jiang Ling's wristbone, a sensation both clear and tantalizing, causing Jiang Ling to retract his hand as if burned. Through the darkness, he shot Pei Siyi an affronted glare, his voice laced with irritation. "Pei Siyi." Pei Siyi found amusement in Jiang Ling's tone, which momentarily dispelled his earlier gloom. He focused intently on Jiang Ling, swallowing hard before calling out again. He gently poked Jiang Ling's thigh, his voice a mix of playfulness and coaxing. "Say my name, Jiang Ling." Jiang Ling calmly swatted Pei Siyi's hands away, perceiving his actions as excessively familiar. They were not a couple. Such intimacy was unwarranted, especially in front of others. "Get up. I don't like this." The weight on his leg lifted, and Pei Siyi finally sat up straight, asking, "Did I hurt you?" Jiang Ling replied, "No." He shifted his leg away from Pei Siyi's hand, his sharp, pale features stating a simple truth. "We are not a couple. You are too close." Sensing Pei Siyi might not grasp the implications, he added plainly, "We need to maintain distance." Pei Siyi's smile faded completely as he scrutinized Jiang Ling. The slender figure beneath the pristine blanket appeared almost translucent, reminiscent of sharp ice shards that were cold and distant. His thick, dark brows knitted together, a wave of inexplicable frustration washing over him, enveloping him like layers of cling film. Jiang Ling, do you have a split personality? Pei Siyi found Jiang Ling's behavior puzzling. One moment he was sweet and charming, capable of melting hearts, and the next he transformed into a frigid, aloof being, capable of freezing souls. It was as if he were riding a roller coaster alongside Jiang Ling. In just one day, Pei Siyi felt his heart racing. Leaning against the back of his chair, Pei Siyi, with his flamboyant red hair, casually tapped the bedside table with 2 fingers. Hurry up. You need to go and bring my sweet Jiang Ling back. Jiang Ling, still unable to see, was undeterred as he sought the source of the voice, bemused. Pei Siyi, feeling his bravado wane under Jiang Ling's disdainful gaze, fell silent for a moment and resignedly rubbed his face. Fine, I'll pay more attention from now on. Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction, preparing to withdraw his gaze when he heard Pei Siyi continue, but you've already agreed to let me pursue you. If I perform well, can I earn a little reward? For example, the Jiang family? Jiang Ling's long, elegant eyelashes fluttered slightly as he blinked. Have you made a move? Of course. Pei Siyi replied, resting his elbows on his knees, supporting his chin with a slight arch of his back. His sharp features glinting with mischief as he looked at Jiang Ling. Didn't Coach Jiang ask me to show my worth? If you want to eliminate the Jiang family, I'll ensure their disappearance. Would that not be considered good performance? Moreover, they have already made a move against you, and I had no intention of letting them off. If I can leverage that for some benefit, that would be ideal. The evening breeze was cool and lingering, the moonlight tousling his hair as Pei Siyi observed the long, fluttering lashes of Jiang Ling, sparkling like stars. The chill surrounding him began to dissipate. Pei Siyi pressed on, Coach Jiang, did I perform well or poorly? After a few moments of silence, Jiang Ling nodded. Well, Pei Siyi's laughter rang out unabashedly. Then what is my reward? His fingers curled slightly as Jiang Ling tilted his head. I never agreed to give a reward. But you didn't refuse either, Pei Siyi retorted with mock seriousness. In the adult world, a lack of refusal equates to agreement. Are you trying to play tricks, Coach Jiang? Jiang Ling rubbed his temples, ultimately relenting. What do you want as a reward? As the words left his mouth, he regretted it, sensing that Pei Siyi's choice would likely be something difficult to fulfill. Sure enough, Pei Siyi leaned in closer, sitting at the edge of the bed, lowering his head to ask, I want to kiss you. Is that all right? His low, husky voice brushed against Jiang Ling's ear like a night breeze rustling through treetops, filled with a damp, intimate allure. Jiang Ling felt a tingle in his ears, instinctively turning his head to cover them. Pei Siyi inquired, what does that mean? Is my voice unpleasant? He tilted his head to observe Jiang Ling, seeing him cover his ears with delicate fingers, shoulders slightly hunched as if he were a white kitten scratching its ears. Pei Siyi felt a stir in his heart. Clearing his throat, he adhered to the principle of maintaining distance, extending 2 fingers to gently move Jiang Ling's hand away. He leaned in closer to Jiang Ling's ear again. Coach Jiang, even if you try to act cute, it won't work. I won't give up on my reward. Jiang Ling, the low magnetic voice stirred a crimson tide that engulfed Jiang Ling entirely, leaving him speechless and filled with indignation. Just a moment ago, he had declared the necessity of maintaining distance. Yet in the next breath, he expressed a desire to kiss him. What manner of man is this? No, this cannot be allowed. Jiang Ling struggled to withdraw his hand, pressing against Pei Siyi's chest to push him away. Pei Siyi, feeling disheartened, tugged at Jiang Ling's garment, still yearning for more. Jiang Coach, no. Jiang Ling interrupted his playful antics decisively, observing Jiang Ling's resolute demeanor. Pei Siyi reluctantly settled for a hug instead. After a brief silence, Jiang Ling considered that a hug was indeed more palatable than a kiss. In recalling their previous embraces, he found himself enveloped once more in the warmth of the man's embrace. Pei Siyi chuckled softly, pressing the delicate figure against his chest, a surge of joy radiating from within him. Jiang Ling heard the man murmur, Darling, did I not tell you that silence equates to acquiescence? When you do not speak, are you merely waiting to be embraced by me? Jiang Ling. He had never felt so astounded and speechless as he did in that moment. Clenching his teeth, he suppressed the urge to strike out. After all, if this embrace were to be interrupted, the man might demand a redo and possibly insist on compensation for emotional distress at the sight of his impact. Likely, he would request another kiss. Thus, embracing seemed the better option. Jiang Ling closed his eyes, his ears reddening as he surrendered to the situation. Sensing the relaxation of the person in his arms, Pei Siyi's lips curled into a triumphant smile, a sense of victory gleaming in his eyes. To maintain distance? How could that possibly be? The porcelain-like skin flushed with a rosy hue as Pei Siyi bowed his head, burying his face in Jiang Ling's neck, nudging against the tender flesh with his nose. The moonlight illuminated the delicate curve of Jiang Ling's slender neck, drawing attention to a subtle bulge beneath the fragile skin, enticing and delectable. His pupils momentarily dilated, and with a flick of his tongue brushing against his teeth, Pei Siyi quickly averted his gaze. He could not risk scaring away the one he had finally managed to hold close. He tightened his embrace around Jiang Ling, thinking to himself that one day he would mark his territory there. Chapter 38. Not at all obedient Pei Siyi hastily closed his eyes, resting his head against Jiang Ling's shoulder, unwilling to look any longer. Jiang Ling leaned against the man's chest, acutely aware of the tension coursing through his muscular frame. That's enough, Jiang Ling urged, his face flushed. Pei Siyi, loosen your grip. Pei Siyi, thoroughly enjoying the moment, complied, helping Jiang Ling lie down and covering him with a blanket while assuring him, rest assured, I won't take advantage of you. In no more than half a month, the Jiang family will surely fall. During this time, they will undoubtedly seek you out, but fear not, I shall remain by your side. Jiang Ling extended his hand outside the blanket, asserting that he felt no fear and did not require his company. The current members of the Jiang family would never dare to confront him. They could only come seeking mercy. Yet, he would not let them off easily, and he was prepared for their desperate attempts. Until the very last moment, they would not dare act recklessly. Thus, Jiang Ling felt secure for now. Go attend to your matters. There is no need for you to linger by my side and waste time. No. Pei Siyi fermi rejective. He gazed at Jiang Ling, his eyes sweeping over the hollow, icy depths of Jiang Ling's gaze, ultimately resting on his left cheek. The bruise had considerably subsided, yet the edges still bore faint traces of blood, glaring against his alabaster skin. There were also injuries on his head, wrist, and back, an array of bruises that seemed to suggest an intent to shatter Jiang Ling into pieces. The taste of cold breakfast lingered in Pei Siyi's mouth. He once again positioned himself on Jiang Ling's legs. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling was about to push this unreliable man away when he heard Pei Siyi's muffled voice from under the blanket. It is because I am not by your side that you get hurt. If only I'd set out sooner, you would not bear such injuries. Pei Siyi lovingly caressed Jiang Ling's injured wrist, causing Jiang Ling's fingers to curl instinctively, momentarily forgetting the need for distance. In truth, Pei Siyi was mistaken. Jiang Ling had climbed from the depths of despair to attain his current position not only due to his formidable strength, but primarily due to his exceptional tactical acumen. He was not impulsive, nor did he engage in battles unprepared. He could not single-handedly defeat the 10 bodyguards. Therefore, he opted to stall for time, waiting for his ally. Pei Siyi. Yes, at that moment, Jiang Ling stood alone, facing the Jiang family, who had him cornered alongside the still vulnerable Shang Yi. He could have aided, but Shang Yi, who was tied to him, could not. Moreover, one could hide for a time, but not for a lifetime. He could not remain in a constant state of flight. This was not Jiang Ling's nature. Thus, the simplest solution was to eliminate the greatest obstacle, the Jiang family. Yet, as he looked around, he found that the only one who could assist him was Pei Siyi. He was decisive on the battlefield, so he promptly decided to stall until Pei Siyi arrived. Later, he checked his phone, not only for the time, but also for updates on Pei Siyi's arrival. He had estimated the time, convinced he could hold out until Pei Siyi arrived. However, he had overestimated his stamina and endurance. The bodyguards, perhaps seasoned in their collaborative efforts, worked seamlessly, wearing him down with their guerrilla tactics before seizing the opportunity to deliver a brutal blow. Fortunately, Pei Siyi eventually arrived. Although slightly delayed, it was the outcome he desired. He intended to use Pei Siyi to eliminate the Jiang family, and, in return, he would offer Pei Siyi what he desired, such as consenting to his pursuit. Yet, the subsequent developments seemed not entirely right. Jiang Ling's thoughts were drawn back to the sensation of Pei Siyi's grip on his wrist. He heard Pei Siyi say, "You get hurt and do not call or message me. How could I rush to you immediately? I cannot remain idle knowing they will seek you out. What if they go mad and harm you?" Pei Siyi's voice faltered, and Jiang Ling realized his hand had been taken and placed against the man's face. The sharply defined features were traced in his palm, his fingertips brushing over the brow and the corners of his eyes, while the warm, soft lips pressed against the most sensitive part of his hand. Pei Siyi kissed his palm, murmuring, "I could die from heartache." Like a jolt of electricity, Jiang Ling's body stiffened, and his eyes widened slightly. The sensation of his palm mingled with the man's voice, akin to an exploding starship, pulling him into a chaotic stream of particles, leaving him disoriented. The darkness before him momentarily dissipated. In the gray-white world, he was met with a pair of fiercely passionate, crimson eyes. Pei Siyi was oblivious to the fact that Jiang Ling could now see him. He simply smirked and lightly nibbled on Jiang Ling's delicate fingertip. That expression was anything but obedient. It resembled a predator poised to pounce, waiting for Jiang Ling to reveal a weakness before devouring him whole. Jiang Ling, gazing at Pei Siyi in this state, felt his breath momentarily halt. This was the first time he sensed that the unfolding events were slipping beyond his control, the decision-making power being gradually consumed by Pei Siyi. Qin Yang had only taken a 2-day paid leave from the hospital when Su Yunqing summoned him back to substitute for Jiang Ling's students. After enduring a morning of complaints from the students, Qin Yang wore a look of utter desolation, moving as if he were a ghost. The other coaches who had become substitute teachers were similarly transformed into zombies. Meanwhile, Su Yunqing stood at the front desk, unleashing a barrage of verbal assaults. "Qin Yang, what are you doing? This lesson is supposed to cover the side flip and elbow strikes. Yet you're teaching what? Pork elbow and spiral kicks." Huffed. Qin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the comment, which earned him an immediate reprimand from Su Yunqing. "And you? What are you laughing at?" The student in question had explicitly requested to learn Coach Zhang's rib kick. "What are you teaching? Underarm hair removal?" The Han Tongren pointed at him and laughed. Serba ziorit. You dare to mock me, you underarm hair remover." The Han Tongren furiously retorted, "What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? You pig's elbow? Do you believe I won't stew you tonight?" The coaches seated nearby watched the spectacle, engrossed, one even passing a sunflower seed to Su Yunqing. Without turning his head, the coach asked her, "Would you like some? They're 5-spiced." Su Yunqing felt a chill at her neck and turned to see the coach's face contorted in shock. With a swift movement, Su Yunqing slapped him with a flip-flop, exclaiming, "What the heck?" The other coaches gasped, realizing the situation was about to escalate. Just as Su Yunqing, hands on her hips, prepared to unleash a barrage of attacks, the door on the second floor was knocked again. She turned, her expression transforming into a cold smile. "Ah, isn't this Mrs. Jiang? Where are your 10 bodyguards?" Jiang Ling's pale face was devoid of warmth as she replied, "Pei Siyi, we are not a couple. Maintain your distance." Pei Siyi obediently nodded. "Alright, darling. Can I have a kiss?" Upon hearing the words, Mrs. Jiang, the previously noisy second floor fell silent, all eyes turning to the door. Jiang Ling's identity was no longer a secret. The youngest son of the Jiang family, beaten into the hospital by his own mother and her entourage, a broken omega. Many assumed that Jiang Ling's abilities were nurtured by love, but reality revealed that those skills were forged through suffering. A frustrated student picked up a water bottle, hurling it in anger. The bottle struck the door frame with a resounding crash, resembling a firework, signaling the onset of chaos. Lu Yun, standing at the door, was hit by the bottle and stumbled back, drenched and disheveled. Having been pampered for so long, she had never experienced such humiliation. As she opened her mouth to reprimand, she was met with a row of fierce gazes from the students, all picking up bottles and stepping toward her. The words caught in her throat, and with a shiver of fear, she retreated. Su Yunqing observed the scene, chuckling softly as she stepped forward. The coaches silently followed her lead, sunflower seeds in hand. "You are not welcome here," Su Yunqing declared, her gaze filled with disdain for Lu Yun. "You better leave quickly, or I'll close the door and dismiss the students." The students' long nails dug into their palms as Lu Yun, suppressing her fury, struggled to maintain her composure. She could not afford to lose her temper here. In just 2 days, several major partners had fled, violating contracts, leading to a disrupted funding chain. Families of victims who died on construction sites had collectively taken the Jiang family to court, and the tax authorities were investigating daily. This was Pei Siyi's method. When he crushed, there was no time for reaction. In her youth, he used brute force. In adulthood, he wielded power. A madman. To expend such effort for a broken omega. Despite the rage boiling within, she dared not show even a hint of discontent. She forced a smile, feigning concern. I merely wanted to ask where Jiang Ling is. The last bodyguard injured him, and I am worried about him. Bang! Another bottle was thrown, landing at Lu Yun's feet. Chun Yang retrieved another bottle from a fellow student, tossing it in the air before aiming it at Lu Yun's mouth. What did you say? Repeat that. I didn't hear clearly. Lu Yun knew that uttering another word would result in a bottle being hurled at her face. The other students mirrored Chun Yang's actions, aiming their bottles at her, ready to strike. Come on, say it again. Lu Yun trembled with rage, her face a mix of pale and green. Despite her frustration, she dared not speak and ultimately stormed off in anger. Once her figure disappeared down the staircase, the students' fury remained unabated. Some quick-tempered ones began to curse. Su Yinqing's expression turned stern. At such a young age, how can you use foul language? You are here to learn self-defense, not to insult others. Have you mastered the techniques? Can you perform a sidekick? The students lowered their heads in shame. But the next moment, Su Yinqing produced a sign, flamboyantly inscribing 8 characters. No entry for the Jiang family and dogs. After a moment's thought, she added a small note. Note, Jiang Ling has severed ties with the Jiang family. 3 days later, the night was cool as water. The wheels rolled over puddles, creating a blur in the neon lights. With the window half open, Jiang Ling felt the refreshing evening breeze, the bitter scent of disinfectant finally dissipating. He disliked that smell. It made his body instinctively tense. No, it must be the original owner's aversion to that scent, lingering even in death, leaving behind muscle memory filled with screams and cries, intertwined with pleas for mercy, causing Jiang Ling restless nights. He recalled the information Pei Siyi had uncovered from the ex-servants dismissed by the Jiang family. The memories mirrored those in Jiang Ling's dreams. A dark, cramped basement, raised whips, hoarse and broken voices, and curled, trembling bodies from a small ball to a tall, frail figure. He endured for 23 years. The gray world outside the car rapidly receded as Jiang Ling leaned against the seatback. The chaotic light outside reflecting in his icy eyes, stirring an extreme chill within him. The assistant driving, Qiao Nan, dared not utter a word. Yet Pei Siyi remained oblivious. The man's broad, imposing figure filled the small car with his warm, vibrant energy, taking Jiang Ling's gaze captive. He heard Pei Siyi's teasing voice. Why has Coach Jiang turned cold again? Should I warm you up? As the man opened his arms to embrace him, Jiang Ling's eyes flickered, instinctively glancing at Qiao Nan. He raised a hand to press down on Pei Siyi's shoulder. Pei Siyi, stop messing around. Pei Siyi noticed his gaze and raised the divider in the car. Wait. Jiang Ling grasped Pei Siyi's outstretched hand, inexplicably reluctant to let the divider rise. For days, Pei Siyi had adhered to Jiang Ling's wishes, remaining by his side except for bathroom breaks. He cared for Jiang Ling meticulously, almost eager to feed him water. Each task he performed required Jiang Ling's approval, and now Jiang Ling owed him 2 hugs and 3 hand-holding sessions. Jiang Ling had suffered injuries, resulting in a mountain of debts. A lesson learned the hard way. With black sleeves casually rolled at his elbows, revealing a smooth, tanned forearm. His delicate fingers rested upon it like tender petals on a sturdy branch, creating a striking contrast that deepened Pei Siyi's gaze. He thought, that hand must look beautiful regardless of what it held. Jiang Ling was unaware of Pei Siyi's musings, only exerting pressure to signal him to stop. His pale pink fingertips pressed down, causing a bruise to form. Pei Siyi, let go. Don't raise it. Why not? Pei Siyi couldn't quite grasp the reasoning. Aren't you trying to keep him from seeing? Jiang Ling's facial skin was astonishingly delicate. Even the slightest touch could turn her fair complexion into a rosy hue, reminiscent of a figure living in a feudal dynasty, exuding an innocent charm. Yet, Pei Siyi also found himself drawn to this very essence of Jiang Ling. He often appeared aloof and proud, his sharp and cool features perpetually calm, as if no one could ever approach him. However, once embraced, he would instantly flush all over, as if the ice had transformed into the gentle waters of spring, causing soft flowers to bloom upon the glaciers. Such a Jiang Ling was something Pei Siyi wished to keep all to himself, hidden from the world. But Jiang Ling was not merely reluctant to let Qiao Nan see. He also wished to avoid being held by Pei Siyi, especially in the confined space of 3 people. Raising the partition was akin to covering one's ears while stealing a bell. It was no different from openly announcing their intention to embrace. Rather than that, it will be better to return home. Jiang Ling's ears flushed slightly as he lifted his gaze. The coldness that had gathered in his eyes now softened by a warm mist, rendering his eyelashes glistening and clear. He spoke softly, suggesting they embrace when they return home. Pei Siyi felt a surge of dizziness from this unexpected proposition, his breath momentarily halting. Which home? Jiang Ling's fingertips turned crimson, indicating my home. The partition that had just been raised was lowered once more. Xiao Nan, surprised, glanced at the rearview mirror, meeting Pei Siyi's deep crimson gaze, and heard a reprimand. What are you staring at? Drive faster. Xiao Nan thought to himself how he had just been told to drive slower, and now he was being urged to speed up. Indeed, men were ever so capricious. With a swift motion, Xiao Nan pressed down on the accelerator. Jiang Ling leaned against the car window, absorbing the cool evening breeze to temper the heat. The melancholic emotions birthed from the original owner's experiences were swiftly forgotten, interrupted by Pei Siyi's presence. The car came to a halt at the apartment entrance. Pei Siyi took the car keys and followed Jiang Ling inside, leaving Xiao Nan with a simple instruction: take a taxi back. Xiao Nan smiled politely, okay, boss, while internally raging at the inconsistency of being awakened from his bed to serve as a driver just to extend their time together. This apartment had not been occupied for several days. The balcony was open, and a light layer of dust had settled on the floor. Perfect. There was no need to change shoes. Jiang Ling pushed the door open and entered. He had lived there for barely over half a month, and even for such a temporary residence, he wouldn't casually bring anyone inside. Apart from the original owner, Su Yinqing, Pei Siyi was the first. His gaze swept across the shoe cabinet, which held only a pair of slippers, as Pei Siyi strode confidently into the room, plopping himself down onto the sofa with a sense of relief. Pei Siyi looked at Jiang Ling, silently questioning if he was to be turned away. Jiang Ling replied, the balcony is to the right of the sofa, and it's covered in dust. Jiang Ling had initially intended to find a towel to wipe it down and then invite Pei Siyi to sit. However, this man seemed overly eager. Jiang Ling hesitated, then turned to fetch a towel while Pei Siyi surveyed the living room. The open layout revealed the kitchen, bathroom, and balcony in a glance. The black, white, and gray Italian minimalist design appeared simple yet elegant, though as Jiang Ling had mentioned, it lacked any greenery. Apart from the cold furnishings, there was not a hint of color, mirroring Jiang Ling himself, who bore few hues. Jiang Ling returned with the towel, instructing, stand up, the sofa is dusty. Wipe it before sitting. Pei Siyi complied, rising, and upon seeing Jiang Ling bend down, instinctively reached out to assist, thinking he was still in the hospital. Jiang Ling, who had been about to wipe the dust away, was caught off guard, looking at Pei Siyi in confusion. What are you doing? Pei Siyi realized his mistake, and, wishing to avoid admitting his flustered state, took the towel from Jiang Ling's hand. Let me clean, you just sit. To his surprise, when he tugged on the towel, it did not budge. Jiang Ling replied firmly, no, I will handle these matters myself. His expression was watchful, indicating that the embraces and hand-holding he owed Pei Siyi would be repaid promptly. He would not allow any further debts to accumulate. Pei Siyi wanted to explain, but was silenced by Jiang Ling's piercing gaze, leaving him awkwardly withdrawing his hand and standing aside. Previously, he had taken advantage of Jiang Ling's impaired vision to seek rewards, but that would likely be more challenging now. Pei Siyi rubbed his nose, contemplating other methods, as his rewards could not be interrupted. Just then, he glanced down and noticed a bouquet of dried roses on the coffee table. He bent down to inspect it, realizing it was the very bouquet he had gifted. So, Jiang Ling had placed his flowers in the most conspicuous spot in the house. When Jiang Ling returned from wiping the sofa, he saw Pei Siyi fiddling with the now moldy roses. They're already dried. Pei Siyi remarked, I'll get you a fresh bouquet. Jiang Ling was about to refuse, but then heard Pei Siyi add, no need for rewards. The withered roses were set back on the table, and Pei Siyi took the soiled towel from Jiang Ling's hands, leading him to the kitchen to wash up. The towel was discarded aside as Pei Siyi wrapped his arms around Jiang Ling from behind, his hands caressing Jiang Ling's slender, pale fingers under the flowing water. The gesture resembled an embrace from behind. The sun-kissed tips of his fingers intertwined with Jiang Ling's, the cool water splashing tiny droplets that sparkled like gems. brushing against Jiang Ling's long, curled eyelashes, moistening the corners of his eyes. Pei Siyi's voice was deep. "We still owe one hug." Jiang Ling found himself encircled by Pei Siyi's warm chest and strong arms, feeling trapped. Pei Siyi, Jiang Ling retracted his slightly flushed fingertips but did not push him away, only stating, "We still need to account for one hand-holding." The vibrations of Pei Siyi's muffled laughter resonated against Jiang Ling's back. Jiang Ling pressed his lips together, maintaining his cool and tranquil demeanor, though his blushing ears betrayed him completely. "All right." Pei Siyi lowered his head, resting his chin on Jiang Ling's shoulder, and declared, "I will heed Coach Jiang's wishes." Chapter 41. Like you, I dare not acknowledge my feelings. Pei Siyi clutched a pink ice cream, feeling that although it hadn't touched his lips, it had sweetened his heart. As a heavily desirous Qilin Alpha, holding Jiang Ling made him momentarily consider that perhaps a platonic relationship wasn't so unthinkable after all. He buried his head into Jiang Ling's neck, thinking that embracing him for a lifetime wouldn't be so bad. Jiang Ling's heart raced. He suddenly realized that Pei Siyi's feelings seemed overwhelmingly intense. So intense that they shattered his expectations and left him feeling out of control. The warm yellow light of the kitchen resembled sweet orange juice cascading down Pei Siyi's profile, flowing over Jiang Ling's neck and penetrating deep into his heart. It was both sour and bittersweet. Alas, Jiang Ling felt as though his heart had been stabbed, shattered, leaking and fragmented, incapable of containing any emotions within its broken shell. Outside, rain had begun to fall, and the streaks of water on the glass blurred the streetlights into a hazy, golden line. Jiang Ling caught a glimpse of himself in the reflection of the glass. Pale, fragile, and dull gray, he resembled the remnants of a bygone empire, yet shockingly, he was ensnared within a golden light. This was not right. It should not be. The remnants of bones ought to be discarded amidst the decaying flesh, buried deep in the damp and cold earth, or trampled underfoot. In essence, bones should not find themselves within a jar of honey. That was not his place, and no one would feel comfortable. BC. Shadows cast by his eyelashes trembled beneath his eyes as Jiang Ling called his name, his cool and ethereal voice reminiscent of a March breeze. Pei Siyi had always cherished the way Jiang Ling called him, each syllable clear and melodious. Yet, within that beautiful voice lay an unfathomable chill, as if it could pierce through to the core, rendering one unable to move. Pei Siyi, I do not believe in feelings. To me, emotions are the most useless of things. His ice blue eyes resembled a frozen sea, containing unfathomable depths of ice, suffocatingly impenetrable. Jiang Ling turned around and collided with a pair of bewildered crimson eyes, which held within them 2 handfuls of flickering flames, seemingly on the brink of being extinguished by the drizzling rain outside the window. As the last glimmer of fire faded, an icy chill descended, slicing through flesh and bone. Such pain was unbearable for anyone. Thus, Pei Siyi also witnessed Jiang Ling raise a hand to cover his eyes, as if even breathing had been stifled, leaving him with a tumultuous ache in his chest. He could not comprehend why Jiang Ling had suddenly grown distant, even exhibiting a callousness that seemed intent on pushing him away. Was it because of the Jiang family? Pei Siyi tightened his grip around Jiang Ling's hand abruptly, akin to clasping a sharp ice shard. The closer he drew, the more it left him bloodied. Yet he was unwilling to let go. Was it because they treated you poorly that you no longer believed? The rapid rise and fall of Pei Siyi's chest was evident. He had assumed that their days together had brought him closer to Jiang Ling. He understood that Jiang Ling was cold, frigid, like an ultimate ice that deterred all creatures from approaching him. Yet he thought that the slight blush at the corners of Jiang Ling's eyes and the ripeness of his ears were keys to closeness. A key he believed he held in his grasp. Only now did he realize there had never been a key. What he held was merely an illusion bestowed upon him by Jiang Ling. Indeed, Jiang Ling could not articulate the true reasons. But it seemed that the emotional betrayal from the Jiang family towards the original owner was not dissimilar to his own experience. Both had been betrayed by those they trusted and loved the most, and Jiang Ling seemed to grasp why he had entered this body. It was not solely because they shared the same appearance and name. More importantly, their experiences appeared to mirror one another. Pei Siyi noticed him nod and, feeling a mix of irritation and heartache, held him tighter, due to Jiang Ling's amnesia, wishing to understand his circumstances within the Jiang family. Pei Siyi provided him with the information he had gathered. However, upon reading it, Jiang Ling's emotions shifted unexpectedly. Just moments earlier in the car, he had felt a chill, which Pei Siyi had managed to deflect with jest, but now it had erupted. If you do not believe in love, then so be it. However, to use this as a means to deny their feelings and to push him away was absolutely unacceptable. He turned his head, evading the hand covering his eyes, and gazed directly at Jiang Ling. If that is the case, then why agree to my pursuit? I refuse to believe you're unaffected. Even if those alluring crimson tides are mere illusions, the sound of your heartbeat cannot be fabricated. With each embrace, Pei Siyi pressed his head against Jiang Ling's left shoulder, the closest point to the heart. He could hear each heartbeat, those disordered notes he had orchestrated. They were clear and deeply etched in his memory. Pei Siyi's gaze was intense, like a trapped beast that had found an escape route, beginning to break free from its shackles recklessly. His long fingertips rested upon Jiang Ling's heart, and Pei Siyi's voice was resolute. I remember every heartbeat of yours. They are proof of your affection for me. The frozen surface of the sea trembled, the ice beneath shattered, and the coldness that arose carried a hint of fragility. Jiang Ling's icy eyes widened slightly. Once again, he misjudged the situation. Pei Siyi was unruly. Pei Siyi was not to be trifled with. Every step he took closer was a test of Jiang Ling's feelings. Recklessness was his nature, yet caution was also part of his character. For the first time, Jiang Ling realized that there truly existed someone so fearsome. Release me. As Jiang Ling made a motion to struggle, Pei Siyi hoisted him up and tossed him onto the living room sofa. Considering the injury on Jiang Ling's back had yet to heal completely, Pei Siyi did not truly throw him, but rather half embraced him as he pressed him onto the sofa. Jiang Ling quickly sat up, eager to distance himself from Pei Siyi. However, Pei Siyi bent over, bracing himself against the armrest of the sofa, enclosing Jiang Ling once again in his embrace. Jiang Ling was forced back down. Pei Siyi chuckled lightly, squatting down to meet his gaze. Coach Jiang, what are you so flustered about? Not flustered, Jiang Ling instinctively denied. Then why are you running away? His slender fingers curled in his palms. Jiang Ling steadied himself amidst the slight sting, attempting to convey something to the man. Pei Siyi, my agreement to your pursuit is because I need your help to deal with the Jiang family. This is my compensation to you. Pei Siyi scolded, dismissing her words. And so what? Your heart beats for me. Jiang Ling was momentarily rendered speechless, taking a while to respond. Regardless of who is close, there will be physiological reactions. Such responses cannot be equated with affection. You only now think of this rebuttal? The curve of Pei Siyi's lips elongated, his smile growing. Too late, Coach Jiang. If you had refuted immediately before, it might have held some credibility. But now that you attempt to escape and then explain, do you know what that resembles? Before Jiang Ling could react, his hand was seized by the man, fingers pried apart, revealing 4 red-purple crescents imprinted upon his palm. Pei Siyi gazed at those 4 nail marks, his voice laden with an unspoken weight, like vulnerability, like fear, like you fancy me, yet dare not admit it. Chapter 42. But you can trust me. Suddenly, the rain intensified. Outside, it pelted against the window like shards of silver foil, while the chandelier cast their shadows upon the white-gray wall, resembling intertwined, indiscernible ink blots. The hands they held were long and delicate, beautiful like jade, rendering the bruises on his palm all the more jarring. Pei Siyi gently caressed Jiang Ling's palm while ruthlessly unveiling the deep-seated afflictions within him. You do not truly believe emotions are futile. Rather, you find them terrifying. You fear that the sincerity you offer in return will only yield hurt and betrayal. You fear falling once again into pain and suffering. Thus, you deceive me and yourself. Jiang Ling remained silent, his fingertips trembling violently. He could hear his own rapid breaths entangled with the tumult of wind and rain. The open balcony allowed the damp night breeze to seep in, mingling with raindrops that clung to the wilted rose petals, shimmering as if even decayed breaths had lightened. A few droplets fell upon Jiang Ling's face, the chill awakening his rationality. He withdrew his hand, his voice slightly hoarse. You are right. He indeed felt guilty and fearful, unwilling to admit it. After all, to him, emotions were not a necessity, but rather a poison. Therefore, do not waste your time on me. With his back against the sofa armrest, fingertips digging into the leather cushion, he declared, I cannot offer you any response. His robust arms propped up beside his ears, Jiang Ling could see the pronounced bones of the man's wrists. as if they might come crashing down upon him at any moment. Jiang Ling's eyelashes fluttered gently, his heart pounding painfully against his ribs. He thought, let it be this way, it is quite good. He had initially intended to accompany Pei Siyi for a while longer, until the latter ultimately realized the futility and left on his own accord. It would serve as compensation for Pei Siyi assisting him with the Jiang family. However, Pei Siyi's emotions were too intense, and Jiang Ling did not dare to engage further. Let's end this prematurely. It would be better for everyone. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Pei Siyi's arm moving. Jiang Ling's eyelashes trembled slightly as he turned his head, only to be grasped by the man's hands, forcing him to face him once more. Jiang Ling was compelled to meet the glowing crimson gaze, excitement and exhilaration threatening to overflow from the depths of those eyes. Pei Siyi's smile widened, his voice brimming with joy, crashing into Jiang Ling's mind like a dizzying wave. So you truly like me? I had not dared to affirm it, yet here it is revealed. I told you a man is powerful, handsome, warm, and considerate, as I could not possibly fail to attract affection. Coach Jiang, you truly know how to feign. I nearly doubted my own charm. Thank goodness for my wit. Everything around them seemed to come to a halt, leaving only the echo of the man's voice reverberating in Jiang Ling's ears. Jiang Ling sat there, stunned, his expression blank with astonishment and confusion. He had not dared to confirm his cleverness. Thus, Jiang Ling's throat felt parched. What you say is all a fabrication, merely to deceive me. Not entirely. Pei Siyi nudged his nose against Jiang Ling's face, flirtatious yet tender. Every time we embraced, your accelerated heartbeat was genuine. However, just as you stated, when two people hold each other, there are physiological reactions alongside affection. I have always been unable to discern which one you truly feel. As he spoke, the man chuckled softly, expressing his surprise at the adorably endearing reaction that followed my mention of your heartbeat. It was so charming that one could easily discern your thoughts, reminiscent of a child caught red-handed while attempting to hide a treat. Jiang Ling remarked, the initial response is often telling. I had my suspicions then, and your eventual admission only solidified my certainty. Suddenly, Pei Siyi tilted his head and placed a gentle kiss at the corner of Jiang Ling's trembling eye. The frozen surface of the sea seemed to collapse, and Jiang Ling's ice-blue eyes narrowed as a tumultuous wave surged within him, causing a faint ringing in his ears. Yet, Pei Siyi's voice remained crystal clear. Coach Jiang, it appears we are mutually infatuated. At that moment, Pei Siyi felt a firm grip on the hair at the back of his head. Jiang Ling, with a considerable amount of force, compelled him to tilt his head back, meeting a pair of eyes that shimmered with embarrassment and anger. Pei Siyi. The reprimand came out slowly, each syllable laden with emotion, causing Pei Siyi's heart to skip a beat. The sensation was exhilarating, exactly what he craved. With a wicked grin, he playfully pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. Despite the grip on his hair, he maintained his composure, a burgeoning desire evident in his gaze. My dear, do not be angry. It pains me to see you upset. Jiang Ling gritted his teeth, his lips tightly pursed, recalling the moments of vulnerability and sadness he had just experienced, along with his own heartfelt admission. It felt as though he had been thrown into a sea of rouge, struggling to breathe while emerging with a blush that stained his cheeks. Pei Siyi found it amusing, commenting, Coach Jiang, why you turned pink again? The warmth of his breath tickled Jiang Ling's ear, provoking both irritation and embarrassment. This insufferable man, Jiang Ling thought, gritting his teeth as he pulled Pei Siyi away and delivered a swift kick. Get away! With a resounding thud, his long, straight leg made contact with Pei Siyi's chest, forcing him to stumble back 2 steps before he dropped to one knee. Before he could lift his gaze, Jiang Ling was already standing before him. The bright light illuminated Jiang Ling's long hair, creating a dazzling display, while his glassy eyes sparkled with clarity, gazing down from above, revealing a hint of red at the icy blue corners. He resembled a rose resting upon a glacier, stunningly ethereal. Pei Siyi swallowed hard, feeling utterly captivated by this version of Jiang Ling. Get out of my house, Jiang Ling declared, turning to ascend the stairs. Pei Siyi, unable to remain kneeling, quickly rose to follow, closely trailing Jiang Ling up the stairs. Jiang Ling paused, turning to point at the door. Do not follow me. Leave. I won't. Pei Siyi shook his head. I have finally realized that you harbor feelings for me. I simply wish to stay by your side. Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I just want to be here with you. So please allow me to spend the night. Jiang Ling was visibly taken aback by his audacity. His chest heaved with emotion, his teeth clenched. Pei Siyi, even if I acknowledge that tiny bit of affection, it does not mean we can be together. I have stated before, I do not believe in love. Neither yours nor my own. As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room. The sound of rain outside suddenly became pronounced, while the flickering lights in the living room cast a stark boundary between the two, resembling an insurmountable chasm. Jiang Ling's resolute words sliced through the tension like a cold blade, compelling Pei Siyi to retreat. Pei Siyi, destined a luz shift, suddenly took a decisive step forward, crossing 3 stairs to stand directly in front of Jiang Ling and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Jiang Ling's pupils dilated as he felt the man lean against his shoulder, speaking in a tone that seemed indifferent yet held an undercurrent of intensity. If you do not believe in love, then do not. But you can trust me. Trust in my capabilities and influence. Allow me to be your weapon. Just grant me the smallest reward, and that will suffice. Chapter 43. I fear I may startle you, a thunderclap echoed, tearing through the night. The fierce wind howled into the room, lifting countless wilted rose petals into the air, dancing gracefully like butterflies, infusing the desolate, gray space with a flicker of life. Dead leaves transformed into butterflies, and bones blossomed into flowers. Jiang Ling stared in awe as the petals soared above, then fell at his feet, landing on his shoulders and slipping into his embrace. Unbeknownst to him, his cool fingertips were enveloped by the warmth of a palm, igniting a fierce fire in the perpetual winter of his heart. Jiang Ling felt scorched, bewildered, as though he had been dragged into a deep abyss despite standing on the high staircase. The man's breath brushed against his neck, a gentle breeze carrying a familiar woody scent that soothed Jiang Ling's taut nerves. Pei Siyi's nose grazed his earlobe as he spoke in a husky, melodious voice that inexplicably tugged at Jiang Ling's heartstrings. Just like how I resolve matters with the Jiang family, you reward me for my assistance. He proposed a future devoid of emotional entanglements, where his performance dictated the rewards or discardment of his efforts. Ultimately, the snowflakes could not withstand the flames, dissolving into mist as Jiang Ling's eyelashes fluttered. Perhaps it was the tempest outside, the thunder and torrential rain, that rendered him incapable of uttering a command for Pei Siyi to leave. Or perhaps it was the sudden, delightful scent emanating from a man, reminiscent of his little blue bag, that lulled Jiang Ling into a state of softness. The moonlight-drenched hair cascaded down, the cool strands brushing against his nose, lightly caressing his lips, eventually sliding down his neck and into Pei Siyi's chest, intertwining with his heart. Jiang Ling nestled into Pei Siyi's shoulder, his voice barely above a whisper. Why must you be so troublesome? As the weight on his shoulder shifted, Pei Siyi's elusive presence transformed into a gentle dove, resting upon him with a subtle yet undeniable pressure, solidifying the fervent beating of his heart. Strong arms wrapped around Jiang Ling's slender frame, as if fearing he might vanish like frost. Pei Siyi's crimson eyes sparkled with joy. Jiang Ling then heard the man's laughter, accompanied by the familiar phrase, "If I weren't so troublesome, how could we have arrived at this moment?" After all, Coach Jiang was known for his frosty demeanor, always evading and rejecting anyone who approached. Sensing Jiang Ling's attempt to rise, Pei Siyi hastily added, "But things are different now. Coach Jiang no longer avoids or rejects me, right?" Before Jiang Ling could respond, he felt a warm kiss on his neck. The warmth of Pei Siyi's lips sent a shiver through Jiang Ling, igniting a blush across his entire being. He instinctively raised his hand to push the man away, only to hear, "Silence is consent, Coach Jiang. You cannot go back on your word." Jiang Ling's hand froze mid-motion, a line of question marks slowly forming on his exquisitely delicate face. He was momentarily speechless, before finally succumbing to an exclamation, "You insufferable man. If you kiss me again, get out of my house." Pei Siyi felt a rush of blood to his face at the reprimand. This person never seemed to grasp the concept of knowing when to stop, always pushing boundaries after gaining an advantage. "Then may I touch?" With a resounding slap, Pei Siyi sat obediently on the sofa, waiting for Jiang Ling to fetch him clothing for washing up. When Jiang Ling left the Jiang household, he had little money. Although he had advanced his salary, it was insufficient for a wardrobe overhaul. Aside from 2 sets of coaching attire, he possessed only 3 outfits, all identical. After rummaging for a considerable time, Jiang Ling returned empty-handed. Pei Siyi's expression was one of confusion. Are you suggesting I go streaking? Actually, streaking isn't out of the question, Jiang Ling replied. Pei Siyi frowned, but I fear it may startle you. At first, Jiang Ling did not comprehend. But as he followed Pei Siyi's gaze downward, he finally understood the implication of the man's words. For a fleeting moment, the cool, aloof demeanor that defined him cracked. Jiang Ling believed he must be out of his mind to agree to let this rogue stay at his home and to accept the reward system he proposed. He closed his eyes briefly, turned, and entered the bathroom, emerging a moment later to toss a bathrobe at Pei Siyi. You can't wear my clothes. Either put this on or buy your own. Pei Siyi unfolded the bathrobe, noting its size was inadequate, and added, I don't even have underwear. Can I have someone bring me clothes? Jiang Ling could hardly refuse Pei Siyi the basic necessity of underwear, even for the sake of his own safety. He could not disagree. While Pei Siyi made the call, Jiang Ling turned to wash up upstairs. After the commotion, it was already midnight, and Jiang Ling felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He grabbed some clothes and headed towards the bathroom, but suddenly pivoted and locked the room door. It wasn't that he distrusted Pei Siyi. Rather, Pei Siyi was inherently untrustworthy. When Jiang Ling finished a shower and emerged, over 20 minutes had passed. He sat on the edge of the bed, drying his hair, when an overwhelming sense of exhaustion engulfed him. Yet, he first changed the sheets before lying down. However, at the moment he lay his head on the pillow, he was struck by a dreadful realization. This was his only bed. Jiang Ling climbed back out of bed, frowning as he attempted to identify another sleeping place in his home. After considering various options, he resigned himself to the sofa on the first floor. Given Pei Siyi's stature, he likely wouldn't even fit comfortably, and the first floor was covered in dust that hadn't been cleaned. Jiang Ling sat in silence for a moment before finally descending the stairs. He thought to himself, as the host, it was his fundamental duty to take care of his guest. Just as he set foot on the last step, the bathroom door swung open, releasing a wave of warm, humid air tinged with the familiar fragrance of shower gel, revealing a tall figure. Pei Siyi had changed into sleepwear, the collar loosely hanging open, exposing a deep collarbone. Droplets of water cascading down his red hair as he casually dried himself with a towel. Jiang Ling glanced for a few seconds before averting his gaze. Only then did he remember that there was only one hairdryer in the house, still upstairs. Pei Siyi took a few steps and noticed him, his crimson eyes glistening with clarity after the steam. Jiang coach, do you have a hairdryer? The man approached, the wild aura about him pressing in. Jiang Ling remained unfazed and replied, follow me upstairs. Upon opening the door to the upstairs room, Pei Siyi finally had a chance to explore the small apartment. The decor upstairs mirrored that of downstairs, featuring a monochromatic palette of black, white, and gray. Here you go, Jiang Ling said, handing Pei Siyi the hairdryer. After you dry your hair, you can sleep here. Sleep here? Pei Siyi looked at the lone bed, astonished. Jiang Ling nodded, turning to retrieve a blanket from the wardrobe. Yes, you sleep here, and I will sleep downstairs. Taken aback, Pei Siyi protested, no. You can't be uncomfortable. You've already come this far with me. Jiang Ling shot him a cold glance. Who said I was following you? Pei Siyi corrected himself. I meant that I won't let you suffer. He firmly held onto the blanket, looking at Jiang Ling with determination. Either I sleep downstairs, or we share the bed upstairs. Those are your only two choices. Jiang Ling shot him a sidelong glance, then headed toward the bed. Then you sleep downstairs. Pei Siyi ground his teeth, realizing he had made a poor choice in allowing options. However, he was cautious not to push Jiang Ling too far, having only just won his affection. Moreover, he lacked a definitive label for their relationship. The next morning, as dawn broke, Pei Siyi had a restless night. The sofa was far too small for him. He couldn't stretch his legs or turn over, and his heightened emotions kept him awake until the early hours. When the phone rang, Pei Siyi felt as if he had barely closed his eyes. Annoyed, he answered, only to find it was his workaholic father, whom he hadn't seen in ages. All his irritation vanished as he picked up the call. Dad, he began, but his father immediately interrupted with a greeting. Qingchu, I heard you've lost your mind. Pei Siyi. The sunlight streaming in was a bit blinding, and Pei Siyi shielded his eyes. Who told you that? Qingchu flipped through a document and replied with authority, your father. Pei Siyi, my father called me to say you've gone mad because your wife despises you and that you've locked her up and started taking revenge on her family. Pei Siyi, he also said you're going through a rebellious phase And when he tried to stop you, you hit him, and now he is seriously injured. So I need to come home. Pei Siyi. Pei Siyi was jolted awake by this outrageous exaggeration. Who understands? Waking up to my dad, spreading rumors. Pei Siyi chuckled in disbelief. Which family has a rebellious child like that? You can't possibly believe it. This incident had occurred nearly half a month ago, and clearly, his father was simply trying to garner sympathy because he hadn't seen his wife in a while. Throughout his life, Pei Siyi had frequently found himself the victim of these absurd tales, the frequency and timing of which depended on how long Pei Yi had been away from He Qingchu. On the other end, He Qingchu laid down the contract, nonchalantly saying, "Yes, I believe it. I'm already on my way back to Jingdu." Hearing his tone, Pei Siyi realized he didn't believe it at all. Yet he was coming back to see his father. Pei Siyi finally sat up, rubbing his numb legs. His voice tinged with fatigue. "I knew it. I'm not the product of your love. I'm merely the sacrifice of it." He Qingchu seemed to finally embrace his role as a father, chuckling lightly. "Don't worry. As compensation, I'll tell you a secret about the Jiang family." "A secret?" "Yes." Concerning Jiang Ling, Pei Siyi's casual demeanor vanished, his previously drowsy expression sharpening instantly. He had already dug into Jiang Ling's background, uncovering nearly all records of his life from birth to the present. Thus, he believed there was nothing left to discover. However, his father was not the kind of person to make light of such matters. If he called it a secret, it must indeed be something significant. He stood up. "Dad, where are you now? I'll come pick you up." Anything related to Jiang Ling was of utmost interest to him. He Qingchu glanced out at the increasingly dense trees outside the car window. "No need. I'm already on my way back to the old residence. Remember to come home for dinner tonight. You need to apologize for how you treated your father." "Pei Siyi." He grabbed a handful of his red hair in disbelief. Do we really have to play this out? Clearly, he was the one who had suffered more severely. His father had merely a scratch that would heal in less than a day. Nearly half a month had passed, and he was still nursing his injuries. The key point was that his father was fully aware this was an excuse, yet still played along with the act. All of Pei Siyi's grumbling was caught in his throat by He Qingchu's casual remark. "He Qingchu, otherwise, how would I comfort your father?" "Pei Siyi, I must indeed be a part of your love play." As the call ended, Pei Siyi felt as if he had lost all means of escape. He glanced at the time. It was 7:45 a.m. He had only slept for 3 hours. After fiddling with his phone, he lay back down to continue his much-needed rest. When Jiang Ling came downstairs after finishing his morning routine, he found Pei Siyi sprawled out on the sofa. Looking utterly exhausted, in the soft yellow light, the tall figure appeared to be sinking into the couch, his skin bathed in a honeyed hue, and flecks of light danced along his nose and throat. He had covered his eyes with his hand, seemingly still asleep. However, the sofa was far too narrow for him, and a single glance revealed that he had not rested comfortably. Jiang Ling had taken a sufficiently long leave and intended to return to Shanghai today. It was not a viable solution for Pei Siyi to continue sleeping here. Given the uncomfortable rest, it was better to return home. The coolness of his fingertips had yet to make contact with another person when a man lifted his hand and grasped it within his palm, pressing it against his lips. Jiang Ling's breath momentarily faltered. "Jiang coach." The man's voice was rich and deep, still tinged with sleep. "Why are you sneaking a touch?" Jiang Ling, with flushed fingertips, retracted his hand and replied calmly, "I'm going back to Shanghai. You should go home and sleep." Pei Siyi finally opened his eyes, his gaze sluggish from fatigue. He looked at Jiang Ling with a hint of disappointment and said, "Jiang coach, I haven't even woken up yet, and you're already sending me away." He rose, his tousled red hair resembling a wild mane, his mouth turned down in a sorrowful expression. "Don't act spoiled." Jiang Ling shot him a warning glance and continued, "You won't sleep well here. It's more convenient to rest at home." Pei Siyi disregarded her words. He had plans to return to his old residence tonight and could not accompany Jiang Ling. Besides, he had only mentioned staying for one night last night, and it was uncertain if he would have another chance to sleep on the sofa in the future. With a long reach, Pei Siyi buried his head into Jiang Ling's embrace, rubbing his fiery hair against her abdomen. "Don't send me away, darling. I need to go back to the old house tonight, and your injury isn't fully healed. Can you stay with me at home for one more day?" Jiang Ling's abdomen tightened at the contact. Her ears flushed as she raised her hand to push him away. "Pei Siyi, I said no acting spoiled. And definitely don't call me darling." Pei Siyi chuckled lightly at her words. His striking red eyes lifted, and with his chin resting against Jiang Ling's stomach, he murmured enticingly. Then shall I call you my wife? Would you dare to agree? Jiang Ling did not respond, yet she was not hesitant to take action. Ultimately, Pei Siyi was driven out due to his loose tongue. Standing on the balcony, watching the luxurious black car depart, Jiang Ling's gaze slowly shifted back to the small sofa inside. Last night's tempest had inevitably allowed rainwater to sweep into the house, leaving the entire first floor adorned with remnants of rain stains and wilted rose petals. At a glance, only the sofa appeared somewhat clean. Her gaze fell upon the withered bouquet of roses on the table, and Jiang Ling recalled the previous night's rain of butterflies formed from dried leaves. In the end, that vibrant vitality was merely a fleeting illusion. The cool breeze stirred her moonlit hair, and the morning mist cloaked her serene features as Jiang Ling stepped inside. With a click, the floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony was closed. Grasping her keys, Jiang Ling resolved to head toward Shangyi. Her injuries had nearly healed, leaving only a few bruises that were hardly noticeable unless pressed. Therefore, teaching posed no problem. Yet, at the moment the door opened, she discovered a bouquet of 99 vivid roses and a bag of familiar breakfast waiting at her doorstep. The red of the roses reflected in her icy gaze, momentarily catching her off guard. When had she ordered these? Picking up the card attached to the roses, she read, "Good morning, darling. The roses need changing. And you must eat breakfast. Eat more, you're too thin. Holding you is quite uncomfortable." Jiang Ling stood in place for a long while, until that cold, aloof visage cracked in silence, revealing a hint of rose red within. Her tightly pressed lips finally uttered, "What an insufferable fool. Who cares if he holds me?" She tossed the card back into the bouquet and carried the flowers inside. Unbeknownst to her, a tiny line printed on the back of the card read, "Flowers and breakfast in exchange for a kiss. If you didn't refuse, I'll take it as consent." Brother, something big has happened. The moment Pei Siyi sat in the car, Luo Lingxi's call came through. His disheveled gray hair stood on end, resembling someone who had just survived an atomic explosion. His face was pale, yet his voice was exuberant, like a shockwave. Pei Siyi clicked his tongue. "Have you encountered a ghost to be shouting so loudly?" Luo Lingxi, seeing his brother's relaxed demeanor, felt as though he was more anxious than the emperor himself. "No, brother, don't you check Weibo?" Pei Siyi raised an eyebrow. No time. He had been preoccupied with devising ways to earn rewards from Jiang Ling these past few days and had no time to browse the internet. Although the results had been quite fruitful. Last night, Jiang Ling had actively leaned on his shoulder, confessed her feelings for him, allowed him to stay the night, and even agreed to his proposed reward system. Thinking of this, Pei Siyi couldn't help but smile, although it seemed to be a fair transaction. He hadn't specified the limits of this reward system. Embraces and hand-holding counted as rewards. Kisses and dating could also be rewards. And marriage and building a nest surely counted as rewards too. After all, he would eventually redeem all of them. Watching his brother's cunning smile, Luo Lingxi knew another unfortunate soul had fallen victim to Pei Siyi's schemes. However, that was not the focus at present. He quickly grabbed his tablet and thrust the trending page in front of the camera. "Brother, open your eyes and take a look. Your beloved has been trending for the wrong reasons." The gleam in Pei Siyi's deep red eyes vanished in an instant, and with a deft flick of his wrist, the car came to a steady stop by the roadside. He did not glance at the video on Luo Lingxi's tablet, as that fool didn't even know that the WeChat video had a mirror effect. Luo Lingxi continued scrolling. 17 trending topics. All of them are criticisms. "Your beloved is suffering so badly, and you don't even know? I didn't sleep all night thinking these were rumors. But when I checked, they were all true, brother. Your beloved's family is truly audacious." As he scrolled to the last trending topic, he looked up to find his brother had already hung up the video call without him noticing. Luo Lingxi thought, "So I talked for so long for nothing?" Jiang Ling's name had trended for negative reasons, and Pei Siyi could only assume it was the Jiang family, cornered and desperate, that had dragged Jiang Ling into the mire. He quickly opened Weibo, scanning the trending topics with haste. The first trending topic read, "Jiang family buys 3 lives for 100,000. The third read, "The wealthy Jiang family evades taxes amounting to 700 million. The seventh read, "Jiang family products have cadmium content severely exceeding standards." The 11th and 12th topics both mentioned the Jiang family. Pei Siyi meticulously read through all the trending topics, not finding a single negative mention of Jiang Ling. Her name did not even appear. Fearing he had missed something, he opened the comments section. 3 lives for 100,000. Is this even human? The world has truly turned into something unimaginable. So money allows one to do as they please? What a sham of a Jiang family. Isn't this a death penalty? The cost of being a villain is too low. Cadmium content exceeds by so much. Goodness, I've been using their vases. Me too. I only bought it because their CEO Jiang Yi is quite handsome, and I thought that cup looked lovely. I've been drinking from it, and when it broke, I bought another. Oh dear, to the one using that cup, you might want to get checked at the hospital. Long-term consumption could damage your kidneys. I'm done for. I bought their products for my mother, who already has poor kidney health. This isn't just an issue of substandard products. This is clearly premeditated murder. On a mass scale. Boycott the Jiang family. They all deserve to die. Pei Siyi scrolled for a long time, finding nothing but the Jiang family's negative trends and the scorn of netizens. Not a single mention of Jiang Ling's name was to be found. Of course, he had previously instructed that matters regarding Jiang Ling should not be disclosed, and Xiao Nen had been keeping a close watch. If Jiang Ling had trended for negative reasons, Xiao Nen would have certainly called him immediately. Thus, Pei Siyi felt a throbbing in his temples, suppressing his anger as he dialed Luo Lingxi's number. Luo Lingxi, are your eyes blinded by water? Where is Jiang Ling's name in all this? Luo Lingxi was left stunned by the reproach. Not brother, Xiao Nen informed me. He said your beloved is from the Jiang family. I spent the entire night yesterday without sleep just to clear the Jiang family's name. At this point, he hesitated, his voice suddenly tinged with uncertainty. Could it be that it is not this Jiang family? Pei Siyi found himself amused by this foolish otter. If you say he is deceiving his brother, he can stay awake all night just to investigate his brother's beloved. If you claim he is not deceiving, he is also opposing his brother's findings. Luo Ling, she gradually shrank into a ball under his brother's overpowering presence. He grabbed a sea otter pillow and held it in front of himself, timidly revealing half his head. Brother, please stop laughing, I am scared. Pei Siyi gritted his teeth, exclaiming, with all the seafood you consume, how can you not nourish your brain with that much protein? Chapter 46. The true enemy Luo Ling, she felt quite wronged. What does this have to do with protein? You refused to let me meet my sister-in-law, so I can only ask Xiao Nan. If you don't tell me, he wouldn't dare to elaborate, merely stating it is from the Jiang family. If the Jiang family is in trouble, I must help, especially since you never clarified that it is not this Jiang family. His voice grew quieter, prompting Pei Siyi to rub his temples in frustration. Fine, I will send you a location. Go accompany him. Accompany whom? Luo Ling, she was reluctant. After all, he had plans to drink in the afternoon. Besides, as the illustrious Luo young master, why should he accompany someone else? Yet in front of Pei Siyi, he did not dare speak the truth, fearing a beating. His brother's fist could pack quite a punch. Aren't you always wanting to meet my beloved? The car started again, and Pei Siyi nonchalantly remarked, I am heading back to the old residence today and cannot accompany him. You will replace me. Call me immediately if anything happens. The Jiang family has never ceased searching for Jiang Ling. They just hadn't found him due to his interference. But now Jiang Ling was at Shangyi, and he was not by his side. Even though he had stressed multiple times, if something were to happen, Jiang Ling might not inform him right away. He still needed someone by his side. Xiao Nen was busy dealing with the Jiang family, so Luo Ling, she would be a decent choice. Being simple-minded and capable of relieving Jiang Ling's fatigue. Luo Ling, she had no idea he was being treated as a mere plaything, believing his brother was sending him to protect his sister-in-law. Thus, with the arrival of spring, Luo Ling, she was filled with exuberance, quickly leaping out of bed. Brother, rest assured, I will ensure nothing goes wrong. I am heading over now. He was genuinely curious about his sister-in-law, wondering what kind of formidable woman could captivate Pei Siyi. Could she possibly embody the strength of Heir Lang Shun and the beauty of Chang'e? Luo Ling, she felt a shiver run through him, growing more excited. The fatigue from a sleepless night dissipated in an instant, and he hurried to wash up and change clothes. After Pei Siyi hung up, the car took a few turns and soon encountered a crowd of people and reporters about 50 meters ahead. Jiang, he was trapped among the throngs of journalists. His tailored suit no longer pristine, now wrinkled and disheveled. The cuffs of his pants bore the marks of someone else's shoe. The bodyguards surrounded him, pushing against the throng of people. Move aside. Clear the way. Click. The flash of cameras erupted before him, causing Jiang to squint. Jiangyi. As the president of Jiang Corporation, Why did you continue to market your products knowing they exceeded cadmium limits? Have you considered the consequences? Or does the Jiang family merely seek profit at any cost? Another voice followed closely. Mr. Jiang, is it true that the reports stating 100,000 bought 3 lives are accurate? Your company has evaded taxes amounting to 9 billion. Yet you have only been at the helm for 2 years. Was the tax evasion passed down from your father? The cacophony of questions surged, with over 20 microphones thrust toward him simultaneously. Mr. Jiang, please respond to our inquiries. Shouldn't the Jiang family be held accountable for their illegal activities? The flashes of light rose high, resembling an impenetrable net that ensnared every nuance of his expression. Move aside. The gloom in Jiang Yi's eyes could not be concealed, his desperate shout drowned out by the click of cameras. He needed to escape. Screams erupted from the crowd, plunging the scene into chaos, and at that moment, reinforcements arrived. Clear the way, tax inspectors are here. It has been confirmed that Jiang Corporation has evaded taxes, and due to the substantial amount, they will now face a thorough investigation. The car passed in front of Jiang Corporation without hesitation. Pei Siyi cast a casually fierce glance at the retreating crowd in the rearview mirror, his thin lips curling into a smirk. It was merely a company confiscation, merely the first step. If previously he had only wished for the Jiang family to go bankrupt, after learning of Jiang Ling's plight, he now sought to imprison them all. The coach he had cherished and nurtured had been tormented by them for so many years. Pei Siyi's desire for vengeance was ignited. However, in a society governed by law, Pei Siyi decided to follow Jiang Ling's wishes. He intended to send them all to prison, one by one. Having escaped the reporter's relentless pursuit, Jiang Yi immediately called his mother as he got into the car. At that moment, Lu Yun was sitting in a tea house opposite Shang, where she had been waiting for several days. Shaoyi, Jiang Yi interrupted her, his voice hoarse and trembling. Mom, the company has been sealed off, and Pei Siyi has no intention of stopping. He does not merely want the Jiang family to go bankrupt. He wants us imprisoned. A sharp buzzing filled Lu Yun's ears, and she collapsed back into her chair. How could this happen? Why is this happening? She was bewildered and breathless, her gaze darting across to Shang Yi. Suddenly, she froze. The morning light filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on the ground, and a slender figure stepped into the patches of light. It was none other than Jiang Ling. The bewilderment in her eyes coalesced, and Lu Yun sprang to her feet. Jiang Ling. Jiang Yi's hand holding the phone froze. Mom, did you find Jiang Ling? I found him. I will plead with him right now. Lu Yun clutched her bag and attempted to leave, but was stopped by Jiang Yi. Mom, wait a moment. Lu Yun felt urgency rising within her. If they delayed any longer, it would be too late. It is already too late. Jiang Yi closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, they were filled with crimson. All their secrets had been exposed. Even if Jiang Ling forgave them, the Jiang family could never return to their former glory. The oppressive atmosphere in the confined space spiraled into a suffocating vortex. Now, the only thing we can safeguard is that I cannot be sentenced. Otherwise, we will lose all chance of recovery. Lu Yun grasped the implication, incredulous. What about your father? Viang Yi hesitated. Mom, let's not forget that the 3 lives lost were in projects developed by Dad. He cannot escape the 9 billion in tax evasion either. As for me, although I have only managed the company for 2 years, Jiang Yi gritted his teeth. If Pei Siyi does not let me go, I will not escape either. To persuade Pei Siyi to spare them, it would require Jiang Ling's intervention. Thus, they still needed to plead with Jiang Ling, albeit for different reasons. Previously to spare the Jiang family, now to spare Jiang Yi. Lu Yun sank back in her chair, as if she had aged 10 years in an instant. Her husband had abandoned her for the Jiang family, and her son was now abandoning his father for himself. How had their family become this way? She watched Jiang Ling's figure disappear at the entrance of Shang Yi, her voice turning wooden. What should I do? The morning mist enveloped the car, making the air inside heavy, as if submerged in the depths of the sea. Jiang Yi lowered his gaze, his eyes flickering with the light from the phone screen. Reveal the truth to him, and let him seek out his true enemies. Chapter 47. Rebellion. Jiang Coach. Chun Yang emerged from the Alpha locker room, clad in his coach's uniform, and his gaze was immediately drawn to Jiang Ling, who was ascending the staircase. With palpable delight, Chun Yang approached, inquiring, when were you discharged from the hospital? Can you see now? Jiang Ling nodded affirmatively, stating, yes, I was discharged last night. I brought some breakfast. Where are Coach Jiang and the director? Xinyang replied, Coach Jiang is changing, and the director went out to buy breakfast. Noticing the bag in Jiang Ling's hand, Xinyang was astonished. Did you buy all this for us? Jiang Ling confirmed, since the director is out, let us share with Coach Jiang. After placing the breakfast in the lounge, Jiang Ling took out only a box of shrimp dumplings, distributing the remainder to Xinyang and Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's gaze shifted from the 10 exquisite and delicate dumplings in front of Jiang Ling to the latter's slender frame, unable to contain his surprise. Coach Jiang, are you really only eating this little? It's hardly sufficient. Though they understood that individual appetites varied, especially considering their roles as instructors, it was evident that Jiang Ling's portion was rather meager. Xinyang also took note. Coach Jiang, do you typically eat so little? Jiang Ling was aware that his intake was indeed scant, but the body he inhabited had endured a prolonged state of semi-starvation, rendering him unable to consume much at once without discomfort. He needed to nourish himself gradually. Without feeling the need for extensive explanation, Jiang Ling simply nodded. I haven't had much appetite lately. Upon hearing this, both men nodded in agreement. You should replenish your nutrients, Xinyang encouraged, offering him a carton of milk, which Jiang Ling accepted without further protest. Once the three had nearly finished their meal, Su Yinxing finally returned, her expression grave. Jiang Ling was the first to notice her. Director, is something wrong? Su Yinxing, aware of Jiang Ling's return to Shangyi, was not surprised by his inquiry. She hurriedly took a seat, her brow furrowed in concern. Coach Jiang, will third master come pick you up after work tonight? Jiang Ling, perplexed, replied, No, why do you ask? In response, Su Yinxing recounted what she had witnessed earlier. I just want to buy breakfast and saw Lu Yun at the tea house across from us. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, and an unexpected silence enveloped the room. Xinyang, irritated, raked his fingers through his hair. How audacious! Does she dare to show up again? This is endless, isn't it? How many people did she bring? We should rally our own support. Zhang Feng, more composed, recognized that Lu Yun had evidently come to plead for Jiang Ling. However, recalling the trending news from the morning, he realized that the Jiang family's chances of comeback were virtually non-existent, even if they sought Jiang Ling's forgiveness. And even if Third Master Pei ceased his involvement, the Jiang family was beyond saving. Turning his gaze to the taciturn Jiang Ling, Zhang Feng inquired, Do you think they will pose a threat to you? Yes, Jiang Ling replied without hesitation, having never been regarded as a person by his original family. And with the Jiang family now in disarray due to his actions, it was likely that those three harbored a desire for vengeance. Although they were aware of Jiang Ling's troubled relationship with his family, they were taken aback by the certainty in his tone. Are you certain they are your family and not your enemies? Xinyang could not restrain himself from asking. Jiang Ling let out a light laugh. The other two exchanged glances, seemingly detecting a hint of irony in his laughter. Leaning back against his chair, his icy eyes shimmering like glass, he radiated an ethereal beauty, yet his voice bore an oppressive quality that made it difficult to breathe. Not all parents will love their children, and not all relationships are worthy of genuine devotion. Jiang Ling had encountered such parents before. It was nothing extraordinary. The journey from the Luo family estate to Shangyi spanned over 40 minutes. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shangyi, Luo Lingxi was sound asleep in the back seat, clutching a pillow. Young master, Wei arrived at Shangyi. Young master? The butler called out a few times, but to no avail, understanding that calling out would be futile for someone who hadn't slept all night. The butler skillfully retrieved his phone, playing a recording at maximum volume right next to Luo Lingxi's ear. In the next instant, a thunderous roar of a mythical beast reverberated throughout the vehicle. Luo Lingxi, still in slumber, jolted awake, flailing his arms in panic. I'm sorry, brother. Please don't hit me. I promise I won't secretly call you a psychopathic murderer again. Help! The butler quietly retracted his phone, pretending he had heard nothing. Ahem! Young master, Wei arrived at Shangyi. Luo Lingxi, now awake, was utterly bewildered. He glanced at the butler and then around his surroundings, gradually comprehending the situation. He propped himself up to exit the car, patting the butler on the shoulder. Well done. This alarm is to ensure I don't oversleep during important matters. I had it recorded by Pei Siyi. As a slothful sea otter who loved to eat and sleep, he was prone to oversleeping, but since acquiring this alarm, he had never been late for significant events again. It proved that his brother was indeed too authoritative. Upon entering Shangyi, Luo Lingxi hurried to the second floor. though the residual shock still lingered, leaving his legs somewhat unsteady. Come on, everyone. The first class is about to start. Let us warm up together. Don't slack off, or you'll regret it later. The second floor of Shangyi was uniformly managed by the student department. Everyone warmed up together before seeking their respective coaches for class. Today, it was Chunyang's turn to lead the warm-up. As he began preparing the movements, he noticed a chubby little boy lingering at the door, looking around. Luo Lingxi leaned against the wall, trying to spot Jiang Ling among the crowd when a muscular blonde boy approached him. Which coach do you belong to? Shenyang Asket. Ah. Luo Lingxi recalled Pei Siyi mentioning that Jiang Ling was a coach here and replied, Oh, I'm with Coach Jiang. Shenyang, though puzzled that he had not seen this student before, recognized that warm-up time had arrived. He pointed to an empty spot beside the students. Warm-up is starting soon. Stand here, quickly, don't delay the class. Okay, got it. Luo Lingxi obediently took a couple of steps, then abruptly realized, wait, why should I listen to you? The young master turned, glaring at Qinyang. I'm here to find Coach Jiang, not you. Why should I warm up with you? Rebellious students were not unheard of, but they were a rarity. Qinyang chuckled, surprised to encounter one. He rolled his wrist and reached for Luo Lingxi. Chapter 48. You won, T survived this. Wow, this little chubby one is quite audacious. ISNT. Ah, Qinyang is being choked. Go, Coach Chun. When Jiang Ling stepped out of the lounge, he was met with a chaotic scene where students who should have been warming up were instead clustered together. In the center, Qinyang found himself face-to-face with a chubby boy, entangled in a precarious hold. Their bodies were pressed so closely that Qinyang could distinctly feel the softness of the boy's form against him. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment and urgency. As a young man, he had never been this close to an Omega before. Get off me! Down! He struggled to free himself from the boy's grasp, but the latter, surprisingly strong, resisted his attempts. Just as he was about to break free, Luo Lingxi, in a moment of panic, bit down on Qinyang's firm chest. Qinyang, ah, students, what? Jiang Ling. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, save for the lingering echoes of Qinyang's scream. Jiang Ling couldn't help but inquire. What on earth are you two doing? He contemplated whether he should intervene. However, considering Qinyang's commendable character, it was unlikely that he would engage in any bizarre behavior in public, which prompted him to speak up. Qinyang could no longer tolerate the situation. It was the first time in his life that he had been subjected to such an inappropriate advance. As he raised his hand to push the offender away, he heard Jiang Ling's voice and turned back, as if he had seen a savior. Coach Jiang, quick, save me. Before he could utter the last word, the chubby boy let go forcefully and pushed him again, causing Qinyang to gasp in pain as the injury was pressed. Meanwhile, the chubby boy hurried over to cling to Jiang Ling's leg and wailed, Sister-in-law. He bullied me. Jiang Ling. Qinyang, the student. Su Yinxing could hardly believe that during her brief trip to the restroom, the coach of her own venue had been assaulted. As the director, she felt it was her responsibility. Grabbing a cotton swab and iodine, she asked, Do you need a disinfectant? Qinyang's face turned a shade resembling a burning pot, a mix of black and red. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the chubby boy and said slowly, No need. He was taken aback to discover that the chubby boy was neither a student nor an Omega, but an Alpha. He had been bitten on the chest by an Alpha? What a profound humiliation. Luo Lingxi had sprayed pheromone decomposition spray and applied suppressive patches simply to visit his Omega sister-in-law, fearing that his pheromones might inadvertently touch her and provoke Pei Siyu's ire. He justified it as a show of respect for his sister-in-law. He never imagined that he, an Alpha, would be mistaken for an Omega student. Feeling the man's gaze, the chubby boy shot him a glance before hastily shuffling his chair closer to Jiang Ling, fearful of being dragged over and beaten. For reasons unknown, although his sister-in-law appeared delicate and frail, vastly different from his imagined image of a muscular Barbie. Perhaps due to his unwavering trust in his brother's taste, or maybe because of Jiang Ling's inherent pride and aloofness, he felt a sense of cool comfort in being near her. A glass of water was pushed toward him, and upon hearing Jiang Ling's clear and crisp voice, he understood. So, you mean to say that you were sent by Pei Siyi? Luo Lingxi nodded vigorously, yes. Brother Pei said he would return to the old residence tonight, and asked me to come protect you. All eyes in the room converged on him. Qinyang couldn't help but laugh at his audacity, thinking you wish to protect Coach Jiang? What do you have to offer? Your two big front teeth? When enemies approach, instead of taking action, you open your mouth and dazzle them with your big white teeth before assaulting their chest, right? Luo Lingxi. Luo Lingxi was incensed. Although he was meek in front of Pei Siyi, he was still the young master of the Luo family. After so many years of being with Pei Siyi, it was unacceptable for him to lack any temper. Are you not done yet? You were the one who started it. What's wrong with me biting you? Who told you to be so big? There are countless omegas outside who wish for me to bite them. Yet I refuse. You. All right. So Junkin intervened, holding Xinyang back. Indeed, it was Coach Shun who made the first move, but you also bit him. So, you are even now. Both of you are colleagues and friends of Coach Jiang. Let's keep the peace and harmony. The two exchanged glances before simultaneously averting their eyes, fingers lightly tapping the table. Jiang Ling glanced out the window, her gaze landing on the tea house across the street. Luyan was waiting for him to finish work. The Jiang group had been sealed. Jiang Chengtao was taken to court, and Jiang Yi was held accountable. So many irrevocable events had transpired, yet she still awaited him. If she were to harbor thoughts of mutual destruction, she would not wait, and the Jiang family would not sit idly by. Thus, they must believe there remains a glimmer of hope, and this hope resided within him. What could it be? Did Pei Siyi know? Jiang Ling turned to Luo Lingxi. What else did Pei Siyi say? Brother Pei mentioned he called for cleaning services at the apartment, so you can rest well after work without worrying about cleanliness. Some dirty items will be replaced with new ones. Jiang Ling nodded and, also, he told me to stay with you and call him immediately if anything goes wrong. He arranged for some bodyguards to protect you discreetly. Anything else? That's all. Jiang Ling pondered, her eyelashes drooping slightly. So, Pei Siyi was also unaware of the glimmer of hope for the Jiang family. Oh, there's one more thing. Luo Lingxi slapped his thigh. Brother Pei said, I'll add cleaning services and bodyguards, and change the sofa. Jiang Ling, sister-in-law, what does that mean? Are you selling sofas too? Su Yinqing and Chun Yang were equally puzzled. Coach Jiang, are you selling sofas? Jiang Ling felt an inexplicable warmth in her palm, recalling how, earlier that morning, a man had laid on the sofa, holding her hand and kissing it gently. Her fingers curled into her palm, reddened from being gripped. Jiang Ling pressed her lips together, picked up the cup of water in front of Luo Lingxi, and said in a calm, indifferent voice, It's empty. I'll get you some more. Luo Lingxi looked up in confusion as Jiang Ling stood up, reminding her, No need, sister-in-law, I haven't even had a sip yet. The weight of the water cup felt heavy in her palm, making her breathing slightly labored cool. Luo Lingxi believed her, running a hand through his tousled hair, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, thank you, sister-in-law, you're so kind. Hearing Luo Lingxi's address, Jiang Ling opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, her ears turning red as she quickly left. Su Yinqing and Chun Yang exchanged glances, seemingly understanding the subtle implications of the sofa. Only Luo Lingxi continued to lament. Sister-in-law has it tough, not only being a coach but also selling sofas. This won't do. Luo Lingxi took out his phone, determined not to let his sister-in-law struggle alone. I'll buy a few sofas too. Su Yinqing. Chun Yang smiled broadly. Yes, buy more. Your brother Pei will surely praise you to the skies. Chapter 49. The place of belonging. Luo Lingxi thought that Chun Yang was not only being sarcastic, but also appeared rather simple-minded. Remembering what his older sister had said about how one becomes like those they associate with, Luo Lingxi decisively moved to a corner, distancing himself from Chun Yang. Chun Yang's expression darkened further. The break room was not far from the tea room. A turn at the door would lead there. Jiang Ling disposed of the water in her cup and began methodically mixing hot and cold water to achieve the right temperature. The water flowed against the bottom of the cup, creating tiny bubbles that burst upon contact with the air. Her long, elegant eyelashes fell like snowflakes, veiling her icy gaze that revealed a hint of translucent light blue. As the steam rose, it seemed to evoke a faint hint of pink at the corners of her eyes. Pei Siyi wanted to replace the sofa. Others might not grasp the meaning, but Jiang Ling understood it well. Pei Siyi would never exchange anything other than Jiang Ling herself. To put it delicately, it meant replacing the sofa. To be blunt, it meant sleeping on a sofa. She had indeed been somewhat harsh when sending the man away that morning, and less than 2 hours later, he boldly declared to everyone that he was moving into his home. With her fair palm resting against the cool marble surface, her fingertips tinged with alluring hues, Jiang Ling closed her eyes. She finally realized what kind of inequitable agreement she had signed last night. There was no specification of who would determine the rewards, nor was there clarity on how different rewards should correspond to varying levels of performance. This agreement was riddled with flaws, yet she had nodded in agreement. The greatest taboo for soldiers is to lose their composure when facing opposing forces. Jiang Ling had clearly lost his composure in an extraordinary manner last night. He rubbed his temples, feeling it necessary to discuss with Pei Siyi to amend the agreement, striving for fairness and justice. Otherwise, given Pei Siyi's shameless nature, Jiang Ling worried he might exchange a bouquet of flowers for a kiss or a meal for something more. Yet, just as he was about to take out his phone, he suddenly paused. No, that was not right. With the temperament of Pei Siyi, it is utterly inconceivable that he would amend a treaty that favors him. After all, Jiang Ling values his reputation and would never engage in unscrupulous dealings, while Pei Siyi, devoid of such concerns, would. Jiang Ling fell silent. At that moment, however, his phone chimed with 2 news alerts. The Jiang Corporation has committed serious infractions on several construction projects, resulting in the injuries and fatalities of numerous workers. Confirmed as factual by police investigation, Jiang Chengtao, chairman of the Jiang Corporation, has been arrested. Within a single day, the company was shut down. The Jiang family fell from grace, and Jiang Chengtao was apprehended. He mused that Liu Yun and Jiang, he must be on the brink of losing control. Indeed, shortly after he returned to the lounge with a cup of water, he received an unexpected delivery. Observing from the side, Lord Pei Siyi approached sister-in-law. What delicious food have you ordered? May I have a taste? He piteously rubbed his stomach. I forgot to eat breakfast in my haste. Jiang Ling shook his head. This is someone else's order. I do not know what it is. He did not evade Lord Pei Siyi and directly opened the delivery bag. Inside lay an old photograph and a note. His icy gaze fell as he pondered whether this was the last glimmer of hope for the Jiang family. Disappointed that there was no food, Lord Pei Siyi remarked, "What kind of delivery includes a photo and a note?" Jiang Ling chuckled softly. It is from the Jiang family. Lord Pei Siyi, having encountered trouble the previous night while investigating the Jiang family, and having been scolded by his brother that morning, now flinched at the mention of the Jiang family. He cautiously inquired, "Which Jiang family are you referring to?" Jiang Ling patiently responded, "The one that has recently trended online." Recalling his brother's warnings, Lord Pei Siyi retreated to a corner and promptly messaged his brother. Jiang Ling cast a glance at him before averting his gaze. He understood that Pei Siyi had sent Lord Pei Siyi for a purpose. This timid individual would undoubtedly seek his brother first in times of crisis. Such was the nature of that person, appearing reckless yet possessing a meticulous spirit. Without further hesitation, Jiang Ling picked up the photograph. The once sturdy image felt fragile in his grasp, its yellowing edges showing signs of wear as if it had been handled countless times before being discarded into a damp storage room. The moment he touched it, he felt the dust that had yet to be wiped away. Nevertheless, Jiang Ling had no time to dwell on such trivialities. His gaze was firmly captured by the woman in the photograph, despite its faded state and his inability to discern her delicate features. Her grace and elegance were an everlasting beauty, unblemished by time. When those icy blue eyes, mirroring his own, looked at him tenderly from across the ages, Jiang Ling understood that the heart of the original owner, which had wandered for over 2 decades, had found its resting place at that moment. A fleeting smile crossed his lips, yet he lamented that this was not his true home. He gently placed the photograph back on the table and picked up the note. The handwriting was robust and confident, indicating a composed nature, though the flourish of the final stroke betrayed a hint of anxiety and urgency. The person in the photograph is your biological mother, and you were entrusted to your father by her. The specific reasons will be discussed in person. Meet at the Jiang family at 8 tonight. Jiang Ling merely glanced at the note before discarding it in the trash. Although the woman in the photograph evoked a significant reaction, it was not overwhelming. After all, she was not his mother, and moreover, she had never raised the original owner. The knowledge that the original owner did not share the Jiang family's tainted blood brought him more joy. His intentions toward the Jiang family were solely due to the threat they posed to his existence in this world. The desire for vengeance on behalf of the original owner stemmed from the intense reactions he experienced in response to the Jiang family. For instance, the gut-wrenching pain upon encountering Liu Yun, the fear and panic while lying in hospital, and the involuntary palpitations in the dark. All of these sentiments were profoundly unsettling. It felt as if he were shackled, with chains constraining him at every turn. Since breaking free from that crucifix, he had never felt such a sensation again. Experiencing it once more after so many years unearthed old memories long buried, leaving him in discomfort. It was akin to a demon, previously sealed away, stirring back to life, occasionally releasing a breath that could instantaneously pull one back into a past fraught with death and despair. Thus, Jiang Ling harbored an intense disdain for the Jiang family, so profound that he would never spare any member of their clan. However, he indeed needed to visit the Jiang family. He yearned to see the place where the original owner had resided for over 20 years, to hear the reasons behind his mother abandoning him there, and to witness the source of the original owner's nightmares vanish from sight. Perhaps then, the original owner's body could find some peace, allowing him to sleep soundly at night. Chapter 50. I will keep you warm. Just as he discarded the note, a call from Pei Siyi followed in quick succession. Jiang Ling answered without surprise. The car halted at the entrance of the Pei family's old residence. Pei Siyi opened the car door, phone pressed to his ear, and strode towards the entrance. His voice, already low and magnetic, now bore a slight distortion, tingling in Jiang Ling's ears. Darling, what does the Jiang family want from you? Once again, he called him darling. Gripping the phone tightly, Jiang Ling held it slightly away from his ear, his lips pressed together. Speak properly. A muffled chuckle emanated from the other end of the line. I'm speaking properly. It is obviously you, Jiang Jiaolian, who is too thin a skin. As Pei Siyi entered the house, he glanced down to change his shoes. But it's all right. I quite like the thin-skinned Jiang Jiaolian. Jiang Ling, exasperated by this twisting of truth, retorted, if that is all you called for, you may as well hang up. That is certainly not the case. Finally, having changed his shoes, Pei Siyi stepped inside, walking over to the sofa where his father sat. What did the Jiang family give you? His father, Pei Ye, tightened his grip around He Qingchu's waist, attempting to draw her closer while casting a glare at his oblivious son. After all the effort to bring his wife home, why was this boy acting as a third wheel? However, since his son was on the phone, he refrained from interrupting, suppressing his annoyance. He Qingchu noticed and gently patted the back of his hand in reassurance, which calmed Pei Ye considerably. Jiang Ling picked up the photograph from the table, his voice calm. It's a photograph of my biological mother and a note instructing me to be at the Jiang family at 8 tonight. Upon hearing the phrase biological mother, an unexpected sense of relief washed over Pei Siyi, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Leaning back against the sofa, he murmured, it appears the Jiang family has indeed delivered some good news. Indeed, for the original owner, who had believed for over 2 decades that he was mistreated by his biological mother, discovering that the abuse originated from another would surely provide some solace. For Jiang Ling, severing ties with the loathsome Jiang family's bloodline made him feel somewhat cleansed. Pei Siyi's gaze swept over his parents, who were unabashedly displaying affection, and he added, coincidentally, my father has also uncovered some information regarding the Jiang family. He wishes to discuss it with you. Upon finishing this statement, Pei Siyi promptly activated the speakerphone and handed the device to He Qingchu. With a slight smile, he said softly, Dad, this is my beloved Jiang Ling. You must have a pleasant conversation with him. Gripping the phone, He Qingchu thought to himself that this boy's early return was merely to extract secrets from the Jiang family. Initially, he intended to leverage this secret to teach his son a lesson, as he needed to endure some hardship to comfort his husband. However, he was taken aback when Pei Siyi's clever maneuver led him straight into a conversation with his future daughter-in-law. What a clever boy. Having grown up, after dealing with your father, you have now ensnared your dad. He Qingchu clenched his phone so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his icy gaze fixed on Pei Siyi, as if he wished he could start anew. However, when he answered the call, his voice was unexpectedly gentle. Hello, is this Jiang Ling? I am Xiao Yi's father. He Qingchu. On the other end of the call, Jiang Ling stood by the table, momentarily breathless. The wind outside rustled the leaves, striking the windowsill with a soft thud. Unbidden, memories surfaced of Pei Siyi's words when he first pursued him. You need not worry about me. My parents advocate for free love and will only support my choices. I can assure you, with me, no one can bully you, not even myself. Jiang Ling, we're destined to be together. Jiang Ling felt a tightening in his throat as he responded, Hello, Uncle He. Hearing the slight stiffness in Jiang Ling's voice, He Qingchu felt a bit more at ease and chuckled softly. No need to be nervous. I'm merely assisting you in dealing with the Jiang family by looking into their background. I have indeed uncovered some information about you. Beneath the sunlight, Jiang Ling's delicate eyelashes fluttered, his gaze inevitably drawn to the woman in the photograph. Is it related to my origins? He Qingqiu paused slightly. You are aware? I do not know. However, the Jiang family wishes for me to spare them and has sent me a photo of my biological mother. They claim I was entrusted to Jiang Chengtiao by her, but the specifics they want me to learn tonight at the Jiang residence. It was no wonder the young man was so impatient. It turned out he was eager to protect his beloved, for the sake of his son's happiness. He Qingqiu wasted no time on pleasantries and proceeded with the matter at hand. I found little information. Over 20 years ago, someone deliberately erased traces of your parents. I cannot find any records of your father, only that he was not a local. However, I did find some details about your mother. Her name was Bairan, the daughter of the second family in Lucheng. He Qingqiu's voice flowed like a gentle stream, pushing time to drift slowly, ultimately converging into a serene lake within his heart, rippling with the faintest breeze. After concluding his words, he returned the phone to Pei Siyi with a simple remark. Comfort your own wife. Then he led Pei Yi back to their room. Pei Siyi was taken aback by the tragic fate of Jiang Ling's mother, gripping the phone tightly. His brow furrowed in distress. Had he known, he wouldn't have allowed Jiang Ling to speak directly with his father. The silence on the other end of the line made him uneasy, and he turned to leave. Darling, are you all right? Don't shut yourself away. It will hurt me. And don't cry. I'm coming to find you right now. Wait for me immediately. Jiang Ling stared at the disconnected call in silence. The original owner's mother indeed met a horrific end, leading to the destruction of her family and the disappearance of her remains. The child she fought so hard to save had been subjected to such cruelty. If it were the original owner, he would surely feel sorrow. But the soul inhabiting this body was Jiang Ling's. He felt as if he were listening to someone else's tragic tale. His heart felt a dull ache. Yet he could not bring himself to feel pain. Perhaps he had witnessed too many deaths. Whether it was the heaps of bones in the old empire or the debris of mechas on the battlefield of the new empire, or the particle flow unleashed when colliding with a starship, death had lost its terror for him. In fact, for him, death even signified liberation. A loud crash interrupted his thoughts as a chair fell behind him. Jiang Ling turned to see Luo Lingxi huddled in the corner, frantically messaging someone. Hello, Pei Gu. What did you say on the phone? My sister-in-law is now radiating an icy aura. His sister-in-law had been perfectly fine, yet after speaking with his brother, she suddenly turned as cold as ice, making him hesitant to approach her. Could it be that his brother had acted foolishly again? LL, brother, can you not keep your mouth shut? Your sister-in-law is wonderful. You need to comfort her. Bang. Just as the message was sent, the lounge door swung open violently. A tall, imposing figure appeared, his striking red eyes locking onto his target almost instantly. Luo Lingxi watched as his brother strode forward like a robber, enveloping Jiang Ling in his embrace before Jiang Ling could react. With his nose pressed against Jiang Ling's neck, Pei Siyi spoke with a voice laced with concern. Darling, why are you so cold again? Don't worry, I will warm you up. Chapter 51. The answer suddenly pulled into the man's embrace. Jiang Ling's phone slipped from his hand, hitting the ground with a clear sound. The screen illuminated the area, casting an ambiguous shadow over their intertwined ankles. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from the old residence to being before Jiang Ling. Even though he understood this was Pei Siyu's ability, Jiang Ling couldn't help but be amazed. He pushed against the man, but to no avail. Why are you here? I was worried you might feel sad after hearing this and shed tears, so I came to be with you. Jiang Ling's delicate lashes trembled slightly as he fell silent for a moment. A normal person would indeed feel distressed. But he was not a normal person. He pushed Pei Siyi again, and this time he managed to create some distance and bent down to retrieve his phone. I'm Fine. You don't need to rush over. Isn't the primal force not to be used recklessly? Why used on you is not misused, and besides, this was a promise I made from the very beginning. Pei Siyi gazed at him, his deep red eyes filled with sincerity. Do you not remember? Jiang Ling did not forget. Every word spoken during their first meeting was etched in his memory. It was only then he suddenly realized that every promise Pei Siyi had made to him had been fulfilled. The Pei family did not oppose Pei Siyu's affection for a crippled Omega. Those who bullied him had been repaid in kind, and whenever Jiang Ling needed Pei Siyi, he was always there in a timely manner. Jiang Ling found it difficult to articulate his feelings. It felt like being tossed from a desert into the ocean, drowning in a happiness he had long given up on. His heart raced, tightening his chest. He averted his gaze and returned to his seat, replying softly, I remember. That's good to hear. Pei Siyi nodded and stepped closer, leaning against the table in front of Jiang Ling, studying him intently. Are you truly all right? This time, Jiang Ling did not shy away. He met Pei Siyi's gaze, their eyes locking in a sincere exchange. Pei Siyi filled with concern, while Jiang Ling remained calm and composed. I'm fine. You should return. Pei Siyi replied, You don't believe me? Uncle He just returned, and you promised him you would go back for dinner. Pei Siyi nodded. Yes, he held onto your information and asked me to return to accompany him in a charade to appease my father. Jiang Ling seemed unable to digest this statement, taking a long while to respond. Oh, those two uncles seem quite affectionate. Pei Siyi scoffed. Indeed, I am merely a sacrifice for their love. Jiang Ling fell silent. Pei Siyi didn't want to return, but he could not force him. However, he remembered that families often place great importance on reunion days. Uncle He had just returned after such a long absence. If Pei Siyi chose not to go back, it would surely anger him. Moreover, Pei Siyi had already agreed to dinner, yet was now reneging on that promise for him. What was that expression for? Pei Siyi lifted Jiang Ling's chin with his hand. I'm accompanying you. Are you not happy? That's not what I meant. Jiang Ling turned his head to evade Pei Siyi's hand and pressed his lips together. But since you have already promised Uncle He, you shouldn't go back on your word. It's not right. Pei Siyi inquired, What is wrong with that? A promise should be honored, especially when it involves family. He paused, seemingly recalling his own situation, and added, He is a family member who cares for you. So regardless of the circumstances, you should not hurt his feelings. He could discern that Pei Siyi's family held a deep affection for him. He wished for Pei Siyi not to take their feelings for granted and to refrain from causing any harm to the love they bestowed upon him. He understood all too well the heart-wrenching sensation of unreciprocated and trampled emotions. Though skipping a meal might seem trivial, it inexplicably bothered Jiang Ling, who simply did not want Pei Siyi to behave in such a manner. With warm palms cradling his face, Pei Siyi gazed at him, his voice suddenly softening. Why do you seem so aggrieved? Jiang Ling, upon hearing this, looked up at Lord Pei Siyi. The gentle lift of his chin revealed the delicate curve of his porcelain neck. With long eyelashes brushing against his cold, proud, light-colored eyes, his exquisite features retaining an air of aloof elegance. Lord Pei Siyi felt that his brother's gaze was somewhat skewed. How could his sister-in-law's demeanor convey any sense of grievance? There was none. Jiang Ling firmly grasped Pei Siyi's wrist, forcefully pulling it away as he retorted, You are mistaken. Pei Siyi's repeated attempts to reach out were thwarted, his tone laced with resignation. Fine, let's assume I was wrong. Jiang Ling, unwilling to engage further, stated, I have class now. Will you return or not? Of course. Pei Siyi replied with a cheeky grin. I never said I wouldn't return. I merely wanted to spend a little more time with you. I'll go back once you had class. Jiang Ling felt that his heartfelt counsel had fallen on deaf ears. He picked up his phone and stood to leave, but Pei Siyi tugged at the hem of his shirt. Jiang Jiaolian, if I treat you kindly, would you break my heart? Upon finishing this sentence, the atmosphere felt as though time itself had paused. Jiang Ling halted, feeling as if even his breath had stilled. Pei Siyi had cast the same question back at him. He did not want to witness the sincere feelings he had offered being disregarded. Should he also betray the emotions Pei Siyi had extended toward him? The footsteps echoing outside resembled the erratic rhythm of a disordered heartbeat. It was only when the phone in his palm left a faint imprint that Jiang Ling finally turned to face Pei Siyi. So, you went through all this trouble just to elicit an answer from me? Though framed as a question, his tone bore certainty. Pei Siyi's feelings were crystal clear. Unabashedly stated, Yes, Jiang Jiaolian, I crave this answer, and I wish to hear only what I desire to hear. If not, Pei Siyi stepped forward. Jiang Ling raised his icy gaze, awaiting the completion of his sentence. If the answer was not what he wished to hear, what then? Would he retract all his kindness? Or would he make him pay an equal price? The ice-blue depth of his eyes grew increasingly somber, exuding an unbearable distance that pierced the heart. Pei Siyi observed, feeling a pang of bitterness within. Please do not look at me like that, Jiang Ling. He reached out, gently touching the cool corner of Jiang Ling's eye, as if seeking to dispel a fraction of the chill with the warmth of his fingertips. Jiang Ling remained unmoved, hearing the huskiness in the man's tone. I truly cannot bear the thought of you not loving me. Therefore, if in the end the answer is not what I wish to hear, I shall feign ignorance. Pretend not to hear, act as if I do not understand, and continue to love you. In that instant, the warmth at the corner of his eye transformed into searing embers, burning so fiercely that his frost-like eyes seemed on the verge of shattering. Jiang Ling turned away and walked briskly, his steps faltering, losing the calm and steadiness he usually possessed. Had he glanced back, he would have seen the man, who had just moments ago appeared to be crumbling, now smiling softly, gazing deeply at his retreating figure. Pei Siyi spoke not in falsehood, but in earnest truth. Yet, he would not allow himself to hear an answer he did not wish to accept. Chapter 52. The wife did not arrive as Jiang Ling entered the classroom. His phone chimed with 2 crisp notifications. Why? Darling, I have left. Why? I will accompany you to the Jiang family tonight. Wait for me at the apartment after work. Why? Do not evade me, or I shall expose Jiang Jialyan's easily embarrassed secrets to the world. Jiang Ling's lips parted slightly, thinking how childish. Pei Siyi was just like this, rebellious and unreasonably domineering. Yet, whatever he did left indelible marks. A single word or action could easily devastate a person, leaving behind a trail of remnants in the heart. Whether light or heavy, whether a tickle or a sting, it would inevitably prick at you. Jiang Ling set his phone down, turning to face his students. Today we shall not teach sidekicks. Instead, I will instruct you on how to counterattack when your adversary speaks carelessly. As the evening clouds gathered and the sun hung low, the Pei family residents finally enjoyed a reunion dinner after several months. Yet, it could hardly be termed a true reunion. Pei Siyi corrected, my wife did not even come. Pei Ye pulled out a chair for He Qingchu, only turning to look at his wife once she was seated, his gaze laced with disdain. So, your wife did not come. Who can you blame? Pei Siyi. Pei Qin supported Sinuo as she took her seat, not forgetting to chime in indeed. If you cannot even invite your wife, what a failure. Pei Siyi. As soon as Pei Siyi sat down at the table, he was subjected to jests from both his father and grandfather. His dark red eyes fell, and with a forlorn expression, he retrieved his phone from beneath the table. The next moment, he relaxed his fingers. With a swift sound, the voice message was sent successfully. Pei Ye, seated beside him, stared wide-eyed. Kid, what did you just send to your wife? Pei Siyi lazily raised his eyelids to glance at him, then held his phone to his mouth. Jiang Jialyan, if you don't come, I will be scolded to death. Pei Ye, Pei Qin, they seem to have realized what Pei Siyi had just sent. You little rascal. Pei Ye, sitting closest, was the first to react. How dare you slander me and your grandfather? Pei Siyi quickly dodged. What slander? He settled next to Sinuo, grinning broadly. This is merely leveraging the situation. Besides, how many times have I been used by you? Now it's my turn to pursue my wife, and you, as my father and grandfather, should support me. Pei Ye and Pei Qin. That makes perfect sense. We cannot refute it. Their main concern was guilt. After all, since childhood, Pei Siyi had always been the mischievous troublemaker, the one who required the comfort of a wife to mend their weary hearts. The tides of fortune had turned. When Jiang Jialyan received the messages, he was just finishing work. At that moment, Luo Lingxi was insisting on driving him home. Sister-in-law, please don't hesitate. I must drive you home. Otherwise, if something happens, my brother will kill me. Hearing this, Jiang Ling had no choice but to agree. By the time Jiang Ling returned home, Luo Lingxi had already taken her leave. It was only then that Jiang Ling opened his phone, noticing 2 voice messages. He hesitated to play them. Given Pei Siyi's usual preference for texting, it was unusual for him to send 2 voice messages, indicating something was amiss. However, after a moment's consideration, Jiang Ling decided to listen. Upon completing the 2 voice messages, his ears felt as though they were on fire. Had he just agreed to call him his wife? He threw his phone onto the sofa and turned to leave, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. The color of the sofa seemed to have changed, recalling what Luo Lingxi had mentioned earlier about Pei Siyi hiring a cleaning service. He turned back and discovered not only the floor was clean, but the dirty carpet and curtains had also been replaced, and even the small sofa they sat on had been swapped for a larger one. Jiang Ling thought, so this man not only hired cleaners, but also got himself a bigger bed. This doggo man, he had ulterior motives behind everything he did. His icy gaze lingered on the large black sofa for a moment, and Jiang Ling pressed his lips tightly together, sensing that this small apartment would not be at peace in the future. He turned and ascended the stairs, ultimately accepting the presence of the new sofa. Upon entering the bedroom, Jiang Ling switched on the light and inspected the surroundings, relieved to find no signs of alteration. He exhaled deeply. Regarding his bedroom, A space of such intimate privacy, he was still reluctant to accept the intrusion of outsiders. As he opened the wardrobe door, he was taken aback to find it crammed full. On the left hung his size, while on the right were garments belonging to Pei Siyi. With a sharp snap, Jiang Ling expressionlessly closed the cabinet. Rising, he made his way to the bathroom, which remained unchanged. His thoughts drifted to the bathroom downstairs. Upon descending, he indeed discovered a multitude of men's belongings strewn about. A razor even rested on the sink. It was evident that Pei Siyi had taken to treating this place as his own home. This revelation filled Jiang Ling with an acute sense of anxiety and embarrassment, akin to someone intruding upon his private sanctuary. He had not anticipated that this person would invade his space to such an extent. Having merely exchanged a sofa, this individual had already moved into his abode, and the subsequent rewards were unfathomable to Jiang Ling. The terms of this arrangement were decidedly imbalanced. Jiang Ling felt a desperate urge to amend it. However, as Pei Siyi remained at the Pei residence, Jiang Ling could only suppress his frustration, grabbing a set of clothes to take a shower. The bathroom was enveloped in a steamy haze. His moonlit hair clung to his slender waist, droplets of water gliding down the elegant curve of his long, fair legs. Amidst the rising mist, his ice-blue eyes shimmered with a captivating allure, reminiscent of the icy lakes of Changbaishan, exuding a hidden, intoxicating beauty. As the sound of water ceased, Jiang Ling dressed and emerged, towel in hand. The doorbell chimed insistently. Pausing momentarily to avoid dampening his clothes, he gathered his hair and draped the towel over his shoulder before turning to descend and answer the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the vibrant energy of a man. "Darling, why haven't you replied to me?" The scent of shower gel lingered in the air as Pei Siyi caught sight of Jiang Ling's damp hair. He shifted his tone. "Are you in the shower?" "Yes," Jiang Ling replied, stepping aside coolly. "Please sit for a moment. I will dry my hair and be on my way." His red eyes narrowed slightly, as Pei Siyi keenly sensed an undercurrent of chill directed at him. With his fingertips captured, he lowered his gaze to Jiang Ling and softly inquired, "Are you angry?" His eyes scanned the sofa. "Is it because I wish to live with you? Have I annoyed you?" Jiang Ling was not upset with him for changing the sofa. Rather, he was frustrated with his own unexpected intrusion. His jaw tightened, and he withdrew his hand, speaking in a calm tone. "You did not seek my consent. Pei Siyi, I abhor unilateral decisions." Previously, the man would always ask for permission, whether it was for a hug or to hold hands, even resorting to coaxing until Jiang Ling acquiesced. But that was still a matter of consent on his part. He had nodded in agreement, regardless of the reasons, and would not regret it. Yet this time, Pei Siyi's forceful entry under the pretense of housekeeping was something he found rather distasteful. "I was wrong," Pei Siyi quickly apologized, interrupting the emotional surge that was just beginning to unfold within Jiang Ling. His fingers climbed upward as Jiang Ling was shaken gently. "Coach Jiang, please do not be angry with me. I will have everything cleared away when I return. All right?" Jiang Ling could not see the expression on the man's face behind him, but the very gesture of waving his hand was telling. This man was resorting to childlike charm. No one would ever believe that the audacious Pei San yet could exhibit such behavior, let alone observe it. Yet, Jiang Ling had witnessed it multiple times, an absurdity indeed. He refrained from looking at Pei Siyi's expression, likely a pitiful one, knowing he must not show weakness. This man had triumphed too often in their confrontations, bordering on arrogance. If he were to nod in agreement this time, Jiang Ling could scarcely imagine how far this individual might go in the future. Moreover, the pervasive scent of his pheromones throughout the house left Jiang Ling concerned that Pei Siyi might once more take advantage of him. There was no Uncle Pei or Grandfather Pei to protect him here. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Ling could not allow this man to move in. As the cold droplets cascaded from the tips of his hair onto the floor, reflecting a frigid light, Jiang Ling withdrew his hand and ascended the stairs. He walked at a measured pace, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "Pei Siyi, do not engage in any more word games with me." Seizing the opportunity, he proposed an amendment to their agreement. From now on, any rewards would be determined solely by him. Pei Siyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ling turned to face him from the top step, his icy gaze unyielding. "What? Do you disagree?" Pei Siyi regarded him with a sense of trepidation, feeling that any hint of dissent would result in immediate expulsion. Moreover, having Jiang Ling voluntarily grant him rewards was rather appealing. Contemplating something, Pei Siyi's throat shifted slightly. His crimson gaze swept over Jiang Ling's slender waist, his tone imbued with unusual anticipation. Of course I agree. Whatever Coach Jiang says goes. I will follow your lead. Jiang Ling sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the man, but discerned nothing further, thus dismissing it from his mind. He took a long stride and turned to return to his room to dry his hair. By the time they were ready to depart, it was already 8:30 in the evening, well past their agreed time. Pei Siyi remained unfazed, pulling Jiang Ling through a line of bodyguards to a seat in the back. If they can access you, they should be grateful. If it weren't for their information on your parents, that Jiang, he would have been apprehended by now. As the wheels rolled over the ground, 3 vehicles simultaneously set off. Even if they did not possess such information, it mattered little. Leaning against the chair, Jiang Ling turned to gaze out at the passing neon lights, his eyes as tranquil as still water. I do not require family. His primary purpose for returning to the Jiang household was to rid himself of certain stress responses linked to this body, witnessing the repercussions of past harms. He felt it was time for the original owner to receive a reprieve from suffering. After all, he had avenged him, had he not? As for family, he had no interest in that at all. And what about love? The man beside him suddenly leaned closer, his deep voice sending a shiver through Jiang Ling's ears. Pei Siyi tightened his grip on Jiang Ling's hand. If you do not want family, can you want me instead? Pei Siyi had never learned to be obedient. This individual was akin to an undefeated general on the battlefield, brash yet cunning, shrouded in strategy and guile. He seized every opportunity, pressing forward relentlessly. Jiang Ling met Pei Siyi's gaze, remaining indifferent for a moment before responding. You said we would not involve emotions or trust, only transactions. Pei Siyi felt a lump in his throat, momentarily breathless. He looked down into Jiang Ling's eyes, which held a glimmer of affection. Yet it was smothered beneath a layer of frost. It is not yet time. With a slight chuckle, Pei Siyi lowered his gaze. I was merely inquiring. Jiang Ling pressed his lips together in silence, uncertain whether he believed it or not. The vehicle turned into an unknown path, darkness encroaching, swallowing the man before him until only his dark red eyes flickered in the night. One day, I will make Jiang Ling willingly step out of that closed-off world for me. By 9 o'clock, Jiang Ling had still not arrived. Liu Yun paced anxiously in the living room. Mom, can you please sit still? Your pacing is giving me a headache. Jiang, he massaged his temples, having gone several days without sleep. His eyes were heavy and dark. I can't possibly sit still right now. Liu Yun, with red-rimmed eyes, leaned against the back of the sofa, having cried far too much to the point where even blinking felt painful. Your father has been arrested. Setting aside the loss of life, the amount of tax evasion is staggering. Your father, he will surely face a lengthy sentence. The last words caught in her throat, but Jiang Yi understood all too well. He closed his eyes and reminded her, let us not forget about Sonia. If he intervenes, our father may never see the light of day again, and I would end up accompanying him. Liu Yun's complexion grew increasingly pale. Jiang Yi looked up at her, so when Jiang Ling arrives, you know what to do, right? Liu Yun sank down onto the sofa. Yet Jiang Ling still had not arrived. He would undoubtedly come. Jiang Yi leaned against the sofa, feigning sleep. In truth, conveying identity information to Jiang Ling did not necessitate being at the Jiang residence, nor did it require the clock to strike 8. He chose this particular setting solely to gauge Jiang Ling's concern regarding the matter. If he were indifferent, no matter the place or time, Pei Siyi would not spare him. However, Pei Siyi had yet to act against him, and the estate remained unsealed. This indicated that Jiang Ling cared about the issue, and Pei Siyi was willing to show leniency for Jiang Ling's sake. Thus, he had to persuade Jiang Ling to let him off the hook. Everything hinged on tonight. Suddenly, a series of parking sounds echoed from outside. Jiang Yi's eyes flew open. He had arrived. In the next instant, a group of bodyguards burst in with swift steps, 4 of them pinning Jiang Yi and Liu Yun down, while others wielded electric rods, scouring the room. Jiang Yi was acutely aware of what they sought, simply items capable of causing harm. Gasoline, narcotics, or weapons. They were meticulous. The sofa was dismantled piece by piece, leaving the entire room in disarray, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. The Jiang family's only remaining asset was this very residence. Liu Yun, witnessing their crude behavior, felt a pang of anguish yet dared not speak out, fearing retribution. Fortunately, the bodyguards worked swiftly, soon confirming the area was secure. Once they cleared a path to the door and tidied up the sofa, Pei Siyi followed Jiang Ling leisurely into the room. He paid no heed to the two, approaching and dragging an entire section of the sofa next to Jiang Ling. He then settled beside Jiang Ling, his right hand resting casually on the back of the sofa, creating an appearance of intimate protection. It was evident that he cherished Jiang Ling. The expressions on Jiang Yi and Lu Yun's faces darkened. Had they known Jiang Ling would associate with Pei Siyi, they would never have allowed him to leave. The regret in their eyes did not escape Jiang Ling's notice. He chuckled lightly, his tone both soft and frigid. Before we engage in conversation, let us first settle accounts. Chapter 54. It is not your fault, revised. Jiang Ling bore no personal grudge against the Jiang family upon his arrival. He merely wished to establish himself and escape their clutches. Yet, Lu Yun and the Jiang family insisted on bringing their demise upon themselves. Jiang Ling was not one to repay kindness with kindness. Offending him meant preparing for retaliation. As soon as Jiang Ling's words fell, Lu Yun was forcibly brought forward and made to kneel before him. The sound of her knees hitting the ground echoed loudly. Lu Yun's face turned ashen, both from pain and fear. She was uncertain how far Jiang Ling intended to go in exacting retribution. After all, she had never held back against him over the years. The thought of the dank, dark basement, along with the whips and canes, made her body tremble uncontrollably. You cannot do this. Although I am not your biological mother, I raised you for over 20 years. How did you raise me? Jiang Ling looked down at her, his gaze icy and piercing. I do not recall. Care to enlighten me? He genuinely did not remember. Yet Lu Yun dared not speak up. Noticing her silence, Jiang Ling remained unfazed, but Pei Siyi's expression darkened. He was well aware of how Lu Yun treated others. The term abuse barely scratched the surface. As Jiang Ling's hand slipped from the backrest, he felt Pei Siyi's large hand gently caressing him from behind, a gesture of comfort and concern. Jiang Ling did not require such affection, but made no move to push it away. First, I shall return a slap to you, Jiang Ling declared, gazing at her. The remainder depends on how our conversation unfolds. With that, a bodyguard stepped forward and yanked Lu Yun's hair before delivering a resounding slap. The force was unyielding. Lu Yun's face quickly swelled on one side, and she collapsed to the ground, struggling to regain her composure. The ringing in her ears muddled all sounds into a haze. Instinctively, she turned her gaze to her son, only to find him silent, not even sparing her a glance. In that moment, Lu Yun felt as though her very blood had turned to ice, as if she had plunged into a frigid abyss. Jiang Yi understood his mother was looking at him, yet he could not intervene. To do so would be futile and might even backfire. Jiang Ling was seething. If he wished to converse, he needed to unleash his anger first. If they could negotiate successfully, allowing Jiang Ling to spare him, there remained hope for the Jiang family. It was a grandiloquent rationale that would allow him to sacrifice his own mother without a second thought. Jiang Ling cast a fleeting glance at him, a mere glance that spoke volumes, belittling him in silence. Worthless, not worth further attention. Jiang Ling turned back to Lu Yun. Now you may speak, swallowing her bitter resentment. Lu Yun chose to protect her son. She rose, brushing her hair behind her ears, striving to maintain what little dignity she had left. Your mother's name is Bai Ran, the only daughter of the Bai family, the second prominent family in Lu City, 25 years ago. She recounted swiftly, and Jiang Ling listened quietly, soon piecing together the narrative. The original mother was the radiant goddess Dai, pursued by countless suitors, among them Jiang Changtao, who held the identity of a childhood friend. At that time, the Jiang family had yet to relocate from Lu City to Kyoto, nor had they fallen from grace. They were the fourth prominent family in Lu City, albeit not on par with the Bai family. Yet, Miss Bai ultimately did not choose him, opting instead for a whirlwind marriage with a foreign man and moving abroad. Pei Siyi raised an eyebrow. Lu Yun's account aligned perfectly with what his father had uncovered. However, his father had failed to discover the whereabouts of Jiang Ling's mother or the identity of that foreign man. Jiang Ling inquired, "Where did she go? Who was that man?" Lu Yun shook her head, uncertain. The Bai family members spoke not a word regarding Miss Bai's whereabouts, and the foreign man remained shrouded in mystery. Impossible to investigate. Jiang Ling regarded her with indifference. "So you truly know nothing?" "No." Lu Yun interjected immediately. "While my knowledge may be limited, some matters remain beyond your reach." For years later, the Bai family collapsed overnight, and both Bai father and by mother committed suicide by jumping from the building that same night. No one knows why, nor whether it was indeed suicide. Jiang Chung Tao sought to investigate, but the company soon encountered turmoil. They understood this was a warning to refrain from meddling in the Bai family's affairs. Half a year later, Miss Bai, who had been absent for 5 years, appeared unannounced at the Bai family's doorstep. At that time, her appearance was gaunt, and she bore a 6-month pregnancy. As she spoke, Lu Yun glanced at Jiang Ling. "That child is you." Miss Bai rejected our assistance, choosing instead to give birth in a remote village, seemingly evading someone, even avoiding a hospital for your delivery. Her health was in dire straits, her mental state even worse. Often falling silent for an entire day, her vitality extinguished, no longer the vibrant spirit of her youth. The doctors declared that she was physically drained, having lost the will to survive. The only reason she remained alive was for the child she carried. The day after giving birth to you, she entrusted you to Jiang Chung Tao, and that very night, she vanished. The next time she was found, she lay dead before the graves of my father and by mother. And it was all because of you, because Jiang Chung Tao sought to protect you. Those people retaliated against the Jiang family with madness, resulting in our fall from the 4th position in Lu City to being exiled 30 miles outside Kyoto. As Lu Yun spoke, her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, directing a gaze filled with unrestrained resentment towards Jiang Ling. Her sharp voice rose suddenly. "That group are all your father's people. Your father harmed the Bai family, and your mother. You are but a wretched spawn, a harbinger of misfortune." Pei Siyi's crimson gaze darkened in an instant as he kicked Lu Yun aside, promptly covering Jiang Ling's ears. Lu Yun was restrained by bodyguards. Pei Siyi looked at Jiang Ling with concern, urging, "My dear, do not heed her words. This is not your fault." His swift motion to shield Jiang Ling's ears transformed the previously piercing voice into a muted echo, barely penetrating through the gaps of his fingers, landing softly in Jiang Ling's ears at just the right decibel to be comprehensible. Jiang Ling's eyelashes trembled slightly before freezing in place. Observing this, Pei Siyi felt a pang of regret for not having silenced her sooner. The sky seemed to collapse, yet the room remained aglow with brilliance. Though Jiang Ling sat amidst this light, Pei Siyi felt as though he were engulfed in darkness. Jiang Ling possessed an ethereal chill, reminiscent of snow atop the highest peaks, captivating in its coolness. Yet at this moment, that very chill unnerved him. Chapter 55, "My dear, just think of me" revised. The shadows cast by his eyelashes concealed all of Jiang Ling's emotions. Pei Siyi leaned closer, straining to see, but clarity eluded him. His ice-blue eyes, unwavering and vacant, seemed to gaze not only at Lu Yun but also through her, rendering his expression increasingly translucent, like mist that could be dispersed by a mere breeze. Pei Siyi's trembling hand covered his ears, his heart racing with mounting anxiety. "My dear, look at me. Do not listen to her. This does not concern you. Listen to me. Your mother is not your doing, and the Jiang family has brought this upon themselves." His voice, muddled by his hands, trembled with urgency. Jiang Ling's thoughts were abruptly drawn back. He grasped Pei Siyi's wrist, his voice soft yet firm. How could the esteemed Pei San Yi be so easily frightened? At last, Jiang Ling responded, and Pei Siyi's erratic heartbeat found a steady rhythm. He immediately clasped Jiang Ling's hand tightly, holding it securely. "I worry that you might be deceived by her." The remnants of events over 2 decades past had been meticulously erased. His father's investigations were incomplete, yet some information remained, including the location of Miss Bai's demise. His father discovered it to be an abandoned factory, incongruent with Lu Yun's claims of cemetery. Although the veracity of Lu Yun's other statements remained dubious, they were undeniably a mixture of truth and falsehood. Remembering Jiang Ling's earlier dazed expression, Pei Siyi reproached, "How could you allow her to deceive you?" He could not bear to deceive Jiang Ling into becoming his wife, preferring to pursue her honestly. What right did she have to deceive? The coolness of Jiang Ling's fingertips was enveloped once more in Pei Siyi's warm grasp, and though Jiang Ling fidgeted slightly, he did not withdraw. Pei Siyi felt a twinge of grievance, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Yet he allowed Pei Siyi to lead him. "I have not been deceived. I am merely contemplating certain matters." What matters? Some old grievances buried deep within, memories Jiang Ling preferred to avoid. He instinctively sought to evade the subject. "Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters." Pei Siyi sensed Jiang Ling's avoidance. He did not press further, but gently squeezed Jiang Ling's soft hand, his voice rich and soothing. As long as you think of me, my dear, that is all that matters. A cheerful boy like me cannot be at a loss for thinking of you. Who is the cheerful boy? Jiang Ling suppressed a smile. He opened his mouth to tease Pei Siyi's audacity, only to be interrupted by Lu Yun's voice. Release me. I have not deceived him. It is because of him that our Jiang family has come to this. Lu Yun's face was pressed against the ground, nearly gasping for breath as 4 hands restrained her. Never in decades had she imagined herself in such a predicament, like a fish laid bare upon a chopping block. Pei Siyi's smile faltered upon hearing her words. This woman dared to deceive and curse at his beloved. Now she interrupted his beloved's speech. He found her utterly intolerable. Pei Siyi felt a surge of anger, his temples throbbing, unable to contain his fury any longer. The chaotic aura surrounding him surged forth, suffocating Lu Yun in an instant, robbing her of speech. Pei Siyi's eyes glared coldly at her. He had brought Jiang Ling here to uncover his heritage, not to subject him to deceit and insults. What are you? Pei Siyi's voice was icy and harsh. Who dares to insult me? Release me. Lu Yun gritted her teeth. I am not mistaken. He is the reason, mother. Jiang Yi shouted, halting her words. His identical brown eyes reflected no concern, only dissatisfaction and reproach directed at Lu Yun for deviating from their agreement. This was not what they had planned. Initially, they had intended for Jiang Ling to feel guilt, not to assist the Jiang family, but at the very least to balance the scales of their wrongdoings. However, Lu Yun's accusation, comparing Jiang Ling to a harbinger of misfortune, was like a sudden tempest, sweeping them back to square one. Jiang Yi understood that opportunities were fleeting. If he could not persuade Jiang Ling to spare him, everything would be lost. Thus, Jiang Yi hastily interrupted Lu Yun. Mother, please stop talking. Her unfinished words caught her throat as Lu Yun's gaze shifted to Jiang Yi. She saw the reproach in her son's eyes, as well as his concern. The reproach was directed at her, while the concern was for himself. This was her son. Her heart felt as if countless steel needles had pierced through, throbbing in agony, bloodied and gasping for air. Yet Jiang Yi had no time to attend to her. Upon seeing her silence, he turned his attention to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, my mother only lashed out in a moment of impulse. We acknowledge our mistakes. The Jiang family harmed you in our desperate attempt to protect you, but now you have brought ruin upon us. Let us consider ourselves even, shall we? Jiang Ling sought to salvage the situation, to continue fighting, but Pei Siyi would not grant him that opportunity. He took Jiang Ling's hand and stood. Speaking in a languid tone, my dear, let us not listen to the barking. Let us return home. He had anticipated more information from a Jiang family, but found only fragmented truths regarding Miss Bai. Why waste any more time? They might as well return home to rest. His beloved had labored throughout the day and needed to prepare for work tomorrow. Jiang Ling had initially intended to inspect the basement where the original owner had frequently been beaten to have it demolished. However, since entering the Jiang household, his nerves had remained taut, unable to relax, even instinctively responding to Lu Yun's words. It seemed unnecessary to target just the basement. The entire Jiang family was to be dismantled. Jiang Ling acquiesced and followed Pei Siyi outside. The bodyguards remained behind them, ensuring they did not charge forward to harm the boss and his wife. Lu Yun was held firmly against the ground, her crimson eyes fixated on Jiang Ling's retreating figure. Perhaps it was the pain of being abandoned by her husband and son, or perhaps it was the hatred born from humiliation, or the indignation felt for someone else. In any case, Lu Yun's emotions unraveled completely. Jiang Ling, everything I said was the truth. Without you, Miss Bai would not have died. Why did you have to be born? You have harmed her, harmed the Bai family, and harmed the Jiang family. She shrieked, her voice piercing the air, sharp enough to rupture eardrums, like the furious roar of a vengeful spirit, sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Ling hesitated, turning back. Lu Yun's cheek was nearly pressed to the ground, her eyes filled with deep-seated resentment. Chapter 56, A Touch of Sadness, revised. Jiang Ling's gaze momentarily faltered. He had encountered such eyes before, heard such slanders before. Indeed, the insults he had endured were even harsher, for each carried a curse. Pei Siyi would not allow him to dwell upon it, nor did he wish to. However, those voices were like demons carving wounds into his heart, oozing and festering uncontrollably. A mere touch could summon memories that dulled his thoughts with pain. Beneath the resplendent palace walls lay the abandoned, decaying cold palace. He existed here, like a curled-up worm concealed beneath the wilted petals of a blooming flower. Amidst the pack of dogs fighting for scraps, the mockery of servants, and the brutal beatings endured for survival, those around him cursed his very existence, declaring he should not live, wishing for his blood to be drained, his heart to be excavated, and his soul to be sacrificed. Jiang Ling initially could not comprehend the depth of his perceived sins. Eventually, he understood. On the day of his birth, the anti-imperialist organization Song Yao was formally established, instigating the first God-slaying war, resulting in the empire losing a third of its territory. His father, the emperor, unable to bear the weight of his own impotence, directed his fury towards him, the child born on that fateful day. Jiang Ling was thrust onto a pedestal, labeled a demon in the eyes of the empire's populace. His very existence was deemed a transgression. The vast, terrifying black cross seemed to materialize once more before his eyes, while Lu Yun's every word felt like nails driving through his limbs, attempting to crucify him anew. But why should he suffer? In his icy gaze lay a profound silence born of extreme anguish and rage. Jiang Ling inquired of her, as if questioning the world. Is it because I was born into misfortune that I must bear the collective suffering of others? Well, my own pain. Who will help me endure it? The corners of Lu Yun's eyes darkened with deep brown, a sign of her emotional turmoil. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, she paused, then burst into laughter. You ask why? It is because you carry filthy blood. Fixated on Jiang Ling's face, she continued, your visage bears only her eyes. Everything else is that of your father. Disgusting. Had it not been for him, my family would not have met such a fate. Jiang family would not have been targeted and harmed. You filthy wretch. You deserve to die. Hearing this, Pei Siyi also felt a surge of murderous intent. His crimson gaze, filled with fury, bore down on her, as if he could crush her to dust. Jiang Ling suddenly chuckled softly. He found an uncanny resemblance between himself and the original owner of this body. Their appearances and experiences mirrored each other, suffocatingly alike. Jiang Ling's laughter was indeed quiet, yet Pei Siyi's keen ears caught every nuance, filled with absurdity and ridicule, accompanied by a faint hint of grievance, dulled by relentless suffering. The cold hand gripping Jiang Ling's felt like a dagger to the heart. Pei Siyi held on tightly. Yet this time, warmth did not transfer between them. For the first time, he sensed that he could not warm Jiang Ling. As his chest heaved, Pei Siyi briefly contemplated abandoning the gentlemanly facade he maintained before Jiang Ling, wanting to strike him down and toss him into a cesspool. However, he could not leave Jiang Ling now, fearing that if he let go, he would lose him forever. Let's return home, Pei Siyi urged as he grasped Jiang Ling to leave. But this time Jiang Ling remained still. He gazed at Lu Yun, inquiring, who is that man? According to Lu Yun, all the tribulations faced by the Bai family, along with the subsequent mysterious forces, stemmed from that man. Yet, Jiang Ling harbored doubts about Lu Yun's words. For instance, he could not believe that the Jiang family's downfall was solely to protect him. A foe seeking survival could not be trusted even when spouting pitiful tales. Jiang Ling's heart was not so easily softened. Moreover, Lu Yun had never mentioned that man directly, indicating her ignorance regarding his identity, yet she attributed all blame to him. As someone who similarly bore the weight of unjust blame, Jiang Ling found it hard to trust her words. Indeed, Lu Yun could not answer his question. That man has never appeared. I only know he is not from our country. This aligned with what Pei Siyi's father had uncovered. No further information could be extracted from her. Pei Siyi's hand, which had been grasping Jiang Ling's, shifted. In a calm, gentle tone, Jiang Ling said, let's go home. Pei Siyi, eager to comply, hurriedly ushered him into the car, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Once they departed from the Jiang residence, the tension within him began to dissipate, along with the chill that had enveloped him. Jiang Ling felt fatigued. Though he had spoken little, his mind had been heavily taxed. Relaxing his body, he leaned back, but before he could settle against the chair, strong arms encircled him. Pei Siyi grasped his waist with one hand and his leg with the other, positioning him squarely on his lap. What manner of position is this? Jiang Ling abruptly raised his gaze, nearly colliding with Pei Siyi's chin, mere inches away. Jiang Ling was taken aback. This proximity was decidedly undignified and uncomfortably intimate. The hint of fatigue he had felt was instantly replaced by embarrassment and anger. Busy. He pushed against the man, only to have his hands captured and pulled back. In an instant, their distance vanished, and Jiang Ling could feel their breaths intertwining. His icy eyes widened in shock as he struggled. But the grip on his wrists was firm, not tight enough to hurt, yet unyielding. Pei Siyi remained motionless, allowing Jiang Ling to writhe. He spoke not a word, nor made any other gesture, merely fixating on Jiang Ling, his crimson gaze deep and penetrating, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. Jiang Ling's heart raced chaotically. Pei Siyi, what are you doing? His voice was soft and cold, laced with a hint of resistance. Pei Siyi's gaze darkened further. He, too, was a loss regarding his desires. He merely felt an inexplicable anxiety gripping his heart. Perhaps it was Jiang Ling's two instances of being scorned. The two moments of him being lost in thought that evoked his fear, a fear that this person might vanish at any moment. A suffocating sensation welled within him, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain. Pei Siyi had never felt such discomfort before. In his distress, he yearned to envelop Jiang Ling in his embrace, to imprint his essence upon the man's lips, to mark every inch of him as his own. He wanted to entwine Jiang Ling into his very being, to the point of inseparability. Yet he feared Jiang Ling's wrath, feared being ignored, feared being cast aside. Pei Siyi, born into a prestigious family, bore the name that signified recklessness. Throughout his life, he had lived with abandon. Yet before Jiang Ling, he treaded carefully, his sharp brows knitted in sorrow, his dark red eyes reflecting a tumult of urgency, fear, and uncertainty that left Jiang Ling astonished. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's struggles ceased. The heated breath against his face was frantic, and as he looked at Pei Siyi, he slowly lowered his head. Jiang Ling's mind went blank, momentarily forgetting how to act, until Pei Siyi's lips brushed against the corner of his eye, planting a gentle kiss. That kiss was wet, warm, and searing, setting his very soul ablaze. Jiang Ling's heartbeat thundered, as if it could shatter his eardrums. He watched as Pei Siyi leaned down further, resting against his shoulder. He was acutely aware that this man was once again attuned to the rhythm of his heart. He wanted to resist, but that kiss seemed to drain him of all strength, rendering him incapable of uttering even a word of refusal. Jiang Zhoulian, Pei Siyi murmured softly, his voice laced with a hint of discomfort. Jiang Ling, hearing the tremor in his tone, felt an urge to comfort him. Yet, he had never consoled anyone, nor had he ever been consoled, leaving him uncertain of how to provide solace in moments of sorrow. He recalled the television series he had watched and attempted to emulate the male protagonist by lifting his hand to pat Pei Siyi's shoulder. However, his hand was firmly grasped by the man, and as he attempted to move, the grip tightened, pulling him forward once more. The two drew closer. The remaining sliver of distance vanished, creating an atmosphere of palpable intimacy. In this proximity, Jiang Ling sensed the tremors concealed beneath the man's chest, a strong and vigorous heartbeat resonating against his own, leaving him feeling both numb and soft. Perhaps sensing Jiang Ling's unusual quietness, Pei Siyi became somewhat anxious. He instinctively created some distance, scrutinizing Jiang Ling's expression. Noticing no sign of disapproval, he felt reassured and immediately shifted to a feigned sense of grievance. Jiang coach, I am feeling quite distressed. Why do you not offer me any comfort? His hands remained bound, showing no intention of being released. Jiang Ling awkwardly remained frozen on Pei Siyi's lap. After a moment, he finally managed to utter, "Then do not be sad." True to his proud and aloof nature, Jiang coach's words of consolation came out almost as an order. Pei Siyi was utterly charmed. Jiang coach, how can you be so adorable? He could not help but chuckle softly, cupping Jiang Ling's face and quickly planting a kiss on his fair cheek, producing a crisp sound. In the stillness of a night within the enclosed car, this sound seemed to resonate like an explosion of a starship in Jiang Ling's ears. The atmosphere stilled for a second, as neither could react. Pei Siyi had not anticipated that his lips would have a mind of their own, impulsively seeking to kiss, and thus producing such an ambiguous sound. He wished to explain, but it was already too late. The sensation crashed over Jiang Ling like a wave, enveloping him in warmth and embarrassment, his entire being aflame with a deep crimson hue. His icy gaze, usually so steady, now bore a rare hint of flushed annoyance. In a swift motion, his clean, white fist brushed past Pei Siyi's left cheek, forcefully colliding with the seat back. Pei Siyi tilted his head, glancing at the deep indentation left by the blow, and immediately broke into a sheepish grin, pleading, "Darling, let me explain, I truly did not mean to. I just could not resist the urge to kiss." Another punch landed beside Pei Siyi's right cheek. He quickly straightened himself, adopting a serious demeanor. "I was wrong. I apologize." Jiang Ling's chest heaved with emotion, his face burning with indignation, and he swiftly dismounted from the man's lap to sit beside him, delivering a swift kick to Pei Siyi's calf. A faint mark appeared on his dark trousers, causing Pei Siyi a slight itch. "Get out," Jiang Ling commanded. Pei Siyi, bewildered, thought, "Is he asking me to leave again? He let me off last time at Jiang Ling's home, but now in his car, why must I go?" He observed the pouting figure beside him and tactfully reminded, "Jiang coach, this is my car." Jiang Ling immediately turned, his icy gaze reddening as he glared at him. Pei Siyi opened the car door, saying, "I will step outside for some fresh air." As the door closed, Pei Siyi leaned against it, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, he's acting cute again. If he can act cute to make me leave, he should be able to act cute for something else." Perhaps the urgency of his thoughts conjured a vivid image in his mind. "Damn." Pei Siyi quickly rubbed his face, forcibly dispelling the unwelcome thoughts. No, he could not indulge in such ideas. As a 24-year-old alpha, he was at the peak of his vitality. Dwelling on such thoughts could be perilous. Leaning against the car for a moment, he felt restless. He then decided to find something to occupy himself with, heading toward the Jiang residence. The bodyguards were still inside, executing their duties. He intended for them to experience everything Jiang Ling had endured. Pei Siyi arrived at an opportune moment. Though the two were battered, they remained conscious. Upon his arrival, a subordinate reported, "Boss, we have completed more than half of the punishments on the list. We will finish shortly." Pei Siyi inquired calmly, "What remains?" "Currently, only the hanging whip punishment and confinement in the basement without food are left." Pei Siyi nodded, "Bring me the whip." The bodyguards understood that Pei Siyi intended to take matters into his own hands. The bodyguard handing over the whip felt a twinge of concern. They were well aware of Pei Siyi's strength, and a single lash could be fatal, not only for the Omega Lu Yun, but also for the Alpha Jiang Yi. The rules of the Pei family dictated that one must not kill or commit crimes unless their loved ones or their lives were in danger. Pei Siyi was fully aware of this, and he certainly would not allow them to finish with just 2 lashes. Taking the whip, he turned to Jiang Yi. "You should consider yourself fortunate. You will soon be incarcerated, otherwise this would not merely be a singular experience." After all, Jiang Ling had endured such treatment for 23 years. As for Lu Yun, Pei Siyi held a firm principle against striking an Omega. Therefore, he summoned the bodyguards. As he approached Jiang Yi, despair clouded his eyes, and he closed them, refusing to beg for mercy. This was the last shred of dignity he held as the heir of the Jiang family. The sound of the whip slicing through the air echoed, and the bodyguards quickly shut the door, sealing all noise within. After all, they could not let such sounds taint the ears of the lady boss. When Pei Siyi emerged from the Jiang residence, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, he found Jiang Ling asleep against the chair. He endeavored to be as quiet as possible, yet Jiang Ling's eyes fluttered open the moment the door creaked. His icy gaze, sharp and vigilant like a blade, initially fixed on Pei Siyi, but softened imperceptibly upon recognizing his face, relaxing back into a state of drowsiness. The dim light inside the car prevented Pei Siyi from discerning the emotions hidden within Jiang Ling's eyes. He merely assumed he had awakened him. Once seated in the car, Pei Siyi dared not draw closer to Jiang Ling, as they each occupied opposite ends, a seat's distance apart. He had not forgotten his previous actions and how he had been dismissed from the car, fearing Jiang Ling was still upset and might ask him to leave again. He hesitated. The kiss had been so swift that he had not fully savored it, yet beyond the regret, a sense of joy lingered. For in Jiang Ling's eyes, he had only glimpsed shyness and annoyance. There was no trace of aversion or disdain. Thus, Pei Siyi felt that Jiang Ling's fondness for him had surely increased. Even if just a fraction, with a slight curve of his red eyes, feeling a sense of victory, Pei Siyi resolved to behave himself for a while. The car's headlights illuminated the delicate shadows cast by Jiang Ling's long eyelashes as he sat with his half-closed eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Pei Siyi called out to him, "Darling, you must be tired. Rest for a moment. We will be home soon. Hearing his voice, Jiang Ling lifted his gaze, casting a nonchalant glance at him before turning away, leaving Pei Siyi with nothing but the view of his superior nape. He thought. Pei Siyi had never spoken to him from such a distance before. Truly a despicable man. He kisses and then grows indifferent. Chapter 58. Good night, darling. The vehicle started. Jiang Ling closed his eyes once more in the cool night breeze. Fatigue and drowsiness swiftly swept away his entangled thoughts, and not long after his icy eyes shut, he slipped into a realm of chaotic darkness. As the car rounded a corner, Jiang Ling was steadied by a firm grip. He had always been a light sleeper, easily roused by the slightest commotion, and thus his thick lashes fluttered, and he woke again. His ice-blue eyes, half-lidded in a daze, blinked at Pei Siyi. "What are you doing?" Pei Siyi removed his jacket and wrapped it around him, gently covering Jiang Ling's eyes with his hand. "Darling, be good. I will hold you while you sleep, or you might fall. Once we reach home, I will wake you." The coat still held the warmth of the man, laying against Jiang Ling's skin and radiating heat. The large palm over his eyelids seemed to emit a tender warmth that seeped into his very being. Jiang Ling's senses were enveloped in this comforting warmth. He felt utterly weak, devoid of strength, and unexpectedly fell asleep in Pei Siyi's embrace. Yet at the very end, when his chilled chin slipped into the man's coat, Jiang Ling once more caught a whiff of the faint fragrance from the small blue bag. It was a clear, dry, slightly cool woody scent, one that Jiang Ling cherished. By the time the car reached the apartment, it was already 1:30 in the morning. Noticing Jiang Ling was in deep slumber, Pei Siyi had no heart to wake him. He attempted to carry Jiang Ling upstairs, but as soon as he lifted him out of the car, Jiang Ling stirred awake. His weary eyelids fluttered open, and he frowned slightly. Perhaps he hadn't slept well, as his head felt heavy and mildly painful. Sensing a shift in position, Jiang Ling gazed at him, questioning, "What are you doing?" Pei Siyi ground his teeth, surprised at how lightly Jiang Ling slept, waking at the slightest touch. Feeling somewhat wronged, he said, "I wanted to carry you home to sleep, but I didn't expect you to wake up." Jiang Ling's furrowed brow momentarily froze before he closed his eyes and, with reddened fingertips, pushed him away, insisting, "I want to go home with you. Let me down. Go back to your own place." Realizing his misunderstanding, Pei Siyi set him down and asserted, "Coach Jiang, I'm always upright and righteous. Don't misinterpret my intentions. I meant no such thing." Jiang Ling thought to retort that if Pei Siyi were truly upright, then there would be no such thing as hypocrites in this world. However, he ultimately held his tongue, his expression clearly conveying his thoughts. Seeing this, Pei Siyi felt compelled to restore his credibility. He explained, "I didn't want to wake you because I saw you were sleeping soundly. I swear on my life, I had no such intention." Still draped in Pei Siyi's coat, Jiang Ling glanced at the 3 fingers he extended and reluctantly believed him. "Then you should go back. I need to head home as well." Yet, after taking just 2 steps, he noticed the man had followed him, rubbing his throbbing temples. He felt his mind becoming increasingly heavy with pain. At that moment, he suspected he might be unwell. "Pei Siyi," he turned to face the man, his tone distant and lacking strength. "Return to your own home." He could feel his body growing weaker, his ability to defend himself waning. But he couldn't show any signs of vulnerability. Therefore, he allowed no one, not even Pei Siyi, to approach him at that moment. Grasping his coat tightly, his fingertips turned white, his previously rosy lips now pale, their color drained in the darkness, resembling frost in the thin mist, ephemeral and fleeting. Although he felt unwell, he forced himself to maintain an air of icy detachment. This was what Pei Siyi feared most. The earlier panic in his heart had been suppressed by Coach Jiang's comforting command, but now it surged back. He watched Jiang Ling, feeling that the person before him was but an empty shell, while that pale soul was shattering alone in a distant realm, unreachable and invisible to him. He felt utterly powerless, though he was a chaotic Qilin, capable of traversing through chaos to anywhere, and proud of it. He had promised to be by Jiang Ling's side whenever he needed him. Yet at this moment, he felt lost. Was the taste of powerlessness. Pei Siyi experienced it for the first time, unable to articulate it, only aware of the heaviness in his chest and the ache in his heart, akin to unbearable distance despite being so near. Pei Siyi, sensing his earlier tone had been too harsh, noticed Jiang Ling unusually soften. He removed his coat and handed it to Pei Siyi, striving to keep his tone unchanged. "Let us discuss everything tomorrow. The reward can wait until then." You should go back now. Seeing Pei Siyi accept the clothing, yet remain unmoved, he pursed his lips, feeling helpless. Be obedient. Pei Siyi's gaze drifted from his lips to his fingertips. He wanted to ask why Jiang Ling felt unwell, yet would not let him stay by his side. He also wanted to inquire why he liked him, but still pushed him away. But he refrained from asking because he already knew the answer. He understood that Jiang Ling was even more lost and anxious than he was, and he knew Jiang Ling was suffering immensely. Today's visit to the Jiang family had ultimately left Jiang Ling painfully wounded by those memories. His playful antics could not erase the blood-stained laughter that had left Jiang Ling so hurt. He had failed to protect him. Pei Siyi could neither safeguard Jiang Ling's soul nor warm his heart. But what could he do? Pei Siyi had waited 24 years for the destined one, the only partner he had ever recognized. He would never leave Jiang Ling, even if he was both loved and pushed away. His crimson gaze fell, the darkness concealing all his emotions. Pei Siyi chuckled softly, bending down to gaze at Jiang Ling. All right, I'll be good. Will Coach Jiang reward me? And even if he was pushed away, he would continue to move forward. He knew Jiang Ling awaited him at the end. If he did not go, what would happen to his beloved alone over there? He, Pei Siyi, was a chaotic Qilin. There was nowhere he could not go. I want to sleep on your sofa. I want to live at your place. Is that all right? This man again. Every time he was denied something, it would be brought up again in the next moment. And somehow, he always found a reason that made it hard for Jiang Ling to refuse. The discomfort in his body intensified, beads of sweat glistening on his back. And the night breeze sent shivers through him. Jiang Ling turned his head, nodded. Fine, but you can't stay at my place indefinitely. He attempted to negotiate. At most 4 days a month. Pei Siyi raised his hand, pinching Jiang Ling's waist, his eyes glimmering mischievously, clearly indicating he was being playful. If you nod, I'll leave. If you don't, I'll cling to you all night. Jiang Ling. Under normal circumstances, he would not indulge him, but at this moment, he just wanted to return home immediately. Thus, he quickly nodded. Pei Siyi accepted the reward and, indeed, became obedient. He released Jiang Ling, draping the coat over him once more. And as he withdrew his hand, he lightly pinched Jiang Ling's cheek. He spoke, his voice carried by the wind, tender and affectionate, then, "Good night, my dear." Chapter 59. May you dream of me. In the dreary autumn night, a fine mist of rain lingered in the air, filling one's breath with a chill. Jiang Ling turned and walked quickly. He knew Pei Siyi was still watching him from behind, so he dared not pause for even a moment. The burning gaze upon him transformed the cool night into an environment rife with heat. He pressed the button for his floor, leaning against the elevator wall. His mind was heavy with pain, thoughts and breath sluggish and difficult to manage. This was not the first time such a situation had arisen, but it was the first time it had occurred in front of Pei Siyi. Jiang Ling had not anticipated that the headaches from his past life would resurface in this one, as those deeply ingrained memories etched upon his soul, like a shadow that would not dissipate, were irksome. Moreover, due to being housed in a less capable shell, when this pain arrived, his body found it even harder to withstand than his mind. From the moment he exited the car to entering the elevator, in just a few brief minutes, Jiang Ling could no longer suppress his trembling. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his face pale, and his eyelashes quivered, casting shadows. Inside the elevator, everything seemed to be at a standstill. Only the red numbers changed and jumped as they ascended. His icy gaze dazedly focused on that red light, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. The Imperial Research Base had once examined him, revealing that this was a reaction stemming from mental distress manifesting physically. The ailment resided not in the body, but in the mind. However, the Empire's development in the realm of the psyche was less than 40% of that in the physical realm. Thus, a cure remained elusive. One could either endure or resort to tranquilizers. Yet, the sedatives in this world were unlike those in theirs. Here, only painkillers were available. Jiang Ling had attempted, but to no avail. As that slender figure clad in moonlight vanished from view, Pei Siyi leaned against the car for a considerable time, only turning away when the familiar apartment illuminated briefly before plunging back into darkness. His expression was far from pleasant. The bodyguard, serving as the driver, cautiously inquired, "Boss, where to?" Pei Siyi rubbed his temples and replied, "Back to the villa." Pei Siyi did not reside in the Pei family's ancestral home. He possessed a house of his own. Compared to Jiang Ling's modest apartment, his villa was excessively spacious. Previously, he believed that larger spaces were inherently better, as they provided comfort and allowed him to roam freely. Yet, since meeting Jiang Ling, he had begun to feel that the house was overly empty, each step echoing in the vastness as if lacking substance. As he entered, the motion sensor lights flickered to life, casting a dim glow that rendered Pei Siyi's silhouette indistinct. He quickly retreated to the bathroom after entering his room. The sound of water soon faded, but Pei Siyi did not emerge. In the pitch-black bedroom, only a soft, yellow light illuminated the scene. Curled up on the bed, his form resembled shattered moonlight, with long hair cascading like snow at the bedside, quivering gently with his breaths. His once delicate features now appeared sickly pale, half concealed beneath a thin black blanket, akin to a mist on the verge of dissipating. Beads of sweat glistened upon his neck, and each shallow breath carried a chill that pierced the heart, an unexpectedly sharp sensation. Suddenly, a soft sound of footsteps echoed, and Pei Siyi emerged from the darkness, still bearing the lingering scent of his shower gel. Kneeling on one knee, he gathered the cool, damp hair and turned to gaze at the trembling figure on the bed. "Jiang Ling, I thought you could take care of yourself, which is why I agreed to leave," he murmured, reflecting on the irony that he had been driven away while Jiang Ling lay there, incapacitated by pain. Pei Siyi's eyes shifted upward, landing on the painkillers strewn across the bedside, their white capsules scattered haphazardly. For a moment, he froze, then reached out to pocket a handful before lifting the blanket, preparing to carry Jiang Ling away. To his surprise, Jiang Ling clutched his coat tightly. Pei Siyi felt a dryness in his throat. So, he had fallen ill and sent him away, yet held onto his coat as if it were a lifeline? Did he not hold more value than a mere piece of clothing? Gritting his teeth, Pei Siyi tore the coat from Jiang Ling's grasp and discarded it in the corner before lifting Jiang Ling into his arms and stepping through the chaotic portal. The Pei family ancestral home had never been so brightly lit at such an hour. Uncle Qiao was bent over, administering acupuncture to Jiang Ling, and remarked, "I noticed last time that this child is in poor health, frequently fainting. I initially thought it was low blood sugar, but it turns out he has migraines." Turning to Pei Siyi, he asked, "Weren't you supposed to take him to the hospital for a checkup? Did you not go?" Pei Siyi's brow furrowed deeply, his expression taut as he observed Jiang Ling, covered in needles. "No, I will take him for an examination tomorrow. Uncle Qiao, please be meticulous. Make sure you don't injure him." After the acupuncture session, Jiang Ling remained unresponsive. Pei Siyi carried him back to the apartment. He had considered spending the night with Jiang Ling at the ancestral home, as it would save the hassle of traveling back and forth. But reflecting on their 4 days of cohabitation each month, he opted to act as though he had never been there. What if Jiang Ling decided to withdraw his affections? Gently placing Jiang Ling on the bed and covering him with a blanket, Pei Siyi recalled Uncle Qiao's words. "In my decades as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, I have never encountered a case of migraine so severe that even painkillers could not alleviate the suffering, and I could not find a pulse. Truly perplexing." Indeed, it was perplexing. Jiang Ling's health was evidently frail, having endured confinement and mistreatment from a young age, yet he possessed such lethal skills. Each move was deadly, clearly honed through rigorous training. However, in his brief 23 years of life, Pei Siyi was acutely aware that Jiang Ling had never been afforded the opportunity for any training. The Jiang family would never allow it. Furthermore, Jiang Ling's indifferent attitude toward his biological parents and the stark contrast between his character and the information Pei Siyi had uncovered raised numerous questions. Most importantly, Jiang Ling had always been in the capital, while Pei Siyi's destined counterpart also originated from the same city. Logically, he should have sensed Jiang Ling immediately. Yet, he had taken such a convoluted path, only to finally perceive him upon returning home. There were many inconsistencies, enough to arouse suspicion in anyone familiar with the situation. But Pei Siyi remained unfazed, perhaps indifferent. He absent-mindedly twirled a lock of hair around his finger, gazing down at Jiang Ling. "My dear, are you not an ice phoenix, but rather a monkey sprung from the crevices of stone?" After all, that monkey was small and slender, often subjected to the painful binding of the golden hoop, only to emerge stronger afterward. Much like Jiang Ling, Pei Siyi found himself amused by his own thoughts. He nuzzled Jiang Ling's face gently, his voice soft and rich. "Regardless of who you are, even if you were indeed a little monkey from a rock crevice, I have already chosen you." Perhaps the gentle nuzzle had tickled Jiang Ling, as he emitted a soft sound of discontent. Pei Siyi felt a slight tingling in his ears. After pinching his earlobe, he checked the time. It was 4 in the morning. Daylight would soon break. He sighed, leaning down to bury his head in the crook of Jiang Ling's neck, his tone laden with resignation. All right, my darling, I must take my leave. May you dream of me. Chapter 60. Pei Siyi. Good morning. At the very moment Pei Siyi stepped through the chaotic portal, Jiang Ling, who had been fast asleep, slowly opened his eyes. The dim light from the bedside lamp cast indistinct shadows beneath his lashes, and he gazed vacantly at Pei Siyi's retreating figure. As the chaotic portal closed, Pei Siyi's form faded from view. His icy gaze soon fluttered shut once more. Jiang Ling turned over, seeking the warmth of the coat discarded by the man, pulling it back into his embrace as he sank into a deep slumber once more. As dawn broke with gentle breezes and the warmth of the sun, golden rays filtered through the gauzy curtains, gradually awakening Jiang Ling from his dreams. His throat felt parched, almost bitter, and he lacked any strength. Turning to the window, he watched the soft wind and warm sunlight brush the treetops, clearing his muddled thoughts somewhat. A rough fabric grazed his chin, and Jiang Ling looked down to see the coat he had been clutching, now crumpled and misshapen. He realized he understood why he had held on to it while sleeping. In his pain, he had intended to retrieve the small blue bag, but in its absence, he had resorted to embracing the coat instead, which still bore the faint scent of the bag. Yet, no matter how tightly he had held it, the familiar fragrance eluded him. Jiang Ling closed his eyes momentarily, leaning against the headboard, his gaze fixed on the coat, shrouded in uncertainty. If the scent was no longer on the fabric, then it must reside with Pei Siyi. He could not possibly sleep while holding that man. As this thought crossed his mind, a vague image flickered in his memory of Pei Siyi lifting him toward the chaotic portal and leaving alone. Thus, the man who had driven him away the previous night had indeed returned. Jiang Ling sat at the head of the bed, lost in contemplation for a long while. He had not resisted last night. In fact, he had remained passive. Even the researchers at the base had been met with his ferocious defiance if they approached him. Yet, when Pei Siyi came near, he had offered no resistance whatsoever. This was abnormal. Jiang Ling raised a hand to rub his temples, struggling to comprehend why he had not fought back, sensing a reason but too afraid to accept it. His head throbbed slightly, yet this level of discomfort was entirely bearable. Far better than when he had awakened previously. So, what had Pei Siyi done with him last night? Unable to recall, Jiang Ling rubbed his temples and rose from the bed. Forget it. I can always ask Pei Siyi. Upon descending the stairs, Jiang Ling found no trace of the familiar tall figure on the sofa. Had he truly not stayed? A soft chime echoed as a message from Pei Siyi arrived. Why? I noticed you seemed unwell at the community entrance last night, so I requested a day off from your director for you to rest properly. I'm on my way now. Why? By the way, what would you like for breakfast? Jiang Ling had intended to go to work, believing that a slight discomfort would not hinder his teaching. However, perhaps influenced by the events of the previous night, he subconsciously accepted Pei Siyi's intervention in securing his leave. He lifted his cup, taking a couple of sips to soothe his dry throat before reaching for his phone to respond. Yet, a message from Su Yunqing followed closely behind. Su Director, Coach Jiang, Third Master has secured a leave for you. Make sure to rest well. After a while, another subtle reminder arrived. Su Director, well, young people should exercise some restraint and not let work be delayed. Consider this leave an exception, but do not allow it to happen again, all right? Jiang Ling. He stared at the message, momentarily stunned, and only after realizing what Su Yunqing meant by restraint did his headache intensify. His fingertips turned pale as he gripped his phone, his temples throbbing with absurdity. What had Pei Siyi said to request leave? How could Su Yunqing have misunderstood so drastically? Pei Siyi had barely slept a few hours last night, yet he appeared vibrant and energized. The reason was simple. Today marked the beginning of his cohabitation with Jiang Ling, although it would only last 4 days each month. There would come a time when those 4 days would transform into permanence. As Jiang Ling sent the screenshot, Pei Siyi had already arrived near Jiang Ling's community. Parking his car before opening the message. Jiang Ling, screenshot, Jiang Ling. How did you request the leave? Pei Siyi. Pei Siyi opened the screenshot and instantly lost his smile. He activated the voice message, Darling. I merely mentioned that you were feeling unwell today and might need extra rest, asking her to grant you leave. I did not say anything else. It was that yellow-skinned person who overthought it. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Along with this, Pei Siyi also attached the chat screenshots between himself and Su Yunqing. Jiang Ling read through them in silence. Pei Siyi, however, was not pleased. With his tongue pressed against his molars, he smirked, coldly typing as he walked. Why? Have you wronged me again? HM? Why? Is this how I am perceived in your eyes? Why? Coach Jiang, are you taking advantage of my affection for you to bully me? Watching Pei Siyi's barrage of questions, Jiang Ling felt a slight breathlessness and an unusual pang of regret. It seemed he had indeed been a bit harsh towards Pei Siyi. After some contemplation, Jiang Ling decided to apologize. Yet, before he could send the 2 words of apology, another message from Pei Siyi arrived. Why? Coach Jiang, I'm truly heartbroken. Feeling dejected. With a frown accentuating his icy features, Jiang Ling stared at the message, uncertain of the emotion bubbling within him. It felt akin to shaken soda, trapped and unable to release its fizz, leaving him feeling anxious. His lips pressed tightly together. Jiang Ling clutched his phone, at a loss for how to respond. His cool fingertips tapped and deleted, ultimately leaving only 3 words. Don't be sad. Pei Siyi, upon receiving those 3 words, instantly conjured an image of Jiang Ling's expression while typing. His delicate pink lips would surely be pressed into a thin line, his brows furrowed slightly with annoyance. Diligently deleting and retyping on the screen before finally settling on those 3 comforting yet commanding words, which made him lean against the elevator, laughing. A chuckle escaped his chest as he leaned against the elevator, his long legs casually crossed, breakfast in one hand and his phone in the other, glancing back and forth. When feeling down, do not be down. When feeling sad, do not be sad. What to do? The person destined for him was utterly adorable. After sending the message, he received no immediate reply. Jiang Ling stood in place with his phone, his feet unconsciously moving toward the balcony. Upon seeing the familiar car parked in its usual spot, he exhaled a breath he realized he was holding. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Jiang Ling turned, walking forward to open the door. As the door swung open, he was met with a pair of familiar dark red eyes, accompanied by a faint scent reminiscent of a small blue bag, along with the man's wild vitality washing over him. The deep, rich voice fell on Jiang Ling's ears as he heard Pei Siyi greet him. Darling, good morning. In that instant, the frosty glimmer in his eyes softened, the tension in his lips eased, and even his previously racing heart was miraculously soothed. Jiang Ling lifted his gaze, and in a soft and gentle tone, replied, Pei Siyi, good morning. Chapter 51. The answer suddenly enveloped in the embrace of a man. Jiang Ling's phone slipped from her grasp, hitting the ground with a distinct sound. The light from the screen illuminated the intertwined ankles of the two, casting an ambiguous shadow upon the floor. One moment, she was in the old manner, and the next she found herself before him. Despite being aware that this was Pei Siyi's ability, Jiang Ling still felt a sense of awe. She pushed against him, but he did not budge. What brings you here? I was concerned that you might feel sorrow after hearing everything and shed a few tears in solitude. So I came to accompany you. The delicate lashes fluttered slightly as Jiang Ling fell silent for a moment. It was indeed something a normal person would find distressing. Yet, she was not a normal person. She pushed Pei Siyi again, and this time he moved back slightly, allowing her to bend down and retrieve her phone. I'm Yufine. You need not rush over. Isn't the source of power not meant to be used recklessly? What I use for you is not reckless. And besides, it was a promise I made from the beginning. Pei Siyi gazed at her, a deeper seriousness flickering in his crimson eyes. Have you forgotten? Jiang Ling had not forgotten. She remembered every word spoken during their first meeting with remarkable clarity. It was only then that she realized that every promise Pei Siyi had made to her at that time had been fulfilled. The Pei family did not oppose Pei Siyi's affection for a damaged Omega. Those who had bullied her were now met with retribution from him. Each time she needed Pei Siyi, he had been there without fail. Jiang Ling could not articulate the emotions swirling within her. It felt akin to a person cast from a desert into the vast ocean, suffocating in the happiness she had long ceased to hope for. Her heart raced, causing a slight heaviness in her chest. She averted her gaze and settled back in her chair, replying softly, I remember. That is all that matters. Pei Siyi nodded and stepped closer, leaning against the table in front of Jiang Ling, studying her with intent. Are you really all right? This time, Jiang Ling did not shy away. She met his gaze directly, her icy eyes clashing with his crimson ones, both sincere. Pei Siyi was filled with concern, while Jiang Ling remained calm and indifferent. I'm fine. You should return. I don't believe you. You should go. Uncle He just returned. And you promised him you would join for dinner. Pei Siyi nodded. Indeed. He has my information and requested that I return to accompany him for the sake of appeasing my father. Jiang Ling seemed to struggle to process this statement, finally responding after a lengthy pause. Oh, it appears those two uncles are quite affectionate. Pei Siyi scoffed. Yes, I am merely a sacrifice in their romance. Jiang Ling fell silent. Pei Siyi could not be compelled to return if he did not wish to. However, she remembered that families often placed great importance on the day of reunion. Uncle He had been away for so long, and if Pei Siyi did not return, surely he would be displeased. Moreover, Pei Siyi had already consented to dinner, yet now he was reneging on that promise. What is that expression for? Pei Siyi lifted Jiang Ling's chin. Are you upset that I am staying with you? That is not my intention. Jiang Ling turned her head to evade his hand, pressing her lips together. However, since you have already promised Uncle He, it would be wrong to break that promise. Why is it wrong? Pei Siyi inquired. A promise must be kept, especially since he is your family. He paused, as if recalling his own circumstances, and added, he is a family member who cares for you. Thus, you should not hurt his feelings. He could see that Pei Siyi's family loved him dearly, and she wished for him not to take their affection for granted or to hurt them in return. She understood well the feeling of heartfelt affection being betrayed and trampled upon. Although not returning for dinner seemed insignificant, inexplicably, Jiang Ling did not want Pei Siyi to act this way. Warm hands cradled her face as Pei Siyi looked at her, his voice softening. Why you look so wrong? Hearing this, Luo Lingxi raised her head to glance at Jiang Ling, with her face cradled as she tilted her head. The delicate curve of her neck was accentuated, her long lashes slightly fluttering, revealing her cold, haughty gaze. Her exquisite features remained aloof and indifferent. Luo Lingxi thought there was something amiss with her brother's gaze. How could his wife appear even the slightest bit wronged? There is no grievance. Jiang Ling firmly grasped Pei Siyi's wrist, pulling it away, her voice stiff as she retorted, You are mistaken. Pei Siyi, repeatedly interrupted, sighed helplessly. All right then, let us assume I was mistaken. Jiang Ling did not wish to linger on this any longer. I have class now. Will you return or not? Of course. Pei Siyi grinned mischievously. Did I ever say I wouldn't? I merely wish to stay with you a little longer. Once you head to class, I will return. Jiang Ling felt as though her earnest advice had fallen on deaf ears. She picked up her phone and stood to leave, but Pei Siyi grasped the hem of her clothing. Jiang coach, if I treat you well, would you break my heart? Upon asking, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Jiang Ling halted in her tracks, feeling as though even her breath had come to a standstill. Pei Siyi had thrown the same question back at her. She did not wish to witness heartfelt affection being squandered. Should she also betray the feelings Pei Siyi had offered her? The footsteps outside echoed like disordered heartbeats until the phone in her palm bore the imprint of her fingers. Finally, Jiang Ling turned to face Pei Siyi. So, you went around in circles just to have me answer this question? Though phrased as a question, it carried a tone of certainty. Pei Siyi's feelings were evident and unmasked. Yes, Jiang coach, I wish to know this answer, and I only desire to hear what I long to hear. If it is not, Pei Siyi stepped closer. Jiang Ling raised her icy gaze to meet his, awaiting his next words. What if it is not the answer I wish to hear? Will you retract all the kindness you've shown me, or will you demand an equivalent price in return? Her crystalline blue eyes grew increasingly somber, reflecting an unbearable distance that pierced the heart. Pei Siyi observed her, feeling a profound bitterness within. Do not look at me like that, Jiang Ling. He raised a hand to gently touch the corner of her cool eye, as if attempting to dispel a fraction of her chill with the warmth of his fingertips. Jiang Ling remained still, hearing the slight hoarseness in his voice. I truly cannot bear the thought of you not loving me. Therefore, if in the end the answer is not what I desire to hear, I shall feign ignorance, pretend I did not hear it, and continue to love you. In that fleeting moment, the warmth at the corner of his eye ignited into a burning ember, nearly shattering the frost that enveloped her eyes. Jiang Ling swiftly turned her head and walked away, her usually composed demeanor faltering as her footsteps grew hurried and chaotic. Had she glanced back, she would have seen the man who moments ago seemed on the verge of shattering, now smiling as he deeply gazed at her retreating figure. Pei Siyi spoke not a word of falsehood, Every sentiment was genuine. Yet, he would not allow himself to hear an answer he did not wish to hear. Chapter 52. The wife did not come upon Jiang Ling's arrival in the classroom. Her phone chimed twice with crisp notifications. Why? Darling, I have left. Tonight. I will accompany you to the Jiang residence. Wait for me at the apartment after work. Why? Do not avoid me. Or I shall expose Jiang Coach's easily embarrassed secrets to the world. Jiang Ling's lips parted slightly. How childish. Pei Siyi was just like that. Unruly and unreasonably domineering. Yet, whatever he did left a profound mark. A mere word or gesture capable of easily dismantling one's defenses, leaving behind a trail of remnants in one's heart. As she passed by inadvertently, it would always prick her, whether lightly or heavily, causing a sting or a pain. Jiang Ling set her phone down and turned to face her students. Let us begin, class. Today we shall not focus on sidekicks, but rather on how to retaliate against an enemy when they are careless. As the evening clouds gently recede and the sun hangs low once more, the Pei family's ancestral home finally gathers for a long-awaited reunion dinner after an extended separation. Yet, it cannot truly be deemed a reunion. Pei Siyi, seated at the table, interjects, noting that his wife is absent. Pei Yi pulls out a chair for He Qing-chu, only turning his head to cast a disdainful glance after she is seated. Thus, your wife's absence, who is to blame? Pei Siyi responds, while Pei Qing assists Sinua in taking her seat, not missing the opportunity to chime in. Indeed, if you cannot even manage to invite your wife, you are but a waste. Upon joining the table, Pei Siyi is met with mockery from both his father and grandfather. His dark crimson eyes cast downward, he dejectedly retrieves his phone from beneath the table. In the next moment, his fingers loosen, and with a swift sound, the voice message is sent successfully. Pei Yi, sitting beside him, stares in disbelief. What on earth did you just send to your wife? Pei Siyi lifts his eyelids and glances at him coolly, then raises his phone to his mouth. Coach Jiang, if you do not come, I shall be scolded mercilessly. Pei Yi and Pei Qing seem to realize what Pei Siyi has just sent. You little rascal, Pei Yi exclaims, being closest, he is the first to react. How dare you disparage me and your grandfather? Pei Siyi stands to evade. How is that disparaging? He takes a seat beside Sinua, grinning broadly. This is merely utilizing the situation. Besides, how many times have I been used by you all? Now it is my turn to pursue my wife, as fathers and grandfathers. Your support is warranted. Pei Yi and Pei Qing cannot refute him, their silence stemming from guilt. After all, throughout his upbringing, Pei Siyi has been the mischievous glue that has caused them both endless headaches, needing comfort from their wives. The wheel of fortune has turned. When Coach Jiang receives the message, he is just finishing work. At that moment, Luo Lingxi is insistent on giving him a ride home. Sister-in-law, please do not hesitate. I must take you home, or my brother will surely kill me. Jiang Ling, upon hearing this, has no choice but to agree. Once Jiang Ling arrives home, Luo Lingxi takes her leave. It is only then that Jiang Ling opens his phone. Seeing 2 voice messages, he hesitates to listen immediately. Pei Siyi typically communicates through text. Given his character, the sudden dispatch of 2 voice messages must indicate trouble. However, after contemplating, he decides to listen. Upon finishing both messages, Jiang Ling feels a burning heat in his ears. Did he just refer to her as his wife? Tossing his phone onto the sofa, Jiang Ling turns to leave, but suddenly senses something amiss. The color of the sofa appears to have changed. Remembering Luo Lingxi mentioning that Pei Siyi had hired a cleaner, he turns back, only to find that not only the floor is spotless, but the dirty carpet and curtains have also been replaced. And even the small sofa they have been sitting on has been exchanged for a larger one. Jiang Ling muses. So he not only hired a cleaner, but also upgraded his bed. This dog of a man, he truly has multiple ulterior motives in everything he does. His icy gaze lingers on the large black sofa for a moment. Jiang Ling's thin lips press tightly together. Sensing that this small apartment will not be at peace in the future, he ascends the stairs, ultimately resigning himself to the sofa's presence. Upon returning to the bedroom, Jiang Ling turns on the light to inspect, relieved to find no signs of alteration in his private sanctuary. However, when he opens the wardrobe, he discovers it stuffed to the brim. The left side contains his size, while the right is filled with Pei Siyi's. With a snap, Jiang Ling closes the wardrobe door expressionlessly. He strides toward the bathroom, which shows no signs of change either. Yet, recalling the bathroom downstairs, he descends again, only to find it filled with numerous men's items. A razor even rests on the sink. Pei Siyi has evidently treated this place as his own home. This realization fills Jiang Ling with a sense of intrusion and embarrassment. He never anticipated that Pei Siyi would rearrange the sofa to such an extent. Having claimed the first reward, this man has already moved into his home. Jiang Ling can scarcely imagine what the subsequent rewards might entail. This agreement is fundamentally unequal. Jiang Ling feels an urgent need to amend it. However, Pei Siyi remains at the Pei residence, leaving Jiang Ling to suppress his feelings. Grabbing a set of clothes to take a shower, the bathroom fills with steam. Jiang Ling's long, pale hair clings to his slender waist. Droplets of water tracing the contours of his long, fair legs. As the mist rises, his ice-blue eyes glisten like the frozen lakes of Changbai Mountain, exuding a secret, intoxicating beauty. The sound of water ceases. After changing, Jiang Ling steps out, towel in hand. The doorbell chimes. Pausing to avoid soaking his clothes, he lifts his hair, draping the towel over his shoulder, then turns to answer the door. Upon opening it, a vibrant energy radiates from Pei Siyi. "Darling, why haven't you responded to me?" The scent of shower gel lingers in the air as Pei Siyi takes in Jiang Ling's damp hair. He swiftly pivots. "Are you showering?" "Yes," Jiang Ling replies. Stepping aside coolly, "Please have a seat. I'll dry my hair and be on my way." Pei Siyi's crimson gaze narrows slightly, sensing a chill directed at him. His fingers are grasped, and he looks down at Jiang Ling, softly asking, "Are you angry? Is it because I wish to live with you?" Jiang Ling would not be upset merely due to the change of the sofa. Rather, he is frustrated with his sudden intrusion. His jaw tightens, and he withdraws his hand. Speaking calmly, "You did not consult me before making this decision. Pei Siyi, I do not appreciate unilateral actions." Previously, whether seeking a hug or holding hands, he would always ask for Jiang Ling's consent, even if it required soft pleading until Jiang Ling relented. At least it was with his agreement. He had nodded. No matter the reason, he would not regret it. Yet, this time, Pei Siyi's brazen intrusion under the guise of hiring a cleaner leaves him feeling uneasy. "I was wrong." Pei Siyi quickly apologizes, interrupting Jiang Ling's rising emotions. His fingers, still intertwined, pull Jiang Ling closer. "Coach Jiang, please do not be angry. I will have everything removed immediately, all right?" Jiang Ling cannot see the expression on Pei Siyi's face, but the mere gesture of shaking his hand reveals everything. This man is sulking. No one would ever suspect the audacious Pei Siyi to be capable of such behavior, nor would anyone witness it. Yet, Jiang Ling has seen it. Time and again, it is absurd. Jiang Ling refrains from looking at Pei Siyi's likely pitiful expression. He cannot afford to feel soft-hearted. This man has triumphed in their confrontations too often, and it has begun to embolden him. If he agrees once more, Jiang Ling dreads to imagine how far this man might go in the future. Moreover, the scent of Pei Siyi's pheromones permeates every corner of this home, raising his concerns that Pei Siyi might once again take advantage of him. Here, there is no Uncle Pei or Grandpa Pei to protect him. Therefore, no matter what, Jiang Ling cannot allow this man to move in. Cool droplets cascade from his hair onto the floor, reflecting a cold light. Jiang Ling withdraws his hand and ascends the stairs, his pace unhurried, his voice akin to snowflakes falling silently upon the ground. "Pei Siyi, you're not to engage in wordplay with me again." He seizes this opportunity to propose an amendment to their agreement. "From now on, I shall dictate the rewards." Pei Siyi's eyes widen in disbelief. Jiang Ling, standing at the top of the staircase, glances back at him, his icy gaze fixed, his tone frigid. "What? Do you disagree?" Pei Siyi perceives the gravity of the situation. He feels that should he dare to disagree, he would be cast out in the next moment. Furthermore, having Jiang Ling willingly offer him rewards does not seem so bad after all. Lost in thought, Pei Siyi swallows hard, contemplating the implications. The crimson gaze swept over Jiang Ling's slender waist, and Pei Siyi's tone was laced with an unusual anticipation. "Of course," he agreed. "Whatever Coach Jiang said was law. I will heed your every command." Jiang Ling sensed something amiss. She scrutinized the man before her, but discerned nothing further. Thus, she dismissed the thought and strode away, heading back to her room to dry her hair. By the time they were ready to depart, the clock had already struck 8:30 in the evening. Well past the appointed hour, Pei Siyi was unconcerned, leading Jiang Ling through a row of bodyguards to a seat in the back. You should feel fortunate they even allowed you to go. If not for their knowledge of your parents, Jiang, he would have been apprehended by now. The wheels rolled over the ground as 3 vehicles simultaneously set off. Even if they did not possess such information, it mattered little. Leaning against the seat, Jiang Ling turned her head to gaze at the colorful neon lights racing by outside, her expression as tranquil as still water. I do not require family. Her primary intention in returning to the Jiang family was to eradicate certain stress responses ingrained in this body. She wished to witness the retribution of all who had once harmed her. If the original owner had any spirit, it would surely reward her freedom from torment. After all, she had avenged him, had she not? As for family, she held no interest whatsoever. And what of lovers? The man beside her suddenly leaned closer, his deep voice sending a shiver through Jiang Ling's ears. Pei Siyi tightened his grip on her hand, asking, "Is it permissible for you to desire me instead of family?" Pei Siyi had never mastered the art of being docile. He resembled a victorious general on the battlefield, reckless yet shrouded in cunning and strategy. He seized every opportunity, pressing forward relentlessly. Jiang Ling met Pei Siyi's gaze, remaining indifferent for a moment before stating, "You once said we would not entangle ourselves in emotions or trust. This is merely a transaction." Pei Siyi's throat tightened, momentarily choking him. He lowered his gaze to Jiang Ling's eyes, in which a glimmer of tenderness flickered, yet was firmly encased beneath a layer of icy frost. "It is not yet time." Pei Siyi's eyes lowered slightly as he chuckled softly. "I was merely inquiring." Jiang Ling pursed her lips in silence, uncertain whether she believed him or not. The vehicle seemed to take an unexpected turn, darkness encroaching and engulfing the man before her, leaving only his dimly glowing crimson eyes visible in the night. One day, he would ensure Jiang Ling willingly emerged from her secluded world for him. The time on her phone struck 9 o'clock, yet Jiang Ling had yet to arrive. Lu Yun paced anxiously in the living room. "Mom, could you please sit still? Your pacing is giving me a headache." Jiang rubbed his temples, having not slept for several days. His eyes were shadowed, and his head felt heavy. "How can I possibly sit still?" Lu Yun, her eyes red-rimmed, leaned against the sofa's backrest. She had cried too many times, and now even blinking felt painful. "Your father has been arrested. Not to mention the loss of several lives, the amount of tax evasion is staggering. Your father, he could be sentenced to a century or more." The last words choked in her throat, yet Jiang understood all too well. He closed his eyes, reminding her, "Do not forget about Third Master. If he intervenes, father may never be released, and I would also have to accompany him." Lu Yun's complexion grew increasingly pale. Jiang looked at her and said, "So, when Jiang Ling arrives, you know what to do, right?" Lu Yun collapsed onto the sofa. "But Jiang Ling still hasn't come." "She will definitely come." Jiang leaned back against the sofa, feigning sleep. In truth, there was no need to discuss identity matters with Jiang Ling, either at the Jiang residence or at 8 o'clock at night. He chose this timing solely to gauge Jiang Ling's level of concern regarding the matter. If she were indifferent, no matter where or when he chose to write, Pei Siyi would not let her off the hook. However, since Pei Siyi had not acted against her, and the residence remained unsealed, it indicated that Jiang Ling cared about this affair, and Pei Siyi was willing to show her mercy. Thus, he had to ensure Jiang Ling would spare him. All of this hinged on tonight. Suddenly, several car engines roared outside. Jiang Yi's eyes shot open. She has arrived. In the next moment, a group of bodyguards rushed in, swiftly restraining Jiang Yi and Lu Yun, while others brandished electric batons, scouring the room. Jiang Yi knew precisely what they sought. Anything that could inflict harm: gasoline, narcotics, or weapons. They were thorough, dismantling the sofa into pieces of foam. The room descended into chaos in the blink of an eye. There was scarcely a place to stand. The only remaining asset of the Jiang family was this very residence, and witnessing their brutish behavior, Lu Yun felt both pained and fearful of speaking out. Fortunately, the bodyguard were efficient and soon confirmed the area was secure. Once they cleared a path to the door and tidied the sofa, Pei Siyi appeared behind Jiang Ling. Sauntering in leisurely, he ignored the 2 others, moving forward to drag the entire sofa beside Jiang Ling. After ensuring she was seated, he nestled closely beside her, his right hand resting possessively on the backrest, giving the impression of holding her tenderly. The intent to protect and cherish was unmistakable. Both Jiang Yi and Lu Yun wore grim expressions. Had they known Jiang Ling would become entangled with Pei Siyi, they would never have allowed him to leave. The regret in their eyes did not escape Jiang Ling's notice. She chuckled softly, her voice light yet frigid. Before we converse, let us settle accounts. Chapter 54. It is not your fault. Jiang Ling bore no personal grievances against the Jiang family. When she first arrived, her only desire was to establish herself and escape their clutches. However, Lu Yun and the Jiang family had insisted on seeking her out to bring about their own downfall. Jiang Ling was not one to repay malice with kindness. Offending her meant preparing for retaliation. No sooner had Jiang Ling's words fallen than Lu Yun was seized and forced to kneel before her. The sound of her knees hitting the ground resonated sharply. Lu Yun's complexion drained of color, a mix of pain and fear coursing through her. She had no idea how far Jiang Ling intended to take this. After all, she had never held back in her treatment of Jiang Ling over the years. The thought of the damp darkness of the basement, along with the whips and lashes, sent shivers through Lu Yun's body. You cannot do this. Though I am not your biological mother, I raised you for over 20 years. And how did you raise me? Jiang Ling looked down at her, her gaze piercing with icy brilliance. I do not recall. Why not remind me? Indeed, she had no memory of it. But how could Lu Yun dare speak? Seeing her silence, Jiang Ling remained unfazed, yet Pei Siyi's expression darkened. He was well aware of how Lu Yun treated her children. The term abuse scarcely sufficed. The hand resting on the back of the sofa slipped down, and Jiang Ling felt a large hand gently caressing her back, a gesture of comfort and concern. She did not require it, but made no move to push it away. I will return you a slap first, Jiang Ling declared, fixing her gaze on Lu Yun. The remainder will depend on my mood after our conversation. With that, a bodyguard stepped forward, grabbing Lu Yun by the hair and delivering a resounding slap. The impact echoed loudly. Lu Yun's face quickly swelled on one side, and she fell to the ground, struggling to recover for quite some time. A buzzing filled her ears, rendering all sounds muddled and unclear. Instinctively, she raised her eyes toward her son, only to find him not only silent, but not even sparing her a glance. In that moment, Lu Yun felt as if every drop of blood in her body had frozen, plunging her into an icy abyss. Jiang, he was aware his mother was looking at him, yet he could not intervene. Doing so would be futile and would only exacerbate the situation. Jiang Ling was furious. If she wished to converse with him, she must first allow him to vent his anger. As long as a favorable negotiation can be achieved and Jiang Ling can be persuaded to spare him, there remains a glimmer of hope for the Jiang family. Such a grandiose justification allows him to sacrifice his mother with a clear conscience. Jiang Ling cast him a glance, a light, dismissive gaze that seemed to belittle him to the depths of despair. Worthless. There was no need for further attention. Jiang Ling turned his gaze back to Lu Yun. Now you may speak. The bitterness in Lu Yun's heart was swallowed hard, yet she chose to protect her son. Rising, she tucked her hair behind her ear, striving to maintain the last vestiges of her dignity. Your mother is named by Ran, the only daughter of the Bai family, the second prominent family in Lucheng 25 years ago. She spoke quickly, and Jiang Ling listened quietly, soon piecing together the narrative. The original mother's essence was that of the goddess of light, Dai, pursued by countless suitors, among whom was Jiang Qingtao, who held the unique status of childhood friend. At that time, the Jiang family had not yet relocated from Lucheng to Kyoto, nor had they fallen into such disarray. While they could not rival the Bai family, they were still ranked as the fourth prominent family in Lucheng. Yet, Miss Bai ultimately did not choose him, marrying a foreign man in a whirlwind romance and moving abroad. Pei Siyi raised an eyebrow. Lu Yun's account aligned perfectly with what his father had uncovered. However, his father could not ascertain the whereabouts of Jiang Ling's mother or the identity of that foreign man. Jiang Ling inquired, "Where did she go? Who was that man?" Lu Yun shook her head, expressing ignorance. The Bai family remained tight-lipped about Miss Bai's whereabouts, and the identity of that foreigner was shrouded in mystery, eluding all investigation. Jiang Ling regarded her with indifference. "So you truly know nothing?" "No," Lu Yun interjected sharply. "While I may not know much, there are matters you cannot uncover." 4 years later, the Bai family collapsed overnight, and both Bai father and mother committed suicide by jumping from a building that very night. No one knows why, nor whether it was indeed suicide. Jiang Qingtao sought to investigate, but his company soon faced turmoil. They understood this as a warning not to meddle in the affairs of the Bai family. Half a year later, Miss Bai, who had been absent for 5 years, reappeared silently at the gates of the Bai family. At that time, she appeared emaciated and was 6 months pregnant. At this, Lu Yun turned to Jiang Ling. "That child is you. Miss Bai refused our assistance, choosing to give birth alone in a remote village, seemingly evading someone, and did not even go to a hospital for your birth. Her health was in such dire straits, her mental state even worse, often lapsing into silence for an entire day, as if she had lost the will to live, no longer the radiant spirit of her former self. The doctors stated her body was exhausted, devoid of the desire to survive. The only reason she continued to live was for the child in her womb. The day after giving birth to you, she entrusted you to Jiang Changtao and vanished that very night. When she was found again, she had already perished before the graves of my father and mother. And it was because of you, because Jiang Changtao sought to protect you. That group of people retaliated against the Jiang family with frenzied vengeance, causing our decline from the 4th prominent family in Lucheng to a status barely recognized in Kyoto." As Lu Yun spoke, her eyes reddened, and she gazed at Jiang Ling with uncontainable resentment. Her voice suddenly rose in sharpness. "That group of people, they're all your father's associates. Your father harmed the Bai family and your mother, and you are his illegitimate child, a harbinger of misfortune." Pei Siyi's gaze darkened in an instant, kicking Lu Yun away and immediately covering Jiang Ling's ears. Lu Yun was restrained by bodyguards. Pei Siyi looked at Jiang Ling with concern. "Darling, do not listen to her. This is not your fault." Pei Siyi's hand over Jiang Ling's ears was swift. The once piercing voice now seemed muffled, the words filtering through the man's fingers, landing softly in Jiang Ling's ears, just loud enough to be discernible. Jiang Ling's eyelashes fluttered slightly and then froze. Pei Siyi, seeing this, regretted not having silenced her sooner. The heavens seemed to descend without warning. Yet the room was filled with resplendent light. Though Jiang Ling sat within this brilliance, Pei Siyi felt as if he were engulfed in darkness. Jiang Ling harbored the chill of snow atop the peaks. Regardless of the moment, that aura of coolness was captivating. Yet now it felt excessively cold, unsettling his heart. Chapter 55. Darling, just think of me. The shadows cast by his eyelashes concealed all of Jiang Ling's emotions. Pei Siyi could not discern them. Leaning closer and closer, yet still unable to see clearly. Those ice-blue eyes were lowered, unblinking, observing Lu Yun, yet seemingly gazing beyond her at others. Thus, the color of his eyes faded slightly, rendering him increasingly transparent, as if he could be scattered by a mere gust like thin mist. Grasping him was futile. Pei Siyi's hand covering his ears trembled slightly, his anxiety intensifying. "Darling, please look at me. Do not heed her words. This has nothing to do with you. Darling, listen to me. Your mother is not at fault, and the Jiang family brought this upon themselves. You cannot take her words at face value. She is intentionally deceiving you." Pei Siyi's voice seemed to tremble, muffled by the hands on his ears. Jiang Ling's thoughts were pulled back. He raised his hand to grasp Pei Siyi's wrist. His voice soft. How can the esteemed third master Pei be so easily frightened? Finally, Jiang Ling reacted. Pei Siyi's erratic heartbeat suddenly found its grounding. He immediately tightened his grip on Jiang Ling's hand, holding it firmly in his palm. "I worry that you might be deceived by her." The traces of over 20 years had been meticulously erased. His father's investigation was incomplete, yet it yielded some information, including the location of Miss Bai's death. His father discovered it to be an abandoned factory, which did not align with Lu Yun's mention of a cemetery. While the other events Lu Yun spoke of were indeterminate, they were undeniably intertwined with truth and deception. Reflecting on Jiang Ling's earlier day's expression, Pei Siyi expressed his discontent. How could you let her deceive you? He had refrained from deceiving Jiang Ling to make her his wife, choosing instead to pursue her earnestly. Who was she to deceive? The cool tips of his fingers were once again enveloped in Pei Siyi's warm, ample hand, causing Jiang Ling to fidget slightly, yet he did not pull away. Pei Siyi felt somewhat wronged, though he could not pinpoint the source of this grievance. Nevertheless, he allowed Pei Siyi to lead him. "I was not deceived. I was merely contemplating certain matters." What matters? Some buried, rotting old memories that Jiang Ling had always preferred to avoid. He instinctively sought to sidestep the topic. Some unpleasant matters. Then do not think of them. Pei Siyi sensed Jiang Ling's evasion. He did not press further, but merely squeezed the soft little hand in his grasp. His voice rich and melodious. "Darling, just think of me. As a bright young man, thinking of me won't lead you astray." Jiang Ling, who is the bright young man? Jiang Ling felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He opened his mouth, ready to tease Pei Siyi's boldness, only to be interrupted by Lu Yun's voice. Let go of me. I did not deceive him. It is because of him that our Jiang family has become this way. With her left cheek pressed against the ground, Lu Yun was nearly breathless under the 4 restraining hands. For decades, she had never imagined herself in such a position, like a fish laid bare on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Pei Siyi's previously cheerful demeanor crumbled upon hearing her words. This person was deceiving and scolding his darling. Now she was interrupting his darling's speech. Not human. Pei Siyi wanted to strike her back to her true form. The pressure at his temples surged, and his anger boiled over, compelling him to unleash his formidable presence. The chaotic aura of the Qilin surged forth, infused with its master's wrath, leaving Lu Yun momentarily breathless and voiceless. Pei Siyi's gaze was icy as he glared at her. He brought Jiang Ling here for the purpose of enlightening him about his heritage, not to subject him to deception and scorn. Were you? Pei Siyi's voice was cold and harsh. Who dares to insult me? Let go of me. Lu Yun gritted her teeth and spoke out. I did not speak incorrectly. He is indeed my mother. Jiang, he shouted to halt her from continuing. In his identical brown pupils, there was no concern, only dissatisfaction and condemnation directed at Lu Yun for not adhering to their agreement. This was not what they had discussed. Initially, their intent was to instill guilt in Jiang Ling, if not to assist the Jiang family, at least to ensure their merits and demerits balanced out. However, Lu Yun's mention of Broom Star struck like a sudden tempest, sending the 2 of them back to square one, just as they were nearing their destination. Jiang Yi understood that opportunities were rare. If he could not persuade Jiang Ling to spare him, everything would be lost. Thus, he hurriedly interjected, Mom, please do not speak. The words he could not finish lodged in his throat as Lu Yun's gaze shifted to him. She perceived the reprimand in her son's eyes, alongside his worry. The reprimand was directed at her. The worry, however, was for himself. This was her son, whose heart felt as if countless steel needles had pierced it, the pain so acute that it was suffocating and drenched in blood. Yet, Jiang, he had no time to attend to her, upon her silence. He immediately turned to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, my mother merely acted out of impulse when she insulted you. We understand our mistakes. The Jiang family fell from grace to protect you. Although we harmed you in the process, now you have brought ruin upon the Jiang family as well. Can we consider ourselves even? Jiang Yi sought to salvage the situation, to continue struggling, but Pei Siyi offered him no such opportunity. He took Jiang Ling's hand and stood. His voice languid. Darling, let us not heed the barking of dogs. Let us return home. Initially, Jiang Ling had intended to inspect the basement where the original owner was frequently beaten and then call for its destruction. However, since entering the Jiang residence, his nerves had been on edge, unable to relax, even instinctively responding to Lu Yun's words. In light of this, there was no need to destroy the basement alone. He would raise the entire Jiang family. Jiang Ling acquiesced and followed Pei Siyi out. The bodyguards trailed behind, ensuring they did not rush forth to harm their employer and his wife. Lu Yun was firmly pinned to the ground, her bloodshot eyes fixated on Jiang Ling's retreating figure. Perhaps it was the anguish of being forsaken by both husband and son, or the hatred born from humiliation, or perhaps the anger for someone else's perceived injustice. In any case, Lu Yun's emotions shattered completely. Jiang Ling, everything I said is true. If not for you, Miss Bai would not have died. Why were you even born? You have harmed her, harmed the Bai family, and harmed the Jiang family. Her voice pierced the air, sharp enough to break eardrums, resembling the furious wails of a vengeful spirit, sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Ling paused, turning back to look. Lu Yun's face was nearly pressed to the ground, her eyes filled with deep-seated resentment, moving as if alive. Chapter 56. A bit sad. Jiang Ling's gaze momentarily lost focus. He had encountered such eyes before. He had also heard such insults previously. Indeed, those who had scorned him had unleashed far harsher words, each laced with curses. Pei Siyi would not allow him to dwell on this, nor did he wish to reflect. Yet those voices were like the blades of malevolent spirits carved into his heart, festering wounds that could not cease to bleed. A mere brush against them could numb him, drawing him back to that time. Beneath the resplendent palace walls lay the abandoned, decaying cold palace. He lived here, akin to a withered leaf concealed beneath a blooming flower, a curled-up insect. amidst the pack of dogs fighting for scraps, mocked by servants, and begging for survival under the blows of sticks. Those people condemned him as unworthy of existence, cursed him to a wretched death, desiring to drain his blood, extract his heart, and offer his soul as a sacrifice. Initially, Jiang Ling could not comprehend why he bore such a heavy sin. Eventually, he understood. On the day of his birth, the anti-imperial organization Song Yao was officially established, initiating the first divine killing war. The empire lost 1/3 of its territory. His father, unable to bear his impotence, directed his fury at the very child born that day. He was paraded on a grand stage, branded as a demon. To the people of the empire, his very existence was a transgression. That enormous, terrifying black cross seemed to reappear before his eyes. Each word from Lu Yun was like a nail, driving through his limbs, re-impaling him upon that cross. But why should this be so? In his icy gaze lay the silence born of extreme anger and pain. Jiang Ling posed a question to her, as if addressing others as well. Was it fair that he must endure the suffering of all simply for being born into misfortune? What his own pain? Who would aid him in bearing it? Lu Yun's eyes darkened, revealing a deep brown hue, a sign of her emotional turmoil reaching its peak. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, she paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you ask why? Simply because you bear filthy blood. She fixed her gaze upon Jiang Ling's face. Your visage, save for your eyes that resemble hers, is a mirror of that man. Disgusting, repulsive. If not for that man, if not for him, Miss Bai would not have fallen to such depths. The Jiang family would not have been targeted and harmed. You filthy creature, you deserve to die. Upon hearing these words, Pei Siyi felt an urge to kill rise within him. His crimson eyes, filled with wrath, darkened profoundly, capable of crushing bones with a mere glance. Huh! Jiang Ling suddenly let out a light laugh. He found himself remarkably akin to the original owner, in both appearance and experience, both suffocatingly similar. Jiang Ling's laughter was soft, yet Pei Siyi's keen hearing caught it distinctly, clearly understanding the absurdity and ridicule within, along with a trace of slight grievance, worn down by excessive suffering. The hand he held was cold enough to pierce the heart, and Pei Siyi gripped it tightly, but this time the warmth seemed unable to transfer through. For the first time, he felt that he could not warm Jiang Ling. His chest heaved unsteadily. For a fleeting moment, Pei Siyi contemplated abandoning the gentlemanly facade he had maintained before Jiang Ling and simply beating him to death, discarding him into a cesspit. Yet he could not leave Jiang Ling now, fearing that if he loosened his grip, he would no longer hold on. Let's return home, Pei Siyi urged, attempting to lead him away. But this time Jiang Ling remained motionless. He looked at Lu Yun. Who is that man? According to Lu Yun, everything the Bai family had suffered, along with that mysterious force, should have stemmed from that man. However, Jiang Ling did not entirely trust Lu Yun's words. For instance, he doubted the claim that the Jiang family had fallen from grace to protect him. A foe seeking survival would utter no credible lamentations. Jiang Ling was not so soft-hearted. Moreover, Lu Yun had never mentioned that man. It was evident from her previous account that she was unaware of his identity, yet she attributed all blame to him. As someone who had similarly been burdened with blame, Jiang Ling found it impossible to believe Lu Yun's words. Indeed, Lu Yun could not answer his question. That man has never appeared. I only know he is not from this country, she stated, aligning with what Pei Siyi's father had uncovered. No further information could be gleaned. Everything Lu Yun could share had been extracted. Pei Siyi felt a slight movement in the hand he was holding, and Jiang Ling's voice, calm and composed, urged, "Let's go home." Pei Siyi, eager to comply, swiftly ushered him into the car, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Upon departing from the Jiang family, the tension that had gripped his heart began to dissipate, accompanied by the retreat of the pervasive chill that had enveloped him. Jiang Ling felt a measure of fatigue. Though he had uttered few words, his spirit had been significantly drained. As his body relaxed, he leaned back, but before he could fully settle into the chair, a pair of strong hands encircled him. Pei Siyi grasped his waist with one hand and his leg with the other, effortlessly positioning him to sit face to face upon his lap. What manner of pose is this? Jiang Ling's gaze shot upwards, nearly colliding with the chin of Pei Siyi, which was dangerously close. Jiang Ling felt a surge of discomfort. This proximity was both unseemly and intimately difficult to accept. The fatigue that had just begun to lift was abruptly replaced by a wave of embarrassment and annoyance. PC, he attempted to push the man back, only to have his hands seized and pulled back toward him. In that moment, their distance diminished, and Jiang Ling could even sense the mingling of their breaths. His ice-blue eyes widened in shock and panic as he struggled, yet the grip on his wrist was firm enough to prevent escape, though not painfully so. Pei Siyi remained unyielding, allowing the struggle to unfold without uttering a word or making any further movements, his crimson gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ling, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. The rhythm of Jiang Ling's heartbeat faltered. "Pei Siyi, what do you intend to do?" he called out, his voice soft and cool, tinged with a hint of resistance. Pei Siyi's expression darkened further, grappling with his own uncertainty about his desires. He felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety within his chest, perhaps instigated by Jiang Ling's two instances of distress and momentary daze which evoked a sense of fear that this person might vanish at any moment. The constriction in his chest manifested as pain, something Pei Siyi had never experienced before. In his discomfort, he longed to envelop Jiang Ling within his embrace, to bestow a kiss that would leave his essence upon the other's lips, to mark him in every conceivable way. He wished to entwine Jiang Ling so completely into his being that it would be impossible for either to sever the bond. Yet, he feared provoking Jiang Ling's ire, feared being disregarded, feared losing him altogether. Pei Siyi, named for his audacious nature, was born into a prestigious family. Throughout his life, he had acted with reckless abandon. Yet he approached Jiang Ling with utmost caution. His sharp brows knitted in sorrow. His dark crimson eyes betrayed an urgency, fear, and uncertainty that left Jiang Ling taken aback. The struggle in Jiang Ling's movements suddenly ceased. The heated breath against his face came in rapid, chaotic bursts as he watched Pei Siyi gradually lower his head. Jiang Ling's mind went blank, rendering him momentarily incapable of action, until Pei Siyi's lips brushed against the corner of his eye, delivering a gentle kiss, one that was warm, fervent, searing to the soul. Jiang Ling's heartbeat thundered within his ears. He observed as Pei Siyi leaned closer, resting his head against Jiang Ling's left shoulder. Fully aware that the man was now attuned to his heartbeat, he wished to resist, yet that kiss seemed to siphon away all of his strength, leaving him unable to utter even a single word of rejection. "Jiang Lian," Pei Siyi murmured, his voice low and tinged with discomfort as he dwelled upon Jiang Ling's pronounced heartbeat. "I seem to be feeling a bit unwell." At that moment, Jiang Ling felt an urge to offer him some comfort. Chapter 57. After the kiss, everything fades. Yet, Jiang Ling had never comforted anyone, nor had he ever been comforted. Thus, he was at a loss as to how to console someone in sorrow. He recalled a scene from a television drama, where the male lead would pat the shoulder of his companion. However, as he attempted to lift his hand, Pei Siyi tightened his grip, pulling him forward once more. The gap between them vanished, creating an atmosphere thick with intimacy. It was within this close proximity that Jiang Ling felt the hidden fervor beneath Pei Siyi's chest, his heartbeat resonating powerfully, vibrant with life, thumping against Jiang Ling's own chest, leaving him in a daze. Perhaps sensing Jiang Ling's silence, Pei Siyi grew somewhat anxious. He instinctively created some distance, observing Jiang Ling's expression. Noting that he did not appear displeased, Pei Siyi felt reassured, yet quickly adopted a tone of feigned grievance. "Jiang, I am so distressed. Why do you not offer me any comfort?" His hands remained firmly restrained. Jiang Ling, awkwardly perched upon Pei Siyi's lap, took a long moment before finally managing to utter, "Then do not be sad." True to his proud and aloof nature, Jiang Ling's words of comfort came out as a command. Pei Siyi was utterly charmed. "Jiang, how can you be so adorable?" He could not restrain himself, cupping Jiang Ling's face and quickly planting a kiss upon his delicate features, producing a crisp sound. In the stillness of the night within the confines of the car, the sound echoed, resonating in Jiang Ling's ears like the explosion of a starship. The atmosphere hung, suspended for a brief moment, leaving both taken aback. Pei Siyi had not anticipated that his lips would act of their own accord. He merely wished to steal a kiss without realizing the audacious sound it would create. He attempted to explain, but it was too late. The metaphorical starship detonated in Jiang Ling's mind. engulfing him in a wave of heat that left his entire being flushed with embarrassment. Even his icy gaze bore a rare hint of a rosy hue. He felt a surge of indignation, a desire to strike Pei Siyi, the audacious rogue. With a swift motion, his pristine fist sailed past Pei Siyi's left cheek, crashing against the back of the seat. Pei Siyi tilted his head, casting a glance at the indentation left behind, and immediately broke into a sheepish grin. "Darling, let me explain. I truly did not mean to. I simply could not resist." Another punch struck the side of Pei Siyi's right cheek. Immediately, he sat upright, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. With hands raised in surrender, Pei Siyi proclaimed loudly, "I was wrong. I apologize." Jiang Ling's chest heaved with agitation, his face ablaze with fury, prompting him to swiftly dismount from the man's lap and kick his calf. The dark fabric of Pei Siyi's trousers bore the imprint of Jiang Ling's foot, tickling him slightly. "Get out," Jiang Ling commanded. "Pei Siyi, parpliet, ponderit. You want me to leave again? Last time at your house, I complied, but now in my car, why should I?" He glanced at the irate figure beside him, a snow-white ball of fury. "Jiang Jiao, he gently reminded, "this is my car." The white ball of indignation turned sharply, icy eyes ablaze. Pei Siyi opened the car door. "I need some fresh air." As the door closed behind him, Pei Siyi leaned against it, gritting his teeth in frustration. Curse it, why is he so adorable? If he has the audacity to be charming enough to make him leave, he should have the courage to face the consequences. Perhaps the desire within him was too loud, leading his mind to conjure a vivid image. Damn! Pei Siyi quickly rubbed his face, forcibly dispelling the thought. No, he must not entertain such notions. As a 24-year-old alpha in the prime of his life, such thoughts could be perilous. Pei Siyi leaned against the car for a moment longer, his inner turmoil still simmering. He decided to find something to occupy himself, striding towards the Jiang residence. The bodyguards were still inside, executing their duties. Everything Jiang Ling had endured, he intended for both of them to experience in full, arriving neither too early nor too late. He found the two men battered but conscious. Upon his arrival, a subordinate reported, "Boss, a significant portion of the punishments on the list has been completed. We are nearing the end." Pei Siyi inquired in a calm tone, "What remains?" "Only the hanging and whipping, as well as confinement in the basement without food remain." Pei Siyi nodded. "Bring me the whip." The bodyguards immediately understood that Pei Siyi intended to take matters into his own hands. The guard delivering the whip wore a look of concern. They were acutely aware of the immense strength possessed by Pei Siyi with a single lash of the whip. Not only would Lu Yun, an Omega, suffer, but even Alpha Jiang would be left gasping for breath. The rules of the Pei family were strict. One must not take a life or break the law unless their loved ones or their own lives were under threat. Pei Siyi was well aware of this, and he had no intention of allowing them to suffer merely 2 lashes before ending it all. He took the whip. Casting a downward glance at Jiang, "You should count yourself fortunate that you will soon find yourself behind bars. Otherwise, it would not merely be a one-time experience." After all, Jiang Ling had endured such treatment for 23 years. As for Lu Yun, Pei Siyi refrained from striking an Omega. Thus, he summoned his bodyguards. Watching Pei Siyi approach, Jiang closed his eyes in despair, refusing to beg for mercy. This was the last vestige of dignity he held as Jiang Shao. The sound of the whip slicing through the air echoed, and the bodyguards swiftly closed the door, sealing all sounds within the confines of the house. After all, they could not tarnish the ears of the lady of the house. When Pei Siyi emerged from the Jiang residence, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, Jiang Ling was already slumped against the chair, fast asleep. He endeavored to minimize his movements, yet Jiang Ling's eyes fluttered open the moment he opened the door. The icy gaze that met him was sharp and vigilant, akin to a blade, but it momentarily froze upon recognizing Pei Siyi's visage, only to relax again as drowsiness reclaimed him. The dim light within the vehicle obscured Pei Siyi's view of the emotions swirling in Jiang Ling's eyes. He merely assumed he had disturbed the latter's slumber. After taking his seat, he dared not approach Jiang Ling, the two maintaining a distance of 1 seat apart. He had not forgotten the events that had transpired earlier, nor how he had been unceremoniously dismissed from the car. He feared that Jiang Ling's anger had not yet subsided and that he would be cast out once more, although the kiss had been fleeting, leaving him unable to savor its essence. it was overshadowed by a burgeoning joy. For in Jiang Ling's eyes, he saw not a trace of rejection or disdain, only a flurry of shyness and irritation. Thus, Pei Siyi believed that Jiang Ling's affection for him had incrementally increased. With a slight curve of his crimson lips, Pei Siyi resolved to behave himself for a while. The car lights pierced through the dense curtain of long lashes, casting a shadow of obscurity beneath Jiang Ling's eyelids, which were half closed, leaving him gazing into an unknown distance. Pei Siyi gently called out to him, "Darling, you must be tired. Rest for a moment. We shall return home shortly." Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Ling lifted his gaze, casting a nonchalant glance before closing his eyes and tilting his head, presenting only the elegant nape of his neck to the man. He mused silently. Pei Siyi had never spoken to him from such a distance. Truly, he was a man of little fidelity. After a kiss, the warmth dissipated. The vehicle roared to life. Jiang Ling closed his eyes once more against the cool night wind. Weariness and fatigue swiftly enveloped his chaotic thoughts, and it was not long before he succumbed to a haze of darkness. As the car turned a corner, Jiang Ling was caught by a steady hand just as he lost his balance. Jiang Ling, accustomed to light slumber, stirred awake at the slightest noise, his thick lashes fluttering as he opened his eyes. The icy blue of his gaze, half-lidded and clouded, inquired, "What are you doing?" Pei Siyi, shedding his coat to envelop him, gently placed a hand over Jiang Ling's eyes, soothingly coaxing, "Darling, be good. Let me hold you while you sleep, lest you fall. When we arrive home, I will call you." The coat, imbued with the warmth of his body, rested against Jiang Ling's skin like a comforting embrace. The large palm, covering his eyelids, radiated a gentle warmth that seeped into his eyes. Jiang Ling's senses were adrift in this warmth, rendering him soft and devoid of strength, leading him to genuinely drift in a slumber within Pei Siyi's arms. Yet, in the final moments, as his cool chin slipped beneath the man's coat, Jiang Ling once more caught the faint scent of the small blue bag. It was a fragrance of dry, crisp wood with a hint of coolness, a scent he cherished. When the vehicle reached the apartment, the clock had already struck 1:30 in the morning. Noting that Jiang Ling was deeply asleep, Pei Siyi hesitated to awaken him. He attempted to carry Jiang Ling upstairs, but as soon as he lifted him from the car, the latter stirred awake. Jiang Ling's weary eyelids fluttered open. His brow furrowed as he gazed at Pei Siyi. Perhaps he had not slept well, for his head throbbed slightly. Sensing the change in position, he questioned, "What are you doing?" Pei Siyi ground his teeth in frustration, taken aback by the shallowness of Jiang Ling's slumber. A mere touch would rouse him. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he confessed, "I merely wish to carry you home to sleep, not expecting you to awaken." Jiang Ling's furrowed brow momentarily faltered before he closed his eyes again and, with flushed fingertips, "Push him away. Who wants to sleep at your place? Let me down." You return to your own home. Pei Siyi, realizing the implication, set him down and firmly asserted, "Coach Jiang, I am a man of utmost integrity. Do not misinterpret my intentions. That was not my aim." Jiang Ling wanted to retort that if he were indeed a man of integrity, then there would be no such thing as hypocrites in this world. However, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts, his expression conveying his meaning clearly. Observing this, Pei Siyi felt the urgent need to restore his credibility. "I did not wake you because I saw how soundly you were sleeping. I wanted to carry you upstairs. I swear on my life, I had no such intention." Jiang Ling remained draped in Pei Siyi's coat, casting a glance over the 3 fingers he extended, reluctantly choosing to believe him. "Then you should go back. I need to return home as well." Yet, after taking only a few steps, he noticed the man trailing behind him, rubbing his aching temples. He felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. His head was throbbing painfully. At this moment, he suspected he might be unwell. "Pei Siyi." He turned to regard the man, his tone devoid of energy and distant. "Return to your own home." He could feel his body growing weaker, his defenses waning. Yet, he could not reveal any weakness, refusing to allow anyone, Pei Siyi included, to approach him in this state. Pei Siyi was apprehensive. Observing Jiang Ling's fingers tightly clutching the coat, his once rosy lips now a pallid shade, he was struck by the contrast against the inky night. Despite his discomfort, Jiang Ling maintained an air of aloofness, as if nothing were amiss. This was precisely what Pei Siyi dreaded. The earlier panic had been suppressed by Jiang Ling's commanding reassurance, but now it surged once more. He gazed at Jiang Ling, feeling as though he stood before an empty shell, a pale soul drifting away into an unfathomable distance. He was right there, yet utterly unreachable, rendering him powerless. Though he was the chaotic Qilin, capable of traversing the void to any place, prideful of this ability, he had vowed to always be by Jiang Ling's side whenever he needed him. Yet in this moment, he felt lost and impotent. What does it feel like to be powerless? Pei Siyi tasted it for the first time, unable to articulate it, only aware of the suffocating weight in his chest and the ache in his heart, akin to being tantalizingly close, yet separated by an insurmountable distance. Seemingly sensing that his tone had been too harsh, Jiang Ling softened, albeit slightly, as he removed his coat and placed it in Pei Siyi's hands. Striving to maintain his composure. Let us discuss this tomorrow. The reward can wait until then. You should head back. Seeing Pei Siyi accept the coat, yet remain unmoved. He bit his lip, nearly at his wit's end. Be good. Pei Siyi's gaze flitted between his lips and fingertips. He longed to inquire why Jiang Ling felt unwell, yet insisted on keeping him at bay, and why he professed affection while simultaneously pushing him away. But he refrained from asking, for he already knew the answer. He understood that Jiang Ling was more lost and anxious than he was, and he recognized the depths of Jiang Ling's suffering. The visit to the Jiang residence had ultimately left Jiang Ling wounded, haunted by the specters of the past. His playful antics could not erase the blood-stained memories that had marred Jiang Ling's existence. He had failed to protect him. Pei Siyi could neither protect Jiang Ling's soul nor warm his heart. Yet what could he do? This was the fated person he had waited for 24 years to meet, his only designated companion. Pei Siyi would never leave Jiang Ling, even if he felt both cherished and distanced at the same time. His crimson eyes cast downward. The darkness shrouded all his emotions. Pei Siyi chuckled softly, bending down to gaze at Jiang Ling. All right, I will be obedient. Does Coach Jiang have a reward for me? Even while being pushed away, he would continue to move forward, knowing Jiang Ling awaited him at the finish line. If he did not go, what would happen to his precious one left alone there? He, Pei Siyi, was a chaotic Qilin. There was nowhere he could not go. I wish to sleep on your sofa. May I stay at your home? This person was insistent. Every matter he had been denied would invariably be raised again at the next moment, and somehow, he could always find a reason that left Pei Siyi unable to refuse. The discomfort in his body intensified, beads of fine sweat glistening along his spine. The night breeze stirred, bringing a shiver. Jiang Ling turned his head and nodded, agreeing but stating he could not stay indefinitely. He attempted to negotiate, proposing a maximum of 4 days each month. Pei Siyi raised his hand, pinching Jiang Ling's waist, his eyes glimmering mischievously, clearly implying, if you nod, I will leave. If not, I shall cling to you all night. Jiang Ling thought that under normal circumstances, he would not indulge him, but at that moment, he simply wished to return home immediately. Thus, he swiftly nodded in agreement. Pei Siyi accepted the reward, evidently pleased. He released Jiang Ling, draping his coat over him once more, and as he withdrew his hand, he lightly pinched Jiang Ling's cheek. He spoke, his voice carried by the wind. Then, my dear, good night. Chapter 59. Wishing you dream of me. The weary autumn night gathered a fine mist of rain, suspended in the air, leaving a chill in every breath. Jiang Ling turned and walked quickly away, aware that Pei Siyi was still watching him from the same spot, so he dared not pause for even a moment. The burning gaze upon him made the cool night feel stiflingly warm. He pressed a button for his floor, leaning against the elevator wall. His mind was foggy and throbbing, thoughts and breaths sluggish and difficult to process. This was not the first time such an episode had occurred, but it was the first time it had manifested in front of Pei Siyi. Jiang Ling did not anticipate that the headaches from his past life would persist into this one, like those deeply ingrained memories etched into his soul, ever present and vexing. Moreover, because he had taken on a worse physical form, when the pain struck, his body found it more challenging to endure than his spirit. In the brief span of time from exiting the car to entering the elevator, Jiang Ling found himself trembling uncontrollably. Perspiration beaded on his forehead, his pale face shadowed by trembling lashes. Inside the elevator, everything seemed to stand still, save for the red numbers that flickered upward. His ice blue eyes hazily fixed on that red light, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. The Imperial Research Base had once examined him, revealing that this was a reaction stemming from a mental projection onto the physical body. The ailment resided not in the body, but within the mind. The Empire's development of the mental realm fell short of 40% of that of the physical realm, rendering it incurable. One could either endure or resort to tranquilizers. However, the tranquilizers in this world differed significantly from those in his own. Here, only painkillers were available. Jiang Ling had tried them, but they were of little use. Once the delicate, pale silhouette of Jiang Ling vanished from view, Pei Siyi leaned against the car for an extended while, only turning back to the vehicle when he saw the familiar apartment lights flicker on and off. Pei Siyi's expression was far from pleasant. The bodyguard serving as his driver cautiously inquired, "Boss, where to?" Pei Siyi rubbed his temples, replying, "Back to the villa." He did not reside in the Pei family's ancestral home. He had his own house. Compared to Jiang Ling's small apartment, his villa was excessively spacious. Previously, he had found no issue with this. A larger house meant greater comfort, and he could freely unleash his true form to roam. However, since meeting Jiang Ling, he suddenly felt the house too empty, each step echoing as if lacking substance. The corridor's sensor lights flickered on one by one, casting his silhouette in shadowy ambiguity. Once in his room, he quickly entered the bathroom. The sound of water echoed, only to cease shortly thereafter. Yet, Pei Siyi did not emerge. In the pitch-black bedroom, only a dim, yellow light illuminated the space. The curled figure resembled shattered moonlight, long hair cascading like snow at the bedside, trembling slightly with each breath. The once exquisite features now pallid and sickly, half hidden beneath a thin black blanket as if fading into mist. Beads of sweat adorned his neck, and the faint scent of frost brushed against his heart, causing a sharp pain. Thud! A sound of footsteps broke the silence as Pei Siyi slowly emerged from the darkness, still carrying the fresh scent of shower gel. Kneeling on his right knee, he gathered the cool, damp strands of hair and turned to look at the trembling figure on the bed. "Jiang Ling, I thought you could take care of yourself, which is why I agreed to leave. Yet, the result was that you pushed me away and ended up fainting alone in the room." Pei Siyi's gaze drifted upward, spotting the painkiller scattered atop the bedside table, a pile of white pills. His expression momentarily froze. He reached out, pocketing a handful, then stood to lift the blanket, preparing to carry him away. However, to his surprise, Jiang Ling clung tightly to his coat beneath the covers. Pei Siyi felt a dryness in his throat. This person had fallen ill and driven him away, yet now was holding onto his coat? Was he not better than a mere piece of clothing? Pei Siyi gritted his teeth, pulling the garment away and tossing it into the corner of the bed, then lifting Jiang Ling and stepping through the chaotic door. The Pei family's ancestral home had never been so brightly lit at such a late hour. Uncle Xiao bent over the bedside, administering acupuncture to Jiang Ling while commenting, "I noticed last time that this child's health is quite poor. He often faints. I initially thought it was low blood sugar, but it turns out he has headaches as well." At this point, he turned to Pei Siyi. "Weren't you supposed to take him for a hospital checkup? Did you not go?" Pei Siyi's brow furrowed deeply, as if he could crush a fly. His gaze fixed on Jiang Ling, covered in needles, his tone stiff. "No, I will take him for an examination tomorrow. Uncle Xiao, please be careful. Make sure to do it right." Uncle Xiao continued. After completing the treatment, Jiang Ling still did not awaken. Pei Siyi carried him back to the apartment once more. He would have preferred to sleep with Jiang Ling at the ancestral home, as it seemed troublesome to keep moving around, but considering their monthly 4-day cohabitation, Pei Siyi decided to act as if he had never appeared. After all, what if Jiang Ling decided to rescind the reward? He gently laid Jiang Ling on the bed, carefully covering him with a blanket, and recalled Uncle Xiao's words. "I have practiced traditional Chinese medicine for decades, but I have never encountered such headache symptoms. Even painkillers cannot alleviate the pain, and I cannot find a pulse. It is indeed strange." Indeed, it was strange. Despite such poor health, having been imprisoned and mistreated from a young age, Jiang Ling possessed such fluid and lethal skills, each move deadly, clearly indicative of rigorous training. Yet, Pei Siyi knew full well that Jiang Ling, in his mere 23 years of life, could not have had the time for any training. The Jiang family would never have granted him that opportunity. Additionally, Jiang Ling's indifferent attitude towards his biological parents, coupled with the stark contrast to the Jiang Ling he had uncovered, presented numerous points of suspicion. Most importantly, Jiang Ling had always been in the capital, while Pei Siyi's sensing of his destined person also began in the capital. Logically, he should have sensed Jiang Ling immediately. Yet, he had taken such a long detour, only to suddenly sense him upon returning home. There were many doubts, enough to raise suspicion in anyone familiar with the situation. However, Pei Siyi remained unfazed, perhaps even indifferent. Fingers gently lift the stray hair resting on the tip of the nose, curling it behind the ear. Pei Siyi lowers his head to gaze at Jiang Ling. My dear wife, could it be that you are not the ice phoenix, but rather a mischievous little monkey sprung from the crevices of a rock? After all, the little monkey is indeed slender and petite, occasionally tormented by the tightening spell only to bounce back with an unparalleled fighting spirit. Much akin to Jiang Ling, Pei Siyi finds amusement in his own musings. He nudges Jiang Ling's face with his nose, his voice tender and low. Regardless of who you are, even if you are indeed a little monkey from the stone crevice, I have already claimed you as mine. Perhaps the nudge was ticklish, for Jiang Ling emits a discontented hum. Pei Siyi's ears tingle at the sound. After squeezing her earlobe, he glances at the time, 4 in the morning. Daybreak is imminent. With a sigh, he buries his head in the crook of Jiang Ling's neck. His voice tinged with resignation. All right, my darling, I must take my leave. May you dream of me. Chop to Althmish, Pei Siyi. Good morning. At the very moment Pei Siyi stepped through the chaos door, the slumbering Jiang Ling slowly opened his eyes. The dim light from the bedside lamp cast indistinct shadows beneath his lashes, and with a dazed expression, he glanced at Pei Siyi's departing figure. The chaos door closed, and Pei Siyi's silhouette vanished entirely. His icy gaze soon fluttered shut once more. Jiang Ling turned over, seeking the warmth of the coat discarded by the man, pulling it back into his embrace as he succumbed to slumber once more. As dawn broke, the golden light filtered through the gauzy curtains, gradually rousing Jiang Ling from his dreams amidst the misty morning. His throat felt parched and bitter, and he lacked the slightest energy. Turning his gaze to the window, he felt the gentle warmth of the sun and breeze brushing against the treetops, clarifying his muddled thoughts. A coarse fabric grazed his chin, and as he lowered his gaze, he spotted the coat he had clutched in his arms, now crumpled and disheveled. Jiang Ling understood the reason behind his embrace of the garment during sleep. In moments of deep pain, he had intended to retrieve the small blue bag, but in its absence, he had turned to the coat instead, catching a whiff of the small bag's scent. However, despite how tightly he had held it, he seemed unable to catch that familiar fragrance once more. Jiang Ling closed his eyes. Leaning against the headboard, his gaze fell upon the coat, his expression clouded with unspoken emotions. If the scent was no longer on the coat, it must reside on Pei Siyi himself. Yet he could not possibly sleep cradled in that man's arms. As this thought crossed his mind, a vague image surfaced in his mind. Pei Siyi lifting him toward the chaos door, and the sight of Pei Siyi departing alone. Thus, the person he had sent away last night had returned. Jiang Ling remained lost in contemplation for a long while. Last night, he had not resisted at all. Even during his time at the research base, any researcher who dared approach him would be met with fierce resistance. Yet, when Pei Siyi drew near, he offered no defiance whatsoever. This was abnormal. Jiang Ling raised a hand to rub his temples, struggling to comprehend why he had not resisted. Sensing the underlying reason, yet reluctant to accept it. His head throbbed slightly, but the pain was bearable, much more tolerable than when he had awakened last time. What had Pei Siyi done him last night? The memories eluded him. Jiang Ling rubbed his temples and rose from bed. Never mind. He could simply inquire with Pei Siyi. However, upon descending the stairs, he found no trace of that familiar tall figure on the sofa. Had he truly not stayed? Ding dong. The soft sound of his phone chimed with a message from Pei Siyi. Why? I noticed you seemed unwell at the community entrance last night, so I took a leave of absence for you from your director to ensure you rest well. I'll be there shortly. Why, by the way, what do you wish to eat for breakfast? Jiang Ling had initially planned to go to work, feeling only a bit unwell, which would not hinder his classes. Yet perhaps due to the events of last night, he found himself tacitly accepting Pei Siyi's decision to take leave on his behalf. After taking a few sips of water to soothe his dry throat, he picked up his phone to reply. However, another message from Su Yunqing quickly followed. Su Guanzhong, Coach Jiang, Senya has already arranged a leave for you, so please rest well. After a moment, she added a gentle reminder. Su Guanzhong, ahem, young people should exercise a bit of restraint to avoid hindering their work. Let this leave slide, but please do not let it happen again, all right? Jiang Ling, staring at the message, he was momentarily stunned before realizing the implications of Su Yunqing's words. which made his headache intensify for a fleeting moment. His fingers tightened around his phone, his temples pulsing with absurdity. What had Pei Siyi said to request leave? Why had Su Yunqing misconstrued the situation so dramatically? Pei Siyi had barely slept for a few hours last night, yet he still radiated vitality. Why? Because starting today, he would be cohabitating with Jiang Ling. Though it was only for 4 days a month, he believed that one day, those 4 days would transform into eternity. As Jiang Ling sent a screenshot, Pei Siyi had already arrived near Jiang Ling's community, parking his car. He opened the message. Jiang Ling, screenshot. Jiang Ling, what did you say when you requested leave? Pei Siyi. Pei Siyi opened the screenshot, and his smile instantly vanished. He tapped on the voice message. Darling, I merely mentioned that you were feeling unwell today and might need some extra rest, asking her to grant you a leave. I said nothing else. This yellow-skinned person is imagining things. You must not wrong me. Following this, he also attached a screenshot of his conversation with Su Yunqing. Jiang Ling read it in silence. Pei Siyi, however, was not pleased. His tongue pressed against his molars, and a mocking smile crept across his lips as he walked while tapping on his phone. Why? You're accusing me again? Why? Is this how I appear in your eyes? Why? Coach Jiang, are you taking advantage of my affection for you to bully me? Watching Pei Siyi's relentless barrage of questions, Jiang Ling's breath hitched, and he felt a rare pang of regret for his earlier sternness. It seemed he had indeed been a bit too harsh with Pei Siyi. After some contemplation, Jiang Ling decided to apologize. However, before he could send the words of regret, Pei Siyi's message arrived once more. Why? Coach Jiang, I'm truly hurt. My heart aches. With a frown gracing his cool, alabaster features, Jiang Ling stared at the message, momentarily at a loss for the emotions stirring within him. It felt akin to a shaken soda bottle, unable to release its pressure, leaving him in a state of unease. His lips pressed tightly together, Jiang Ling clutched his phone, uncertain how to respond. His cool fingertips danced over the screen, deleting and retyping, ultimately leaving only 3 words. Don't be sad. Pei Siyi gazed at those 3 words and instantly envisioned Jiang Ling's expression as he typed. His soft pink lips would be pursed into a fine line, his brows furrowed with a hint of annoyance, then earnestly tapping away at the screen, deleting and retyping, finally settling on those 3 comforting words, albeit in an imperative tone, which made him unable to suppress a smile as he leaned against the elevator. Laughter bubbled up from his chest as Pei Siyi propped himself against the elevator, casually draping one long leg over the other, breakfast in one hand and his phone in the other, glancing back and forth at the screen. When you're sad, don't be sad. When you're heartbroken, don't be heartbroken. What a dilemma. His destined partner was utterly charming. After sending the message, he received no reply. Jiang Ling stood in place with his phone for a while, his feet unconsciously drifting toward the balcony, where he spotted the familiar car parked in its usual spot. And he unexpectedly breathed a sigh of relief. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Jiang Ling turned, stepping forward to open the door. As the door swung open, he was met with a pair of familiar dark red eyes and a hint of the small blue bag's fragrance, accompanied by the man's wild vitality. Pei Siyi's deep, resonant voice fell upon Jiang Ling's ears. He heard Pei Siyi say, "Darling, good morning." In that instant, as the frost-like gaze of Wei Nian softened, the taut corners of his lips relaxed, and even his previously anxious heart was miraculously soothed. Jiang Ling lifted his eyes, his voice gentle and subdued as he uttered, "Pei Siyi, good morning." Chapter 61. The first day of cohabitation, Jiang Ling believed his tone was perfectly acceptable. He merely returned a simple greeting. Even when passers-by greeted him, he would nod in response, as a matter of courtesy. However, Pei Siyi at the doorway had a different interpretation. Suddenly leaning in closer, with his crimson eyes glinting mischievously, he teased, "Coach Jiang, why are you so soft today? Are you trying to seduce me?" Pei Siyi always adorned himself splendidly when meeting Jiang Ling. According to Luo Lingxi's critique, he was provocatively unrefined. The deep black shirt he wore was loosely unbuttoned, revealing a strikingly low-cut undershirt that exposed the well-defined contours of his chest with every movement. His flamboyant red hair was slightly disheveled, and his gaze, filled with depth and ambiguity, pierced through Jiang Ling. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, exuding a vibrant energy and untamed charm. Jiang Ling had embraced Pei Siyi numerous times, clearly aware of the man's muscular physique concealed beneath his attire. Yet experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. He discreetly averted his gaze from the man's collar, his tone stiffening. "No, stop overthinking." With a playful arch of his sharp brows, Pei Siyi noted the slight flush on Jiang Ling's ears. Leaning in closer, he almost whispered, "Why is Coach Jiang afraid to look at me? Is it because I'm unattractive?" His rich, husky voice lingered in Jiang Ling's ears like an electric current, sending shivers down his spine. Jiang Ling remained unresponsive, his expression devoid of emotion, but his ears reddened. He rudely accepted the breakfast from Pei Siyi's hands. Their fingertips brushed briefly, akin to sparks igniting. Jiang Ling turned to leave with the breakfast, his voice colder and more rigid than before. "Change your shoes before coming in." Pei Siyi watched Jiang Ling's flushed ears, stifling a chuckle behind his hand. A color-changing, sweet, and icy little treat. Just a lick and it melts. Delightful. Pei Siyi's approach to breakfast was one of abundance rather than variety. Yet, the assortment naturally led to a considerable quantity. A single box of food filled the entire marble table. Although the table was small, Jiang Ling still felt overwhelmed. His frost-like gaze scanned the feast, and with delicate, fair fingers he picked up a box of yam congee, contemplated, then added 2 xiaomai, and finally begrudgingly grabbed a bottle of milk. Pei Siyi observed him as he clutched several boxes of food, then commanded, "The rest is yours." No waste. Jiang Ling clearly wanted to impart a lesson. If one cannot finish, do not purchase. Wasting food is shameful. But who was Pei Siyi? The powerful alpha of the chaotic Qilin, whose strength demanded more energy. Thus, before Jiang Ling finished his bowl of congee, half of the food on the table had vanished, and Pei Siyi showed no signs of stopping. Jiang Ling watched as Pei Siyi reached for the soup dumplings, devouring them one after another until the box was empty. He then turned to sip his soy milk and continued to grasp at the beef pancake, which was small enough to be consumed in 3 bites. Jiang Ling's motions of eating congee gradually slowed. Pei Siyi's speed was swift but polite, thus it could not be described as ravenous. Perhaps like a whirlwind was more fitting. As the food dwindled significantly, merely watching was enough to make Jiang Ling feel full. He raised his hand to stop Pei Siyi from reaching for more crystal dumplings. Pei Siyi looked perplexed. "I was merely suggesting. I didn't mean for you to actually finish it." Pei Siyi blinked innocently. "But dear, I'm still a bit hungry." Jiang Ling, feeling as if electrified, abruptly withdrew his hand, standing up in haste. The chair screeched against the floor, and Jiang Ling looked down at him. His jaw clenched tightly, the pale, cool features of his face betraying a hint of cracking. What did that dog of a man just call him? Wife. Was he out his mind? Had he agreed to that? He wished for this man to leave, but the words circled in his mouth, and finally, he bit down hard. "Here." Jiang Ling flung his xiaomai in front of Pei Siyi, his tone laced with a mix of anger and coldness. "You can choke on it." He then cradled the congee and milk and ascended to the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, Pei Siyi remained seated, his gaze on Jiang Ling darkening with intent, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he leaned back, his red tongue brushing against his sharp teeth. The coach, who once told him to leave when he called him baby, now merely retreated shyly upon hearing wife. Indeed, the change he sensed at the doorway was no mere illusion. Pei Siyi bit into xiaomai, thinking wife's feed is undeniably sweet. As he chewed joyfully, he reflected on the moment that had shifted Jiang Ling's demeanor. He felt that the day he would savor ice cream was not far off. After the meal, Pei Siyi dutifully tidied up the table, but upon returning from disposing of the trash, Jiang Ling had yet to come down. Coach Jiang's pride was indeed fragile. Just hearing wife had reddened his cheeks, and now he sat curled up in a rocking chair on the balcony, basking in the sun, unwilling to descend. Jiang Ling thought that if he went down now, that dog of a man would surely come over with a beaming smile to inquire why he was blushing. His pale pink lower lip was bitten until it shimmered like frost. Jiang Ling fumed, thinking that when facing such a thick-skinned person, one could not engage directly. Otherwise, the one to suffer would be himself. Clutching a soft, white pillow, with his narrow chin sinking in, he pondered how to avoid a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Pei Siyi sat downstairs on the couch, scrolling through his phone for quite some time, yet there was still no sign of movement from above. TSK. Pei Siyi irritably put away his phone, realizing this was not a viable solution. He had finally moved into Jiang Ling's home to create more shared moments. Yet now one was upstairs and the other downstairs. What kind of shared world was that? The greatest distance was when you were in front of me, yet felt worlds apart. The most aggravating relationship was when I called you wife, and you hid in your room. This could not continue. He had been alone for 10 minutes. When would this end? Pei Siyi stood up, his deep crimson eyes lazily glancing at the staircase. Then he shrugged off his outerwear, tossing it onto the couch. The loose undershirt hung precariously on his upper body, the raw, dominating scent of his masculinity no longer concealed. With long strides, Pei Siyi ascended to the second floor. The contours of his muscles subtly visible beneath his clothing, each step resonating with a latent power, reminiscent of a predator on the prowl. Knock, knock, knock. Pei Siyi stood at the doorway of the second floor, his lips curling slightly as he gently tapped on the door. He mused that if Jiang Ling wanted to hide, he would ensure there was nowhere left for him to evade. After all, he had already called him wife. The verbal teasing had nearly reached its limit. It was time for physical seduction. His voice, languid and enticing, bore a blend of soothing and flirtation. Coach Jiang, I was wrong. As compensation, I'll give you a little blue bag, all right? Pei Siyi, like a hungry wolf stalking its prey, coaxed wife, be a good girl, and opened the door. Ha! It's over. Jiang Ling, Pei Siyi has evolved. Now, not only are his words wild, but his actions are too. Mother is quite worried for you, ha? Chapter 62. Near madness. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed in the silent room. Jiang Ling, curled up in the rocking chair, felt his relaxed body momentarily tense, his icy gaze shifting to the door as he grasped his pillow tightly, distorting its shape. Coach Jiang, I was wrong. As compensation, I'll give you a little blue bag, all right? The voice outside the door rose slightly at the end, infused with a languid nonchalance that seeped through the door, stirring a tingling sensation in the heart and flushing the ears. This individual was quick to acknowledge his mistakes, yet equally swift in committing them. Thus, there was no need to listen to his apologies. It was simply the small blue pouch that he truly desired. Had he possessed the small blue pouch last night, he would have felt considerably better, alleviating the now dull and throbbing ache in his head. With a delicate shake of his slender, pale ankle, Jiang Ling walked in slippers to open the door. The sound of the bedroom door clicking open resonated. Pei Siyi's tall and heated silhouette glided into Jiang Ling's view. As Jiang Ling opened his mouth to speak, a vast expanse of skin flashed before him. He barely managed to utter a word before it lodged in his throat, rendering his breath fragmented and stilted. Why are you silent, darling? Pei Siyi, with a grin that radiated mischief, bent down, causing his loose old sweatshirt to slip from his skin, unveiling his firm abdomen and smoothly contoured waist to Jiang Ling's gaze. The intoxicating aroma of the small blue pouch, enveloped in a potent masculine essence, wafted towards Jiang Ling. The imperialistic-minded Jiang Shangjiang, with his conservative and pristine thoughts, had never encountered such a brazen assault. His mind froze, leaving him utterly unprepared. His fingers tightened around the doorknob, turning pale as his light blue, icy eyes became fixed, cracking open to reveal a stunningly vibrant rose red. Why'd you take off your jacket? His voice trembled, dry and cool, as if it were crushed ice. A low, magnetic chuckle reached his ears. Because I am seducing you, darling. Jiang Ling had never encountered someone so unabashedly audacious. Could such matters be spoken of openly? Was this behavior permissible? Jiang Ling was at a loss. He only wished to flee. He understood Pei Siyi was quite mad, yet he never anticipated such madness. Jiang Ling's mind whirled in a kaleidoscope of confusion as he stepped back, speaking hastily. No, thank you. I don't really need it. Keep it for yourself. I have matters to attend to. A new batch has arrived at the armory. I must go see. Pei Siyi, observing Jiang Ling's near-nonsensical ramblings, felt an endearing itch in his heart. This man never deprived himself, and he immediately stepped forward, wrapping his bare arm around the cool, sweet Jiang coach, pulling him into an embrace. In that moment, Jiang Ling felt as though he had fallen into a boiling furnace, his entire being engulfed in warmth. The deep, alluring voice of Pei Siyi whispered near his ear, Jiang coach, my seduction has succeeded, hasn't it? Jiang Ling was instantly swept away by a wave of heat. His entire body flushed. It seemed that indeed, it had been a success. Pei Siyi's smile widened. A low chuckle emanated from his chest, while Jiang Ling, mortified, bit down on his gums, his voice laced with icy fury, threatened, Pei Siyi, if you don't let go, forget about your reward from yesterday. Pei Siyi pourront plus complier. albeit reluctantly. He tightened his grip on Jiang Ling's wrist, asking, "Then what is my reward, Jiang coach?" "An embrace," Jiang Ling replied, steadying his breath as he spoke softly. In truth, that was not the reward he had intended, but Pei Siyi's audacious actions had led to this. Pei Siyi had just gained an advantage and was now easy to appease, smiling as he extended his hand. "That embrace you just had. Moreover, about the small blue pouch you mentioned earlier." Jiang Ling reached out. "Give it to me." Pei Siyi blinked it, resting his chin on the fair palm of Jiang Ling's hand, his smile growing even more pronounced. "That is indeed what I am." Jiang Ling suppressed the impulse to slap him, gritting his teeth. Pei Siyi, unfazed, Pei Siyi straightened up, and Jiang Ling warily watched him approach, asking, "What are you doing?" "Jiang coach, it's unfair," Pei Siyi lamented, feeling deprived of his reward. "I exerted so much effort for the Jiang family, and all you offer is a mere embrace? And now you're reneging on our agreement." The word reneging was pronounced loudly. Jiang Ling felt a twitch at his temple, exclaiming, "You just seduced me. Why doesn't that count?" Pei Siyi appeared wounded, gazing at Jiang Ling with a crestfallen expression. "Jiang coach, you've changed. You're actually bargaining with me now. Before, there was never any issue with just an embrace or a kiss." Wait, his red eyes narrowing, Pei Siyi suddenly leaned in closer. "Jiang coach, are you implying that after kissing, you have no intention of taking responsibility?" Jiang Ling was taken aback by this accusation. His jaw tightened, his eyes glinting with anger. "Who kissed whom first? It has always been you who initiated." Such words should never have been directed at him. "I kissed you, and it has always been me who made the first move." As his waist was once again ensnared, Jiang Ling saw Pei Siyi point to his own lips, then generously stated, "In that case, let me be magnanimous and allow you to kiss me once. Consider it my reward for extinguishing the Jiang family." Is this how a person speaks? Jiang Ling's perception was consistently challenged by Pei Siyi's audacity, and each encounter was uniquely different. Pei Siyi lowered his gaze, his tone languid and casual, continuing to entice. "Why is Jiang coach silent again? Is my reward too small? If not, how about we share a bed in the future?" Jiang Ling could no longer bear it. He raised his hand, clasping Pei Siyi's neck, and swiftly leaned up to peck the corner of the man's lips. The cold collided with the fiery warmth. A refreshing snowflake enveloped in sweetness, their tongues and lips briefly intertwining before parting. The moonlight softly illuminated their movements, releasing a fragrant breeze. After the kiss, Jiang Ling felt as though he were ablaze, his heart racing as if he were holding melted ice cream, the sweetness seeping deep within. Pei Siyi was momentarily speechless. The man, who had been incessantly chattering just moments before, now stood dazed, as if enchanted, while his grip remained firm. Jiang Ling, filled with embarrassment, found escape impossible. The heated kiss lingered, and it took Pei Siyi quite a while to regain his senses, swallowing hard. Jiang Ling watched as he extended his tongue, licking the spot where their lips had met. In that instant, Jiang Ling felt he was on the verge of madness. Chapter 63. Take responsibility for me. His blood felt as though it were flowing backwards. Pei Siyi's muscles tensed, his hand tightening around Jiang Ling's slim waist. His gaze upon him as if he intended to consume him whole, with words emerging like a beast's low growl. "Jiang coach, you are finished." As the words fell, Pei Siyi's hand slid from Jiang Ling's waist to the back of his head, pressing him close. The scorching warmth scorched his skin, causing Jiang Ling's icy blue pupils to constrict sharply. He raised his hand to press against Pei Siyi's chest, but the man tilted his head down, seemingly about to kiss him. Just as their lips were about to meet, Pei Siyi abruptly halted, their heated breaths intertwined. "Jiang coach, I'm going to kiss you now." The deep, husky undertone served as both a notification and a question. Jiang Ling's ears buzzed with near silence, yet Pei Siyi's voice pierced through all his senses, directly reaching his heart. Like lava flowing into glaciers, their merging melted away a significant portion of his defenses. Pei Siyi leaned closer. "If you don't speak, I will assume you consent." Jiang Ling felt his body weaken, attempting to respond. No, yet alas. Jiang Ling's rejection arrived too late, and Pei Siyi had always been relentless. Thus, he lowered his head and kissed him fiercely, with a resounding crash. Jiang Ling's mind blanked. Sounds and breaths became a chaotic tangle, the sweet and sticky essence swirling around their lips and teeth. For the first time, Jiang Ling experienced the prowess of Pei Siyi. This man was indeed as he had first judged, domineering, unrestrained, and maddeningly intoxicating. Jiang Ling struggled to articulate a coherent word, his hands attempting to push away, yet growing weaker and more feeble, as if a wild beast were licking the ice flowers. Unable to resist and teetering backward, until the two collapsed onto the bed, fearing that their teeth might mar Jiang Ling's lips. Pei Siyi finally concluded this prolonged kiss. The delicate Jiang Ling lay softly amidst the black bedding, his pale pink lips, now glistening a deep crimson from the kiss, slightly parted as he gasped for fresh air. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes, akin to frost-kissed snow, were misted with a subtle haze. Perhaps he was dazed from the kiss, or perhaps he was still processing the moment. In any case, the elegant and ethereal coach Jiang now lay beneath him, a vivid allure that was intoxicating. Pei Siyi thought to himself how utterly captivating this Jiang Ling was, and that this enchanting figure was entirely his. A smile crept into the corners of his eyes, an uncontainable joy radiating from his features. He affectionately brushed his nose against Jiang Ling's, then gently kissed away the moisture at the corner of his eye. It was a stark contrast to the fervor of their earlier actions. Embracing Jiang Ling, he murmured tenderly, "My darling, you belong to me now." His voice, heavy with suppressed excitement, carried a weight that made Jiang Ling feel both ticklish and heated, almost unbearable. He turned his head to escape, but was captured by the man's hands cradling his face, receiving another kiss on those flushed lips. Jiang Ling stiffened once more. Pei Siyi's voice was insistent. "Coach Jiang, we have sealed our fate. There's no turning back now. You are either mine, or I am yours. Choose." A lump formed in Jiang Ling's throat. He pondered the difference between the two options. Perhaps sensing the confusion in his eyes, Pei Siyi kindly elaborated. "So, either you marry me, or I marry you. Choose one, Coach Jiang." His heart raced as he regarded Pei Siyi with incredulous eyes. Jiang Ling's voice was hoarse with embarrassment and annoyance. "What difference does it make? Either way, I am the one being married." Could he really stand against Pei Siyi? This infuriating man knew how to play this game of feigned ignorance. He kicked Pei Siyi's calf, signaling him to back off. "I refuse." Pei Siyi had eagerly awaited this day and was not about to relent. "You haven't answered me yet. Why should I let you go? Do you not wish to be responsible for me?" He held Jiang Ling close, nuzzling him with exaggerated sorrow in his tone. "How could you not take responsibility? Did you not say that feelings should not be betrayed? I refrained from saying anything earlier, but now we have kissed. Kissing, mind you, not just any kiss, but one that involved lips touching, tongue against tongue." The bashful Coach Jiang could no longer bear it, and pressed his lips against Pei Siyi's mouth once more. Yet, they were so close that Jiang Ling found himself nearly immobilized, unable to even lift his hand to cover his mouth. He could only kiss him back, a gentle peck that landed on the corner of the man's lips. Unlike Pei Siyi's fiery kisses, Jiang Ling's were softer, yet they stirred a flutter within Pei Siyi that was utterly irresistible. The embers of desire rekindled. Pei Siyi's arms, braced on either side of Jiang Ling, bulged with tension, his voice raspy and thrilling. "Coach Jiang, care to try kissing me again? Do you believe I won't claim you today and marry you tomorrow?" The unmasked lust in his gaze fell squarely upon Jiang Ling's face. The icy demeanor of Jiang Ling could not withstand the heat of this passion, and he felt as if he were ablaze, turning a deep shade of crimson. He turned his head away, a hint of annoyance mingling with his coolness. Enough of that. The composed and dignified Coach Jiang found such crude talk unbearable. "If you wish me to remain silent, then answer my question first. Will you truly take responsibility for me?" Jiang Ling closed his eyes, lost in a haze of confusion. How had things shifted so dramatically? Or had it all gone awry? Why had he initiated the kiss with Pei Siyi? Why had he not pushed him away? The lingering sensations from their kiss left him feeling as if his heart were in turmoil. It was over, Jiang Ling thought. It was entirely over. The delicate lashes that resembled falling frost fluttered softly as he paused in silence before finally nodding. "I will." A simple, gentle word detonated in Pei Siyi's ears like fireworks. Adrenaline surged through him, an exhilarating wave of joy flooding his being. Pei Siyi seized Jiang Ling's face, showering his lips with fervent kisses. Before Jiang Ling could fully comprehend what was happening, Pei Siyi gleefully began to roll them both across the bed. "Ha ha ha ha! Wife, wife, wife! I have a wife now. As Jiang Ling was swept along, the rolling motion felt like waves, with him on top of Pei Siyi during their playful tumbles, causing him to see stars and grit his teeth in frustration. "BC, are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing this, Pei Siyi abruptly halted, gleefully attempting to correct Jiang Ling's title. "No, no, wife, you should be calling me husband now." Jiang Ling felt his fists clench in annoyance. "Author, EZ, I seem to see the figure of your grandfather being playfully reprimanded by his wife. It is shamelessness that serves as the ultimate strategy in pursuing a wife." BC, Chapter 64. My wife is truly wonderful. After Jiang Ling nodded in agreement to take responsibility, Pei Siyi refused to let him go. After much effort, Jiang Ling managed to slide off Pei Siyi, sitting on the edge of the bed to gather himself before gesturing for the small blue bag. Upon uttering this, Pei Siyi's eyes lit up, eager to approach him again. "Don't move," Jiang Ling warned with a glare. "Speak properly. No more sudden hugs." "Poisi, finging compliance, no de lesiri." "Okay, my wife." Jiang Ling could tell he hadn't been listening at all. After their playful banter, Jiang Ling's once cloudy mind began to clear, but soon fatigue set in, and he found himself wishing to rest. "Give me the small blue bag. I want to take a break." Noticing Jiang Ling's weariness, Pei Siyi immediately raised his hand, and before him appeared a small, chaotic portal. He reached inside and quickly retrieved the small blue bag. "Wife, here." The bag was placed in Jiang Ling's palm, and as he squeezed it, he recognized it was identical to the previous one, the stitching still rough and simple, with a hard object inside. Being close, he soon caught the familiar scent of wood. Seeing that Jiang Ling genuinely liked it, Pei Siyi felt a surge of happiness. An insistent hand wrapped around his waist, and Pei Siyi's voice whispered in his ear, "Wife, do you want to know what's inside?" Jiang Ling, understanding Pei Siyi's nature, refrained from correcting his address and simply asked, "What is it?" Pei Siyi reached out, his long fingers tapping the small blue bag in Jiang Ling's hand. His dark red eyes softening as he half embraced him, his voice lazy yet magnetic. "Aside from 18 herbs for calming the spirit and replenishing energy, there are Qilin flowers and my scales." Jiang Ling's grip on the blue bag tightened as Pei Siyi leaned in closer, whispering, "Wife, you like it. It's the scent of my pheromones." Jiang Ling's ice blue eyes widened in surprise, as he had not anticipated this revelation. "Wife, I mentioned early on." Pei Siyi's lips brushed against the corner of Jiang Ling's mouth, his gaze smoldering. "We're meant to be together. The Qilin is the leader of the four spirits, known as a harbinger of good fortune. Therefore, the talisman within the small blue bag is made from my scales. The Qilin flower can only be nurtured by those of the Qilin lineage. Its seeds will not sprout in any other environment. Only Qilin blood can awaken it and ensure its growth. Once it recognizes its master through blood, when the Qilin flower blooms, its fragrance will carry the scent of its owner's pheromones. It is often the best choice for proposing love. However, not every Qilin will cultivate it, as the Qilin flower is notoriously difficult to care for. Too high a temperature, it dies. Too dry soil, it dies. Too much rain, it dies. In short, if it is not to its liking, it will perish before your eyes. Fortunately, Pei Siyi, having learned numerous gardening techniques from Si Nua, has managed to nurture this flower with great care until now. Jiang Ling, being a residual omega, is unable to perceive his pheromones. But now he can borrow the fragrance of the Qilin flower to convey his essence. "I am truly grateful for having cultivated the Qilin flower." Pei Siyi, holding Jiang Ling, spoke in a teasing and ambiguous tone. "Wife, do you find my scent pleasant?" Jiang Ling retorted, knowing full well that he had confessed to liking this aroma the very day he received the small blue pouch. This infuriating man is once again feigning ignorance. Jiang Ling pursed his lips, his ears turning red as he pushed him away, his voice cold. "I need to rest. Please leave." Pei Siyi recognized that Jiang Ling was still unwell. His presence would likely hinder Jiang Ling's ability to sleep. He bent down and gently kissed the corner of Jiang Ling's eye. "Rest well, my love. Once you feel better, we will go to the hospital for a checkup." Jiang Ling wanted to decline the examination, fully aware of his condition, but Pei Siyi insisted, "I cannot rest easy without a checkup." Jiang Ling fell silent. After Pei Siyi left for the second floor, Jiang Ling pulled aside the disheveled blankets and lay down, placing the small blue pouch on the bedside. The fresh, dry scent of wood lingered in the air. Jiang Ling gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber amidst the soothing floral fragrance. It turned out that this was indeed the scent of Pei Siyu's pheromones, and he genuinely liked it. When he opened his eyes again, he was awakened by a commotion downstairs. The Qilin downstairs seemed to be engaged in some chaotic activity, clattering as if in battle. A loud crash echoed through the air. Jiang Ling began to suspect that Pei Siyi was demolishing his house. He rose and descended the stairs, and halfway down, he caught sight of Pei Siyi in the kitchen. In utter disarray, a pot lay on the floor, while Pei Siyi struggled with a wriggling fish, one hand pressing it down while the other held a knife, contemplating how to gut it. After finally making a cut, he only managed to slice off a few scales, and the fish flopped into the sink. "Damn it!" Pei Siyi exclaimed in frustration, slamming the fish onto the chopping board with a loud thud, killing it instantly. Then, with swift motions, he chopped the fish into pieces, only to realize he hadn't scaled it. Pei Siyi stood there, vexed, washing his hands yet again, unsure how many times he had called Xiao Nan. "This fish is unacceptable. Send 2 more." His tone was rife with annoyance at the fish for being so uncooperative, forcing him to start over. Witnessing the entire scene of fish slaughter, Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, stepping into the kitchen, his gaze sweeping over the trash can filled with fish remains. He spoke softly. "What are you doing?" Pei Siyi stiffened, and his phone slipped from his ear. Jiang Ling reached out and caught it, his eyes briefly catching a message from Xiao Nan. "Xiao Nan, boss. Why don't we skip the fish? Too much bloodshed is not good." A flicker of agreement passed through Jiang Ling's eyes. Pei Siyi, feeling awkward, rubbed his nose. "Well, I intended to make you lunch, but the ingredients are tricky to handle." "It's fine. Just wait a moment, Xiao, Nan will bring new ones." Jiang Ling silently set the phone aside, surveying his small kitchen. The pot is overturned, oil spilled, salt scattered, and the fish is dead. Only the human remains standing. A flawless record. Jiang Ling glanced at him, wanted to ask, "Are you attempting to create biological weapons in my kitchen?" But seeing the grease smeared on Pei Siyi's face, he ultimately decided to spare Pei Siyi some dignity. Turning away, he said, "I'll order takeout. Let's not trouble Assistant Xiao." Pei Siyi checked the time and, noting it was already 12:30, did not wish for Jiang Ling to go hungry. He nodded. "All right, I'll cook for you tonight." Jiang Ling paused, recalling the state of his kitchen. His pale pink lips pursed slightly, and he turned to Pei Siyi, saying, "Tonight, you stay out of my kitchen. I will cook for you." Pei Siyi's eyes brightened, and a smile broke across his face. "Wife, you are so good to me." Jiang Ling, concerned about his kitchen being blown up, silently agreed. "Yes, so please keep your distance." After having lunch and resting for a while, Pei Siyi then took Jiang Ling to the hospital. The primary focus of the examination was still on his head. Setting aside the issue of amnesia, Pei Siyi felt it necessary to have Jiang Ling checked due to his previous injuries and the headache he experienced the night before. As the largest shareholder of the hospital, Pei Siyi did not need to queue for registration, so Jiang Ling's results came swiftly. The doctor, a leading alpha in the neurology department whom Pei Siyi had engaged, explained in detail, "The head injury has healed. The brief episode of blindness was due to a small blood clot that has now been fully absorbed, so there's no need for concern." Regarding amnesia, the doctor regretfully stated, "We have not found any potential causes for your memory loss." So he speculated it may be due to excessive psychological stress. In such cases, the likelihood of memory recovery is substantial, provided one frequently interacts with familiar people and experiences. "Not necessary," Pei Siyi interjected, interrupting him. Given the actions of the Jiang family towards Jiang Ling, Pei Siyi believed it was better for him to remain amnesiac. Jiang Ling sat quietly beside him, his pale face as calm as still water. Upon hearing Pei Siyi speak, he merely nodded in agreement, acknowledging that those memories were filled with pain and unnecessary to retain. Moreover, the suffering was not even his own. No one wishes to inherit pain that does not belong to them, and neither did Jiang Ling, seeing their consensus. The doctor turned to the next page to address the headache issue. Unlike the previous symptoms, he simply stated neurogenic migraines, no solution. Indeed, Jiang Ling's icy gaze fell slightly. He was not suffering from neurogenic migraines, a condition that this world's medical instruments could not detect. If even the symptoms could not be diagnosed, how could there be any treatment? He pondered, unable to endure the original owner's anguish, especially since he himself was not in a light state. Last night, the family doctor had given him acupuncture on the head and fed him some Qilin flower, which had noticeably alleviated his headache. Pei Siyi suddenly spoke, his voice unusually grave, starkly contrasting with his usual arrogant demeanor. He looked at the doctor. If we continue to combine acupuncture with qilin flower, is it possible to eliminate the illness or at least suppress it? Jiang Ling's eyes widened in surprise, glancing at Pei Siyi with a questioning look. So, he was taken back to the Pei family estate last night, and he was given the qilin flower? Is that flower even edible? However, Pei Siyi misinterpreted his confusion, thinking Jiang Ling was upset about his late arrival. He leaned closer, hastily explaining, "Wife, don't be angry. I was genuinely worried about you last night. That is why I came to check on you." He had only wanted to see if Jiang Ling was taking his medicine and resting well. Had Jiang Ling been able to care for himself, he would not have broken his promise. Yet, the frail and pale appearance Jiang Ling exhibited upon leaving provided little reassurance. His cool fingertips were enveloped in Pei Siyi's warm palms, his crimson eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. "Wife, I was merely concerned for you. It cannot be counted as a breach of promise. Besides, you have already agreed to take responsibility for me, so you cannot send me away." His words were indeed weak, pitiful, and helpless. The doctor was taken aback. What? The doctor's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this was the infamous Pei Siyi, known for his arrogance and ruthlessness? Could it be that the mushrooms he had for lunch were undercooked, causing him to become intoxicated? His panicked gaze flitted toward Jiang Ling, and suddenly, he recalled Pei Siyi's earlier address. This residual omega is actually Pei Siyi's partner. The formidable Pei Siyi has surprisingly chosen a frail omega as his partner. If this news were spread, how many hearts would shatter among the omegas? And what of this weak omega? Would he not be subjected to scorn? Jiang Ling did not anticipate that Pei Siyi would still refer to him as his wife in the presence of others. He refrained from stopping Pei Siyi, fully aware of his relentless nature. After they had shared a kiss, there was no turning back, just as with the previous darling. Thus, Jiang Ling chose silence. Yet, that did not imply he was unbothered. It was one thing to call him that in private, but how dare he do so in public? And to speak about responsibility and dismissing others. The once frosty demeanor of Pei Siyi melted at a single phrase, transforming into the warmth of the sun illuminating snowflakes, flushing his cheeks with a rosy hue. "Pei Siyi," Jiang Ling glared back, his ears tinged with red, and commanded him to be silent. Pei Siyi's heart raced. Oh no, he had once again been chastised adorably. What now? He felt an urge to kiss him. Meanwhile, the director watched Jiang Ling with a mixture of shock and horror. Could it be acceptable for this frail omega to treat Pei Siyi in such a manner? Gripping the diagnostic report tightly, the director inched closer, ready to intervene should Pei Siyi go too far. After all, he was an alpha. While he would surely not stand a chance against Pei Siyi, he would not be easily defeated. The frail omega, however, was another matter. As a doctor, he felt it necessary to protect Jiang Ling. Yet Pei Siyi remained unmoved, merely responding with a nonchalant "oh." "Oh," he actually said "oh." The director could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed the once cocky Pei Siyi unable to suppress a smile, his gaze towards the frail omega brimming with affection. His red eyes resembled hearts, which was quite fitting. What am I thinking? The director shut his eyes and rubbed his temples. Indeed, age made one intolerant of such bizarre scenes, leaving his mind in a daze. Nevertheless, as a competent physician, he adhered to his principles, shattering Pei Siyi's little heart. Neurogenic migraines are currently not fully curable, but through standardized treatment and scientific management, symptoms can be effectively controlled, and the frequency of occurrences reduced. Acupuncture can also serve as a relief method. Since it is effective, it may continue to be utilized. However, the qilin flower you mentioned, I have only heard of it and can only speculate. Upon hearing that it could not be completely cured, Pei Siyi's expression darkened. At the end, he directly inquired, "What speculation?" The director explained that migraines often stem from excessive tension in the nerves, and the most soothing element in the world is pheromones, which have no side effects. Therefore, saying, your pheromones are most beneficial for Mr. John's migraines. Moreover, I have heard that the legendary qilin flower is cultivated from the blood of qilin, and its fragrance embodies the scent of its owner's pheromones. By this point, Jiang Ling and Pei Siyi had come to a clear understanding. The reason the qilin flower could soothe Jiang Ling was not merely due to him consuming the flower. Rather, it was the fragrance that resembled Pei Siyi's pheromones that brought him comfort. Chapter 66. Rising to Power, through beauty. However, Pei Siyi frowned at him, stating that the fragrance of the Qilin flower was not pheromones. It merely resembled their scent. If it were not pheromones, how could it possess soothing properties? The director, still only speculating, continued, I personally conjecture that since the Qilin flower must be cultivated from Qilin blood, it is essentially a parasitic or symbiotic plant. By absorbing the Qilin's blood, it inherits the genes within, and thus the fragrance it emits is indeed pheromones. Yet it also possesses botanical characteristics, allowing Mr. Jiang to perceive it and be soothed. The director concluded, yet the room remained silent. Pei Siyi was unconcerned with whether the Qilin flower was parasitic or symbiotic. He was fixated on one matter. He gently embraced Jiang Ling, asking, my love, is what he said true? Can the Qilin flower truly soothe you? Is it effective for your headaches? The warmth of his breath brushed against Jiang Ling's ear, causing him to shyly retreat, his fingers turning red as he pushed Pei Siyi away. Do not call me that in public. Pei Siyi nodded, but leaned closer again, asking, is it true what you said about the precious flower? Jiang Ling had run out of patience with this man. He replied, the fragrance of that flower indeed helps me. Pei Siyi suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, so my dear, was your previous request to buy the little blue bag because of this? Jiang Ling nodded, affirming that during a time when he could not withstand the strain of intense combat, the little blue bag had provided him solace. Last night, when he suffered from a headache, he clung to Pei Siyi's jacket because he had detected the scent of the little blue bag upon it. Seeing Jiang Ling nod, Pei Siyi instantly embraced him, his voice tinged with regret. I'm sorry, my dear. I should have given it to you sooner. After the little blue bag had broken, you should have replaced it for Jiang Ling. The thought of Jiang Ling suffering without the Qilin flower's comfort the previous night filled him with remorse and heartache. The person in his arms was slender and frail, making his heart ache even more. In the future, whatever you desire, I shall give you. Everything. His arms tightened around Jiang Ling's waist, the warmth of his chest resonating deeply with his words. Jiang Ling replied, then let me go. Pei Siyi shook his head. That won't do. Jiang Ling knew it. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 5 p.m. As soon as Pei Siyi entered the house, he shed his outerwear, parading a rather revealing shirt before Jiang Ling. It was unclear whether he intended to seduce Jiang Ling or simply tease him. Jiang Ling had no penchant for gazing at a man without a shirt, so he stood up to leave. However, as he did, Pei Siyi swiftly pulled him back, resting his fluffy head on Jiang Ling's shoulder. Where are you going, my love? His low, magnetic voice sent shivers down Jiang Ling's spine. Jiang Ling turned away, insisting, stop it, I need to cook. Pei Siyi's eyes lit up. He had never tasted a meal prepared by Jiang Ling, nor had he seen his wife in an apron. Then I shall assist you. Recalling the kitchen disaster from earlier, Jiang Ling paused before deciding to be honest. The kitchen is not suitable for you. He handed Pei Siyi the gaming console he had brought, affirming, you are better suited for this. Pei Siyi glanced at the console with disdain, tossing it aside to nibble on Jiang Ling's chin. Coach Jiang, do you think I'm a child? Jiang Ling swiftly restrained Pei Siyi's large head. Contemplating his nature, fond of acting spoiled, mischievous, and adept at playing the victim, Jiang Ling retorted, are you not a child? Pei Siyi forcefully removed Jiang Ling's hand, his crimson gaze penetrating as he replied, am I a child? I am 24 years old. You are only 23, aren't you? Besides, aside from my eyes, which are smaller than yours, where else am I not larger than you? Jiang Ling fell silent, and Pei Siyi's tone grew increasingly dangerous. Where do you want to take a look first? Inspect the goods? Jiang Ling was taken aback. Why had the conversation taken such a... He had only spoken 5 sentences, and now had spiraled into an inspection scenario? Pei Siyi licked his lips, adding, it's not impossible. Come, I'll show you. A wave of heat rushed to Jiang Ling's head, transforming him into a crimson ice cream. Just as Pei Siyi reached out, Jiang Ling, unable to think further, swung his fist down. Bang! Pei Siyi clutched the bump on his head, curling up on the sofa in pain. Amidst his cries, Jiang Ling hastily retreated to the kitchen, slamming the door shut behind him. Leaning against the door, he was engulfed in confusion. That punch had been quite forceful, yet he had been provoked into action. After all, he could not win a verbal battle, so he had resorted to physical means. To distract himself, Jiang Ling quickly began preparing dinner. The previously chaotic kitchen now lay in pristine order, evidently having been tidied by a cleaner. A plethora of ingredients remained, remnants from Pei Siyi's unsuccessful culinary endeavors at midday. Pei Siyi, nursing a bump on his head, sat on the sofa, his dark red eyes forlornly fixed on the closed kitchen door, before breaking into a whimsical chuckle. How adorable it was to see his wife in a huff. He savored the moment until his phone rang, jolting him back to reality. It was not his device, but Jiang Ling's, the screen clearly displaying the three characters, Lord Pei Siyi. Pei Siyi thought, what? This fellow added his wife's number after just one meeting? He had to wait 2 weeks in a second encounter to exchange contacts. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the kitchen and answered without hesitation. As soon as the call connected, Lord Pei Siyi's voice, akin to a distressed piglet, surged through the receiver. Sister-in-law, help me. Woo-woo. Pei Siyi's brows furrowed in anger. Lord Pei Siyi, with whom are you indulging in such childish antics? The moment Lord Pei Siyi heard that familiar voice, he shivered and stifled his cries. Brother, why do you have my sister-in-law's phone? Pei Siyi, gritting his teeth, shot back. Can you guess why she's your sister-in-law? Lord Pei Siyi, with his tousled hair, pondered for a moment before realizing the implication. Brother, have you finally ascended to power through your looks? Seduction indeed wields the power of beauty. Pei Siyi refrained from rebuttal. What business do you have with my wife? Lord Pei Siyi's train of thought swiftly returned to the matter at hand. Wow. He opened his mouth to wail once more, but abruptly held back. Wait, no. I can't tell my brother about the incident. If he shares this in the group chat, I will be the laughingstock for at least a decade. Noticing Lord Pei Siyi's hesitation, Pei Siyi felt an inexplicable thought arise. A warning. Lord Pei Siyi, if you dare to encroach upon my territory, I will send you back to your original form and abandon you in the desert. For a water-dwelling creature like an otter, being cast into the desert would be the most dreadful fate imaginable. Consequently, Lord Pei Siyi trembled and hung up. Pei Siyi's expression darkened, ink black with fury. What did that mean? A provocation? Chapter 67, A Confession. Gazing at the terminated call screen, Pei Siyi's expression fluctuated. He recalled the awe he felt upon first encountering Jiang Ling, and he knew Lord Pei Siyi would only feel more envious. It was entirely normal to be smitten by his wife, but to so audaciously attempt to steal her away. Lord Pei Siyi was the first to do so. His gaze swept over the bouquet of roses on the coffee table, and he rose to extract a small card from the arrangement. Upon reading the small inscription on the back, Pei Siyi couldn't help but smile. He had consumed half of what was on his plate, and yet someone wished to take her from him? Such a fantasy. He picked up his phone and activated the recording feature before striding towards the kitchen. Wife. Jiang Ling paused mid-wash, abruptly enveloped from behind. A head of red hair nestled into his neck, causing Jiang Ling to tilt his head in surprise. The vegetables he had been washing fell into the sink, and his damp hands hastily gripped the edge of the countertop, his fingertips reddened by the cold water and marble. He never expected that the man would chase him into the kitchen after receiving a punch. How confident did this man feel about his own goods that he insisted on making Jiang Ling watch? As Jiang Ling's frigid gaze closed momentarily, it reopened with a semblance of calm. Pei Siyi, his voice was cold, tinged with stiffness. If you continue to act lewdly, you might as well leave my house. He could distinctly sense the towering figure behind him stiffen for a moment. Just as he thought he had successfully threatened him and was about to remove the hands encircling his waist, a pitiful voice emerged from the nape of his neck. Wife, do you not like me? Jiang Ling's push faltered, and he found the situation absurd. He had allowed this person to overstep time and again, even to the point of surrendering himself. Yet here he was questioning whether he was liked. This dog of a man was deliberately feigning ignorance once more. With his icy gaze slightly lowered, Jiang Ling resolved to stop indulging this man. He casually flicked the droplets from his hands and turned around, his translucent eyes sparkling as they met Pei Siyi's dark, focused gaze. The hand resting on his waist tightened, and Pei Siyi awaited Jiang Ling's response. However, the next moment, he felt a sharp tug at his hair, yanking him closer until their noses nearly touched. Jiang Ling's icy eyes were filled with a solemn chill. The frosty breath brushed against Pei Siyi's face, and he found himself momentarily breathless with astonishment. He heard Jiang Ling's measured words. If I did not like you, you would never have been able to get this close. Do you think who has allowed you to come this far? If it were not for love, Pei Siyi could never have pursued Jiang Ling. If it were not for love, Pei Siyi would never have been able to playfully tease and tug at Jiang Ling's clothing. Even an imperial general would not bow his head in defeat, and Pei Siyi's relentless pursuit was merely Jiang Ling's unwillingness to turn cold. Past experiences became sharp blades piercing Jiang Ling's heart. With each beat of his heart for Pei Siyi, he felt pain. If only he could decisively push Pei Siyi away, Jiang Ling would no longer suffer. He understood this clearly, yet he always left room for retreat. Because of love, he could not bear to do so. Pei Siyi's advances were not easy, and Jiang Ling's resistance was equally challenging. This seemingly one-sided pursuit was, in truth, a contest of will between the two. Jiang Ling loved fervently, while Pei Siyi loved without hesitation. Who loved deeper? Who loved more fiercely? Jiang Ling's gaze softened. Pei Siyi, do not ask such trivial questions. His clear voice, like a crystalline spring, tightened the heart, followed by a wave of exhilarating tremors coursing through him. His muscles tensed with overwhelming excitement. This declaration was more potent than a mere confession of love, causing Pei Siyi's heart to race. What was the difference from a confession? Wife. Pei Siyi swallowed hard, his breath heavy and hot, his crimson eyes fixated on Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling could distinctly sense the man's restlessness returning. Sure enough, the next moment, Pei Siyi kissed him fiercely. The sudden contact of their lips caught Jiang Ling off guard. It was anticipated. He froze, holding his breath, but this time he did not shy away. The moment he could no longer suppress his desire to kiss Pei Siyi. He willingly plunged the metaphorical knife that hung over his heart into his very own chest. Jiang Ling's past could not simply fade away. It would transform into a blade embedded in his heart, the hilt entrusted to Pei Siyi. Jiang Ling could not foresee how this battered heart would fare in the future. Perhaps it would shatter, perhaps it would succumb to ruin, or perhaps the final piece of good flesh would be severed. Jiang Ling no longer cared. He gambled that Pei Siyi would not allow him to suffer. With blood dripping from his hand, he grasped Pei Siyi's neck, tilting his head in an attempt to reciprocate. Yet, just that one moment ignited a blazing inferno. The veins in Pei Siyi's arms bulged as he could no longer contain himself. The ingredients on the countertop cascaded to the floor as Jiang Ling was lifted and placed upon the cold surface. The chill made him flinch, only to be immediately ensnared by Pei Siyi's firm grip. Heavy breaths filled the air, and the kisses upon his lips were feverish and wild. Jiang Ling's long eyelashes fluttered, his icy eyes momentarily closing as they remained fixed on Pei Siyi. He witnessed the fervor and focus, the madness and infatuation within his gaze. This kiss lingered on for what felt like an eternity. Jiang Ling managed to catch his breath 3 times, his face flushed as the encounter concluded. Pei Siyi, still ablaze with fervor, lovingly rubbed his nose against Jiang Ling's, refraining from pushing further. He leaned down to kiss away the physiological tears that had formed in Jiang Ling's eyes from the lack of air, his voice low and enticing. Wife must learn to breathe, otherwise kisses will always be interrupted. Jiang Ling's ears flushed with warmth as he gasped and glared at him. Shut up. Pei Siyi felt a tingling desire within, yearning for another kiss. Yet he understood that Jiang Ling was nearing his limit, so he simply held him and chuckled softly. Jiang Ling felt that Pei Siyi was mocking him and kicked at him in protest. His voice, smooth yet slightly hoarse, commanded, "Do not laugh." Pei Siyi buried his head into Jiang Ling's neck, suppressing laughter while lamenting, "Jiang Ling, you will undoubtedly be a domineering wife in the future." Jiang Ling, noticing Pei Siyi had fallen silent, looked up at him. Seeing that he was not angry, Pei Siyi nestled his head back into Jiang Ling's neck, playfully nudging him. Jiang Ling, feeling ticklish from the nudging, raised his hand to pat Pei Siyi's head. "Stop moving." Pei Siyi had no intention of moving. However, due to Jiang Ling's heightened emotions, his pheromones began to seep out. The subtle scent emanating from Jiang Ling's glands stirred something primal within Pei Siyi, igniting an urge to mark him. The instinct to claim one's partner is inherent in an alpha, and Pei Siyi fought the urge with all his might. He could embrace and kiss him more forcefully, but marking required Jiang Ling's consent, whether it be a temporary or permanent mark. This was the rule of the Pei family, a decree that none could defy, lest they be cursed by their ancestors to remain unmarried. Pei Siyi feared nothing but the family rules and his wife. Though he wished to claim a mark from Jiang Ling immediately, he had yet to propose, so he must wait. Yet, inhaling that cool, tantalizing pheromone made Pei Siyi restless, and he found himself nuzzling against Jiang Ling, licking and nibbling at the delicate skin of his neck. only to receive another slap and be shooed out of the kitchen. Chapter 68. Exclusive affection. Jiang Ling stood in the kitchen, gazing at the mess of freshly washed and chopped vegetables scattered across the floor. He pursed his lips, feeling that Pei Siyi had cursed his kitchen. Outside, the individual responsible for the kitchen calamity was secretly recording on his phone, delighting in the moment. Initially, he intended to capture Jiang Ling, saying, "I like you," to send to Luo Lingxi, thus extinguishing any thoughts of undermining him. However, he unexpectedly recorded not just Jiang Ling's confession, but their entire kissing episode. Coughing softly, Pei Siyi raised a hand to his lips, but he could not suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upward. He glanced at Jiang Ling, busy in the kitchen, and, seeing he was unaware of his presence, casually saved, backed up, and locked the recording. As for sending it to Luo Lingxi, absolutely not. Pei Siyi believed that eliminating Luo Lingxi's petty thoughts was unnecessary, for his wife would only cherish him. As the sole legitimate partner, Pei Siyi felt it was essential to be magnanimous. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Ling's phone rang again, this time displaying Luo Lingxi's name. Pei Siyi's expression immediately darkened, just as he was about to silence the call. He heard Jiang Ling's voice from the kitchen. "Pei Siyi, is my phone ringing?" The kitchen door was open, and Jiang Ling could hear clearly. Reluctantly, Pei Siyi handed the phone to Jiang Ling and watched as he answered. He didn't need to strain to listen, with Luo Lingxi's loud voice. Even without superhuman hearing, he could hear every word. "Sister-in-law, help. Shenyang is going to kill me." Woo-woo. Jiang Ling quietly distanced the phone before asking, "What happened?" From their time together, Jiang Ling knew Shenyang was not one to hold a grudge. Although he had been assaulted the previous day, their conflict had been resolved on the spot. Jiang Ling could not fathom how two individuals who had just met could harbor deep animosity. Meanwhile, Luo Lingxi shrank in the car, trembling as he held his phone. Through the window, he glimpsed Shenyang standing before his vehicle, arms crossed and cold golden eyes fixed on him, radiating an intensity that seemed to bore into Luo Lingxi's very soul. "Damn!" Luo Lingxi quickly retreated back into the driver's seat, urgently pleading for Jiang Ling's assistance. "Sister-in-law, please save me. Shenyang is blocking my car, and I dare not go out or drive. Do you have time to come and get me?" Jiang Ling inquired. "Why is he blocking you?" Pei Siyi shared his confusion. He knew Shenyang to be a straightforward person and had briefly observed him. He was not one to intentionally seek trouble. Pei Siyi suspected that Luo Lingxi had provoked Shenyang. Sure enough, Luo Lingxi stammered through the details of the situation. It turned out that a friend had invited him for drinks, and after getting drunk, he was approached by an Omega. Naturally, the young Master Luo looked down upon an ordinary Omega and brusquely rejected the advances. However, the Omega retaliated with provocation, asking, "You wouldn't dare, would you?" This incited Luo Lingxi, who climbed onto the sofa, placed his foot on the table, and shouted indiscriminately at the Omega, "I can't. I've bitten alphas before. You, an Omega, dare say I can't? Believe me, I'll make you come in standing and leave lying down." The bar fell silent, and Shenyang happened to be sitting right beside him. Jiang Ling and Pei Siyi fell silent simultaneously. This matter was neither trivial nor significant. Although Luo Lingxi did not mention names, he had exaggerated the situation in front of the main party. Moreover, Shenyang's injury had become infected, and he demanded compensation for it. Luo Lingxi expressed his fear. With Shenyang's large stature, a single bite could leave him severely injured. Though an alpha might not find it troublesome to lose his chest, he certainly did not wish to become disabled. "Sister-in-law, you must believe me, I did not mean it. I was just drunk and not thinking straight. If you truly cannot come to get me, please tell him that, as the saying goes, a gentleman uses his hands, not his mouth. If he truly seeks revenge, he can hit me, but he cannot bite me." Pei Siyi understood the situation and signaled for Jiang Ling to hand him the phone. After taking the call, he began to mock mercilessly. "So, you were the one who bit him first? Bit him without taking responsibility and then bragged about it? I had no idea you possessed such homosexual tendencies." At this point, he paused, his tone suddenly turning cold. "You don't have any inappropriate thoughts about me, do you?" Luo Lingxi, Jiang Ling wife. Pei Siyi turned to Jiang Ling, his expression grave as though making a vow. "You must believe me, I have no relationship with Luo Lingxi. I am certainly not homosexual." Jiang Ling, who believed that any romantic relationship between men constituted homosexuality, had yet to fully grasp the 6 genders in this world. He had always thought of himself and Pei Siyi as no different, as they were both men. Yet at that moment, he suddenly realized that he and Pei Siyi belonged to different genders. 2 genders, they were heterosexual. Thus, what Jiang Ling had subconsciously overlooked suddenly became clear. His throat felt dry with disbelief. Pei Siyi, you are not from a blended family? Pei Siyi was bewildered. In our Qilin family, there will only ever be one wife. There is only widowhood, not divorce, let alone remarriage. I could never belong to a blended family. Jiang Ling felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, leaving him stunned. Not from a blended family? Then Pei must be Si Nua's child. And Pei Siyi must be He Qing's. Dizziness enveloped his mind, and Jiang Ling's lips turned pale and weak, each word feeling as if it were spoken from the clouds. So, Omegas can have children? Pei Siyi finally realized something was amiss. He looked at Jiang Ling, noticing the incredulous expression in his eyes, and felt a pang of panic. He instinctively sought to downplay the situation, fearing he might frighten Jiang Ling. Well, not all Omegas can give birth. If you don't want children, we can choose not to have any. That means they can give birth. Omegas can actually have children. And what about him? He has transformed into an Omega. Does that mean he can bear children? In a state of disbelief, Jiang Ling's legs weakened, causing him to stumble backward, while Pei Siyi hurriedly supported him. Wife, what is wrong? Please don't fright. If you dislike children, we need not have any. I, too, am not fond of children. I certainly do not wish for another to compete for my affection. My father and the others will not concern themselves with this, so do not worry. Jiang Ling, eyes closed, pushed Pei Siyi's hand away, his voice soft and chaotic. No, it's nothing. You speak with him. If it becomes unbearable, you can go and fetch him. I just need a moment of solitude. I must be alone for a while. Luo Lingxi on the other end of the phone was utterly bewildered. What? What is happening? Weren't we discussing how to rescue him? Why has it suddenly turned into a conversation about having children? Chapter 69. Here, it's all for you. Jiang Ling shut the kitchen door once more. Pei Siyi, his brow furrowed, chose not to intrude. He understood that Jiang Ling had lost his memory, but he had not anticipated that Jiang Ling was unaware that Omegas could bear offspring. Therefore, Jiang Ling could not have believed he was the same as an alpha all along, could he? Suddenly, a wailing voice erupted from the phone, startling Pei Siyi. Shut up. If you utter another word, you're on your own. Luo Lingxi fell silent. However, Chunyang had already approached the window, and Luo Lingxi felt as though he had been haunted. Ultimately, Pei Siyi instructed Luo Lingxi to hand the phone to Chunyang, and whatever they discussed led to Chunyang, surprisingly, allowing Luo Lingxi to leave. Yet, as he glanced at Luo Lingxi, his expression was inscrutable, tinged with a cryptic smile. Luo Lingxi shivered and urged the driver to hasten. By the time the matters here were resolved, Jiang Ling had somewhat calmed down. Leaning against the countertop, his slender waist softened, his pale fingers pressed against the cold marble surface, turning slightly red from the chill. The terror in his ice-blue eyes gradually faded, replaced by resignation and disappointment. He raised his hand, contemplating this frail, sickly body in silence. He had thought he had merely exchanged it for a weaker shell, unaware that this shell could also bear children. Now, with circumstances as they were, he felt powerless and could only accept it. However, Jiang Ling turned his gaze towards the kitchen door. The door was made of glass, and the light from the living room cast shadows through it, allowing him to vaguely see the tall figure standing outside. Pei Siyi had claimed he disliked children and that they need not have any. Yet he had never expressed this sentiment before. Pei Siyi believed they were heterosexual, while Jiang Ling felt they were homosexual. From the very beginning, they had misjudged the situation. The error lay with Jiang Ling, while the one who compromised was Pei Siyi. Jiang Ling found it difficult to articulate his feelings, akin to consuming a half-eaten sour orange, bitterly uncomfortable yet tinged with a hint of sweetness. He opened the glass door, meeting Pei Siyi's concerned, dark red gaze. Pei Siyi stepped forward. Wife, are you all right? Jiang Ling shook his head and instructed Pei Siyi, please go downstairs and buy some salt and garlic. We are running low. The words Pei Siyi had intended to say caught in his throat. He observed Jiang Ling, noting his normal complexion and the cool, proud demeanor radiating from him. A refreshing ice cream. The taste is just right. At last, Pei Siyi felt reassured and stepped out to buy the items. Dinner was ultimately delayed until 8 in the evening. Jiang Ling's culinary skills, honed over many years of solitary living, were not particularly remarkable, but sufficient to satisfy hunger. Thus, when Pei Siyi remarked that the food was delicious, Jiang Ling silently took a sip of milk, watching him with quiet amusement. To his surprise, Pei Siyi genuinely found it enjoyable, his satisfied expression not merely a performance. As Jiang Ling observed him, he briefly questioned whether he had excelled beyond expectations. So he took a piece of the twice-cooked pork. The taste was rather bland, devoid of any extraordinary flavor. Seeing Pei Siyi relish his meal, Jiang Ling could not help but ask, "Do you really find it tasty?" Pei Siyi nodded earnestly, "Of course. I truly enjoy it." Jiang Ling pursed his lips. He felt that even if he had prepared poison, Pei Siyi would still declare it delightful. Jiang Ling had a small appetite when he was alone. A bowl of noodles sufficed for dinner. Yet, today, with Pei Siyi present, he had prepared 4 dishes. However, he still underestimated Pei Siyi's capacity. Once Pei Siyi finished eating, he no longer restrained his pace, and soon the dishes were entirely cleared. Pei Siyi patted his stomach, continuing to insist he was still hungry. Jiang Ling's icy gaze widened in disbelief as he turned to Pei Siyi. "For dishes and 3 bowls of rice, and you are truly still hungry?" Pei Siyi nuzzled against him, explaining with care, "Wife, the stronger the being, the greater the appetite. I eat a lot because I am formidable. It is not because I'm a glutton." Jiang Ling replied, "Then I will go prepare another bowl of noodles for you." Pei Siyi obediently nodded. "Thank you, wife." "I want 2 bowls." Jiang Ling questioned, "Is it really okay to eat so much at night?" After a moment of contemplation, he eventually consented. "All right." Since there were still some vegetables remaining, Jiang Ling did not adhere to his usual sparse broth standard while cooking the noodles. Instead, he added vegetables and stir-fried meat. Once the 2 bowls of noodles were consumed, Pei Siyi no longer claimed to be hungry. Jiang Ling sighed in relief and casually inquired, "Are you full?" To his surprise, Pei Siyi nodded before shaking his head, his handsome face radiating satisfaction. "That's about right. It's unwise to eat too much at night. Being 7/10 full is sufficient." Jiang Ling reflected on today's meal, primarily composed of ingredients Pei Siyi had brought at noon, with only the 2 bowls of noodles being purchased by himself. Considering the complete lack of noodles in the kitchen, he felt he might not be able to afford Pei Siyi. With the limited money he had left, he could not even gather enough for Pei Siyi's meals over the next 3 days. Jiang Ling recognized a significant issue. He could not afford Pei Siyi. He fell into silence once more, and after a prolonged moment, he turned to Pei Siyi. After several attempts to speak but hesitating, it was Pei Siyi who finally asked him what was wrong, prompting him to say, "How about you return home tomorrow?" Pei Siyi abruptly looked up, bewildered and aggrieved. "Wife, why are you pushing me away again?" Because he lacked the funds. Yet, Jiang Ling found it difficult to voice this truth. After a lengthy pause, he said, "Let today pass. Let us consider this a reward starting from 10 days later, and you can come back then. By that time, my salary will have been paid." However, he felt this was somewhat unfair to Pei Siyi, so he added, "You can stay a couple of extra days then." Pei Siyi raised an eyebrow. Staying a couple of extra days would mean 6 days in total. Had it been before today, he would have been overjoyed. "But wife, did you forget that you are responsible for me? You are mine now. Why should I care about this trivial reward?" Jiang Ling's breath caught slightly. "What do you mean?" Pei Siyi leaned in closer to Jiang Ling, his red lips curving into a smile. "I won't be leaving anymore." Jiang Ling's heart raced with each word, his throat constricting as he struggled to form a response, his mind consumed by a singular thought. How could a person be so audacious? Pei Siyi, satisfied, nuzzled his cheek. "Good wife, you cannot drive me away now. It is only natural for married couples to live together." Jiang Ling felt increasingly stifled. Clearly, there were numerous flaws in this argument, yet Jiang Ling found himself unable to counter. For every rebuttal he might present, Pei Siyi could counter with 10, each more shameless than the last. Ultimately, Jiang Ling closed his eyes, resigning himself. If he cannot afford it, then so be it. At least Pei Siyi had his own money and did not require his support. Nevertheless, Pei Siyi remained concerned about why Jiang Ling had suddenly wished to send him away. Jiang Ling rarely retracted his nod of agreement, and as Pei Siyi pondered, his gaze fell upon the tableware. Suddenly enlightened, Pei Siyi inquired, "Is it because I ate too much?" "Coach Jiang, Do you dislike those with large appetites? Jiang Ling's chest tightened further as he coldly denied, no. The quantity of food was of no concern to Jiang Ling. What truly troubled him was the diminutive size of his wallet. However, Pei Siyi found it hard to believe that this was the reason for his sudden desire to dismiss him. Jiang Ling's ears flushed red as he gazed at Pei Siyi, who was determined to uncover the truth, and, in the end, he confessed outright, I have no money. Pei Siyi was taken aback, never expecting this to be the cause of the dismissal. The realization struck him. Jiang Ling's lack of funds was the reason for the separation. His mind raced to a conclusion. My dear, are you intending to support me? Suddenly elated, Pei Siyi pulled out his bank card and wallet and thrust them into Jiang Ling's arms. Here, it's all yours. My dear, I will depend on you from now on. Chapter 70. The Shameless Mischief Maker. Jiang Ling wished to support him. Jiang Ling admired him. Jiang Ling loved him. And Jiang Ling did not wish to part from him. Pei Siyi embraced him, assuring, rest assured, my dear, I will never leave you. I promise to heed your every word. Jiang Ling handed the wallet back, insisting. Take it back. Pei Siyi immediately recoiled. That won't do. I still rely on you to support me. Furthermore, in the Pei household, it was customary for the wife to manage the finances. By accepting this, Jiang Ling would be tacitly acknowledging his role as Pei's spouse. Jiang Ling thought to himself, one cannot trust a single word from this man. Pei Siyi insisted, no, you accepted it. How can you return it? If you don't want it, then just discard it. You're my wife now. How can you not help me manage the finances? If you refuse to spend my money, how could I face others? Jiang Ling felt that the number of rogues he had encountered in his lifetime paled in comparison to Pei Siyi's audacity. As Pei Siyi opened his mouth to speak again, Jiang Ling interjected, I accept. Just stop talking. Witnessing him tuck the bank card and wallet into his pocket, Pei Siyi finally ceased his inquiries, his heart soaring with joy. He pulled Jiang Ling closer by the edge of his chair, suddenly drawing him near. With a sharp sound, the chair scraped against the floor. And before Jiang Ling could react, a kiss was unexpectedly pressed against his cheek. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Ling felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Pei Siyi's low, warm voice resonated in his ear. Thank you, my dear. I appreciate your hard work in the kitchen. Jiang Ling's long, thick eyelashes fluttered, and his ears turned crimson. He composed himself and replied in a cool, slightly stiff tone, I will wash the dishes. The rest I shall handle. Pei Siyi grasped his hand and guided him to the sofa, speaking with an unapologetic confidence. Since you cooked, as your husband, it is only right that I wash the dishes. Jiang Ling was taken aback. Who is your husband? Seeing Jiang Ling's wide-eyed gaze, Pei Siyi could not resist and cupped his face, planting another kiss. Oh dear, how can you be so adorable? Jiang Ling's cheeks flushed a deep red. He pushed Pei Siyi's hand away, his tone cool yet tinged with urgency and embarrassment. Pei Siyi, do you have no shame? Pei Siyi, noticing Jiang Ling's blushing ears, chuckled softly. It's my fault for not considering how bashful my dear wife is. Next time, I shall whisper. Jiang Ling clenched his fist, thinking, this shameless man. With a gentle bite of his lip, Jiang Ling pushed past him and ascended the stairs. The bedroom door slammed shut, and Jiang Ling leaned against it, teeth gritted in frustration. Where did that shameless man come up with such endearing names? Darling and wife were not enough. Now he was calling him dear. He was a dignified general of the empire. Who dared to call him that? Only Pei Siyi. That shameless rascal. The shameless rascal sneezed, then hummed a tune while carrying the dirty dishes to the kitchen. Pei Siyi might lack culinary skills, but washing dishes was even worse. Crash! The porcelain shattered on the floor. Jiang Ling, startled by the noise from upstairs, hurried down to find Pei Siyi standing with suds on his hands, while 4 shattered plates lay at his feet, all obliterated. Nearby, a bowl covered in suds teetered on the edge of the marble sink. With a final crash, it bravely joined the fray. Jiang Ling, Pei Siyi. The bubbles in his hands sparkled under the light. Pei Siyi glanced at Jiang Ling, then back at the expressionless face before him. He swallowed and waved his shiny hand, saying, I heard it's customary to set off firecrackers on the first day of moving in. Jiang Ling was so exasperated that he lost the ability to even express his anger. He approached the scene of chaos, declaring, from this day forth, you are forbidden from entering the kitchen. His voice was not loud, yet Pei Siyi felt a chill run down his spine. Oh, he replied, bending down to pick up the shards, but Jiang Ling seized his wrist, pulling him upright. Jiang Ling was typically terse, and when angry, he became even more withdrawn. "Wash your hands," he commanded, his tone icy as moonlight, a directive that brooked no refusal. Pei Siyi complied without question, obediently washing his hands before following Jiang Ling out of the kitchen to the sofa. It was only when Jiang Ling retrieved the first aid kit from beneath the storage cabinet that Pei Siyi noticed a cut on his ankle from the broken porcelain. It was not deep but rather long, and blood flowed profusely, soaking his pant leg and slippers, presenting a rather gruesome sight. As the first aid kit was placed on the coffee table, Jiang Ling looked down at Pei Siyi, his gaze as cold as a glacier. "Bandage it," he commanded, his tone still frosty. Pei Siyi recognized Jiang Ling's anger was different this time. He feigned reaching for the first aid kit, and when Jiang Ling turned away, he pulled him into his arms. "I'm sorry," he murmured, kissing the corner of Jiang Ling's eye, then his cheek, holding him tightly. "Pei Siyi." Like Jiang Ling raised his hand, the delicate skin of his wrist marked by prominent veins. He grasped Pei Siyi's wrist, exerting pressure to pry it away. "Jiang Ling, it hurts." His strength suddenly dissipated, and Jiang Ling's breath caught for a moment as he was embraced again. "I didn't mean to get hurt." Pei Siyi kissed him again, a lingering kiss that traveled from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. Jiang Ling's face remained expressionless, yet he ceased to struggle, listening to Pei Siyi's assurances. "I will never step foot in the kitchen again. Our Kirin skin is quite tough. This injury is minor, just looks alarming." He reached for a piece of paper, bending slightly to wipe the wound, revealing a shallow, elongated cut that was indeed not deep, though it continued to ooze blood. Pei Siyi did not bandage it, and within 2 breaths, the bleeding ceased. Moments later, the wound appeared to be healing rapidly. Jiang Ling watched intently, his long eyelashes unmoving, resembling delicate frost on a pristine surface, the entire scene beautifully ethereal. Despite radiating coldness, he inexplicably evoked a sense of longing. Pei Siyi bit his collarbone, teasing, "You see, my self-healing ability is quite strong. This little cut is akin to a mosquito bite." His sharp teeth grazed the flesh, and upon hearing Jiang Ling's soft gasp, Pei Siyi licked his lips in a soothing manner. "Please don't be upset, all right?" After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Ling finally spoke, his voice hoarse and strained. "Pei Siyi, I dislike blood, especially when it appears on you." Chapter 71. Remember to ask me for a kiss. Even though Pei Siyi referred to Jiang Ling as his husband, he still had to sleep on the sofa. Fortunately, he was clever enough to purchase a folding sofa bed. As Pei Siyi was washing up, Jiang Ling placed the blanket and pillow on the sofa. The bouquet of roses on the coffee table still bloomed vibrantly. As Jiang Ling had just placed it down, he noticed a red card on the sofa. A line of small characters on the back was starkly illuminated by the light. "Flowers and breakfast, exchange for a kiss. If you do not refuse, consider it your consent. Pei Siyi." Jiang Ling picked up the card with his plump, onion-like fingertips, his icy blue eyes carefully scanning the words, which made him squint slightly. Jiang Ling felt that in the future, he must meticulously examine the gifts from Pei Siyi. Otherwise, he might inadvertently sell himself out without even realizing it. The sound of water from the bathroom dripped steadily as Pei Siyi stood tall and robust amidst the rising sun. Jiang Ling glanced at the bathroom door before turning to ascend the stairs. By the time Pei Siyi finished his shower and emerged, Jiang Ling was already asleep. Whether it was due to the presence of the small blue bag or the fatigue from Pei Siyi's antics, Jiang Ling slept soundly. In his dreams, the bones and crosses of the old empire did not reappear. Instead, he beheld the azure skies of the new empire and soaring white doves. Suddenly, a pair of long, fair hands reached out from behind. The slender boy, taken by surprise, turned to evade but was still pinned down. "What do you think you're running off to?" His soft, moonlit hair was ruthlessly tousled into a white nest, and the boy's cold, aloof face shattered into a myriad of helplessness. "Your Majesty." He calmly extended his hand, attempting to reclaim his head from the fearsome new emperor before him. "Please mind your manners. I'm already 15 and should not be treated this way." A large hand slid down from his head, grasping his face instead. The regal emperor, possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, fixed a stern gaze upon him. "Oh, unbelievable. My little cub has no intention of keeping his mother." She glanced at the maid behind her, recalling the scene from the television. "Shouldn't I be shedding a tear at this moment?" The maids behind her lowered their heads, stifling laughter, their trembling shoulders betraying their amusement. The beautiful emperor possessed unparalleled combat prowess, but as an emperor, she rarely had the opportunity to engage in battle, and the palace itself was seldom a place of escape. Thus, the boy she had taken in undoubtedly became her best pastime. The boy was treated like a doll, having his hair braided and adorned with roses, and she even contemplated dressing him in a skirt. Finally, when the boy could endure no more and rebelled, she eagerly tossed him a long spear, and the two engaged in a chaotic scuffle within the palace. The next day, both were summoned by the ministers for a reprimand. The boy of that year had little interest in the emperor's peculiar hobbies. The present Jiang Ling, too, remained perplexed by the emperor's interest. As the morning sunlight streamed onto his face, Jiang Ling awoke to the fragrance of roses. Upon opening his eyes, he found a man seated at the corner of the bed. Golden light filtered in from the window, and Pei Siyi, already strikingly handsome, sat by the bed with a large bouquet of blood-red roses, as if he had stepped into a world painted in oil. The vivid red and gold colors dominated his vision. Jiang Ling, still dazed, inquired, "What are you doing?" For a fleeting moment, he thought Pei Siyi was going to place those flowers atop his head. Upon hearing his voice, Pei Siyi turned, crouching at the bedside with the roses cradled in his arms, his crimson eyes fixed intently upon him, his tone lazily tinged with grievance. "Wife, where's the card inside? The one that could be exchanged for a kiss. It's gone." He looked as though he had lost 10 billion, his heart aching immensely. Jiang Ling's fingertips curled slightly. The golden sunlight fell upon him, and his frost-colored long hair glimmered like spun gold, hidden beneath the black blanket. He resembled a piece of glass adorned with a layer of light, dazzling enough to draw one's gaze. Pei Siyi reached out, teasingly lifting a lock of golden hair, idly playing with it as he asked, "Wife, have you seen it?" "A red card. It was right on the sofa." Jiang Ling tensed his jaw. He slowly extended his hand, stealthily dragging that lock of hair into the blanket, concealing it, and then buried it among the other strands until it was all hidden before shaking his head. "I don't know. I haven't seen it." Pei Siyi studied him for 2 seconds before nodding affirmatively. "So, it turns out my wife took it." Jiang Ling responded, "Then there's no need to look for it." The vibrant red hair sliced through the golden light as Pei Siyi's lips curled into a smile, his tone shifting to one of playful mischief. "We'll just exchange it directly." The intense man suddenly leaned closer, causing Jiang Ling's eyes to widen in surprise, his pale chin retreating into the blanket. The cool voice made the blanket stir in a flurry of panic. "No, he hadn't brushed his teeth yet." Before he could utter a word, Pei Siyi's lips had already found their way to his brow. His crimson eyes twinkled with triumph, and a muffled chuckle resonated from his chest. "All right, I'll go buy breakfast first. Once my wife is done washing up, remember to come find me for a kiss." He emphasized the last 2 words with a playful bite. The low laughter mingled with the electric charge of his words, disrupting Jiang Ling's entire train of thought. Before Jiang Ling could formulate a retort, Pei Siyi had already left. However, the roses remained neatly arranged at the head of the bed. Jiang Ling sighed and closed his eyes. What an unsettling start to the day. How would he navigate the days to come? When Su Yunxin called, the two were entangled in rose petals, reluctant to part. The sudden ringing shattered their heavy breaths. Jiang Ling, with reddened eyes, pushed Pei Siyi aside. "Wait, the phone." It rang thrice before finally being picked up. Jiang Ling's hand trembled slightly from breathlessness as he held the phone. Pei Siyi chuckled softly from behind, embracing him. "Wife, do you need my help?" Jiang Ling gritted his teeth. "Shut up." Pei Siyi licked his lip and nestled his head against Jiang Ling's shoulder, obediently falling silent. After calming his breath, Jiang Ling finally pressed the answer button. However, the moment he connected, the cacophony from Su Yunxing's end surged forth. "Coach Jiang," Su Junqin exclaimed, glancing at the crowd pouring into the second floor, her voice a mix of urgency and exasperation. "Someone's come to disrupt the venue again. This time, 3 groups have arrived together." Pei Siyi's gaze sharpened instantly, tightening his embrace around Jiang Ling. After hanging up, he spoke with impatience. "Can we not go?" Jiang Ling paused slightly. "They called my name. We cannot avoid it." Pei Siyi understood this too, but recalled how Jiang Ling had felt during the last encounter when he fought 7 opponents and was left feeling unwell. Later, when faced with 8, he had sustained injuries that led to temporary blindness. Pei Siyi suddenly wished that Jiang Ling were not so strong. If he were merely an ordinary, injured Omega, he wouldn't have to deal with disruptions and would rely more on him, not choosing to bear the burden alone when danger approached. Ordinary injured Omega? Jiang Ling chuckled lightly. Isn't that what the original owner was? Would Pei Siyi have liked the original owner? His icy gaze flickered as he turned, raising a finger to lightly tap the corner of Pei Siyi's eye, his voice imbued with a haughty allure. But Pei Siyi, if that were the case, you wouldn't like me. Chapter 72. The one and only Jiang Ling. Pei Siyi could not prevent Jiang Ling from heading to Shanghai. He believed it was wrong to hinder his wife's career, but he was genuinely afraid for Jiang Ling's safety. Jiang Ling watched as he reached into a small dim sum basket and pulled out 2 more Qilin flowers, lifting his hand to place them on Pei Siyi's ear. Jiang Ling turned his head away. What are you doing? This is not ancient times. What man still places flowers on his ear? Moreover, these flowers were dark red, with long, curled leaves and slender stamens, which seemed no different from the roses Pei Siyi had attempted to adorn him with. Jiang Ling suspected these two shared the same peculiarities. Surely, Pei Siyi wouldn't want him to wear a skirt as well. Well, he probably wouldn't, right? Placing them on your ear brings them closer to your nose, allowing you to smell them better. Pei Siyi argued reasonably. When you're feeling uncomfortable, it can help soothe you. You can't smell my pheromones, so wear them, my wife be good. As he continued, Jiang Ling felt a sense of helplessness. He raised his hand to push the flowers back. They'll fall off with the slightest movement. Do you want both of these flowers trampled? You may hold on for now. Just wait until I finish before returning it to me. I have a small blue bag with me. Pei Siyi could only relent upon hearing this. By the time the two arrived at the second floor of Shanghai, the match had already commenced. On the stage, Chen Yang wiped the corner of his eye where he had been injured, a smirk playing on his lips. With such meager skills, you cannot even defeat me. Yet you wish to challenge our coach, Jiang? The golden eyes of Jin Tong surveyed the audience, landing on the heads of the club leaders from Bo Yu and Tianjun before finally settling on Lu Chong. It is no wonder that dogs are deemed the most intelligent of animals. They know when to seek assistance. Last time, with 7 of them, they could not overcome our coach Jiang, so this time they brought 2 clubs to aid them. Are you truly attempting to unite 3 factions to ambush our coach Jiang alone? Do you have no shame? The expressions of the 2 club leaders were peculiar, while Lu Chong's face flickered between shades of green and red. He gritted his teeth. This time it is one-on-one. As the first match concluded, it was Zhang Feng's turn for the second. As he stepped onto the stage, he stretched his limbs, his tone languid and infuriating. I know that each of your 3 clubs has sent 2 of their strongest, yet here we are, ready to face you. Do not be shy. We will surely boast about this. Before he could finish, the students of Shanghai had already raised their phones, recording videos and taking photographs, some even live streaming. Come on, Kumeol. Don't miss this opportunity. 3 clubs are teaming up to bully us at Shanghai. Thanks to the big brother for the 4 little hearts. How generous. Shanghai scored the first kill. This is for everyone in the live stream. What is the name of this golden-haired handsome fellow? Oh, he's our coach Qinyang. He specializes in taking down the weak. The leaders of Bo Yu and Tianjun appeared dazed. Really? I had heard that Shanghai was toxic, but I didn't expect it to be this toxic. Pei Siyi glanced at Jiang Ling, his wife, noting the unique atmosphere of their venue. Jiang Ling ignored him, striding towards the stage. As she approached, she quickly garnered attention. Coach Jiang has arrived. Hearing the voices of Shanghai's students, everyone turned to gaze at Jiang Ling. Even those who had seen her exquisite features in circulated videos were astonished at the sight of her in person. Jiang Ling walked directly to Su Yinqing and stopped. She first called out to the leader, then stood tall, her icy gaze sweeping over the crowd from the 3 clubs. It was a fleeting glance, light and subtle, yet it inexplicably sent a chill down the spine, causing hearts to race. The 2 leaders from Bo Yu and Tianjun were momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by her presence being even more imposing than in the videos. So this is the Omega who single-handedly defeated 7 alphas and sent them to the hospital. Does this delicate and seemingly fragile figure truly possess such formidable strength? Pei Siyi leaned against the front desk on the 2nd floor, observing Jiang Ling from a distance. He watched as she transformed into someone cold and unapproachable after parting from him. She resembled an ice flower blooming on the summit of a frozen mountain, exuding a pristine elegance that was breathtaking yet intimidating. Yet, Pei Siyi's heart raced wildly, because that sweet, soft, icy treat was a presence only he could see and taste. The Jiang Ling he was entrusted with was truly one of a kind. When Jiang Ling made her grand entrance, Pei Siyi approached her. The people of Shanghai were already familiar with Pei Siyi. knowing he was a suitor of Coach Jiang and perhaps the most likely to succeed. For these two were an exceptionally rare destined pair. Just as everyone expected Pei Siyi to offer words of encouragement, he instead called out with warmth, "Wife." This instantly silenced the crowd. Even Su Yunqing and Chen Yang, Zhangfeng were left dumbfounded. What did he just say? Wife. Is that right? It hasn't been long since you last saw each other, and you're already calling her that. Are you two's feelings rocketing off the charts? All eyes turned in unison towards Jiang Ling, yet their coach Jiang stood unmoving, her expression unchanged, not even blinking for half a minute. She remained utterly composed. Meanwhile, Pei Siyi continued to create a spectacle, wrapping his arms around Coach Jiang's slender waist. His demeanor affectionate and practiced, as if he had done so a million times before. Wife, promise me, do not get hurt, all right? The sound of teeth gritting echoed throughout the venue as Pei Siyi could distinctly feel countless jealous gazes fixated upon him. However, he remained unfazed, speaking softly. Promise me, or I won't let you participate. Wife, I'm just worried about you. The sound of phones being crushed in hands could be heard. Just as the audience could no longer withstand the tension, their coach Jiang spoke. Her familiar cold tone resonated. Pei Siyi, what did you promise me? Pei Siyi lowered his gaze to Jiang Ling's neck, where a flush had crept up, and with a slight smile, he murmured an apology. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you wife in public. Jiang Ling, the crowd, excellent. The anxious hearts finally settled. At home, Pei Siyi would call her wife. Jiang Ling blushed in shyness, responding with an Outside, Pei Siyi would call her wife. Jiang Ling, with a cold expression, would retort, shut up. Chapter 73. The wife has been stolen. The mood of the Shang-Yi crowd plummeted in an instant. Don't ask. Just know that the wife has been taken from us. Pei Siyi leaned closer to Jiang Ling's ear, speaking softly, I was wrong. I was just a bit anxious and forgot. The crowd rolled their eyes, thinking they would believe him. Who doesn't see through your little schemes? Afraid others wouldn't know you've struck gold. What an utterly detestable display of arrogance. The stares from those around were intensely piercing, while Jiang Ling lowered her eyelashes, concealing the pink hue at the corners of her eyes. Her body stiffened, yet she did not push Pei Siyi away. She tilted her head, her lips parting slightly. I never intended to hide our relationship. She gazed at Pei Siyi, and in her frosty eyes, a hint of mundane possessiveness emerged. Pei Siyi, I also want to tell everyone that you are mine. However, she was not accustomed to such intimate terms, especially in front of outsiders, as it would overwhelm her. It was like a child who had never tasted candy being suddenly showered with sweets, joyfully ecstatic yet rendered helpless under the watchful gaze of others. Her cool, sweet voice penetrated his heart, causing Pei Siyi's heart to constrict. He saw Jiang Ling smiling at him, tilting her head up, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered in a tone only he could hear, be good. Once I finish, I will give you a kiss, okay? The lingering tone was enticing, leaving him breathless. Pei Siyi felt as if Jiang Ling's soft wrapped around him like a flurry of snowflakes. Coolness seeping from his spine to his heart, rendering him frozen in place. Jiang Ling glanced at him, her pale pink lips curling into a smile, evidently pleased with her effect. Yet, as she turned away, even her ears flushed crimson. By the time Pei Siyi regained his senses, Jiang Ling had already ascended the stage. TSK. Pei Siyi ground his teeth in frustration, his throat constricting as he thought, this is no good. My wife has learned my tricks of seduction. The days ahead seem excessively blissful, but now is not the time for such thoughts. He had yet to secure the promise that she would remain unharmed, and Pei Siyi was not entirely at ease with Jiang Ling entering the arena. In truth, the men of the Pei family would not interfere with their lovers' choices, nor would they hinder them. Just as Xi Nuo enjoyed retreating to the mountains to plant flowers and fruits, Pei Qi would accompany him. Just as He Qing Chu delighted in opening companies worldwide to earn money, Pei Yi would support him wholeheartedly, even if they went months without meeting. However, Jiang Ling was different. The path Jiang Ling walked was far too fraught with peril, and Pei Siyi was unable to lend a hand. Because during the match, no one other than the referee and contestants were allowed on stage. Otherwise, it would be deemed a violation. He could not intervene, nor could he threaten the opposing side. Thus, he could only request Jiang Ling to provide assurance. Jiang Ling was not one to engage in uncertain endeavors. Once he gave his word, It indicated his firm belief that he would not sustain any injuries. Even if circumstances exceeded expectations, he would promptly call for a halt. However, without such a guarantee, Pei Siyi would not intervene, but would rush to halt the competition whenever Jiang Ling faced danger. For him, Jiang Ling's safety was paramount. Even if Jiang Ling later struck or berated him, he would simply endure it, finding a certain thrill in it. Yet, his greatest fear was that Jiang Ling would ignore him, which would signify genuine anger, something he could not bear. Therefore, securing a guarantee was indeed prudent. When coaxing proved futile, Pei Siyi resorted to threats. He approached the edge of the ring, eyeing Jiang Ling, insisting that he would obediently wait below as long as Jiang Ling remained unharmed. With a mischievous grin, he added that he would dismantle Shang Yi otherwise. The members of Shang Yi immediately changed their expressions. How dare you use us as cannon fodder to protect your wife? The infamous Pei Siyi truly disregards humanity. Suyun hing kunenchit hartit, contemplating considing. After all, the score stood at 3-2. Even if Jiang Ling won, it would merely result in a tie. Yet, if he were to sustain any injuries, Shang Yi would be finished. After all, no one could stop Pei Siyi when he was riled up. But the next moment, Coach Zhang's calm voice broke through, suggesting he would simply use Pei Siyi's funds to build a new one, coincidentally upgrading to better equipment. The members of Shang Yi exchanged glances, and Pei Siyi realized too late that he had forgotten he had submitted his wallet the previous night. He was now the Pei Siyi who would starve without his wife's allowance. Witnessing Pei Siyi's embarrassment, the previously worried members of Shang Yi couldn't help but smirk, relieved they had not laughed out loud. Serves you right. You brought this upon yourself, Jiang Ling. Pei Siyi rubbed his temples, preparing to devise another plan when a jacket infused with a hint of cool pheromones was presented before him. Instinctively, he reached out to accept it, but Jiang Ling's voice followed, assuring him that he would not be injured. Pei Siyi's furrowed brow immediately relaxed as he decisively took the jacket, draping it over his wrist. The gloom that had clouded his features dissipated, and his previous flamboyance returned. With a playful smile, he called out to Jiang Ling, cheering him on. Jiang Ling's expression turned taut, his neck flushed, and his fists clenched. This audacious, insatiable scoundrel. He should never have been indulged, even slightly. Jiang Ling, feeling a mix of embarrassment and resentment, stood on the platform, radiating a cold aura. He turned to his opponent, his voice icy, declaring he was prepared. Facing him was Coach Li Shiheng from Tianjin, who appeared to be discussing Jiang Ling's fighting experiences with the coaches from Lu Chang's club. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's voice, he turned, his expression darkening significantly. Clearly, he had failed to glean any useful information. I have watched your video of defeating 7 opponents in 10 minutes. He regarded Jiang Ling, rotating his wrist, causing the impressive muscles in his arms to tense. Defining their contours, the Omega physique is inherently weaker than that of alphas and betas. I have seen powerful Omegas, but they all began rigorous training from a young age to develop muscles comparable to an alpha coach's. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Ling's slender limbs and delicate waist, finally settling on his porcelain, exquisite face. Jiang Ling could see the unmasked contempt and skepticism in his eyes. Yet, it was evident that you lack any signs of prolonged training. I am quite perplexed as to how you managed to defeat 7 alphas in 10 minutes. The coaches from Lu Chang had only one assessment of Jiang Ling: immense strength, swift speed, impossible to defend against or withstand. This is not a typical evaluation for an Omega. However, given the ongoing rivalry between Lu Chang and Shang, it was implausible for Lu Chang to assist in staging a performance. Therefore, something must have been concealed on Shang Yi's end, or Jiang Ling harbored secret. This, indeed, was the reason both families consented to collaborate with Lu Chang to disrupt the competition. Su Yunqing clearly aimed to leverage Jiang Ling to establish an Omega fighting academy. Everyone understood that the Omega market was an untapped gold mine, and the first to act would claim a substantial share of the resources. They could not allow Shang Yi to dominate. Are you utilizing your inherent abilities? Or is there someone supporting you from behind? Or perhaps, he fixed his keen gaze on Jiang Ling, unblinking. Have you consumed something you shouldn't have? As long as this Omega coach is eliminated, Su Yunqing's plans would be shattered. Su Yunqing's expression shifted. Chen Yang and Zhang Feng exchanged glances, their faces equally grim. They finally comprehended the reason for the alliance among the 3 families. It was not merely to cause chaos, but to tarnish Coach Jiang's reputation. Chapter 74. Mr. Pei. Do not forget your current identity. The students of Shang Yi were still broadcasting live, and the viewers in the room instantly became excited. Did he just say that? That beautiful little Omega managed to defeat 7 alphas in 10 minutes? No way is that real. Such an outrageous claim. Who would believe it? I'm an alpha. A lion by nature. I wouldn't dare claim I could defeat 7 alphas in 10 minutes, but I would assert that I could swat this Omega away with a single slap. Ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. No wonder the 3 families are attacking yours. Your outrageous false advertising is simply too much. Indeed, I believe the alpha coach is correct. If this Omega could defeat 7 alphas in 10 minutes, it would either require external assistance or some kind of substance. As for utilizing inherent abilities, that is simply out of the question. To employ substantial inherent strength, one would need to transform, and anyone witnessing the match would recognize that immediately. Given the ropes separating the competitors, no one could intervene unnoticed, so ruling out all possibilities. The truth must be singular. He must have used performance-enhancing substances. He must have. The audience in the live stream, though not numerous, was fervently engaged in discussion. After all, this situation sounded utterly unbelievable. Meanwhile, the chaos on-site surpassed that of the live broadcast. Although Lu Chang's 3 clubs had only sent 6 coaches, they had brought numerous students, all of whom were discussing Jiang Ling, hastily labeling him based on their unfounded assumptions. Some even resorted to slander. How absurd. He appears quite charming, but is so deceitful, willing to do anything for fame. People should not be judged by their appearance. The students of Shang Yi were incensed upon hearing these remarks. Do you have any evidence for your baseless accusations? Encountering such nonsense in broad daylight is ludicrous. How dare you attempt to malign our coach Jiang without any substantiation? We, the students, know him far better than you, who have never even met him. The world has truly gone mad, if anything can be deemed human. You need not slander our coach. If you possess any skill, why not send forth a student to face our coach? At this, several of Jiang Ling's students stepped forward. I am an Omega, 15 years old, a kangaroo by nature. Come, send forth a student to challenge me. 16 years old, a bamboo green Omega. A student of Coach Jiang. Come, send forth a student to challenge me. 18 years old, a reindeer Omega, a student of Coach Jiang. Come, send forth a student to challenge me. 14 years old, Jiang Ling had a total of 40 students, and nearly all of them were present to disrupt the competition today. One by one, they stood up, each louder than the last. Do you wish to defame our coach? Defeat us first, and then speak. We are all in our prime youth. Who does not have a passionate spirit? The entire second floor fell into a hush. The barrage of comments in the live stream began to dwindle. No one anticipated such a scene. Jiang Ling turned around, and Pei Siyi also glanced over, as did Su Yunqing and Chen Yang, along with others, all eyes drawn to the group of stubborn yet courageous young individuals. A great teacher earns the respect of their students, just as a commendable coach is cherished by their trainees. Pei Siyi's gaze swept over the group of students before returning to Jiang Ling. He suddenly felt that Jiang Ling's presence at Shang Yi was indeed a positive thing. Truly, these are the students cultivated by Shang Yi. Su Yunqing's grin stretched almost to her ears as she looked up at Lu Chang and the others. Her expression laced with disdain and scorn. I had wondered why you 3 families would unite against us. It turns out you feared Coach Jiang attracting more Omega students, thereby allowing me to establish an Omega fighting gym, which is why you came to undermine Coach Jiang. You could have just said so. This grand display is merely wasting our coach's time. With her words, Lu Chang and the other 2 gym owners were expressions of utter dismay. They regarded Su Yunqing, sensing that what she would say next was likely to be unwelcome. As expected, she waved her hand, calling out, Coach Jiang, come down. We won't compete anymore. What? Li Shiheng's expression shifted, and the 3 gym owners rushed to intervene. Director Tianjun looked at Su Yunqing and said, Su Director, if you step down now, are you admitting defeat? Lu Chang chimed in. Are you exposed and feeling guilty? Have you decided to throw in the towel? Before Su Yunqing could respond, Zhang Feng laughed. What kind of nonsense is that? We are well aware that your target was Coach Jiang. You aim to tarnish his reputation. How can we allow Coach Jiang to compete with you? He stepped forward, standing at the edge of the ring, assessing Jiang Ling in a manner reminiscent of Li Shiheng, his tone dripping with intrigue. What if your coach engages in unsavory practices, smearing something on our coach Jiang? Wouldn't that leave us in a precarious position? Upon hearing this, the students from Shangyi looked at them with evident disgust. Coach Jiang, come down quickly. Don't get contaminated. That individual has been twisting his hands since he stepped onto the stage. Who knows what vile things he is hiding? Coach Jiang, be careful not to get smeared. Hearing the students' remarks, Director Tianjuan's expression twisted in anger. Accusing their coach of being dirty is akin to condemning their gym. How could it be that the filth belongs to Shangyi, yet they are the ones being targeted? Jiang Ling, however, was not inclined to dwell on the competition at that moment. He glanced at Li Xiang, his gaze sweeping over the hand he had been gripping, then furrowed his brow. Turning to step down from the ring, his demeanor suggested he had indeed witnessed something foul. At that moment, not only Li Xiang and Director Tianjun were enraged, but Lu Chang and the other gym owner were also infuriated. Director Tianjun, watching Jiang Ling's retreating figure, spoke through clenched teeth. I have now experienced the upside-down logic of your Shangyi. Stop. Zhang Feng raised a hand to pause the conversation. Do not speak in such a manner. Shangyi does not offer such courses. It is purely due to your unique talents that you can stand on your own. The crowd from Tianjun was incensed by these words. Some students already rolling up their sleeves, but were held back by Director Tianjun. They had come under the pretense of disrupting the event. If they were to act violently now, it would only escalate to a brawl involving all three gyms. Su Yinxin could exploit this situation to her advantage. Regardless of how Tianjun protested, Jiang Ling's steps remained unyielding as he walked directly towards Pei Siyi, who was already worried about him. Not competing was indeed better. Pei Siyi, with a smile gracing his crimson eyes, reached out to lift the ropes, and as Jiang Ling bent down to exit the ring, he embraced, his tone tinged with mock sweetness. Coach Jiang, it seems you attract not only alphas but omegas as well. With so many admirers. Shouldn't you make it up to me? Jiang Ling replied, they are my students. Pei Siyi remained unfazed, and so, thus, they're also your students. Jiang Ling's voice rang clear and crisp. Mr. Pei, do not forget your current identity. A sudden jolt of emotion surged in Pei Siyi's heart as he met Jiang Ling's icy gaze. It was as if a raging fire had been doused in water, leaving him breathless. Pei Siyi felt that Jiang Ling had matured too swiftly. All his flirtatious tactics seemed to have been learned thoroughly. As Jiang Ling descended, Li Xiang naturally could not remain on stage, playing the fool for the crowd. He turned to leave, only to feel an invisible, frenzied pressure envelop him. His expression momentarily blanked, and then an agonizing pain tore through his insides, as if countless rusted iron chains had pierced his body, coiling around his organs before being yanked tight. He could not even muster a sound, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. The audience was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, while the instigator, with a gentle expression, patted Jiang Ling's head, speaking in a soothing tone. Stay here and wait for me. I need to deal with some unsavory matters. Previously, when Zhang Feng had accused Li Xiang of being unclean, Li Xiang had visibly stiffened for a moment. Jiang Ling observed clearly. He had intended to handle it himself, but Pei Siyi acted with unexpected swiftness. He would not intervene, merely stating, do not touch him, he is dirty. Please mirkt, understood. He turned away, the smile vanishing from his face as he strode toward the ring, his aura growing increasingly formidable. His crimson eyes darkened like ink, radiating a fierce and arrogant brutality. Zhang Feng, standing nearby, dared not obstruct him for fear of his own life. Pei Siyi ascended the platform, gazing down at the nearly unconscious Li Xiang, his lowered crimson eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Who gave you the audacity to slander my person? Li Xiang's face turned pale from pain, his body convulsing with cold sweat. And no, he opened his mouth, but darkness clouded his vision, and he could not articulate a coherent sentence. The onlookers understood. Li Xiang was clearly being suppressed by Pei Siyi's pressure. The crowd from the other three gyms looked on in horror. Only an exceptionally powerful alpha could exert such precise control over their oppressive aura. In a society that venerates strength, such individuals receive significant recognition and can effortlessly ascend to the upper echelons of society, hence the presence of a top-tier alpha at Shangyi. The crowd stood in stunned silence, clearly hesitant to provoke Pei Siyi. However, Director Tianjun could not remain silent. Li Xiang was his subordinate, and there were matters about him that must not be exposed. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. Sir, Jiang Ling has already left the ring. This match is over. What you're doing is against the rules. The response came in the form of a cold snicker from Pei Siyi. Isn't it you who is violating the rules? Director Tianjun felt a cold sweat break out on his back as he forced a strained smile. What do you mean? While it is true that our 3 gyms joining forces may not sound commendable, we have not broken any regulations. Yet Pei Siyi was disinclined to engage in further discourse. He eased the pressure just enough for Li Xiang to breathe and speak comfortably. Li Xiang's labored breaths sounded like a dilapidated bellows. Though he could inhale, his body remained crushed beneath Pei Siyi's might, as if his bones would shatter at any moment, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Pei Siyi looked down at him. State your intentions for coming here, or I will come to challenge you daily. Pei Siyi's tone bore little fluctuation. Yet Li Xiang felt as though a vengeful spirit was chanting curses. There was no room for hesitation. Compared to offending a top-tier alpha, losing a job was trivial. Lu Chang approached our director, expressing that Shangyi sought to expand into the Omega market and wished to collaborate with us to eliminate Jiang Ling. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 directors changed dramatically, and they were about to voice their objections. However, in the next moment, they collapsed to the ground like Li Xiang, contorted in pain. Witnessing the 3 directors in such a state, the students from the 3 academies were too frightened to utter a single word. The students from Shangyi, receiving a signal from Su Yinqing, each raised their phones to capture images of Li Xiang on stage. Li Xiang, overwhelmed and dazed, could hardly focus on these individuals. Under the immense pressure of a top-tier alpha, he barely managed to retain consciousness, a testament to Pei Siyi's restraint. All he desired was to escape the clutches of this man. His voice was hoarse and fragmented, yet his words were clearly recorded by the students' devices. The director had provided me with a powder from an alpha enhancement drug, instructing me to apply it to Jiang Ling during their battle. This alpha enhancement drug could temporarily awaken an Omega's alpha capabilities, granting them pheromone suppression, increased physical attack power, and speed. However, the side effects were severe, leading to glandular decay and permanent damage. Continuous usage beyond 3 times could result in an 80 to 95% degradation of gland function. When this drug was first introduced, many Omegas eagerly used it, resulting in numerous Omega glands being forcibly removed, leading to its classification as a banned substance by the Federation. Yet due to its value, it was later employed in the military as a last resort card for Omega officers. While the drug was not available on the market, those with connections could acquire it. Lu Chang and his companions lacked the courage to administer the drug to Jiang Ling, perhaps intending to tarnish his reputation instead. However, this crossed Pei Siyi's bottom line. For Jiang Ling was not a fully intact Omega. He was a residual Omega with underdeveloped glands. The drug might be a last resort lifeline for an Omega, but for residual Omega, it was poison. Rage consumed Pei Siyi's reason, causing his breath to momentarily falter and his imposing presence to intensify. His gaze swept over Li Shiheng's tightly clenched right fist. He lifted his foot. With a chilling crack, Li Shiheng's eyes bulged as he let out a hoarse scream. The air crackled with tension. The students from Shangyi shuddered, their hearts racing. The individuals from the other 3 academies, pale with fright, retreated a significant distance. Li Shiheng's right wrist hung limply, palm upturned, revealing the small amount of white powder in front of everyone. Now there was both a witness and evidence. The stark white powder reflected ominously in Pei Siyi's crimson eyes, akin to a skeletal remains concealed within a rose bush. Pei Siyi's gaze darkened ominously. How dare they attempt to smear Jiang Ling with such a substance? Pei Siyi gritted his teeth. Lu Chang and his companions felt the pressure suddenly surge, as if countless steel bars were piercing through them, dragging them down into the depths of the sea, where the water pressure stripped away sound, air, and vision, threatening to crush them. The nearby Shangyi students trembled, stumbling backward in panic. Their phones clattered to the ground, forgotten as they retreated hastily. Pei Siyi erupted, and even without directly targeting them, the residual pressure intensified the closer one drew to him. Everyone retreated in terror. Yet amidst the tide of fleeing Omegas, a solitary, slender figure surged against the current. Like snow upon fire, Jiang Ling embraced Pei Siyi from behind. Chapter 76. Come here to comfort you. The raging and violent pressure abruptly froze, then quieted, ultimately dissipating. Pei Siyi's brow softened instantly as he held Jiang Ling firmly, nuzzling his cheek affectionately. "Darling, why did you come up here?" Jiang Ling allowed the affectionate gesture to tickle him, his eyelashes fluttering as he spoke with a clear, melodic tone. "I saw you were upset and came to comfort you." Pei Siyi was momentarily taken aback. "How do I comfort you?" Jiang Ling tilted his chin slightly, an unyielding yet composed posture, his icy blue eyes shimmering invitingly. "You may kiss me in front of everyone." The tips of Jiang Ling's ears flushed a deep red as he added, "Just once." Once the anger dissipated like smoke, Pei Siyi had already been appeased. Though he chose not to disclose this to Jiang Ling, his heart raced, and he felt as though the pressure he exuded was now directed inward. Swallowing hard, Pei Siyi had never understood what it meant to have a sense of shame. It mattered not whether there were 200 or 200 million people present. If Jiang Ling gave the nod, he would gladly comply. A loud kiss echoed, but it was indeed just a single peck. The Shangyi students, who had been hastily retreating, froze in shock, while the faces of the other academy students turned pale with terror, revealing cracks of disbelief. The four individuals who had succumbed to the pressure lay motionless like corpses, and a barrage of comments in the live stream vanished. At that moment, the world could truly be described as eerily silent. The corners of Jiang Ling's eyes also flushed red. He feigned calmness, asking, "Are you feeling better now?" Pei Siyi licked his lips, savoring the sweetness. He nodded, indicating that he was indeed comforted. Jiang Ling then led him off the stage, approaching Su Yunqing. "Director, the rest is up to you. I shall return tomorrow." Today's events would not be easily settled. The matter regarding the alpha enhancement drug would surely be reported, providing an opportunity to suppress the three academies while promoting Shangyi. Su Yunqing would not let this chance slip away. "Some with us." Su Junqing replied, "Oh, it's fine. You can take a few days to rest. This incident will definitely attract attention, and it will likely take at least 3 or 4 days for someone to come and investigate. I might as well find the address for the Omega Fighting Academy." It appeared that Su Yunqing intended to seize this opportunity to enter the military Omega market. Indeed, it was a rare chance. "I've reserved 35% of the shares for you as a technical investment." Su Yunqing understood well that without Jiang Ling, her Omega Fighting Academy could not succeed. She would need to leverage Jiang Ling's reputation in the coming days, capitalizing on the heat generated by the three fools who had sent her this opportunity. Seeing that she had nearly planned everything, Jiang Ling said no more and quickly pulled Pei Siyi away. Remaining any longer would subject him to the piercing gazes of the students and coaches. As Pei Siyi was led away, he turned back to wave farewell to the Shangyi crowd, wearing a radiant smile that nearly gave them psychological scars. Who could comprehend the chilling sensation of witnessing a devilish figure one moment and a sunlit boy the next? It was akin to encountering a ghost. The aforementioned ghost was happily seated in the driver's seat as Jiang Ling instructed, "Drive us home." "At your command, my wife." Pei Siyi's blood surged with excitement as he pressed the accelerator, the sports car roaring to life, only to halt abruptly at the feet of a traffic officer. Speeding. "Fine, cinquanta." Jiang Ling, Pei Siyi, Jiang Ling, with a darkened expression, paid the fine and immediately retaliated with a punch. A lump formed on Pei Siyi's head. Having calmed down, he burst through the entrance as if a dam had broken. The door slammed shut with a deafening thud, reverberating like the beat of Jiang Ling's heart. In the narrow entryway, the presence of the man behind him surged to a terrifying intensity as the door closed. Jiang Ling paused, feeling a scorching palm grip his slim waist, hot breaths brushing against the corner of his eye, trailing down to his ear and finally striking his neck. His delicate eyelashes trembled, and Jiang Ling's voice turned hoarse as he called, "Pei Siyi," yet he offered no resistance. Like a signal, akin to a hook. The hand on his waist paused for a moment, and then, in an instant, the world spun around. Jiang Ling found himself pinned against the door, deprived of breath by a kiss that began with frenzied intensity and ended in tender, lingering softness. Jiang Ling was utterly undone, his lips ravaged to a deep crimson. The glint of coldness in his eyes transformed into shimmering starlight nestled at the corners. Pei Siyi also noticed this, lightly licking his lips before whispering softly by Jiang Ling's ear, "So sweet." A fiery wave surged over him, a flush of crimson spreading, engulfing Jiang Ling entirely. Even a moonlight-kissed strands of his hair seemed to blush with embarrassment. He breathed unevenly, urging, "Just let me go after this." Pei Siyi chuckled softly. Not enough. We've barely begun. Coach Jiang, your fishing skills today are impeccable. Have you mastered the art of seduction? Next, shall you demonstrate for me? His large hand roamed along Jiang Ling's waist, sliding downward. Jiang Ling felt his feet leave the ground, his icy gaze widening in shock as he found himself cradled against the man. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around the man's neck, clenching his legs tightly. Pei Siyi paused slightly, inhaling deeply, his voice low and rich. Darling, relax your legs. Do you wish to break my waist? Fireworks exploded in his mind, as Jiang Ling had never witnessed such an unsightly display. What was this position? What a dreadful position. The more flustered Jiang Ling became, the more strength he exerted. Pei Siyi realized that if this continued, he would be choked before they even reached the stairs. Resigned, he sought the sweet scent and found Jiang Ling's lips, kissing him until he was utterly dazed before carrying him onward upstairs. Such a good boy. Jiang Ling's thoughts were hazy and unfocused. Even the voice of Pei Siyi whispering in his ear seemed to carry a dreamy quality. It was not until his back pressed against the familiar bed that a sudden clarity washed over him, as if a string in his mind had been pulled taut. He abruptly shoved the approaching man away, grabbing a corner of the blanket, rolling to the side, and wrapping himself into a small cocoon. The little cocoon revealed only half of his head, his chin tucked into the blanket, while his eyes vigilantly glared at Pei Siyi. What do you intend to do? The dark red eyes widened momentarily in surprise. Pei Siyi found this appearance incredibly endearing. He knelt beside the bed, his silk black shirt disheveled with a few buttons undone. And when he leaned in with a playful smile, Jiang Ling could see the slight quivering of his abdominal muscles. Jiang Ling's cheeks flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze, retreating further into the blanket. Damn it, Pei Siyi, you've turned adorable. His heart raced uncontrollably. Pei Siyi fixed his gaze on Jiang Ling, sharpening his teeth. Darling, you're pure one moment and one the next. Even if I were a monk, I'd struggle to resist. Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. He lifted his gaze to meet those red eyes filled with desire. His icy gaze widened as he watched Pei Siyi slowly kneel on the bed, his exposed chest leaning forward, robust arms reaching out for him. Pei Siyi's voice was husky and laden with dark intent. If you don't let me taste you today, I will not rest. Chapter 77. Seduction. A large hand grasped the corner of the blanket, and Jiang Ling's body tensed, feeling that Pei Siyi was far too intimidating at this moment. He watched the man, his breath quickening. Pei Siyi, please calm down. Just as he spoke, the blanket was yanked away, and he found himself enveloped in the man's embrace. Moonlit strands of hair fell chaotically onto Pei Siyi's strong hands, brushing against his skin, igniting a wave of desire. Pei Siyi playfully lifted a strand of snow-white hair, leaning in to bestow an intimate kiss. Boom! A heat wave exploded in Jiang Ling's mind, tightening in his abdomen as if that kiss had fallen upon him through the strands of his hair. He was incredulous, overwhelmed with embarrassment, his face flushed crimson, and his icy blue eyes trembled, shattering into fragments of confusion, while his lips, kissed heavily, resembled the petals of a mythical flower, slightly parted and gasping for breath. Pei Siyi's red eyes narrowed slightly, tracing the delicate contours of Jiang Ling's brows, nose, and finally resting upon his lips. Just a hint of crimson. It provoked endless fantasies, drawing one into a spiral of longing. Overwhelmed with heat, Pei Siyi swallowed hard, leaning closer to Jiang Ling. My dear, you are so beautiful. Jiang Ling felt the man's warmth, his words burning. He turned his head to evade, but ensconced in the blanket, and with Pei Siyi's hands encircling him on the bed, he found it impossible to escape. Why had he wrapped himself up so foolishly? This was undoubtedly the most absurd defensive maneuver Jiang Ling had ever attempted. He pressed his lips together and stammered, Why you? Let me go. All right. Pei Siyi readily agreed, to Jiang Ling's surprise. But in the next moment, he saw the man's red eyes curve into a teasing smile, unabashedly revealing his intentions. You seduced me. Having succeeded, I shall naturally let you go. What? Indeed, Pei Siyi has no intention of letting me go. Jiang Ling gritted his teeth. Pei Siyi, don't push your luck. A soft kiss landed on his lips, abruptly silencing him. Pei Siyi chuckled. Are you ready, darling? Do you wish to seduce me? Jiang Ling glared at him in embarrassment and annoyance, but Pei Siyi pressed another kiss upon him, causing his toes to curl unconsciously. Jiang Ling's eyelashes fluttered in a frenzy, And just as he opened his mouth to speak, Pei Siyi lowered his head once more, prompting Jiang Ling to retreat quickly into the blanket. Pei Siyi laughed lightly, then tilted his head, capturing Jiang Ling's earlobe with his mouth. The wet, warm touch of his tongue sent shivers down Jiang Ling's spine, making him feel as if he could no longer bear it. Tears of shame welled in the corners of his eyes. "You scoundrel! You wretched creature!" Pei Siyi's gaze flickered, revealing his sharp teeth as he gently nibbled on the tender flesh, sending a jolt through Jiang Ling. He licked the spot softly to soothe it, then whispered in his ear, "Not a scoundrel at all. Not one bit. I will not force you." The breath wafting against Jiang Ling's ear was scorching, causing his scalp to tingle, and he swallowed hard as Pei Siyi continued, "But Jiang Ling, I truly cannot endure this." Jiang Ling paused. The man's low, magnetic voice dripped with need and coaxing. Jiang Ling, please help me. I'm suffering." The veins in his arms stood out prominently. The man's breathing grew increasingly rapid, like molten lava flowing over his skin, scorching his thoughts into disarray. "Jiang Ling, my dear, I cannot bear it." Pei Siyi inhaled the faint scent of Jiang Ling's pheromones, his back tightening further as he nuzzled against his delicate neck, unable to resist grazing it with his sharp teeth. Alphas reveal their marking fangs during moments of passion. These fangs are exceptionally sharp and can easily pierce skin and break glands. Thus, even without exerting force, the surface of Jiang Ling's skin was still lightly grazed. Jiang Ling's chin tilted slightly, unable to suppress a muffled moan. The taste of metallic blood filled his mouth, and Pei Siyi's red eyes suddenly widened in shock. Realizing what he had done, he shot up, and upon seeing the bite mark on Jiang Ling's neck rather than on a gland, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon observing the blood seeping from the wound, panic surged within him. "I'm so sorry. I acted impulsively. Does it hurt? I was wrong. I'll get the first aid kit." He hurriedly apologized while pulling back the blanket, quickly freeing Jiang Ling before rushing downstairs to retrieve the medical supplies. Jiang Ling sat dazedly on the bed, lifting his hand to wipe at his neck, only to find a small smear of blood. He thought that by the time Pei Siyi returned with the first aid kit, his injury would have healed. Sure enough, when Pei Siyi tore open a band-aid to examine the small abrasions on Jiang Ling's neck, he momentarily did not know whether to apply it or not. Jiang Ling pushed him away, saying, "It's warm now. There's no need for it." Pei Siyi nodded, then, with a sigh, stuck the band-aid on his own mouth. Sitting at the edge of the bed, dejected and silent, Jiang Ling looked at him in confusion. "What kind of look is that?" Pei Siyi's red eyes, filled with grievance, glanced up at him, attempting to say something, but the band-aid muffled his words, rendering him even more disheartened. Jiang Ling could see the droop of his two Qilin ears. Jiang Ling found it amusing, yet felt a twinge of tenderness. It was said that one would not cease until a bite was taken, yet after the bite, displeasure lingered. Pei Siyi market. Can the bite he refers to be likened to this one? He seeks merely a temporary mark, or rather, he yearns to taste Jiang Ling's essence. However now, tainted by the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, he felt utterly ashamed to continue this farce. A gentle kick to his waist caused Pei Siyi to turn around, only to encounter Jiang Ling, languidly leaning against the headboard. His disheveled attire revealed patches of sweat glistening on his collarbone, while his black pant legs had hiked up, exposing his slender, pale feet pressed against Pei Siyi's waist. Pei Siyi swallowed hard. Jiang Ling instinctively attempted to retract his foot, but hesitated, softly uttering, "Come here." Pei Siyi gazed at Jiang Ling. The embers of a once roaring fire within him flickered again, reignited by Jiang Ling's mere presence. Supporting himself against the bed, he knelt, leaning closer to Jiang Ling, his crimson eyes fixated on him unwaveringly. Jiang Ling met his gaze, sensing that despite Pei Siyi's silence, the alluring wildness within him had not diminished, rather intensified as he leaned closer, showcasing the virility of his physique. Jiang Ling could hear his own heartbeat, rapid, chaotic. His voice, thick with desire, lingered in the air. "Pei Siyi, did you not say to entice you?" Chapter 78. Do not tease Pei Siyi. Did you not say to entice you? Jiang Ling's delicate waist strained as he propped himself up, his petite, refined nose brushing against Pei Siyi's, igniting a spark between them. His snow-like eyes shimmered, and the tips of his ears flushed crimson. Pei Siyi was momentarily captivated. Jiang Ling bit his lip, then turned his head. gently pressing his soft lips against the corner of Pei Siyi's mouth, slowly peeling the bandage from his lips. The deep hollows of his collarbone blushed pink, and his exposed toes curled slightly, while his icy gaze held a flicker of desire mingled with shyness. Jiang Ling, holding the bandage, feigned calmness, asking with a tremor in his voice, "So, have I succeeded in enticing you?" Pei Siyi felt as though he had once been a bodhisattva, saving the suffering. For heaven had sent Jiang Ling into his life, agreeing to be his beloved. Not only that, Pei Siyi's voice was hoarse with suppressed desire as he grasped Jiang Ling's waist, pulling him close, his lips hovering near Jiang Ling's, each word punctuated with longing. "You have bewitched me." Jiang Ling's fingertips trembled, yet he wrapped his arms around Pei Siyi. "Then allow me to help you reclaim it." For a brief moment, Pei Siyi's mind went blank, but soon he pressed Jiang Ling down, fervently kissing him, his hand deftly lifting the hem of Jiang Ling's clothing. The moment his palm made contact with skin, both shuddered. Jiang Ling gasped, and Pei Siyi froze. In the next instant, he withdrew his hand, hastily dressing Jiang Ling. "We haven't even proposed yet." Pei Siyi looked at Jiang Ling, his breath heavy with restraint. "No." Jiang Ling cast a sidelong glance at him, tender kisses falling rapidly upon him, on his lips, the corners of his eyes, and finally on his vulnerable neck. Despite the fervor of their bodies, a thread of rationality held back the tide. Pei Siyi nipped at his throat, murmuring, "My darling, do not suffer any indignity." Jiang Ling was compelled to tilt his head back, his icy eyes reflecting the light of the heavens. In that moment, all uncertainty and anxiety seemed to dissipate with Pei Siyi's words, and the metaphorical knife lodged in his heart was, if only slightly, withdrawn, leaving no bloodshed, merely the removal of a festering wound. Suddenly, Jiang Ling recalled a question he had not directly answered. He wrapped his arms around Pei Siyi's neck, holding him tightly. Lowering his head, he pressed a kiss to the corner of Pei Siyi's mouth, his voice softer than ever. "Pei Siyi, I like you." Pei Siyi momentarily choked, then chuckled softly. "Jiang Ling, you truly are a handful." He grasped Jiang Ling's hand, his red eyes ablaze with desire. Jiang Ling's hand was pinned down, his icy gaze widening in shock, feeling as if scalded, yearning to withdraw but being firmly held in place. "Jiang Ling, help me." Pei Siyi kissed him again, coaxing, "You did not refuse earlier, but this time it was you who initiated. You must take responsibility." A blush rose in Jiang Ling's cheeks, and after a moment's hesitation, he closed his eyes, burying his face in Pei Siyi's shoulder, surrendering his hand to his control. Moments later, Pei Siyi grasped his other hand, and then suddenly exhaled. "You understand." Cool water slipped through his fingers. After washing his hands, Jiang Ling stood still, staring at his reflection in disbelief. What had he just done? Heat surged to his face, and, as he closed his eyes, he instinctively raised his hand to cover his face, only to recall something. Jiang Ling placed his hands behind his back, attempting to ignore the situation. Pei Siyi was downstairs showering, having taken the soiled sheets with him. Jiang Ling, after finding clean replacements, still found it difficult to face the bed. He turned to the balcony, settled into a rocking chair, and picked up his phone to message Su Yunqing. "Jiang Ling, Director, how is the situation being handled?" "Su Yunqing, it has been reported. The 3 venue directors, along with the coaches and students, have all been taken away. Surveillance footage, along with videos from our students and the drug powder in Li Shiheng's possession. All evidence is present. They won't be out for years." Su Yunqing seemed to downplay the situation. Having seen Pei Siyi's anger today, she doubted Lu Chang and the others would see the light of day again. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, thinking that Su Yunqing's assessment likely excluded the 3 students from those venues. From his observations today, only the 3 directors and Coach Li Shiheng were aware of the alpha stimulation drugs. Jiang Ling, Director, what about the locations of those 3 venues? Su Yunqing, are you considering purchasing their venues as Omega-exclusive facilities? I think that's feasible. Their locations are quite good, and they require no renovations. We could open immediately. At most, they would just need to change some equipment, saving considerable time. Su Yunqing, however, they likely won't be willing to sell to us. Jiang Ling, leave that to me. Su Yunqing had been waiting for him to say that and immediately agreed, though soon after, she began to fret over her depleted finances. The door to the 2nd floor opened, and the breeze carried the scent of shower gel to Jiang Ling's cheek. He turned to see Pei Siyi wrapped in a towel, his damp, red hair cascading down. As he swept his hand through it, a glimmer of satisfaction danced in his sharp features. "Who are you chatting with?" he inquired as he approached. "The director," Jiang Ling replied, pursing his lips, feeling uneasy. "We want to buy Liu Chang's 3 venues. Can you assist me?" As soon as he spoke, he recalled Pei Siyi had just uttered the same words, causing his ears to flush. Pei Siyi, noticing, could not help but chuckle, then squatted beside Jiang Ling in the rocking chair. "All right, what will my wife reward me with?" Jiang Ling felt that Pei Siyi's address of him as wife now held a different connotation than before, though he could not pinpoint why. Looking at Pei Siyi's damp red hair, Jiang Ling stood up. "Allow me to dry your hair." Pei Siyi settled into the rocking chair, while Jiang Ling stood behind him. Warm air swept over his hair, and Jiang Ling's slender, pale fingers wove through the strands, causing Pei Siyi to close his eyes in comfort. When the dryer was turned off, Pei Siyi turned and lifted Jiang Ling onto his lap, then leaned back, causing the rocking chair to sway gently. Jiang Ling, blushing, lay against Pei Siyi's chest, his previously tense body relaxing with the motion. After a moment, he spoke. "Director, Su currently lacks sufficient funds to purchase those 3 venues. I plan to invest some of your money to acquire shares." Though these shares held little value for Pei Siyi at present, Jiang Ling foresaw the immense potential in the Omega fighting arena market, which was vast and in high demand. He believed he could rise from the depths to the pinnacle of society. "Pei Siyi, one day, I will be able to support you." Jiang Ling's voice was soft and cool, yet it penetrated deeply into Pei Siyi's heart. With a subtle lift of his crimson lips, Pei Siyi pulled the slender figure in his embrace closer, burying himself in Jiang Ling's arms, feeling both satisfied and contented. "Wife, please refrain from teasing. I truly cannot endure it any longer." In Chapter 79, Pei Siyi found the heavens collapsing around him. Jiang Ling had no time to prepare lunch, primarily because Pei Siyi was overly clingy, refusing to release her from his grasp. Ultimately, he called upon the housekeeper from his villa. The meal was prepared in the villa and brought over, and as the couple descended the stairs, the 2 housekeepers were already setting the table. Upon seeing them, the housekeeper stepped back in unison and greeted them, "Young master, young mistress." Jiang Ling paused slightly before continuing down the stairs, while Pei Siyi's lips subtly curved upwards, casting a satisfied glance at the housekeepers. The boss was pleased, so the housekeepers felt a surge of happiness as well, knowing that the Pei family did not have a habit of dining in public. After exchanging pleasantries, the housekeepers departed, promising to return after the couple finished their meal to tidy up. Due to the small round table not being able to accommodate the abundance of dishes, the housekeepers arranged the food on the spacious coffee table, which was soon filled to the brim. It was no wonder 2 housekeepers were needed. One could hardly manage it alone. Jiang Ling gazed at the exquisite dishes and the sculpted bone china in front of her, pondering how Pei Siyi was indeed the heir of a top-tier family, with every aspect of his life marked by luxury. The past couple of days spent with him had likely left her neither well-fed nor well-rested, often finding herself sleeping on the sofa. At that moment, Jiang Ling realized that Pei Siyi had never forcefully altered her lifestyle, but had instead been integrating himself into her world, adapting to her rhythm. Only when she had fully accepted him did he begin to gradually introduce his life into theirs. Her snow-white lashes lowered slightly as Jiang Ling turned to Pei Siyi, who, despite his seemingly domineering nature, exhibited a tenderness that melted her heart in certain respects. "Wife, do taste this braised pork rib." As she looked at the additional rib in her bowl, Jiang Ling picked it up and savored it. After swallowing, Pei Siyi inquired, "Is it delicious?" She nodded, affirming that it was delightful, perfectly balanced, sweet yet not cloying, far surpassing her own cooking. In response, Pei Siyi eagerly served her more dishes. Knowing her appetite was modest, he offered a little of everything, adding extra helpings of her favorites while setting aside those she did not prefer. Understanding his intentions, Jiang Ling complied, sampling several dishes until she could eat no more and finally set down her chopsticks. At that moment, Pei Siyi had identified her likes and dislikes, snapping a photo of the dishes to send to the housekeepers. He then said, "Wife, if you ever feel tired and do not wish to cook, just send a message to the housekeepers and have them deliver meals." "Can they deliver every time?" Jiang Ling asked, looking at him. "I'm not particularly fond of cooking." This was true. She only cooked to stave off hunger, and now with the 2 housekeepers providing delicious meals, who would want to settle for ordinary fare. Having accepted Pei Siyi, she realized her life would inevitably change, and she should learn to adapt to his lifestyle. She couldn't let Pei Siyi endure hardships alongside her. As Jiang Ling came to terms with this, Pei Siyi, however, was at a loss. He had not anticipated that with the arrival of the two housekeepers, his wife would no longer be cooking. Pei Siyi felt as if the world had crumbled. He stopped eating, tugging at Jiang Ling's clothing. Does this mean you won't cook anymore? Jiang Ling looked at him, puzzled. Do you want to eat what I make? Pei Siyi nodded vigorously, then reconsidered and shook his head. If you don't want to, that's fine, but if your mood permits, could you perhaps cook sometimes? Seeing his earnest expression, Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. Cooking was merely a simple task, nothing too difficult. After finishing their meal, they went to the police station to give their statements. Given the ample evidence, the police merely followed protocol, asking a few questions before releasing them. As they exited, they ran into Chen Yang, Zhang Feng, and others who had also come to provide their accounts. Notijin Pc beside Jiang Chen Yang discreetly gave him a thumbs up. It was no surprise that Pei Siyi had captured the heart of Coach Jiang. The two were indeed well suited. However, what impressed him most was Jiang Ling's boldness in public displays of affection. This was akin to a hard tree blossoming or a fire igniting in Antarctica. Furthermore, the kiss they shared that morning in the ring had become widely known. Not only did over 200 people witness it, but the appearance of the top alpha and the influence of the enhancement drugs had attracted a flood of viewers in the live stream, who witnessed the entire romantic moment. Later, upon their departure, Su Yunxing delayed the live stream to maintain its popularity and verify the event's authenticity until the police arrived to apprehend someone. During this time, Pei Siyi's identity was unearthed. After all, there were only a few top-tier families in Zhongzhou, and with Pei Siyi's distinctive red hair and eyes, it was too easy to guess. An omega, so formidable that the three martial arts gyms targeted him with enhancement drugs, coupled with the heir of the foremost family. Pei Siyi created a sensational stir when they were seen together. The footage of their kiss was trending wildly online, receiving Chen Yang's thumbs up. Pei Siyi couldn't suppress a triumphant smile, his expression radiating pride that made Jiang Ling avert her gaze. He hurried her away, driving to the supermarket, declaring, "Tonight, I shall cook." Pei Siyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly entered the car. They arrived at a large supermarket. On this Saturday, with crowds bustling about, Pei Siyi appeared reluctant to navigate through the throngs, and Jiang Ling did not press him, suggesting, "You can wait outside for me." However, Pei Siyi pulled her toward the basement level. "Wife, come with me. I know a floor where no one is present." Jiang Ling thought to mention that he had shopped for groceries here many times, and weekends were typically busy, but upon descending to the basement, she discovered he was indeed correct. There was no one around. After a cursory glance, she spotted a bunch of grapes priced at 780 yuan and understood why this floor was deserted. Were these grapes from another realm? They were more expensive than her own. Retracting her hand, Pei Siyi immediately turned back, asking what's wrong. Jiang Ling retrieved her wallet, and upon seeing Pei Siyi's bank cards nestled inside, she sighed in relief. "It's nothing, let us go." Thankfully, while she could not yet afford to support Pei Siyi, he could still take care of himself, and, by extension, her. Pei Siyi pushed a shopping cart behind Jiang Ling, instinctively reaching for some crabs upon seeing them, but froze mid-motion, ultimately withdrawing his hand and turning to leave. Jiang Ling, understanding his thoughts, stepped forward and instructed a staff member, "Please pack these up for me." The staff member swiftly complied, tossing the bag on the scale with remarkable speed, leaving Pei Siyi no time to intervene. He frowned, displeased with the staff member's rapid pace, akin to a robbery. Looking down, he said to Jiang Ling, "Uncle Xiao mentioned that your stomach is sensitive, and you should avoid cold foods." As the staff member affixed the price tag, smiling brightly, she handed the package to Jiang Ling, saying, "Here you go. Please take care." "Thank you," Jiang Ling replied, unhesitatingly placing the bag into the shopping cart. "I want to eat these." "You will." Pei Siyi's fingertips trembled. The nearby staff member, who had been waiting patiently, finally completed a transaction, feeling delighted as she observed the couple's affectionate exchange, wishing them well. In Chapter 80, Pei Siyi slightly turned his gaze, the light casting a soft glow over his sharp features. His crimson lips appeared to warm, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Thank you." While the staff member was swift, she also possessed a keen eye for detail. With a hint of warmth in his ears, Jiang Ling nodded at the staff member before quickly leading the self-satisfied Pei Siyi away. After that, Pei Siyi was encouraged to voice his cravings, and Jiang Ling selected what she could cook. Before long, their shopping cart was brimming. Jiang Ling glanced at the ingredients, deeming them sufficient for a meal the following afternoon, and thus turned towards the snack aisle. While she had no particular fondness for snacks, Pei Siyi certainly did. Jiang Ling gazed at the wall of potato chips, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to indulge. So he simply took the cart and gestured to Pei Siyi to let him handle it. In a moment of nostalgia, Pei Siyi felt as though he had returned to his childhood, chuckling as he embraced Jiang Ling. "My dear, why do I feel as though you are treating me like a child?" Jiang Ling found the topic oddly familiar, recalling the last time he had fled in embarrassment after a blunder. He resolutely chose self-deception. "No, I don't think of you as a child." Pei Siyi raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Jiang Ling nodded affirmatively. Pei Siyi studied him, noticing his unwavering conviction, and suddenly realized, "Oh, it's because you've tested the merchandise. So that's it." A moment later, Jiang Ling, with a cold expression and flushed ears, pushed the shopping cart behind Pei Siyi, who was lamenting while selecting snacks. Pei Siyi felt wronged. In this day and age, even speaking the truth invites trouble. Thanks to a previous experience, Jiang Ling's cooking this time was just sufficient to leave Pei Siyi feeling moderately satisfied. The television in the living room blared with noise, while Jiang Ling stood in Pei Siyi's forbidden kitchen washing dishes. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the television. Jiang Ling paused, unable to resist glancing back. The originally cold and monotonous black and white apartment was now illuminated by the vibrant colors projected from the screen, and the most striking figure was leaning against the black sofa, casting a lingering, intimate gaze. This scene resembled that of a warm, loving couple, a portrayal Jiang Ling could never have envisioned in his past life. He discreetly averted his gaze, slowly finishing the last dish. After washing his hands, his movements were languid and casual, leaving faint red marks from the rough paper towel on his distinctly sculpted fingers, showcasing the allure of male hands. The damp paper towel, tightly crumpled, was tossed into the trash, producing a soft yet gratifying sound. Pei Siyi, with keen hearing, detected Jiang Ling's emotional shift from that sound. Raising an eyebrow and tilting his head, was he so pleased just because he didn't enter the kitchen? As Jiang Ling approached, his delicate and ethereal appearance radiated a soft glow. Even his lips were a faint pink, though he should have appeared aloof when his icy, indifferent eyes met Pei Siyi's. It felt as though he was being pulled into an endless glacier, revealing the mysterious danger hidden beneath his calm exterior, sending his heart racing. Thus, as Jiang Ling approached against the light, Pei Siyi felt as though he were being seduced. The dark, intense gaze, in contrast to the vibrant backdrop, surged with hidden passion as he intently watched Jiang Ling extend his slender arm and say, "Jiang Coach, hug." This enchanting creature was adept at playful charm, daringly seeking affection. With a slight glance, Jiang Ling disregarded the outstretched hands and firmly grasped the back of Pei Siyi's neck, leaning in to plant a kiss, catching him by surprise, yet still complying. Pei Siyi's throat bobbed as the sensation on his lips quickened his heart. He reached out, his cool fingertips entwined with Pei Siyi's larger hand, soon followed by an arm encircling Jiang Ling's waist, pulling him closer. Pei Siyi rose, kneeling on the sofa, readily drawing Jiang Ling from behind the couch into his embrace. As Pei Siyi sat back down with Jiang Ling in his arms, he asked, "Why did you suddenly kiss me?" Jiang Ling straddled Pei Siyi's lap, the position causing his ears to flush. His long legs curved around Pei Siyi's sides, the hem of his pants sliding down to reveal delicate ankles, his slippers slipping off, exposing the slender, veined tops of his feet, exuding an alluring charm. "Is it wrong to kiss when I want it?" Pei Siyi's heated fingertips traveled slowly down Jiang Ling's exquisite back, finally resting in the hollow of his waist. A restrained caress. Breathing heavily, Pei Siyi's voice was strained. "You cannot take the initiative to kiss me." Jiang Ling trembled under the touch on his waist, his voice wavering. "Why not?" Pei Siyi unabashedly revealed his desire, squeezing the soft flesh to draw Jiang Ling closer until their bodies fit perfectly together. He smirked. "Do you feel it? I have little patience for you in this regard." Jiang Ling's lower abdomen tightened, his feet tensing, even his toes curling with intensity as he leaned to retreat. only to be held firmly in place. Pei Siyi, still holding him, teasingly asked, "Are you still going to kiss me?" With a slight flutter of his eyelashes, Jiang Ling tilted his head back, slowly and provocatively bringing his pale, soft lips to meet Pei Siyi's vibrant red ones, articulating, "I will kiss." As Pei Siyi's eyes darkened, he leaned down, but Jiang Ling suddenly rose. Looking down at him, his ears completely flushed. "You handle it." After dropping that line, Jiang Ling hurriedly departed, his back reminiscent of a playful rogue. Pei Siyi stared at Jiang Ling's retreating figure until he vanished on the second floor, before incredulously rubbing his face, realizing, "Have I been played?" When Pei Siyi emerged from the chilly bathroom, he found Jiang Ling seated on the sofa, evidently waiting for him. Pei Siyi inhaled sharply. "My dear, what have I done to deserve such a punishment?" A hint of amusement flickered in Jiang Ling's icy gaze as he replied, "I'm not teasing you. I came to collect those 2 Qilin flowers from earlier." Pei Siyi let out a breath of relief. He had no resistance against Jiang Ling's allure, easily swept away by his charm. If Jiang Ling hadn't helped him, he would have had to take a cold shower. With a wave of his hand, a small chaotic door appeared before Jiang Ling. Despite having seen it several times, he remained astonished. Pei Siyi approached. "The flowers are inside. Would you like to retrieve them yourself?" Jiang Ling looked behind the door, which was completely dark, allowing no light to penetrate. "Where does this lead?" "To my villa." Pei Siyi grasped Jiang Ling's hand, guiding it through the chaotic door, where his fingertips brushed against a slight coolness. Jiang Ling pulled out a small Qilin flower, just as fresh as the one he had seen in the morning, showing no signs of withering. In Chapter 81, Jiang Ling, for the second time, did not let Pei Siyi take the lead and reach for the flower himself. Pei Siyi watched him play, a smile creeping onto his lips. The Qilin flower won T wilt for half a year after being picked. "One day, I'll take you to see the Qilin tree at the villa." After both flowers were retrieved, Jiang Ling held one to his nose, his expression softening. "Is the Qilin tree large? How many flowers does it have?" Pei Siyi recalled the small tree at home, barely reaching his calf, and absent-mindedly touched his nose. "Not very big, but it has plenty of flowers. You can pick them whenever you like." Jiang Ling took him at his word. Only later, upon seeing the flowers bloom, did he understand how heavy the seemingly light phrase, "You can pick them anytime," truly was. Pei Siyi, with one hand resting on the sofa's back and the other casually tapping a flower petal, proposed, "Shall we sew them together to make a small blue bag?" Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and decided to take out one flower. "Let us make one." "What about the other?" "This one is too beautiful. I want to keep it." Pei Siyi felt a flutter in his heart. Praising the Qilin flower was akin to complimenting him. With a slight smile, he took the flower and ruffled Jiang Ling's hair. "Wait here. I'll go make it." The small chaotic door suddenly enlarged, and as Pei Siyi prepared to leave, he felt a firm grip on his wrist. "Where are you going?" Jiang Ling held on to him, looking up with a fleeting emotion in his icy eyes. Pei Siyi couldn't discern what it was, so he turned to comfort him. "I'm going to make the small blue bag. All the materials are at the villa. Can't you bring them here to make it? I also need to pluck a scale to transform into my true form. This place is too small. Then let us not make it." Jiang Ling pursed his lips, taking the flower from Pei Siyi's hand. "This is just as effective. No need to pluck a scale." Jiang Ling's demeanor turned cool. "There is really no need." Sensing Jiang Ling's discontent, Pei Siyi immediately capitulated. "You're right, dear. It truly isn't necessary. I'll bring the materials, and we can make it right here." The small blue pouch is quite easy to make. Simply place some flowers along with a selection of calming and energizing herbs into the pouch, and then sew it shut with a needle and thread. Pei Siyi picked up the needle and thread, stitching it haphazardly before confidently presenting it to Jiang Ling. Although the plan to cook for love did not come to fruition, crafting a fragrant sachet as a token of affection remains a delightful tale. Master Pei, known for his noble arrogance, willingly humbled himself for love, moved by his own grand gesture. However, when he glanced up, he noticed Jiang Ling disdainfully snipping the loose threads off the small blue pouch. Pei Siyi's heart shattered at that moment. "My dear, do you find me lacking?" Jiang Ling trembled at this sorrowful and incredulous inquiry, hastily setting down the scissors, his eyes darting as he shook his head, insisting, "I did not mean that. Please do not misunderstand." Pei Siyi regarded him for a long while, eventually sighing, wiping his face, his brows and eyes drooping as he turned away. pulling a blanket over his head and collapsing onto the sofa. Ignoring Jiang Ling pursed his lips, guilt flooding his heart. He reached out to poke Pei Siyi, but Pei Siyi, still wrapped in a blanket, turned away, presenting the back of his head. After a moment of silent contemplation, Jiang Ling proposed, "Shall we go upstairs to sleep together?" With a sudden whoosh, the blanket was flung aside. Pei Siyi sprang up, lifting Jiang Ling as he ascended the stairs, his eyes brimming with excitement, his words tumbling out in a rapid-fire manner devoid of punctuation. "This is what you suggested. My dear, not a request of mine, nor a reward. It cannot be changed. We must always sleep together now, and you must take responsibility." His steps were steady, and Jiang Ling felt no jostling, only the swiftness of their ascent. In the blink of an eye, they reached the top, and in a moment he was tossed onto the bed. Jiang Ling struggled to process what had just been said before being fiercely pulled into Pei Siyi's embrace. "Good night, my dear." The following noon, Xiao Nan called. "Boss, the acquisition of the 3 venues you requested has been completed at 10% below the lowest estimated price." Pei Siyi placed a piece of sweet and sour fish into Jiang Ling's bowl. "But what?" he urged. Xiao Nan felt a chill run down his spine under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "However, Mr. Su, Mr. Shi, and young Master Luo also wished to invest." Pei Siyi had his phone on speaker, prompting Jiang Ling to ponder briefly. It seemed that astute individuals had already discerned the business opportunity and were eager to seize it. Luo Ling, Shi, and the others, being Pei Siyi's friends, only sought to invest. If it were others, they might have ventured to establish their own venues. It appeared they needed to expedite their plans. Pei Siyi shot him a glance and hung up the phone. Jiang Ling returned to awareness. "Why did you hang up?" Pei Siyi replied. "Once you have made up your mind, I will call them back. For now, focus on your meal. It is not good for digestion to be distracted." Jiang Ling nodded, diligently eating as the aunt's braised fish was indeed delicious. Meanwhile, the 4 men listened to the busy signal on the phone, exchanging glances. "What does this mean?" Su Jin twirled the lighter between his fingers before igniting a cigarette, his tone rising with irritation. "Shall we just kick him out and open our own?" "No. The Shi family cannot compare to the Su family. With a single punch from Pei Siyi, your family might still salvage some scraps, but ours cannot." Shi remarked, his brow furrowing deeper. The strong scent of tobacco, mixed with various omega pheromones from Su Jin, was nauseating. He could not comprehend how Su Jin, also an alpha, managed to endure it. Frowning, he turned to Luo Ling Shi across the sofa. "Xiao Shi, let us switch places." With a decisive snap, the lighter was extinguished. Luo Ling Shi glanced at Su Jin, mustering the courage to decline. "Brother Shi, I've already warmed this sofa. Even if you switch, you won't find it comfortable." There were only 2 sofas, with Luo Ling Shi sitting beside Xiao Nan, and Shi beside Su Jin. Switching would leave them both with sore backsides. She fell silent. Su Jin extinguished his freshly lit cigarette, his tone exasperated. "Then let us not open it. I don't understand why you insist on meddling. The Shi family ranks 10th. How much can a fighting Jim possibly earn? The time you spend here on the phone could have earned him enough for a decade. Is your Shi family going bankrupt? Or have you lost your senses?" She remained expressionless, as if he regarded the others as mere background noise. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Xiao Nan, between Pei Siyi and his omega. "Who listens to whom more?" Su Hin scoffed. "Pei Siyi listens to others? He only occasionally heeds his family's words. I've known him for years, and he has never listened to us." Xiao Nan replied without hesitation. "The boss listens to the boss lady." Su Hin. Luo Ling Shi added, "As long as sister-in-law speaks. My brother will certainly agree." Su Hin. Chapter 82. A comfortable transformation. Shi's brow finally relaxed a bit. He nodded at Xiao Nan. "Thank you for your hard work, Assistant Xiao. When Master San returns the call, I will need you to inform us." Xiao Nan felt a surge of emotion. Truly Shi, who had led the Shi family from beyond the 20th place to 10th, possessed an acutely sensitive business sense and an intricate mind. Xiao Nan quickly stood, refraining from saying it was a hassle. All 3 were friends of the boss, and it was a responsibility to relay the message. She smiled faintly, saying nothing more. In truth, among the 3, only Luo Ling Shi and Su Jin could be considered friends of Pei Siyi. He was merely a friend of friend, still a step removed from true friendship. As she turned to leave, Su Jin followed, perplexed and impatient. "Wait, you're just leaving?" Weren't you just adamant about investing? Sure, she remained silent, ignoring him, pressing the elevator button while engrossed in his phone. Su Jin clicked his tongue, his grip tightening, ultimately pulling out a cigarette to light, his tone frustrated. Fine, go ahead and leave. What is so great about this fighting gym? It won't earn much money anyway. Pei Siyi is just trying to please his Omega. You shouldn't be meddling. You're not an Omega. Ding. The elevator arrived. Sure, she calmly stowed his phone and, as the door opened, seized Su Jin by the collar, dragging him into the elevator without mercy. The freshly lit cigarette fell to the ground, and Su Jin's words were abruptly cut off. Following behind, Luo Ling, she paused, witnessing Sure, she turned around, hand gripping Su Jin's neck. He shuddered, swiftly retreating toward Qiao Nan's office. Damn, those two lunatics are at it again. After finishing their meal, Jiang Ling informed Su Yunqing about the investment interest from the three individuals. The second-ranked Luo family, the sixth-ranked Su family, and the 10th-ranked Sure family stirred excitement in Su Yunqing's heart, his hands trembling as he nearly strained his voice. They want to invest? Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, leaning against Pei Siyi's embrace, one hand on the phone while the other scrolled through trending topics on Pei Siyi's phone. It's the director's excellent promotion. Discussions about how powerful Omegas can be are thriving online. Astute individuals can easily spot the business opportunity. Jiang Ling's fingers halted on his phone, spotting an advertisement among the myriad discussions. Goodness, is this for real? Omegas can truly be this formidable? Do the three Venus really need alpha stimulant drugs to attack? For those who doubt, the livestream replay is available. A top alpha publicly interrogated the coach, who admitted it himself, and the police arrived afterward. I did. Though the Omega didn't take action, he appears to be quite popular with the students. And all three Venus targeted him with alpha stimulant drugs, indicating he must be quite impressive. Of course, I am an Omega. While I am not subjected to targeting by the three Venus with alpha drugs, no alpha dares to look down on me in daily life. Recently, I even helped an Omega being harassed to drive away an alpha. My heavens! Are those upstairs regular exercisers? Could you share your methods? There is no particular method. I simply take a variety of vitamin and mineral supplements daily to ensure my health before heading to the boxing gym to learn from my instructor. Without good health, nothing can be accomplished. I seek a sharing of vitamin and mineral supplements. This is the picture. I have been consuming them for many years, and you can try purchasing a course. Thank you for sharing. May good people live in peace. Jiang Ling felt the embrace of Pei Siyi from behind. His head resting on her shoulder and naturally caught sight of the content on her phone, letting out a light chuckle. It seems there are indeed many clever people. Su Yunqing paid closer attention to the online activity than they did and had long since noticed the subtle maneuvers of various businesses. There are those selling fitness equipment, nutritious meals, and many boxing gyms have begun to emulate Shang Yi by offering Omega self-defense courses. However, no one can outpace her. No need to worry, Coach Jiang. I have already posted your ring videos and teaching clips on our official Shang Yi account, and we have announced the opening of 3 exclusive Omega venues, which has garnered considerable interest. Su Yunqing shifted her tone, but we have only opened 3 venues. No, in fact, they want to open for another half month. How can we encourage them to invest now? Jiang Ling gently reminded, Director, we have too few Omega instructors to move faster and further in the future. Jiang Ling cannot bear this alone. It would be fortuitous if those 3 venues, with their substantial resources and connections, could provide Omega instructors. A spark of understanding lit up Su Yunqing's eyes. Jiang Ling affirmed, and said she would have them contact her before hanging up the phone. I can also find instructors. Why should we allow them to profit from this? It's unnecessary. Pei Siyi, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, tightened his embrace around her, his nose brushing against Jiang Ling's ear, as light filtered through her earlobe, creating an amber glow. He gazed for a moment, held back his desires, and ultimately allowed his tongue to slip into his moist mouth. Jiang Ling shivered slightly and turned her head to evade him, casting a warning glare before leaning back into his embrace, resembling a cat whose paw has been pinched. After a soft meow, she withdrew her hand only to return, nestled comfortably once more. Pei Siyi felt a stirring within him, sensing a dryness in his throat. I know you are remarkable, Jiang Ling stated, but we cannot hold all the shares. Otherwise, Director Su may worry about being marginalized. Furthermore, I have the capability to forge my own path. You may support me, but I cannot rely on you as a crutch. Pei Siyi did not quite catch what Jiang Ling had said, as her long hair swayed with his movements, a few strands slipping into his collar and trailing down to his abdomen, sending tingles akin to electric currents. Pei Siyi's abdomen tightened as Jiang Ling felt the softness behind her turn rigid. Thus she glanced back at him, her hair cascading once more, causing Pei Siyi to inhale sharply, his throat constricting. Yet Jiang Ling remained oblivious to his discomfort, her gaze clear and innocent. What is wrong? Nothing. I am at your command, Pei Siyi replied, biting down on his molars to suppress his rationality, though his racing heart betrayed him. After leaning back into him for a while longer, Jiang Ling felt the rhythm of his heartbeat resonate through her shoulder, leaving one side of her body slightly weak. In the past 2 days, he had diligently reviewed the foundational information of this world and learned that top alphas possess overwhelming desires. According to Qiaonan, Qi Lin's tendencies in this regard were even more exaggerated. Perhaps this was why the Pei family's rules were so stringent. Without a partner's consent, they could not even make a temporary mark. Jiang Ling had intended to look up how to mark, but as mealtime approached and she found herself embraced by Pei Siyi, she felt too shy to do so. However, she had heard from Qiao and that marking would bring comfort to both individuals. Chapter 83. There is nothing I would not give. The heartbeat behind her continued to race, and Jiang Ling dared not move, remaining still against Pei Siyi for a while longer. She picked up Pei Siyi's phone and sent a message to Qiaonan. Why? Director Su has agreed to accept the investment. Here is the director's contact information. Please pass it along to them. Qiaonan was taken aback upon receiving the message. The boss had actually asked him for a favor. He nearly thought it was a figment of his imagination after a sudden demise. Fortunately, the sound of papers falling snapped him back to reality. Remembering that the boss was currently at Jiang Ling's place, he glanced at the message, which was filled with a polite and cool tone, and felt a surge of energy. Qiaonan, understood, Madam Boss. I will inform them. Jiang Ling felt a warmth at being addressed as Madam Boss. After putting down her phone, she leaned over to grab a cup of water from the coffee table, sipping delicately. The loose, lightweight white shirt she wore swayed with her movements. And since the collar had no buttons, the open V-neck revealed a glimpse of her chest as she leaned forward. Jiang Ling had not worn it before. Today, at home, she donned it at Pei Siyi's insistence. As she tilted her head back to drink, the collar shifted slightly, revealing exceptionally fair and delicate skin. The translucent water glistening on her lips, resembling a jelly made from juicy peaches, tantalizing the nerves in his red eyes. Clink! The porcelain cup made a crisp sound as it met the table, and the collar opened once more as Pei Siyi's arm displayed prominent veins. He lifted his hand to gently caress Jiang Ling's wrist, his gaze filled with desire. Wife, I am thirsty too. Pei Siyi's voice was inherently pleasing, with a crisp tone often tinged with youthful tremors. Yet, when enveloped in desire, his voice deepened, slow and alluring. The skin on her wrist reddened under his slightly calloused fingers, and Jiang Ling felt a tickling sensation but did not withdraw her hand. Was he longing for water? Pei Siyi chuckled softly and pulled her back into his embrace, his fingertips lightly brushing her soft lips, implying, "Indeed, I crave water. Will Coach Jiang allow me to drink?" Jiang Ling grasped his hand, her icy gaze lifting to meet his, her voice cool and slightly husky, imbued with double entendre. I have nothing I would not give. Suddenly, Pei Siyi surged to his feet, pressing her onto the sofa, a gasp caught in her throat. He held her head and captured her in a long, suffocating kiss. When he released her, Jiang Ling's mind swirled from the lack of oxygen. Pei Siyi licked the moisture from her lips, his voice penetrating deep within her heart. Jiang Ling, I love you dearly. Promise me, never leave my side. The knife upon her heart felt as though it had been partially withdrawn, and Jiang Ling wrapped her arms around Pei Siyi, making her first vow. I will not. I will never leave you. The two rested at home for another day. On the third day, Pei Siyi finally returned to the company. The reason was that he had been absent for some time, and the board had begun to voice discontent. PR was not a primary focus for the Pei family. It was merely a company handed to Pei Siyi by He Qingchu to help him gain experience after graduation. Pei Siyi, young and impulsive, coupled with rumors of his childhood traumas, led everyone to perceive him as a hot-headed youth ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. No one had faith in him, Yet he possessed a keen eye and a ruthless approach to business. His first project, despite the opposition, revitalized PR, allowing the company to quickly rise from obscurity to public attention, thanks to Pei Siyi's efforts. Later, He Qing transferred his shares to Pei Siyi, making the company entirely his domain. The board members, previously silenced, could not contain themselves in his absence. In the spacious, brightly lit conference room, 2 long tables were filled with people, the oppressive atmosphere threatening to explode. Envious glances targeted Xiao Nan, Pei Siyi's assistant, as if they aimed to strip him of flesh. Smack! A vice president flung a stack of photographs onto the table with a resounding thud. The images scattered quickly, and Xiao Nan adjusted his glasses, casually glancing at them. The pictures depicted scenes from the live broadcast, featuring Pei Siyi kissing Jiang Ling in the ring, as well as images of Pei Siyi being led away by Jiang Ling. The vice president turned to Xiao Nan, ready to sternly question Pei Siyi about the company's priorities. However, before he could utter a word, the meeting room door was abruptly thrust open, revealing the very individual he intended to address, standing at the threshold with a fiercely intimidating expression. The vice president was momentarily captivated by Pei Siyi's piercing crimson gaze, causing the words he had prepared to evaporate into a cough. Rumors of rebellion had reached Pei Siyi's ears, and he scanned the room with a chilling intensity, demanding to know who dared to defy him. An unnerving silence enveloped the room as the previously supportive vice president paled, realizing that those who once rallied behind him now dared not utter a sound. The very individual who had been his staunchest ally hastily gathered the photographs on the table, presenting them to Pei Siyi with a beaming smile. President Pei, this is the agenda from Deputy Li's meeting today, and, oh, there's also President Shun. He has one too. The atmosphere turned frosty as onlookers shivered at the unfolding scene, casting sympathetic glances towards Deputy Li and President Shun. It was evident that someone was stirring the pot behind the scenes, and the culprits were now ensnared by Pei Siyi's machinations. Allowing matters to escalate to this point without possessing leverage was unthinkable for Pei Siyi. Indeed, he took the list presented by Xiao Nan, meticulously cleaning house in a decisive purge. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling was being ushered by Su Yunqing to engage in promotional activities. After his lack of participation in the recent live broadcast, doubts regarding Jiang Ling's capabilities had begun to circulate online. Seated at the edge of the stage, Jiang Ling methodically wrapped his hands in bandages, while Su Yunqing animatedly encouraged him. Later, just fight normally against Zhang Feng, but be mindful of the camera. We need to showcase the prowess of an Omega. Jiang Ling bit down on the bandage and nodded in agreement. Su Yunqing continued, unleash all your spectacular moves. As many as you can. Ensure your opponent stands no chance. You must exude an air of unrivaled supremacy. Do you understand? Jiang Ling finished securing the bandage and nodded once more. Zhang Feng, with a twisted expression, glanced at the others. What? Am I not human? Why am I the one fighting against Coach Jiang? Chun Yang and the other coaches raised their cameras, casting sympathetic looks his way before shaking their heads in resigned sighs. Alas, brother, may you fare well. We shall miss you. After all, you are the strongest among us. To showcase Coach Jiang's strength, a worthy opponent is essential. Don't panic. My friend, we are all mere stepping stones, but you're simply the most deserving of being stepped upon. For the sake of the venue, make a sacrifice. Zhang Feng attempted to salvage some dignity. On what grounds do you think I cannot defeat Coach Jiang? As Chen Yang walked by, he retorted, just recall last time when it was 10 bodyguards, we took down 1 while you took down 6. Zhang Feng's expression crumbled, and he received a kick from Chen Yang. With his bandages secured, Jiang Ling clenched his fist. Perfect timing. Coach Jiang, we are ready. Zhang Feng ground his teeth, stepping onto the stage with a failed expression management. Finally exhaling, Coach Jiang, can I break a rib? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, clarifying, I have no penchant for breaking ribs. Chen Yang, in disbelief, turned to Jiang Ling. Coach Jiang, what did you just say? Chapter 84. If you can do it, do it. If not, roll away. The significant cleanup at PR had been planned long in advance. After all, excess dust inevitably harbors bothersome little pests, affecting not only morale, but also the company's growth. Pei Siyi had no intention of taking over the true family business, as the stronger the Qilin, the longer its lifespan. Consequently, those marked for life by a Qilin's bond would share this longevity. Hence, his father, now over 100 years old, could still live for 600 more. Given his father's workaholic nature, he was likely to work until his last breath. Pei Siyi wished to avoid becoming reliant on his family. Thus, he aimed to establish roots at PR. However, during this cleanup, it was inevitable that dust would stir, causing those little pests to scurry about, wasting precious time. Jiang Ling's promotional video required 4 takes to capture adequately, and by the time he emerged from Shang, night had fallen. A message from Pei Siyi appeared on his phone. Why? My dear, I'll be home late tonight. Do not wait for me. Rest early. As Jiang Ling strolled home, he replied, Jiang Ling, all right, don't overexert yourself. His message received a swift response, accompanied by 2 adorable heart emojis. Jiang Ling smiled softly, but as he passed a narrow alley, a timid voice interrupted him. Excuse me, are you the formidable Omega coach from online? Jiang Ling halted, glancing sideways. The speaker was of slight stature, cloaked in a loose, wrinkled black and white school uniform that accentuated their gaunt appearance. Dust clung to the fabric of their pants and knees, while red ink stains marred their white jacket. Their unkempt black hair suggested a lack of nourishment, and the shadows cast by the streetlight obscured their eyes, creating an aura of gloom. Jiang Ling's gaze scrutinized without reservation, causing the individual to grip their backpack straps tighter, their head drooping further. As they prepared to retreat into the darkness, Jiang Ling spoke up. If you mean the coach who was besieged by 3 venus and targeted with alpha enhancement drugs, then yes, that's me. The individual paused, their eyes lighting up with surprise as they finally revealed their face. It was a strikingly delicate visage, adorned with doe-like black eyes. You. They seemed to muster the courage to inquire but hesitated, their voice faltering. Jiang Ling tilted his head, his tone cold. If there is nothing else, I must return home for dinner. After a brief pause, and seeing the youth still silent, he turned to leave. He was no saint. When trapped amidst a heap of bones, he was labeled a demon. His blood, both tainted and pure, had once been salvaged by the emperor, ascending to the position of general merely out of gratitude. He had never harbored pity for the weak. Wait. The youth hurried after him, stopping a step away. Can you tell me how to become strong? For those yearning to escape the mire, Jiang Ling usually felt a sense of empathy. Want to know? Jiang Ling pivoted, his icy gaze glinting like a blade under the streetlight, his tall, lean figure standing firm, while his moonlit hair billowed in the wind like a general emerging from the flames of battle. The youth stared, momentarily entranced, as his throat bobbed several times. I want to know. Jiang Ling regarded him with calm eyes, while the youth grew pale under his scrutiny, yet did not retreat. Suddenly, a gust of night wind swept through, rustling the fallen leaves and sending them soaring into the inky darkness, before they gently settled at the entrance of a noodle shop. Join me for a bite. My love is working late tonight. Jiang Ling ordered 2 bowls of shredded chicken rice noodles, pushing one towards the youth. Initially hesitant, the youth's stomach betrayed him with an untimely growl, and under Jiang Ling's unabashed gaze, he awkwardly accepted the bowl and chopsticks. Thank you, sir. Jiang Ling was not one to engage in much conversation during meals, yet it was clear that if he remained silent, the youth's face would soon find itself buried in the bowl. The venue opens in half a month. You arrived a bit early. The youth chewed on a piece of chicken, his gaze dropping lower, his ears reddening. I don't have money to buy lessons. Oh, what a pity. Jiang Ling replied flatly, then continued slurping his noodles. The youth bit his lip. Sir, I can do anything. I have many skills. I can wash clothes, cook, and clean. Could you possibly allow me? His voice dwindled. To follow you during your classes? I can help. Anticipating gazes fell upon Jiang Ling, yet he remained unmoved. We have a washing machine at home and are not lacking a cook. Occasionally, a cleaner comes by. I dislike being disturbed while attending class. What you have mentioned holds no significance for me. The youthful boy's doe-like eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head in despair. Jiang Ling had always exhibited refined manners at the dining table, and by the time he finished his meal, the boy had already set down his chopsticks long ago. The noodles in the boy's bowl were consumed with great diligence, and the pallor of his face was somewhat warmed by the hot soup, revealing a hint of youthful vitality. Let us depart, Jiang Ling said as he rose. I shall escort you home. The boy, taken aback by this unexpected treatment after being declined, followed Jiang Ling closely out of the door, mimicking his steps. Night had fully descended, and he indeed dared not venture home alone, as certain streets leading to his residence were chaotic and prone to encounters with intoxicated individuals. No Omega would dare tread that path at night. He did not conceal this fact from Jiang Ling. To his surprise, Jiang Ling merely responded with a detached then gestured for him to lead the way. The boy found Jiang Ling's demeanor perplexing. He coldly rebuffed all his requests, appearing frigid and unfeeling. Yet he still invited him to dinner and offered to see him home. Their journey home was lengthy, requiring over an hour on foot. Thus, they could only take the bus part way. During the ride, Jiang Ling remained absorbed in his phone, while the boy, clutching his backpack, gazed at the passing lights that transitioned from vibrant hues to sparse glimmers, resembling a path from heaven to hell. Pain began to stir in the wound on his knee, and each step he took upon disembarking required him to grit his teeth in perseverance. Jiang Ling merely observed him, standing outside the bus, awaiting his descent to lead the way. As they traversed the street imbued with an atmosphere of chaos, an unforeseen incident occurred. At that moment, Pei Siyi had just finished reviewing the last document, and, with a furrowed brow, mercilessly dismissed a high-ranking official from a certain ostentatious faction. He texted them to report to the HR department the following day to resign. This marked the 13th individual Pei Siyi had let go today. Chow Nan maintained an impassive expression, a good boss. "Sir, shall I escort you back to the boss lady?" Pei Siyi glanced at the time, 11 p.m. Jiang Ling should have already retired for the night. The thought of Jiang Ling caused Pei Siyi's previously somber expression to lighten somewhat. He donned his jacket and headed outside. Chow Nan, witnessing this, slowly exhaled, his taut nerves easing slightly. When Pei Siyi was in a foul mood, it felt perilous. His countenance was so grim that it seemed he might hurl documents at anyone's face and bark. "If you can do it, do it. If not, get lost." Chow Nan hastily kept pace, contemplating the necessity of maintaining a good rapport with the boss lady. Perhaps it would save him in crucial moments. Chapter 85. Who took Jiang Ling away? The PR agency was somewhat distant, necessitating over 40 minutes of driving. Pei Siyi endeavored to open the door quietly. But upon seeing the unexchanged milky white cat's slippers on the shoe rack, the warmth in his crimson eyes abruptly froze. Suddenly, the lights illuminated the entire space, and his gaze rapidly swept across the first floor. Without changing his shoes, Pei Siyi strode up to the second floor. Upon discovering the empty bedroom and the untouched bed, a surge of terror engulfed his mind. Jiang Ling was not one to revel in mischief. His life was monotonous, revolving solely between his home and the office. Aside from Shang-Yi and his apartment, the supermarket was the only other place he frequented. He possessed no desire to explore the world, perhaps because the 23 years of confinement had extinguished his curiosity. The apartment and Shang-Yi were the only places where he felt secure. Thus, it was inconceivable for Jiang Ling to still be outside at midnight. Pei Siyi reached a conclusion in an instant. Who took Jiang Ling away? The dimly lit room on the second floor was split into irregular black and white sections by the light from outside. Pei Siyi stood in the doorway, backlit, his feet connected to an ever-lengthening shadow. The apartment was eerily silent. In the next moment, the sharp, urgent ring of his phone shattered the stillness. Pei Siyi swiftly dialed Jiang Ling's number, his jaw tightening with each ring, as if his very breath had diminished. The sound of his heartbeat seemed to penetrate his eardrums, reaching Jiang Ling on the other end. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Spare me. Please, I beg you to spare me." The chilling pleas for mercy echoed in a dark, secluded alley, where nearby old buildings had their windows tightly shut. A child, awakened by the commotion, curiously peeked outside, and through the green-tinted glass, one could glimpse a shadow stumbling away towards the alley's mouth. As the light grew brighter, the shadow became clearer, a disheveled figure with a thick, short neck, clumsily running, tripping over the debris in the alley. Ignoring his pain, he continued to crawl forward, as if something terrifying pursued him. Just as he was about to burst into the light at the alley's entrance, his legs buckled, and with a thud, he fell to the ground. In that moment, he could not even scream, for a rope had ensnared his neck, dragging him into the darkness. The child gasped, eyes wide, while an adult rushed forward to scoop him up. "Mommy, the naughty snake was beaten." "No, darling, you saw it wrong. No one beat him. He fell by himself. But I saw a very handsome brother holding the rope." "Sweetheart, you must have been mistaken. Now it's time for bed." The child was tucked into a warm blanket, while the alpha, dubbed the naughty snake, was dragged through the uneven alleyway. The tightening rope around his neck caused him to choke, and he had to claw desperately at it to gain even a modicum of breath. His back was scraped by sharp stones, the pain and darkness instilling terror that made his eyes bulge. He turned his gaze toward the ethereal figure ahead, tall and cold, resembling an angel. "Help! I was wrong. Please, I won't do it again." His pleas seemed utterly futile, as the angelic demon showed no signs of mercy. The alpha's face contorted with rage as he unleashed his inner pressure and pheromones, yet the figure ahead remained unperturbed. Why? Why is there no reaction at all? Even if the feeble Omega cannot scent my pheromones, why does my very presence elicit no response? Is my true form more powerful than my own? Before he could fathom this, an abrupt ringing disrupted the air. The rope around his neck slackened, and he gasped for air, catching sight of the figure halting, the phone's light illuminating their exquisite face, revealing a hint of embarrassment and confusion. Another pair of hurried footsteps approached, and a teenage boy in a high school uniform, drenched in sweat, halted beside them, his tone exuding excitement. "Sir, I've tied up those alphas." As he spoke, he perceptibly noted the subtle shift in Jiang Ling's expression, his gaze sweeping over the name Pei Siyi displayed on the phone screen, and he suddenly comprehended. He had seen the confrontation between Jiang Ling and Pei Siyi before. "Sir, allow me to handle this person. You take the call first?" "Very well." Jiang Ling handed the rope to the boy and added after a moment's thought, "Gag them." "Understood, sir." The boy quickly procured a filthy rag to stuff into the alpha's mouth, then dragged him swiftly deeper into the alley. Though slightly weakened under the alpha's pressure, his steps remained steady. Jiang Ling stood rooted, the phone ringing incessantly, the flashing light in the dark alley appearing particularly conspicuous. His pale lips pressed together, and Jiang Ling could not fathom why he felt compelled to take a deep breath before answering the call. With a soft electric hum, the call connected at last. Pei Siyi's temples throbbed as he spoke eagerly. "Jiang Ling." "Yes, have you returned?" A clear, soothing voice emerged, warm and untroubled, devoid of any hint of panic or pain. Jiang Ling was safe. Realizing this, Pei Siyi also felt a sudden release of tension in his breath, his chest rising and falling slightly, and his voice became dry and trembling. "Where are you?" "I returned home and did not see you." This sentence from Pei Siyi was somewhat prolonged, resembling a throat that had tightened from extreme anxiety, causing a slight hitch in his voice due to the chaos and dryness of his breath. His heart tightened uncontrollably for a moment. Jiang Ling finally understood the reason behind the need to inhale before answering the call. Subconsciously, he feared that Pei Siyi might be worried. His fingertips clenched the edge of his clothing as he bit his lip and said, "I am in an alley on Hongxiu Street in Beijing." Pei Siyi found this place in his memory, the most chaotic and harshest area at the bottom of society, where one could easily stumble into vice. Pei Siyi's temples throbbed again, and his voice grew twofold in heaviness. "Why go there? I encountered a child after work today. It was dark, so I sent him home. On the way, I ran into 4 drunken alphas." Jiang Ling narrated the events that had transpired, his voice flowing like a gentle stream. Yet, the more he spoke nonchalantly, the quicker the flames of anger ignited within Pei Siyi. He took a deep breath and asked, "And then?" Jiang Ling glanced toward the alley, recalling the disgusting expressions of those individuals, and frowned. "They said they wanted to mark me, so I fought them off and tied them up." Suddenly, there was a profound silence on the other end of the phone. Jiang Ling realized belatedly what he had just said, his breath catching in his throat as he hurriedly explained, "They didn't even touch me before I took them down. I didn't harm them. I was planning to take them to the police station." Pei Siyi's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. "Send me your exact location." It was over, Jiang Ling thought. Now he was truly angry. Chapter 86. What to do when you return. After sending the location, Jiang Ling immediately called for the boy. "You don't need to worry about this. Go home right now." "Sir?" The boy did not understand why Jiang Ling was suddenly so anxious, especially since he had not been this tense while confronting the assailants. Jiang Ling rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. "Hurry up, if my partner arrives. You won't be able to leave." The boy recalled the rumors about Pei Siyi online and thought about the scum Jiang Ling had encountered while escorting him home, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Then, "I'll take my leave. Thank you for bringing me back." The boy's words were cut short as he saw the crimson door that had suddenly appeared behind Jiang Ling, his dark pupils filled with horror. In the next moment, the oppressive aura of the chaotic Qilin enveloped them, and the boy felt as if he had been struck on the head, his vision going black as he fainted. Jiang Ling quickly raised his hand to grasp the boy's arm to prevent him from hitting his head on the ground, but he regretted it immediately, for Pei Siyi was standing right beside him, his gaze dark and fixated on Jiang Ling's hand, as if he intended to burn a hole through it. Jiang Ling thought, I should have used my legs to block him. Fortunately, the ground was not far below. Jiang Ling swiftly released his grip, allowing the boy to collapse onto the ground. But his hand was seized midway. Pei Siyi pulled him closer, one hand gripping his waist and pressing him against his chest, the other hand firmly grasping the nape of Jiang Ling's neck, forcing him to look up. A gaze as fierce as a flame swept across Jiang Ling's brow and parted lips, finally landing on the most vulnerable part of a human, the throat. Pei Siyi then leaned down, his nose brushing against Jiang Ling's neck, like a bee surveying its territory. The scent of various alphas filled the air. Listening to the man's dangerously low whisper, Jiang Ling felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. "BEC. Pei Siyi responded tenderly before suddenly biting into the side of Jiang Ling's neck. Jiang Ling gasped, his delicate neck arching in a beautiful and enticing curve. He grasped the wrinkled fabric of Pei Siyi's shirt, his fingertips trembling as he released it. For a moment, Pei Siyi gently licked the mark he had made, his words sending chills down Jiang Ling's spine. I've only been gone for half a day, and you've already been tainted by the pheromones of 4 alphas. BEC. Jiang Ling was not fond of Pei Siyi's words. I did not touch them. I know. It was their lack of awareness that allowed such inferior pheromones to cling to you. As Pei Siyi's words fell, his own pheromones surged toward Jiang Ling, almost instantly dispelling the murky low-grade pheromones until Jiang Ling was enveloped entirely in his scent, finally satisfying Pei Siyi. The hand that had gripped Jiang Ling's neck shifted to the side as Pei Siyi leaned down, domineeringly cradling Jiang Ling's face to kiss him. This kiss was unlike any other, wild and unrestrained, as if he intended to kiss straight down to Jiang Ling's throat. Jiang Ling's eyes quickly brimmed with tears. He could not withstand it, feeling his cheeks flush with heat. The mingling of sandalwood and frost fell from the corners of his mouth as the hand around his waist slid from his side to the small of his back, leaving Jiang Ling breathless and weak. His jade-like fingers fell from resistance to helplessness, and when Pei Siyi released him, he nearly collapsed into Pei Siyi's embrace, gasping for breath before remembering to voice his grievances. But this is outside. No one can see. Pei Siyi simply scooped Jiang Ling up, the sensation of weightlessness hitting him as Jiang Ling wrapped his arms around Pei Siyi's neck. He sat sideways on a man's arm, suddenly elevated by a head. Although he had experienced greater heights when piloting a mech, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic at this height of over 2 meters. Don't hold me like this. He kicked Pei Siyi, urging, put me down. I'll set you down once we get home. The door behind them opened again, and Pei Siyi gently pinched Jiang Ling's face, planting a soothing kiss on him. The first time you entered this door, you fainted. The next time, you were also in a dazed state. You might faint again this time. If you're scared, we can wait for Xiao Nen to come and pick us up. Jiang Ling pursed his lips and looked at Pei Siyi. Are you in a hurry to return? Pei Siyi did not deny it. Yes. What are we going back for? To mark you. The gaze that met Jiang Ling's was filled with boundless desire. I want to make you completely mine. Such forceful dominance left one's mind in a whirl. Jiang Ling replied, I'm not afraid. Passing through the chaotic door, Jiang Ling did not faint. Pei Siyi intended to toss him onto the bed, but Jiang Ling struggled fiercely, only to have his back pressed against the wall. Have you changed your mind? Pei Siyi bit his lip, questioning him. No. Jiang Ling's ears flushed red. He pushed the man away, wanting to get down. Dirty. Sweaty. I need a shower first. To his surprise, Pei Siyi picked him up and carried him toward the bathroom. We'll wash together. What? Jiang Ling's eyes widened, his words cut off by the closing bathroom door. Warm water cascaded down over them, their clothes carelessly tossed aside. Pei Siyi held a bath sponge, lathering it over Jiang Ling's body, while Jiang Ling kept his eyes closed, biting his lower lip, buried in Pei Siyi's embrace, his entire body flushed. Why aren't you opening your eyes? Pei Siyi kissed the corners of his eyes, and when he saw Jiang Ling still keeping them shut, he slid the sponge down from his chest. Smack! Jiang Ling suddenly grasped the man's hand, overwhelmed with embarrassment to the point of confusion, unable to articulate his thoughts. You. Pei Siyi chuckled softly. What's wrong? You're not washing yourself. I'm serving you. And besides, Pei Siyi's lips curled into a smile. Your body is saying it enjoys this. Boom! Jiang Ling's mind exploded with colors at those words. He could no longer endure it. Grasping at the man's mischievous hand, his ears burning with embarrassment. Pei Siyi, don't do anything unnecessary. Just mark me directly. Pei Siyi's hand gripping the sponge suddenly tensed, his veins standing out as he picked Jiang Ling up as if he were a child. Jiang Ling buried his head in Pei Siyi's embrace, his toes curling in tension. The moonlight cascaded down, flowing over his long hair, revealing the fragile glands under Pei Siyi's watchful gaze, glowing with a faint halo in the light, completely capturing Pei Siyi's attention. The restrained desire surged suddenly, like a volcanic eruption, as wild thoughts consumed his rationality. Crimson eyes narrowed in an instant, an overwhelming wave of pheromones crashing down upon the person in his embrace. Sharp fangs drew near to the gland, and the already dark red eyes deepened to an exquisite hue. Pei Siyi lowered his head, his voice rich and intoxicating. Jiang Ling, it is not too late to reconsider. Jiang Ling's icy gaze, clouded by mist, turned toward Pei Siyi as he whispered softly in his ear, no regrets. Chapter 87. Together, forever. The following morning, Jiang Ling uncharacteristically failed to rise early. Sunlight diffused through the sheer curtains, revealing that the bed linens had been replaced with deep black fabric at some point. His snow-white skin, partially concealed within, appeared particularly enticing when it peeked out. Jiang Ling lay ensconced within, as soft as melted ice cream. A delicate, jade-like leg slipped from beneath the covers, dazzlingly white under the sun's rays, with dark veins tracing along the instep, 2 red marks clearly visible at the ankle. A crimson anklet hung there, shimmering in the light. Pei Siyi returned from work during his lunch break, finding Jiang Ling still asleep. Resisting the urge to kiss him awake, he knelt by the bedside, softly calling out, "Darling, wake up to eat something before you sleep again." After several attempts, Jiang Ling finally stirred, his ice-blue eyes still hazy as he gazed at the ceiling, seemingly waiting for his thoughts to coalesce. Pei Siyi patiently awaited Jiang Ling's gaze to shift toward him. With tender affection, Pei Siyi caressed Jiang Ling's face and leaned in to kiss him, only to be met with Jiang Ling's hand, which playfully struck his cheek. "You rascal," he murmured, his hoarse voice as soft as the slap itself, neither painful nor irritating but igniting boundless fantasies within Pei Siyi's heart. His Adam's apple bobbed as he grasped Jiang Ling's wrist, rubbing his face against it. "I was wrong. Did I hurt you?" Jiang Ling regarded him, his annoyance fading, and with a sigh, he withdrew his hand. "Not all. What about your stomach? Does it hurt?" Pei Siyi reached beneath the covers, gently massaging Jiang Ling's abdomen. "They say this can help alleviate discomfort. Is it any better?" His hands were large, dry, and warm, easing the ache somewhat, though the sensation was more ticklish than relieving, causing Jiang Ling's body to tense instinctively. He grasped Pei Siyi's hand with his reddened fingertips. "I can't say it's unbearable," he said, his voice still hoarse as he changed the subject. "Let's eat first. I am hungry." As Pei Siyi carried him downstairs, 2 aunts remained in the house. Unaware of their presence, Jiang Ling, upon meeting their beaming gazes, wished time could rewind, insisting that Pei Siyi put him down. "Let me go. I can sit by myself." The 2 aunts exchanged glances, their conversation abruptly ceasing as they turned to leave. Once the door closed, their chatter resumed. "Oh, those 2 are such a perfect match. The young lady looks so beautiful when she's shy. That anklet on her ankle must be a Qilin chain, right? Is that a lifelong mark? Of course. The marks on her neck are so prominent. Oh, does this mean we'll soon have wedding candies to enjoy? At this rate? It should be soon." The apartment's soundproofing was not very effective, and the aunts' voices lingered until they entered the elevator. Jiang Ling felt a mix of sweetness and shyness, unable to confront the 2 and demand silence. He sat on Pei Siyi, not continuing the conversation, merely swaying his ankle, gazing at the delicate red anklet adorning his foot. "What is this?" Pei Siyi, indifferent to the discussion, wished the whole world knew he had marked Jiang Ling. He drew a bowl of light dishes and millet porridge closer, scooping a spoonful, blowing on it to cool, and offering it to Jiang Ling. "This is my first protective scale. It is said to carry the fortune of a Qilin. We Qilin often use it as a proposal gift. My father made an earring for my dad, and my grandfather crafted a bracelet for my grandfather." Jiang Ling, unaccustomed to being, found himself unable to resist Pei Siyi's insistence. He held on, refusing to relinquish the spoon, lacking the energy to contest him, and allowed him to feed him. Listening to Pei Siyi's explanation, he swallowed a mouthful of porridge before lowering his gaze and lightly swaying his foot, the anklet glimmering in the sunlight with a scattering of red light. You only made an anklet? Using your protective scale for an anklet? Pei Siyi proudly affirmed. Indeed, I fashioned it into an anklet to ensnare your foot, forever binding you by my side, so you cannot escape. Jiang Ling chuckled lightly. Isn't a lifelong mark? Am I able to escape? Pei Siyi paused, recalling Jiang Ling's unmatched strength and character that contradicted the frailty of an omega, and an unsettling fear surged within him. Who knows? He replied, carefully feeding Jiang Ling a piece of green vegetable, his tone nonchalant. My wife is so beautiful, like an angel descended from heaven. If one day you were fly away, where'd I find you? My chaos gate is only 30 meters away. The sky is so high. How could I possibly search for you? Jiang Ling found his imagination amusing, his icy eyes curving into a delightful arc. Am I an angel? Pei Siyi, puzzled, responded. If not an angel, could you possibly be a demon? Jiang Ling's expression faltered, and the metaphorical knife in his heart shattered, along with the decay that had lingered, leaving a hollow and broken heart nourished by love, rapidly regenerating. Suddenly, Jiang Ling burst into laughter, his icy blue eyes sparkling with mirth, the joy illuminating his features, reflecting the glow of the sun melting the snow. His laughter flowed like a stream at the foot of a mountain, breaking free from the grime of frozen earth, the purest water colliding with vibrant life, producing an enchanting melody. Pei Siyi had never seen such a radiant Jiang Ling, as if the sun had risen in the snow, dazzling to the point of burning the soul. His heart raced in harmony with Jiang Ling's laughter, suppressing his secret emotions as he set the spoon down and embraced Jiang Ling tightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. Why are you so suddenly happy? Not suddenly. Jiang Ling wrapped his arms around Pei Siyi's neck, his tone light as dandelion fluff. I have always been very happy with you. My honor. Pei Siyi tilted his head, kissing the corner of Jiang Ling's lips. May I propose to you? Is that acceptable? Is there anyone who asks before proposing? Jiang Ling mimicked Pei Siyi, rubbing his nose against his cheek. Shouldn't you surprise me? Only if you are willing is it a surprise. If not, it's merely harassment. Pei Siyi felt his heart swell as Jiang Ling nuzzled against him, finding him increasingly reminiscent of a milky white kitten, adorable and sweet. What I give you must be something you cherish. Jiang Ling wiggled his toes. When will you propose? Pei Siyi shook his head. I cannot say. Where will you propose? That too, I cannot reveal. Jiang Ling began to kick him playfully, his delicate, jade-like toes brushing against his shins, a teasing sensation. Why ask anything if you speak in riddles? I am asking you. Pei Siyi leaned closer to his lips. Are you willing to allow me to propose to you? Are you willing to accept me as your fiancé? Yes. Jiang Ling kissed him. An angel will fulfill all your wishes. Pei Siyi tightened his embrace. Then I make a wish. Jiang Ling shall never leave Pei Siyi, always and forever together. Will this wish come true? Jiang Ling sensed Pei Siyi's fixation on this notion, but did not mind reiterating, I will never leave Pei Siyi. Jiang Ling and Pei Siyi will always be together. Chapter 88. Pei Yin Wang. After their meal, Pei Siyi had to return to the company to handle matters. Having embraced for too long, his shirt was wrinkled, necessitating a change of clothes. Jiang Ling, feeling lazy with sore hips, nestled in a rocking chair under the sun, his slender, fair ankles swaying in rhythm with the chair, the anklet glimmering in the light. In April, the sun radiated a gentle warmth while the breeze remained refreshingly cool. Sitting on the balcony, cradling a plush pillow, Jiang Ling found solace. The building where Jiang Ling resided was situated near a bustling road, allowing a glimpse of various pedestrians passing by. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Ling, prompting a question. What about that child from yesterday? Pei Siyi paused in the act of buttoning his shirt, his voice instantly subdued. Xiao Nan handled it. Those 4 scoundrels were sent to the police station, and the child remains unaware. Given that it was Xiao Nan who intervened, Jiang Ling felt reassured that the child would be safe. With a sidelong glance, Jiang Ling smiled silently, realizing that the child had done no wrong. It was Jiang Ling who had taken the initiative to return him home. You've never taken me home. Pei Siyi, disregarding his buttons, strode towards the balcony. He leaned over, resting against the rocking chair, locking eyes with Jiang Ling. His shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a sculpted chest and abdomen, while his arms, bound by cuffs, exuded strength. Trapped in the rocking chair, Jiang Ling listened as the man, gritting his teeth, accused him, "You never took me home or to work. You've given nothing to me. Yet you returned a stranger, someone you barely knew." Jiang Ling felt a twinge of guilt at the accusation, realizing that indeed, he had offered Pei Siyi nothing. "Shall I take you to work?" Jiang Ling suggested. As he settled into the passenger seat, Pei Siyi unfolded a small blanket he had brought from the apartment, placing it behind Jiang Ling's waist. "You're not that delicate," Pei Siyi remarked. "Do you not appreciate my kindness?" Jiang Ling fell silent, knowing better than to engage in a debate with Pei Siyi, which would only prolong their discussion. Pei Siyi averted his gaze, a smile creeping across his lips as the car's audio system came to life. A piano melody filled the air, its elegant notes resembling the fluttering of small birds outside the window, inducing a tranquil and joyful mood. In the Empire, communication relied on wristbands equipped with implanted devices, allowing one to watch shows or listen to music. Here, however, they used mobile phones. Jiang Ling quickly became adept at using the phone, yet aside from contacting others, he seldom utilized its features, particularly for music or television. Although unfamiliar with the songs of this world, he found this one quite pleasing. "What is this song?" he inquired. Pei Siyi's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel in rhythm. "It's called A Lifetime with You." Oh, with a delicate flutter of frost-like eyelashes, Jiang Ling turned his gaze to the window, following the drifting clouds. Pei Siyi glanced back at him, his eyes briefly lingering on Jiang Ling's subtly upturned lips before returning to the road. "Have you heard? Last night, President Pei lost his temper and dismissed over a dozen senior executives. Even some from the subsidiaries were caught in the crossfire." "I know. The group chat is buzzing with it. Many are saying that without their superior, they can only pass documents upwards, and when they knock, even the superior is gone. Wow, truly, Pei Yan Wang is fearsome. He leaves no one unscathed." The two receptionists were enjoying their gossip when they noticed a throng of individuals entering the office. All senior executives from the company, including their superior's superior, the administrative deputy manager. The receptionists instinctively bowed, about to speak, but were interrupted by the group. "No need to call out. We are not part of this company." The receptionists were taken aback. "We were summoned here to resign." The receptionists were stunned. "Is it true that Pei Yan Wang has drawn up a death list?" As the group received their resignation notices, a wave of panic washed over them, recognizing their own shortcomings. However, upon learning that so many, including high-ranking officials, were dismissed, they felt a sense of solidarity. The added strength in numbers rang true. Emboldened by a few dissenters, they stormed the company, aware of Pei Siyi's formidable reputation. They had even shared a meal to strategize their approach. Even if they could not remain, they intended to poach talent. Brimming with confidence, they gathered by the elevator, ready to vent about their exploited lives. Just as Pei Siyi entered the PR office with Jiang Ling, he witnessed this scene. The receptionists, spotting him, instinctively stiffened, their bodies straightening as they prepared to address him, but were silenced by a raised hand. The receptionist could not bend or speak, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Then, upon looking up, they saw their formidable President Pei softly address the person beside him. "Darling, do you hear them? Are they criticizing me?" The receptionists were taken aback. Their eyes sharpened like X-rays as they scanned Jiang Ling from head to toe. "Wow, confirmed. He is the Omega coach targeted by the alpha-enhancing drugs online. He truly is President Pei's partner. He is even more handsome than in the videos." Jiang Ling, hearing Pei Siyi's words, narrowed his eyes, cold as ice. "Why are they criticizing you?" The tone was unmistakably one of protection. Pei Siyi smiled, clearly pleased. It was evident he had anticipated the group's arrival, thinking they would rush in the morning, but they had delayed until the afternoon. The chatter grew louder, the crowd, too numerous and chaotic, elevating the volume of their discussions. After working diligently for over a decade, a mere dismissal is all they think of, without considering who can take on the numerous resources and projects I manage. Indeed, the current state of PR is partly due to our efforts, yet we are older now. Pei Siyi has indeed played this card well. Arrogant and overconfident, suddenly dismissing so many. I wonder how PR will fare. Some sharp-eyed individuals noticed Pei Siyi just in time to avoid choking on their words. Hastily nudging the person in front of them. Why are you poking me? Did I say something wrong? This PR is not solely his. Everyone has contributed, perhaps thinking that those behind him were shrinking back. The speaker turned to question. When we were at the dinner table criticizing Pei Siyi, weren't you the loudest? Why are you backing down now? The person behind turned pale, feeling a chill sweep over them. A cold, piercing voice broke through. Is that so? What exactly were you saying? The individual, believing the others were joking, chuckled nervously. What else could I say? Just a hot-headed kid with a dogged temper. But I want to elaborate here, haha. As he turned, Pei Siyi's fierce countenance emerged unexpectedly before him. The speaker trembled, his laughter trailing off into a series of startled sounds. Pei Siyi, why does your company have so many worthless individuals? Jiang Ling's voice cut through the air like a blade, penetrating deep into the hearts of the crowd. Do you still intend to salvage such waste? Pei Siyi's smile widened, clearly delighted, but as he leaned in close to Jiang Ling, his gaze shifted to the gathered group, radiating a deadly intent. My apologies. I failed to clean up properly, allowing this trash to tarnish my beloved's eyes. The faces of everyone turned a sickly hue, as they had not anticipated encountering Pei Siyi here. Chapter 89. An argument. It was inappropriate to create a scene at the company entrance. So Jiang Ling was half embraced by Pei Siyi into the exclusive elevator. Do not be upset, darling. Xiao, then we'll handle them. Jiang Ling pursed his lips. Hearing a group insult his alpha would not please anyone, especially when those individuals were subordinates of his alpha. They had overstepped their bounds. Jiang Ling lowered his gaze. In the Empire, those who insulted their superiors and defied orders will be stripped of their military status and eternally marked with shame. Yet this was not the military, nor was it the Empire. Jiang Ling clenched his fingertips, feeling a suffocating fire in his chest. The feeling of being cherished by his partner was delightful. But Pei Siyi's concern for Jiang Ling's anger only added to his own distress. Yes, such individuals would ultimately face disgrace. As Pei Siyi held Jiang Ling's hand while exiting the elevator, their fingers intertwined without any intention of concealment, they became the backdrop for astonished and incredulous employees. Initially, Pei Siyi had considered granting them some dignity as longtime staff, but since they had shown such ingratitude, he felt no need for leniency. Entering the